This guy's
We can
over
still
here
do it.
tanking bombshells.
We're getting two bombs. Pop a defensive, pop anything.
Something here, big damn. Oh, new garbage. Okay, there's gonna be a spread right after this. So there's a spread right now. And then yeah, do not touch trash. Do not burn trash. We burned so much trash. Get boss campy here. This is the worst spot ever. Okay, try to figure it out. This is Shaq. Shaq and Exile do bomb. Can fly back up.
I'll get the one I'm pinging.
Okay, good.
Kill the bombshells, guys. Kill the bombshells. One of them came out, so Shaq, Exile, and Kingfire are still in. That's fine.
Good. Got mine.
Back up. Let's get this one.
I got mine. Oh,
W,
someone else
fine.
got mine. I'm running the
Yeah,
boss.
it was Kingfly on purpose. Yeah. That definitely didn't do. Is it a dot that goes on the boss when you hit it with that?
If they're not big enough,
instant damage.
All right, I think we're chilling.
Big enough.
Boss is hard, man.
Did someone hit me while I was a bomb?
Yeah, I had
Into a
that.
bombshell.
Yeah, I had that. I mean, I literally had someone just go straight in front of me, and I literally could not do anything because I was just getting knocked back.
Scott, your bomb, the last one you did, was so fucking close. Like it was full on my screen.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to milk them.
Yeah.
I mean, low-key, the MVP was great on that.
W, good job, everybody.
Last second hit.
Thanks.
Would it be good to maybe 3 tank this instead of have 1 tank just running around picking up everything, getting it in?
I mean, I think range just have to try and go across the boss instead of stand like between the boss and hyenas.
I also think
Another death.
Yeah, I think we're
bombs as
death
well.
giving.
I mean, it's
No way.
really hard when we're tanking next
Hey,
to
ready?
the bot. Like,
so. We talked about this already. We need to just, as soon as the hyenas spawn, you don't DPS
We
them at
have a
all, and you just
soul
shoot
stone
them. You don't touch them.
Also, you sorry.
I have a soul stone already.
You, you literally let them sit in a full route until
See
they
you
are
guys
either
there.
rolled
Follow
over.
orange.
Nice one.
Nice.
You let the ads sit in a whole route until they are rolled over, or like the phase is over, and then you just kill them after. You should, like, them just running into the group on CC'd is why it's a problem.
Need Baboom to make it.
Yeah, but I also
I got
want
this
the
mounted like
scrap
0.1 in,
masters
so
and,
it's good. I think
the
I'm good though.
bombs are also good on them.
Just everyone keep running,
I'm
try to
running
get as
stuff.
close.
Skirt.
Shroud car goes hard.
I made it to the boss.
I wonder if the car is like a bait running death lane. You can just
It is.
go on a regular.
Yeah.
I got pointed as a regular mount.
I mean,
maybe.
skipping sticks is gonna feel fucking great.
We might want to add an extra healer. We'll see how this boss goes, but
I mean, if you guys have healers that aren't healing, wouldn't you just slash motivate and then just get new ones? Is that the whole point? Prorate, you don't have to keep them healed, right? Yeah. If you like see some people on the first few bosses doing negative healing, that's just when you replace.
Best test badge yet.
Okay, if you don't get the res here, you probably will have to release and we'll summon. Res is about to happen. Drop a summoning stone.
Our log's broken right now.
And then
Here's the
we can
site, is
summon-
yeah.
Summon the heal deal and BKG. And Alistair.
Oh wait, oh never mind. That was-
It's a Hearthstone.
Yeah.
If there are prunable healers, you will want to do it before this boss does a ton of damage. But also just for future runs, just do that before this point.
I'm ready to put it up. I'm letting the healers vet them.
Yo, sorry, can you go soul harvester for a second?
Oh yeah,
wanna
it's
Cup your tools. Can you go soul harvester? I want to import.
Alistair was not doing much, so. So that's like all the bosses.
This
Okay,
boss is a pure single target, everybody. So make sure you're doing that. This boss is going to spawn some mines on the ground. It's important you never touch them ever for any reason, unless you're someone in our guild. If you're in our guild, just call who's going next. We have... also, you should put the marks down, right? As they're supposed to be in Mythic in order. so you're used to that terminology. It also helps call which one you're doing. Is someone doing that?
The markers for the bombs.
Yep. It's star, orange, diamond, triangle in order, starting from the like bottom left going to the top left, and starting from the bottom right going to the top right. It is square, moon, X, skull.
Yeah. Can you just link a graphic?
Yeah, we just need to get to healers
is there a
now.
graphic?
It's in the
The other group's up.
probably in the channel.
We gotta get Papa Pumper.
Yeah, it's the Yuri's heroic raid plan in the channel. I'll repost it.
Is Warcraft Logs fucked?
Yeah.
Are we? Teach, do you have to show the group?
Oh.
Logs are down, yeah.
I DDoSed them.
Is this same group doing the next 3 heroics? It's all the same people?
This train just motivated me.
I'm guessing it is, yeah.
Just make sure you guys have like roles for vetting and stuff on heroics since the bosses are a little harder. Know who's doing what?
We had them in our old group, but I don't know about this new group.
Yeah, so I'm saying figure it out.
Yep, figure it out, Jordan.
I'm on it.
I guess we can get this first droid. Nobody want more?
Got him.
One more pumper healer.
650 preferred.
Did we not get Papa Pumper?
No, fuck that. He's like 10 levels lower. Summoning?
I guess we kind of needed a priest, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
Ideal.
All right, get them in. I don't know if they have the weak aura or not. Always try to get people that have weak aura in note. That way you know you don't have to wait on them.
Just one version.
We couldn't even get someone to queue up, so we have to take what we could right now.
So this fight does a few things. There's gonna be these mines on the ground, never touch them. The floor will sometimes look like it's about to turn lightning. If you are ever standing there, you are so dead. Don't do that. There's rockets you have to dodge, and in the last phase, you turbo kill everyone if you get hit by the rockets. So might take one time of seeing it. It's very hard. Very important to not touch mines. We should have like a note we could set to make sure that like you guys have like assigned soaks. On heroic, but I don't know how to set that up. I only worked on the back end of that one.
Has anyone got a message from this guy?
He says link is broken. Yours was for me.
That doesn't make sense. Just copy the link.
So Loop's gonna give it to everyone.
Copy here. Copy the link.
Bro, what the fuck did I just do?
It's in raid chat. If you can hear us right now and you're in Discord, maybe, or maybe you can hear on stream. It's pinned in the stream too, like the same thing. If for whatever reason you don't have a WoW add-on that allows you to copy and paste links. Case sensitive as well.
He says done, so we'll see the next track.
Yeah, it's
I'll check
fine.
fast. Let's go.
That's good.
Okay, I think you go to where the boss is. I'm pretty sure it's the area you're in now that's going to get covered. So everyone, make sure you're on the half of the room with the diamond, triangle, skull, and X markers, or you're going to die.
I'm popping X first.
Shaking out your bones.
Okay, make sure you guys communicate pops. People in our guild. If you're not in our guild, do not be on the raid markers right now. Do not touch those mines. Do not touch the mines.
I'll go next.
Okay.
Me.
Okay, and Pyro Party Pack, tank, run away.
Last fucking blow up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let it blow up.
That is a full 30-yard fall off, by the way, so
Dodge
try
the
to go as
beams
far
here.
as you
There's
can
gonna be
with
fire
those.
beams. Get out, get out, get out.
Watch the beams.
The green noise.
Little raid dam as well. Okay, now get ready to move, everybody. Roar, Zevi, and go to the other side of the room, guys. Go to the other side of the room, or you're dead.
2, 1. Didn't see that coming.
Good. New mines are spawning.
I'll get that first one here.
Do not be on the markers, and with drills, you just run them out. If you have those circles on you, get them out. Tank fall off damage. You can go to the other side of the room.
Yeah.
I'll do second on blue.
Beautiful.
Dodge rockets, dodge rockets.
Watch rockets, guys. In the last phase, they're going to be purple, and if you get hit by them,
I'll
everyone
tank
dies.
first here. Me.
3, 2, 1.
I can do orange now.
Didn't someone else call second?
I'll do blue next.
That was fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're letting the last one blow up. We do have 3 more guildies that are off cooldown, right? Good.
Yes.
Okay, don't be on the conveyor belt or you die. I'm trying to suck you in. Don't get sucked.
Get to the side where the boss
Get on the
is.
boss side. Get on the boss side.
Get on the boss side or you're dead.
Rescuing someone.
Good job.
We can do far here.
Good drill soon. Range, get away from the raid. And if you don't have the drills on you, you just go back in. If you have the screws, you stay out. Wire transfer. Going to move again after this. It's going to phase, actually. Pull the boss in the middle of the room. Pull the boss in the middle of the room. Everyone else get on the conveyor belt. The boss is going to do a knockback here. Make sure you knock back on the conveyor belt. Make sure you stay on the conveyor belt. Do not be anywhere else or you're dead. Oh, it changes spots? Why?
Wait.
Okay.
Normal, yeah, normal.
W design.
Riley Horse.
That's actually fucking terrible. That's insane.
Get Ray thought. Can you get Ray over?
Guys, dodge here or you die. Dodge or you die.
Gateway.
There you can Riley.
Unfortunately, we're doing not great damage here because we're just away from the boss, but it's... What an awful design. That's insane. Be on the boss
look
here.
at mine.
Guys,
First.
some range should probably go to the other
I'm
side.
already
Right? It's
doing
probably
a
going to
far
spawn.
one. It's
It's
fine,
going to
I'm
spawn
doing a
long
far
ways, yeah. Okay, King Fly stopping first. King Fly
I'll
stopping
do
first.
second. I'm doing second.
You don't have to do any for ones.
I will do third.
Okay, and tank things going far.
on me,
Everyone
Phil.
else get on the boss here. Oh, don't fall, don't fall. It's going to hit so hard.
Oh, you taunted Jury? Yeah.
Watch the beams, watch the beams, watch the beams. Is the healer doing any healing whatsoever? He looks oom.
Flip.
Guys, get off the lightning, get off the lightning or you're dead. Get off the lightning or you're dead.
You might as well res him. Doing okay.
Okay, tank bomb needs to go to the far side of the room, and you guys should be on this side here.
I can do first bomb here.
I will get second one. It'll be on second one.
Okay, watch lasers.
And rockets.
Yeah, dodge rockets, guys. Dodge rockets during this. Okay, mines are spawning. Do not touch mines. And then range, you're getting screws. Okay, watch the lightning here. You might have to move.
I'm second here. Popping now.
Okay, who's doing third?
I'll run and get third.
Yep, W. Okay, he's doing it. Shaq has a blow up. Watch Exile.
These are magnets.
Watch the laser, and you might have to do rocket dodges at the same time.
It's
magnets
in the
and
middle of my
suck.
screen.
Yep. Okay, Lip can onk as well. Get out of the lightning, guys. Get out of the lightning, or you're dead. Ah, our players are dying. That's insane. Okay, Lip can res. We have 2 reses. Res Rivens. Onk, Alacia, if you're not in lightning. You're about to get sucked, by the way. Screw up and sucked. Watch the drills, and you're about to get sucked in the middle.
Intermish.
And intermission, yeah, who knows? Get knocked on a conveyor belt. You're getting knocked back from the boss. Make sure you end on a conveyor belt.
That's sick.
Where's me? Ken, in the
We
back?
can res. We can res Scott. We have to res Scott.
Rivens,
We
you
have to
gotta
res
get me?
Scott.
No, it's
Oh,
me.
okay, sorry.
Watch your HP here, guys. Okay, boss is coming to you now. Don't be on the far side. Be close to boss here.
I'll do first.
I'll do third.
I'll do second.
Okay, mines are
Link your
spawning.
Trev on these bombs that are blowing up. The
Do
mines.
not touch these mines, guys. Do not touch these mines.
I'm doing it in a
We're
second.
getting
I'm waiting a
owned
bit.
so hard.
So
Pop 2. Whoever's doing 2. Nice. And then who's 3?
Doing beat.
Get the fuck away from us, Shaq. Okay, get near the boss. Nice. Now, inventions are happening. So there's an extra, so probably lasers here.
It's just beams.
Watch beams, watch beams, watch beams. Oh, watch. Okay, do not touch these orbs. If you touch these orbs, we die. Do not touch these fucking orbs. You ready to move as well? Wire
Off
transfer.
rally.
Get the other side of the room. Get away, get away, get away, get away.
Back to the entrance.
Scott's dead. So we need to have the boss in the middle there.
I can taunt this bomb maybe for sure.
That's fine. Yeah, that sounds good. Pyro
any
party
kernel
pack.
we
This is he's got it. Shay's going far.
Yeah.
Zero flare, can you rally?
Good, 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 good. Okay, raid damage here, and then
The
you're gonna
rockets
dodge.
again. The
Rockets
rockets again.
Guys, dodge orbs, dodge orbs, dodge orbs.
Rally 0.
Okay, there's new mines spawning. Call the mines.
I'll get first on orange.
Okay, I will get second.
Good. Screw up as well. Mines. Do not touch mines, guys. Who can taunt
These
mines?
are out. Pop.
In 5
I can go
seconds, who can taunt it?
Someone needs to taunt the tank mech in a
I'm
sec.
popping a mine on mid now.
Fine. Someone pop the tank mech.
could
Now.
taunt during, but-
Oh fuck! You just had to jump out last second. You had to jump out last second.
I saw the boss.
Nice. Get it back. Dodge. And you have to dodge orbs
And
same
rockets.
time. Orbs same
Rockets
time.
as well. Rockets
Orbs
as
same
well.
time. We're dead.
Yeah, we didn't.
I mean, we'll do that with one more pull though.
Yeah.
We have to have the boss like in much better positions for like moving. Like we had to. Now that we know where it changes, we need to make sure the boss is like near the middle when we know we're getting another shift. This boss is sick though. Except for the intermission, which is just
When you get knocked, is it based off where the
unbelievably
boss
bad.
is? Like between you and the boss?
Yeah.
yeah, so you get knocked away from the
So you
boss.
got
Okay,
knocked
so
diagonal, okay.
the first intermission we want to get knocked to like the far conveyor belt, and it's the X marker, right? So we can hit boss.
I got an Onk
It seems like the two intermissions are on like the first.
Welcome back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. My name is Mix, and I'm joined today by Cyronic and Automatic Jack. I hope you guys are doing well.
I've been having a blast. It's been really great to see the fights at first on normal. Now we're getting to see how much more difficult they're going to be onto heroic, and we already had some tuning at the beginning of the day to start buffing up some of these fights. So now we get to see the grind.
And we're already seeing them wipe to heroic bosses too, which means the mythic version is going to be quite a bit more exciting.
It
I
is.
mean, I feel like it's good that we're not blazing through heroic just yet. But before we continue, let me thank all of our sponsors that are making this event possible, because they are a big part of this, of course. So a huge, huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner this time around. That's going to be the Pasadena Humane Society. I'm still practicing that name. And they're helping with a lot of the displaced animal from the Eaton fire. So many of their owners displaced themselves, ended up in shelters, can't always take animals there. So the Pasadena Humane Society is doing a lot of work in trying to reunify them with their owners and like helping all of these animals make it through that as well. So great cause.
Absolutely, and we have some great incentives if we're continuing to hit some of those big stretch goals. I know my bingo list, which is our first goal, I've been filling out pretty quick.
You have it already?
Well, I gave it to them, and I just have like a mental check of
I've been
each of the things I've been
waiting
knocking off my
for
list.
my bingo list because I already have some like bingos to cross.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
what's your favorite bingo you put on yours?
Mine, I can't tell you because it hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
Well, so it's like Dratnos does X.
Okay.
And I've been keeping an eye on him throughout his casting, but there's one thing that I'm like waiting for him to say that'll knock off the bingo list. But
Oh,
if I
is
say
it-
it, I can't say.
No way they die from here.
No.
Ooh, no way they wipe. That's a
Nope.
good one.
Nope. You will not guess it.
Is it?
Okay.
Guys, my name is Dratos.
You will not guess
And I'm
guess
back
it.
with another tier list.
You could keep, nope. That's not
What
it.
about you, Zyra?
It's a rare one.
I actually forget what like most of them are on. Don't tell production this, but I kind of forgot to do my bingo card
Oh,
until
no.
like Sunday. And then I turned my stream on. I'm like, guys, I need help with this. I need to help filling this out.
What's
So-
the NPC stream? Is that like the TikTok NPC trend type deal?
Yes. It's like the
Things on our
reacting to. Well, I assume it's going to be fake donations just coming in, and you have to like act out the Rose or like the Spider-Man or whatever.
We need to have Aya on the broadcast for
Yes.
that.
Oh.
Doing the peekaboo cosplay.
Ah, there you go.
That would be great. But yeah, lots and lots of fun things. I would personally love to see the Goblin music video. Music this time, we were just talking about it, on fire.
So, we're doing a WoW TCG unboxing.
Yes.
If I unbox...
No, you can't keep it.
What?
Well, wait, who actually does get to keep the card?
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'd love to know. We get, some rare mounts and...
What if we get a rare card and I just rip it?
No. You
that
can't
would be
do
deplorable.
that. That's rage
My
bait.
grandfather gave me those cards.
My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, kinda.
But jumping back in here before it all escalates.
Before I start talking about Yu-Gi-Oh for the next hour.
That is right. We are checking in here with one of the bosses that I feel like are the greatest this time around. I think this is like a Painsmith 2.0 potentially, which I would love.
Me too, and I love it for multiple reasons. One, Ronnie's not playing Prop Paladin anymore, thank goodness. He's back in the saddle playing some Holy Paladin, and Rocketmonger has been really, really fun to test on PTR. It went through a couple different iterations too, and now we're getting to see it on Heroic, and it's not just falling over either. Big thing, you're gonna see a huge burst of raid damage just a sec. That was from the Rocket Party pack that debuffs tanks, caused them to run away, huge AoE explosion. The Void Lines are kind of this empowered effect. We just went through the first intermission, and after each intermission, he increases his damage and also empowers some major abilities. So those fire lines, which are thin lines, you had a lot of space to dodge, now become massive Void Lines, which are taking up way more space.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool style of encounter. I mean, the last time we had something to this degree,
right?
It takes me back to like the Siegecraft or Black Forest. You know, you got the carousels bringing in different weapons that the boss can use on you. Obviously, I think there's a little bit less player intensive than Siegecraft or back. I like the idea of just having a whole bunch of different mechanics thrown at you at the same time. You have to figure out how to do all those mechanics at the same time.
It's so fun because it's also presenting a mechanic well before it happens. You can see those magnets that are in the middle lane just to the left of the angel as they're about to wipe. That's kind of presenting that we're about to have the magnet mechanic drawing players into the middle of the room, which would stun them if they stand in it. Plus, we're going to have the void turrets on the sides of the room coming from the conveyor belt, so you got to watch out for that. And I love how the mechanics are broadcasted well in advance. And it's this like deep foreboding of like, we are about to deal with this, get ready.
Yeah, I think that's great because, you know, a lot of WoW has been relying on add-ons and weak auras, of course. And this is basically similar to a DBM telling you, like, this mechanic is incoming now. So I love the point that you're making there, Jack. I think that's great.
And otherwise, you just have to watch boss casts.
Yep.
You know, so many things kind of coming from boss casts. We saw a little bit of normal Gallywix earlier, and it was really cool that you were seeing some crates just drop from the sky, and you could see the indicators, you need to get out of them, but they don't actually detonate until the boss sets them on fire and detonates them. And so you have a lot of projection of what's about to happen, sets it up in advance. I think it's a much more clear direction beyond just circles looking better. It's a lot more clear of a direction as to what's going to happen next.
Yeah, a lot more concrete indicators is definitely one of the big things of this patch, though. They wanted to make sure there was no ambiguity whenever you saw, you know, a circle on the ground, which is really, really nice for the players.
Especially for caster players, really right out of the circle and like, no way I was in that.
Yeah.
Look at my body.
Relatable.
Been there. Been there many times.
Zooming in, saying, I was not in that clip at chat.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Every single time.
Do you know what this fight also reminds me of? Just because we have like these conveyor belts. Hunts and fronts back in Worlds of Draenor.
Love that fight as well. That was a fun fight because it had the stampas. Because each of the conveyor belts would also have a dedicated sort of panel to it. It slammed down onto that panel as you were trying to navigate the various conveyor belts moving up and down the path.
Yeah. When we were sitting here before our shift, we were watching the first couple of videos on the sun. Talking about like, why aren't they doing the classic World of Warcraft conveyor belt technology where you stand like kind of just on the edge of it so you don't get pushed back? It looks like they actually have the void zones positioned perfectly on this fight so that you can't actually do that. So when you do actually have to go on the conveyor belt to dodge this electric field that's over the entire platform, you actually have to run along it, which is a lot more difficult, especially for caster players.
It is, and I'd love to see, maybe like THG's point of view in the next like 30-40 seconds when we hit that first intermission, because I think they even went more aggressive with the conveyor belt. So you can see these kind of like gray and red lines that mark the edges of the conveyor belt. Like you said, seems like you could stand on those and you're still getting moved back. But it even seemed like you had to be entirely on this platform, even past that gray and red point, to actually be off the conveyor belt and not moving. It seemed like it was really not letting you at all avoid standing on those conveyor belts.
Yeah, no safe spaces, and you can see it here as well. If you look at the middle, those red and white lines, the guys were pointing out. All of them are under lightning effects, and from what we saw in earlier polls, you also do take damage there. So not great to try and sneak by, at least, won't happen.
Here we got the Mega Magnets coming into the middle of the room. Once they kind of reach the end of that conveyor belt, they start kind of drawing in players, and then there's a very long conveyor belt sequence where you can just see them getting off of that platform. So we're getting really close into that intermission as the beta launch number 1 is coming out. Players are getting knocked back to the edge of that conveyor belt, and then they got to run over to the boss. So notably, in PTR testing, you got knocked to the back of the room, had to run to the front to be able to get to the boss, start DPSing. Now it seems like it's just a straight knock back from the boss's current location, and then he jumps into one position, and you got to keep on burning him.
You can see that's nasty, though. It's the knockback, and then that's the phase of the fight where only the conveyor belt's the safe spot. The electricity's covering the rest of the ground, so you have to stand on that little sliver in the middle of the room. Or I guess you could be on the edge of the room next to the boss if you're melee.
Look where he was actually on the edge of the conveyor belt, and he was just getting knocked back still.
Yep. Boom.
Oh,
Gotta
those are
deal
the
with those
foot
mines.
bombs.
Yep.
So on heroic difficulty, these foot bombs, you have to make sure, just like you would see out of the mines at a Painsmith, you got to knock down these mines, step on them, but you have to wait. You have to go wait for the explosion. You have about a 2-second window where you have to wait, otherwise you take like 200% more damage, 2,000% more damage. Happen right there, triggered a raid wipe. You have to trigger the detonation, then wait a sec. Trigger a detonation, then wait a sec.
I really love how this fight is just convoluted if you look at it, but it all like follows a very kind of clear pattern, and like we were mentioning, you can see things coming in and you know that it happens. But if you're just like, if you're zapping in and you're looking at the fight, you're like, whoa, what is going on here? And it's just really, really cool to watch. I suspect this is going to be like, I hope it's going to be a great fight on Mythic where you like get to spend a long time on looking at it. How are you feeling on this raid entirely?
I'm feeling really excited about it, and since you mentioned the difficulty, I'm feeling more confident about my higher pull count for this boss too, the more that we're spending time working on it. But I love how they're taking a lot of the old, as we've seen with other boss encounters, there's a lot of times mechanics get recycled, and that happens. There's only so many mechanics in the game they could make. But they've been adding a twist onto basically just a bit of everything. Every single time we see a mechanic that's like, oh, it's similar to this, there's another sort of twist. And following the Goblin theme, and even on this fight, they kind of incorporate the Black Blood and the Void themes of Xal'atath in the expansion. It's a really nice sort of flavor to change things up from like the dark, foreboding Spider-Land we started the expansion with.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I enjoy the most about raiding is when they kind of combine old ideas but in a new way that makes the fight super exciting. And they've done a really good job with that in this raid, it seems. Obviously, we'll have to see on Mythic testing. They've done a pretty good job so far showing pretty encounters, even from just the moment.
And even more so than that, I feel like our PTR testing has gotten a lot more condensed.
Yep.
We've had a lot less time to test raid fights. We've had, 8 hours of PTR testing in 2 days, when usually you would have that much testing over the course of a month or more. They haven't given themselves as much time to let things breathe as they usually do, but I also think that the quality has been really good for this raid and pretty trending upwards pretty constantly since Dragonflight.
Yeah, it's definitely been on a faster pace. I was also a little bit worried when I saw the dates for the testing, right? Because they're like, oh, wow, that is a lot of testing in a very short amount of time. But everything I've been seeing thus far looks really, really great. And I will say, out of like the raids of the past years, this probably, like theme-wise, is one of my absolute favorites. It's like a little bit whimsical. It's like fun, but still on trend. I'm kind of over-saving the world from Old Gods for the 500th time. I know Xal'atath is still here, but like it reminds me of like back in the very old days when MOP you had to like save places from giant bunnies and stuff like that. Like it's just cool.
Xal'atath is part of the story?
Yeah.
Oh, is that who the Void Elf was in the like the cinematic beforehand? I couldn't tell because they didn't show the feet.
I knew something was coming like that. Yes, big part of Xal'atath's story is getting to repair the Dark Soul. Gosh, I missed the name of it. Anyway, the soul that was taken by Galakron from
Is that what's like in this little medallion?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Ridicron sucks up uses the time machine. This is a crazy story, by the way. They go back in
It
time.
sounds like it.
They suck the power of the best dragon ever, put it into a little disc. Xal'atath takes the disc, munches Khadgar, apparently, and consumes him with it. Valeria shoots an arrow, cracks the disc, releases Khadgar. He's free. He's in recovery. But in the process of cracking this disc, they need Gallywix to go repair it.
Okay.
And that's
so
why
this
we're
is how
raiding.
we ended up here.
That's why we're here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. So, but can we talk about the post-rate cinematic that came out? Yes, right? Like by now, people have seen it?
Oh, I
haven't watched
seen
it.
I have no idea.
I haven't watched
No,
it.
I'm dead serious. I haven't seen it.
The Raiders skipped it. So
That's why you watch it on like your Wowhead.
well, I gotta go kill it before I can watch it.
Okay, well then we won't talk about it. It's
Yeah,
okay. I was
that's my
gonna
rule.
ask you
I mean, you can
questions
spoil
about
me, I
it,
don't care.
but like Jack cares. I'm not gonna spoiler Jack.
I think we might have killed Gallywix.
Oh.
Crazy.
Like actually killed him?
Yeah, pretty sure.
What?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
it
I
doesn't
saw
happen a
the
lot.
NPCs being like, "Ah, well, he's dead," something like that. So that's my assumption.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm
R.I.P. We killed the last boss for real though. It wasn't
I'm
just a game.
cautiously excited for like the Mythic cinematic because like I think that one's
Oh,
gonna
is
go hard. Hopefully.
When's the last time we got a different cinematic for a Mythic boss kill?
Well, this time around, the non-Mythic cinematic is so yes, girl, give us nothing. That like I feel like a Mythic cinematic would be pretty nice.
Maybe they should only have the cinematic for mythic difficulty.
Yeah. Could you imagine
Yeah,
hooking
making
this up?
friends, Jack.
Don't come for me, guys. I'm just joking.
Jack just said he hates normal mode.
Clip it and
No that's true.
flame
Yeah,
him.
there's a story mode now too.
And story mode raiders, yeah. Is this other group with Yips in it doing heroic one-armed bandit right now as well?
It looks
I
like it.
think so. I'm always cautious to point out things on that screen because I never know if we should be seeing it. But yeah, here we go. We're going to be taking a look together with Yips at a boss fight that was named quite difficult because another guild went in here and then abandoned their attempts. Of course, Team Liquid is doing this with helpers. We're doing splits for gear here, and in order to do that, we need to maximize our options. Which means that that's going to be a little bit harder here, but let's take a look at the boss fight.
All of the middle bosses in the raid are like super intricately themed, and I think this is one of the cooler encounters that I've seen in quite a long time, similar to the other boss as well, where you kind of have this idea where the boss is going to spawn different ads, and you can choose which kind of you'll feel by killing off all but one of the ads. At the same time, these jackpot chips coming out from the boss, rewarding you for standing close to them, but not too close to them.
Yup.
How many DPS players can you think of? They just are gonna die just to standing too close to that chip over the course of progression.
Well, the craziest thing is, so on all the difficulties, you're going to have the pay line, which is going to spawn the coin, come from the boss, and you'll be able to see it. You can kind of position yourself along the line and the indicator, and it's super accurate for where you want to go. If you want to min-max on Mythic, that coin runs into a wall.
Yep.
What you can do is you just have to click on that coin, ram it into a wall again, coin despawns, easy game. If you don't, then the boss keeps this damage buff, and that can be horrible. So, on a Mythic difficulty, you'd really want to send the coin back, get everybody with the high roller buff for damage and for healing again, then it crashes into the wall and despawns. It'd be really interesting to see people getting stomped by that on the comeback.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot that's going on, but maybe let's go over the basics here first. So, as you were saying, each of these bosses has like a really intricate theme, and the one-armed bandit, as you can probably tell by now, is themed around like this gamba kind of style, right? You do have the coins that you're seeing here right now, by the way, coming in, that are rolling around like you would have to operate one of these one-armed bandits. So lots and lots of fun here, but a lot going on.
Yeah, you can also see in the background behind the boss, once Yips kind of moves his screen up a little bit, you're going to start seeing some markers above the coins or above the slot machines. You can see at the top left where you see the yellow and blue icons. These are indicators for which of the combinations that have not been completed yet. Once you kill any of these attendants, they all have a separate indicator. Some lightning, some coin, bomb, and then, help me onto this one, Zyro.
Flame?
Flame,
Might be
thank you.
flame.
Yeah, flame.
So each combination is going to trigger another event by the boss. Sometimes it's going to be more void zones. Sometimes it's going to be, you know, flame debuffs that need to be dispelled that are sending these flame tornadoes across the room. Each of these debuffs does something a little bit different. AoE damage is really heavy when you combine coin and flame together. And so that's another area where, depending on your strategy, you got to adjust healing cooldowns. But if you repeat any of these combinations, the boss enrages and instantly kills you.
Hey, speaking of coin, did you guys know you can get free coin if you head on over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF?
How much free coin?
It's actually $20 in USDC. So Team Liquid 20 is the code if you want to check it out. ! Coinbase in chat. All you have to do is sign up, verify that you are a real person, and then it's yours.
Not only that, but you also have some cool giveaways tied
That's
to it
true.
too.
There it is, our Coinbase jersey giveaway. Every single time the guild does kill a boss, you are participating in the giveaway, so signing up early, definitely helpful here. But there is a grand prize for the next Race to World First. One person will be flown out to the Race to World First to meet the raiders, check out how everything looks here, get a glimpse of behind the scenes, maybe even meet some of the casters. I heard we're putting Tettles away for the day, so they don't have to meet Tettles.
That'd
But
be a gift.
NA and EU only, do check it out, and of course get that Coinbase account.
That's actually such a cool prize.
It is, yeah. It's very high.
Is very cool.
So I wonder over the time, would you want to have somebody come in the middle of the race, or maybe beforehand?
Probably before.
I feel like beforehand you'd be able to hang with the raiders some more, because obviously now that we don't have borrowed power, you don't have to worry about every raider farming neck levels days or the night before the raid. They're like, I got islands to do, bro. You don't have to worry about that.
What was it that THD was playing yesterday?
He was playing Lost Ark.
He was playing other games. But that never would have happened if borrowed power still existed, okay?
True, true.
Yesterday they were doing damage testing raids pretty much all day. That's why none of them were streaming.
True.
And in between some of their damage test bosses, THD was just doing his dailies in Lost Ark.
Yeah, why not? I think it's good. You are allowed. I know that's going to sound controversial, but you are allowed to enjoy more than one game.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
agree to
At
disagree.
least you.
I've been playing a lot of Rivals. Don't worry.
I know.
I'm more of a TFT head.
Yes, you are.
I played way too many games this set. I think I'm over 1,000.
Well, the funniest thing to me is before race starts, seeing all of the high-end players posting their achievements for other games right before the new WoW season, and they're like, all right, I got to put this down for a little while. I got to suit up armor. But that's maybe a great reason for why they've been doing these damage testing before the raid came out. Kind of get everybody back into the same groove.
Krona, one of Fat Shark Yester's raiders.
Yeah.
He was top 50 on EU West.
Yeah, he actually plays in some tournaments. Do you know who's really good at TFT too? Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
Yep.
Nick, I've been trying to convince him to start competing because he totally could, but he's like, no, it's fine.
I'm good.
He's chilling.
He's too cool.
Fair enough. Too cool for TFT. Can't relate.
Yeah.
He's good
The
at everything.
difficulty
Let's be
curve
real.
On these middle bosses on Heroic really kind of scares me for Mythic, though, because...
I'm excited.
I'm
too.
excited and scared.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, when we were thinking back to this encounter in particular with One Armed Bandit, the strategy is not rocket science. You have a limited amount of coins. You sort out how you're going to do them. Some of the coin combinations are dealing crazy raid damage. Okay, how do you sort out raid damage? Okay, we got cooldowns here. Wonderful. After a certain point, you're just kind of playing the mechanics for the fight, and it's requiring flawless execution, tons of damage and healing. And then we're getting into almost like a Nexus Princess Kaveza situation where, hey, if we had perfect tuning for that encounter, and you do the mechanics right, and you win, wonderful, amazing fight. It's a little harder than that, forcing that one tank strategy, and we saw how much more difficult it was as a result. So I'm hoping that we can kind of find the perfect sweet spot, but I know when you're trying to calculate how good World First Raiders are, that's not an easy task.
Yeah, One Armed Bandit you might not need rocket science for, but if we hop over to one of our other POVs for Sprocketmonger Lockenstock, a little bit of rocket science might help on this encounter to dodge those rockets. We might get a kill here pretty soon. This is sub 15% and would be a great start to the Heroic splits if they're able to get this one down and get that strategy hammered out.
Yeah, good catch, Zyro. Checking in with Sang here as they are trying to down Lockenstock on Heroic. You can see, once again, the Magnets are being phased in. They're going to be starting in just a couple of seconds.
But AoE damage as those magnets pull you in. We're going to have to dodge as well. I didn't see what was on the other conveyor belt here. You got to dodge the orbs. Those do a ton of AoE damage if you get hit by any of them. Looks like they're able to get through that wave of them just fine. A set of traps are going to have to detonate here.
Right, you start seeing Sangs going out into position. I believe we're going to have Magnets Okay, Magnets are phasing out, and then we're going to have some of the Void turrets coming out into position once again. Oh, and Magnets right here. So you can see there's the Magnets coming in, drawing players in, and you're going to have to start watching out for the Rockets too. Yeah, they're now Void Balls. This is everything all at once at the very end of the fight.
Yeah, because just one thing would be boring. Why not do 10? But here is the kill. Let's take a look at what they're getting. We're just all zooming in. I'm seeing a Gigadeath.
I don't see any healer loot.
I don't see any loot that I would care about, so that means it's probably Hunter loot.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, though, good kill.
That was a great kill. That was a cool end to the fight, where you have empowered rockets, empowered void lines going out, and you have the empowered magnets.
I really wonder about like how often we're going to be seeing those kind of overlaps on Mythic when's to come, because I feel like that would be really, really fun.
It will be fun. You know what's also going to be fun? Raiding. I'm going to pass this on over to Aya and have a blast with raiding.
Enjoy your raid. Hope you get
Best
a bunch
of
loot.
luck,
Actually,
Jack.
No, you're a healer. I hope you don't get any.
I hope I get all the loot. Thank you. You can't take it back anyway. You said it first.
Enjoy your raid.
You're right. You're right.
Aya's going to be joining us shortly here, but what are you maining this tier, Zyro?
I am playing Warlock this tier. Warlock's it's in a really interesting spot because
yes.
I'll keep it brief. It's pretty bad at single target, but this raid doesn't seem like it has a whole bunch of single target outside of Sprocketmonger, which we just saw them take down. Most of these fights have sort of like spread cleave style damage profiles, which means Warlock should be really, really good, specifically Destro. Destro also just got buffed a few days ago as well, so I could see a realistic world where you could run 2 Warlocks on every encounter and have it be quite good.
I was talking to THD, and he said Warlock is pretty good at cleave situations because they do great single target while also cleaving, which is usually what you want. Like, you want a class that is good at nuking all of the smallies while still maintaining good single target. I had a little bit of a worry that Warlock was going to end up in a similar position to Frosty K, but seems like they got the better end of the deal somehow once more.
What's going on with Frosty K this year?
Let's not talk about the DKs.
No, the damage looks like it's good on the Sims, but is it still tied to breath cooldown?
So a lot of the DK issues is that you can bring a blood DK to cover everything a DK can do. A lot of the ads in this raid are not grippable. And then a lot of what they've been doing with the tier set, it's kind of okay for Frost. It's not very good for Unholy. And then it's just a rather melee unfriendly raid from everything I've been seeing. You don't need grips that much, so if you can cut a melee, it's probably the Frosty K, which is sad, of course, to me as a DK enjoyer, but we might see it on like the occasional boss, but I would think it's more an outlier this tier.
While we're talking about comp-related things, I mean, we can talk about the tuning sort of style of things that's been happening heading into the raid. They did a ton of different tiny little tuning passes up until yesterday, last week. Lots of things were getting changed at the last second. Hunter got nerfed. It turns out the nerf was actually like an 8% buff. That got removed and they made the buff a little smaller, which is still a tinier buff. They ended up nerfing Red Paladin yesterday by changing a lot of things. I think people were expecting to see a lot of Red Paladin in this raid. I'm not sure if that's still the case now after those changes. There's a lot of question marks in the comp. This might be the first raid tier since Evoker got added to the game that Evoker might actually not be seen in a raid.
Oh, I'd be very curious to see that, but somebody that we are seeing is Aya, who's joining us on the sofa here. Aya, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. We just saw Lock and Stock go down on Heroic, which was a great moment.
Good.
Hopefully more of that.
When I was on the desk earlier, some of these Heroic splits were, well, they were normal splits, were kind of struggling with Gallywix a little bit. How's that been going?
We haven't seen any of the normal Gallywix. They've been working on these 2 bosses on Heroic for a while now. We had one group working on Sprocketmonger.
Oh, they're just farming Sprocketmonger?
Well, they're still on the same split. The other group is on One-Armed Bandit. I think they're trying to get information about the bosses. We do have the other group. How low is One-Armed Bandit for them right now? Maybe we can see if they're working on that encounter
It's
while,
like
while this group is working on the trash.
Yeah. Lots of trash in this raid this time around. Aya, are you playing DK?
I am playing Demon Hunter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been playing Demon Hunter. I've abandoned. It's so sad. What's up?
I'm not saying you're the Fodom. It's just the Fodom class right now.
Yeah,
everyone loves Demon Hunter going into this.
Well, no, I mean that's like you know my main has been DK since Wrath, but I've play Demon Hunter when I feel like I need to move faster, which is a lot now.
Fair, fair.
I started playing at the beginning, even in the beginning of T-Dub, even when it was like not as good as DK, I was like, this is way more fun. I'm sorry. So.
Honestly, I think at the moment is a great time to play Demon Hunter because finally we can play Eldrazi Reaver, which is great fun. So lots and lots of new versions of Demon Hunter. Was good on the PTR when we had the War Within PTR. And for quite some time we were kind of like, what's going on with the Demon Hunter? What are we doing here? Weird play style. Now, pretty fun.
Yeah, it was lost for a little bit. The Demon Hunters were sad, but I think they are now less sad.
Yeah, that was another class that was like turbo buffed up until about 2 weeks ago, and then they actually got brought back
Oh yeah,
down
I
to
was sad about that.
Yeah.
They're still really, really good right
They could have been better.
They could have.
Mages get away with it. Why can't we?
Well, mages are the golden boy. Can't really.
It's not called Havoc Entertainment. It's called Blizzard Entertainment. Unfortunately.
You're right. So yeah, checking back in with this boss fight here. We're still on heroic splits, and we did see Lock and Stock go down. We're hoping that the one-armed bandit can go down as well. I'd be curious, Zyro, you're picking up the laptop there. Can you check if guilds have killed the one-armed bandit on heroic? Like, has any guild done that yet? Because obviously it is the first day, and the EU guilds, let me just quickly take a look at my little clock there. They're not free yet, so they're still waiting for servers to come up, which should be in like 2 to 3 hours, depending on when they're actually going to go up for reals.
Instant Dollars is the sole guild that has killed Unarmed Bandit.
Ooh. How many tries? Is that there?
I have to check.
Okay, we'll try to find that out. But seems like this one is a little bit of a toughie.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a tough boss.
Can I say something? I don't like this end of the sofa.
Oh no.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird being over here. Every once in a while I end up on a different spot than the host spot, and it like freaks me out a little bit.
Do you want to swap?
I feel like I'm driving on the other side of the car. I kind of do, but I won't do. I'm too lazy. It's okay. I'm good over here. I feel like I'm like wiggling a lot, and I feel like I'm probably bothering you a little, Zyro.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Sitting here like swinging my feet around because I'm too short for these couches.
Yeah.
Do you have this problem, Mix? Are you taller than me?
I am taller than you.
You should see this right now. Wait, can we swap? Can we show the camera really fast? Because
Like
this is probably really funny.
picture?
Sitting next to Zyro, what this looks like. Like you're like
I've
7 feet
I've
tall
got
or
room
something,
to go.
right?
I can stretch out.
My feet are not touching the ground right now. I'm not even that short. I'm like average height. But so I just arrived, so I don't really know what you guys have talked about yet. But I would love to know what your guys' favorite bosses are in this tier.
I think a lot of us are huge fans of Sprocket Monger Stock.
Okay.
That's just a really cool encounter.
Yeah.
Usually when they do the sort of bullet hell mechanic vomit style encounters, it looks really cool, and it's challenging and rewarding as a player to keep playing them over and over again.
Yeah.
The question obviously is going to be where the difficulty is on Mythic, right? It's in the middle of the raid. It's one of the first bosses you can go to. You have a lot of choice in this raid after you kill the first boss.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't know if it's going to be too difficult, because it could be technically the second boss of the raid. I really wonder where their tuning's going to be. It could still end up being a really cool encounter if it's easy enough.
So that's something I was wondering about. You kill the first boss, and then you have 4 options. In a raid that only has 8 bosses, I feel like it doesn't make sense to make them all equally hard/easy. I feel like there should be some variance in how hard these bosses are. And if we're going by that, then Lock and Stock could be a middle of the raid tier kind of boss, which, bringing that back, would be kind of like Painsmith, right? And Painsmith was a rough boss. That was a hard boss. That was also rather early in the raid. So I'm really hoping the tuning on Lock and Stock, for better or for worse, is a tight one, and we're going to be seeing that go for a couple of tries.
So I've got the information here that Instant Dollars actually 3-shot one-armed bandit on.
Wow.
Goodness.
And they actually only just now, 2 minutes ago, killed off Muggsy on Heroic as well.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this here, because it looks like that might be pulling Gallywix on Heroic just to see how difficult it is, maybe? That would be very interesting to see how this boss looks on Heroic.
Minx, what's your favorite boss?
Oh yeah, also Lock and Stock.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to I mean, I think generally this entire raid, I love that there's like strong themes. I love that it's whimsical. I love that it's fun. I love that each of the bosses has like their own little super team, like we're seeing here with the one-armed bandit, like it's a gacha machine and there's combinations and there's coins and it's just like, I love that. Every single thing on these bosses feels, I'm sure that's the case for other raids too, but here you can really feel how intentional everything is.
Yeah.
And that to me is great fun because I can like
agree.
tell somebody that made this is a big nerd and they enjoyed the heck out of making this.
Yes.
And therefore I am now also enjoying it.
Oh, that's true. That's a good way to put it. This one's my favorite. I like One-Armed Bandit. I think it's cool.
Another fight that I think is pretty cool is Styx Bug Trucker.
Yeah.
The one where you jump on piles of garbage and have to pick up bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you get to become garbage.
Yep.
That's going to be a hard voice line in some of the guilds.
What do you mean?
Voice comms. Become bigger
I'm garbage. I'm a big ball of garbage.
No, how many of those are going to be like saved for like?
No, during I was watching Max's chat during that, and I think they were saying a lot of like huh moments because I saw huh being spammed a lot in chat. So
yeah. I mean,
I'm sure we can imagine what the comms were like.
Yeah. There's a couple of bosses here where, you know, I always do the thing of trying to do like quick names that reminds me of what the boss is. So this is the gacha boss for me.
Okay.
There is a boss in this raid tier that's the big ball boss, and that is not a great name.
No.
Is that Styx?
Well, it could be worse. What was OK Mage calling that boss?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna say it out loud, but it wasn't appropriate.
Yeah.
I hope she's doing okay over there and not accidentally slipping that one out.
She'll be fine.
Yeah, she'll be great.
So yeah, I'm curious on how many more splits we're doing. I asked the analyst earlier today on how many characters each of the raiders is preparing for this raid, because I was like, that gives you an idea of how many we're going to be running. And they said the minimum this tier was 14.
Okay.
Sounds right.
So
not the worst, not the best.
Yeah, obviously some do more, but it is still a lot.
Okay, I'm
so
trying to be positive.
That's around the splits we're probably going to be seeing. Of course, both normal and heroic, depending on how it works out with the gearing. Normally, heroic is then a little bit less, but I'm curious because we are already in heroic. Yep. I was like, are we done with normal? This feels too fast. I don't think we are. So
fantastic.
We're probably going to be going back into normal.
When you think about it, the ideal way to get gear is to do the harder difficulty first. That way you can give somebody the higher level piece of gear and not accidentally overwrite a normal piece of gear of the same, the same item. So if they went into normal, realized, wow, this is really easy, we can just go through this really quickly, why not try to go into heroic first, see how difficult that is, so you can do it the more efficient way. So it seems like that's the case for them. And we saw them do like the first foray into normal. That seemed like it went okay. Obviously they had some issues on Gallius, like they saw, but if they do heroic first, get that gear, and then go back, it should be easier. Also, they can remove normals if they know, okay, we only need to get this amount of characters, the particular gear they need.
Right.
So they can actually be more efficient. And that's really important because we're back to doing the simultaneous release now. They want to get into Mythic as soon as possible. They want to get all their gear from Heroic and Normal as soon as possible.
So when do you think are we going to be going into Mythic?
I heard Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday or Friday?
Thursday or Friday. Yeah, like midday Thursday maybe.
I hedged my bets onto Thursday as well, so I'm hoping Thursday stays true.
Should we do like an over-under?
I was going to ask an over-under on when you think the race is going to end.
Oh,
that's
it is like it is the the Gamba tier. So
true.
Oh, it is
should
the Gamba tier. Yeah.
What should we put on it? Probably not actual money. That might.
I can tell you mine, and then you can over-under me if you want to. But I said it's going to end Thursday late night.
4, 3.
Oh, the splits are going to end Thursday.
No,
before a reset.
The rate. Next week,
that's
Thursday.
literally tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. Okay.
Next ID,
Thursday.
Next ID, Thursday late night.
Okay.
So like probably like
that's
close to maybe calling it for the night kind of deal.
Okay. So
if you were going to ask me when I thought it would end, I would probably tell you Thursday or Friday next week. So that's like really close.
You need to be more specific.
I'll take the over on that. I'm going to go over.
Okay. So
it's going to take the entire over
You're
side.
saying like Friday morning or?
At the earliest. Yeah.
Okay.
Friday morning. Ooh, wait. I don't know. I would have.
Who do you want to over under?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking.
I'm curious
I'm
on
thinking
what
about the
chat
answer.
things.
Yeah, let
Maybe-
us know, chat.
Maybe they have some good ideas on
I'm
when
gonna
it's
go
gonna
Thursday also, but I'll do like midday Thursday.
All right, all right.
I also like Thursday.
Yeah.
I don't.
To me, is a good Thursday,
Yeah,
Friday is always
because
it's a
it
good
gives
feeling.
you a time to have a reset. Also,
Yes.
It's not like on a reset. It feels, you know, relatively fair considering all the other variables. And you know, more days that we get to cast together and hang out.
True. I heard Tettle say it could die this ID.
Well, Tettles also thinks. Have you seen his predictions?
No, actually no.
They're
I
very
haven't
low.
seen any predictions yet.
Oh,
Can you
maybe
look at that real
maybe
quick?
we need to pull up the predictions to see who we can make fun of here.
I remember I was watching the stream earlier at the very start of the day when they covered a lot of these topics, like caster predictions and stuff. All of the other casters had pretty similar ideas. Like first 4 bosses, pretty quick kills.
Okay.
5th and 6th boss, we were all kind of like, okay, we're gonna go up from here.
Like a small wall.
Yeah. Not quite as tough as Nerebar Palace was, but just still a big jump up in difficulty. And then we all kind of had like 150 to 200 for 7th boss, and then like 250 to 300 for last boss. Tettles had the 5th and 6th boss at 15.
Oh.
Whereas we were all kind of like in the
Someone check him PC.
high
Is he
sub
okay?
100s
That's for this tier.
for this tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he explained? I'm sure he did on the last one. Why they're so low?
No,
You just think they're all easy?
heard it. Maybe he just thinks they're going to be tuned easy.
That's
I don't know.
fair.
I could honestly see that happening if they get like really good splits and the bosses are a little undertuned.
Yeah.
The Blizzard's been pretty good with their tuning.
Yeah, I feel like it's been pretty good for the last couple of tiers. Like pretty tight.
And they tend to stick to the harder side of the tuning too, and they want to nerf it if it's too hard, rather than making a boss too easy and not really being able to panic buff the boss while they're pulling it.
Right.
Yeah. Was Aberrus the second tier of Dragonflight? Because this is the second tier of the War Within, and Aberrus was also kind of short, I feel like, in comparison of the other Dragonflight rates.
Aberrus was very undertuned.
Yeah.
They had like one difficult mid-raid boss fight.
So
in
maybe that's what he's
Skarn.
basing it on.
Yeah. Perhaps.
I'm just making stuff up.
Well, Aberrus was also an anomaly because it was the first time they used the crest upgrade system for their looting. And people got very looted very fast. If you were like super smart and super efficient with your crest upgrades, you could be fully upgraded heroic gear on the second week. So you could be like a way higher gear level than you normally would be. And that's why they were able to kill it so quickly in that first week. After that, they kind of refined the process a little bit more, so it's not as easy to get super high geared. I don't know if we'll see that again. Based off the way these heroic fights are tuned right now, I would err on the more difficult side.
I am hoping so. I kind of don't like it when the raid is over too quickly.
Me
Probably also biased, you know, but just out of personal, I feel like over 1 ID is always like the fun spot. If it ends towards the end of the week of the second ID, that's where I want it to be personally.
ID?
Oh yeah, sorry, Germans say that like that.
Yeah,
That's
raid ID.
actually something that I learned too. Because people here say lockout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we say ID.
Oh.
And then another
haven't heard
thing, somebody came into my chat and asked me like, why do Europeans always say in fight rather than in combat? And it's
Oh.
also just like, it's a peculiarity of probably that word being easier for us. Like it's closer to what we know rather than combat. But yeah, it's just fun things.
Other little things like that, like in North America, people type 1 for summons. In EU, it's 1, 2, 3.
Yes. But we do have our predictions ready, so let's take a look while the Raiders are working on their splits and make fun of Tettles together. Oh, there's Max's count on
Max
there.
put it up.
Interesting.
Wow, mine are like almost exactly the same as Max's. They're like 30 off.
Huh.
Yeah, ours are very close
We're
to each
also
other.
pretty close, yeah.
Okay, all right. I went a little bit higher on Muxie than you did.
I like, so Jack thinks that One-Armed Bandit's going to be slightly harder, it looks like, than Muggsy, or at least more pulls than Muggsy.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
I could see it.
I could see it. I think there's a lot to work out with the different combinations of the, the slot machine and stuff, so it's chaotic, especially the end.
You make a great point, though. Nobody else is really valuing any boss higher than what comes after, which was how it used to be, and then Halandras happened.
Yeah. Remember when I predicted 8 pulls for that? I don't know how that happened.
Oh, that
I
was
really
great.
don't. I think I just put random numbers in there.
We were in Boston for so long.
You know what's crazy is I was
prepared for that raid.
No.
But yeah. I mean, I could see a world where Lock and Stock is actually a little wall. Honestly, I'd like it, but we'll see if it comes true. Overall, we do seem to kind of agree that there's like 3-4 bosses that are going to be easier.
Yeah.
And then that's where some pulls come in. But yeah, Tell's saying the penultimate boss, or no, well, the boss before the penultimate boss taking 15, that is very low.
He just wants to go home. Just wants to get back to Bert. Got stuff to do.
Honestly, can you blame him?
No,
Bert's
I
kinda
cannot.
cute.
That is a sweet little kitty.
Poor Bert.
We were talking about
Poor
this
Bert.
early. You have to look at this and remember that after the first boss, the next 4, you can choose any one of those to go to next. So in my mind,
that's a good point.
It's
yeah.
like they can't be too different in difficulty.
Yeah.
But
they can.
I guess they can. Maybe they'll all be a little bit harder, and things like Reverb or Cauldron of Carnage might actually end up taking a few pulls to get down. So
Kalamazoo actually thought that that would be the order that they would go in for like the non-linear section. Is literally this
order?
this order here.
I think that makes sense. I would also expect that, I think. Just from how the bosses read in the mechanics, that is probably the order of what's easiest.
Yep.
Now, there could always be a change if they think one of the bosses gives better loot and they need that for something, but I do think in terms of wanting to move through the raid quickly, this order probably makes sense. What is for dinner today? I'm like smelling food.
It's, I think, brisket and mac and cheese or something like that.
Oh, is it the brisket mac again?
Stratnos said it. I forget now. I don't know where. Barbecue brisket and mac and cheese and something else.
It
but I can also smell it.
Phenomenal. I'm so hungry just sitting here.
I'm hungry too, and I just
smelling
sat
the
down.
kitchen.
Wait, when does the
It's
shift
so
end?
nice that we're just
Takes a while.
You can just sit here, do your job, whether you're raiding or casting, and just know that the food is handled. You don't have
That's
to
true.
worry about it
It's
at
very
all.
nice.
I eat a lot more vegetables when I'm here. Not because I don't like vegetables at home. I just don't bother cooking them a lot of the time.
What was it? Beans? Was it yesterday? No. Yesterday the beans? Or
yesterday it was green beans.
Yeah, they were great.
And mashed potatoes. Oh my
I usually
God.
don't like beans, but
they're so good.
They were
Barbecue
I just like to
brisket, mac and
chew,
cheese,
like a little rabbit, you know.
dinner vegetable.
yeah,
With the
they
green
had
beans.
great consistency.
Gotta crunch on them.
Okay, getting sidetracked here because we're
missing
smelling the
important
food.
split action makes.
Oh yeah.
Get us back on track.
I will. We're back here at the One-Armed Bandit, and from looking across my screens, I can tell you that both of the split groups have arrived at this boss. A big question is how far are they able to push it with helpers, of course. And we are doing splits. Now, maybe for the viewers that are watching for the first time, because that still happens, of course, welcome. What are splits, Cyro?
Splits are a way for the guilds to kind of cheat the gearing system in game to make sure they can get as geared as possible. So normally when you head into a raid, let's say you're a group of 25 people, you go into the raid, you kill a boss, you get a certain amount of loot. You only get 5 pieces of loot to hand out to your 25 raiders, and you have to pick and choose. Okay, who gets the loot? Who are we going to gear? They kind of cheat around the system by saying, okay, we're only going to bring 15 of our raiders in, but we're going to make sure that only really 5 of those raiders are characters that we're worried about gearing in this raid. So you just get more loot per important character in the raid, which means your characters have a higher item level, which means when you get to Mythic, your item level as like a Liquid or an Echo, it's probably going to be at least 4 or 5 item levels higher than a typical guild that doesn't do any splits. Now, a lot of guilds do splits. Now, there's very few guilds
most
that
of them
actually
do,
do
like,
early Mythic raiding.
2 to 3 if they're like try-hardy guilds.
Yeah, because it's just so efficient for gear. And also lets you gear up alts a little bit from your weekly boxes, so if you do need to make a swap mid-progress, you can do that more easily. But the basic idea is more pieces of loot for less players. Now, of course, they have to do a lot of raids to make up for that, because, like we were talking about earlier, every single person in the raid has, she said, a minimum of 14 characters, so some have even more than that.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
So,
Well, because I think there are players that are doing multiple specs, just in case.
yes, just in case.
Yeah.
Which, is that 28? They're making 28
It could be
characters?
up to
Oh,
20.
Lord.
Well, they're free to do as many as they like, but 14 is the minimum that they need for like. So there is a bunch of math that goes into it, right? The way that the gear drops work is based on your classes, your specs, and so on. So there is an optimized way to build these splits in order to guarantee certain items from these bosses, which is also why they're so reliant on having outside helpers that either sometimes already have some gear when we're going into the second ID, or reset, lockout, whatever.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
You taught us.
Or reliant on like them being specific classes, so more of these items can drop, or rather to exclude certain items from dropping. So a lot of mathing there. If you were to take a look at the split spreadsheets and the split planning spreadsheets, if you're somewhat closely to me when it comes to math, you'd probably lose the remaining brain cells that are there. They look crazy.
That's just a caster thing. We cannot do math, or we will just short circuit on the spot.
I didn't realize we had any brain cells to begin with.
Oh, there you go.
What's a brain cell?
Yeah, I don't know.
Time to find out. After our shift, of course.
By the way, it's important to mention, I don't think we've mentioned it on this segment so far, we're going to be doing splits probably for the next 2 to 3 days. If you want to help out with the splits, you need to join the Discord. They're going to be looking for helpers for every single one of these split raids for the next couple of days, and they need you. If you have a geared character that you're not raiding on this week, join the Discord, discord.gg/teamliquid. There's a couple of roles you need to sign up for. They'll give you some weak auras you need to have to join the group. Make sure you don't steal their loot. And, yeah, they need all the help they can get, and you get paid for it as well. It's 350k for a heroic full clear, if I'm not mistaken, and 130k for normal. So
wow. I trust you on
get
those
some gold
numbers.
for
I
your raid
haven't looked
splits.
them
Yeah,
up.
me neither.
Yeah, absolutely true. If you are happy to not have any gear in this or the next ID, but want a couple of boss kills, I mean, there's also like achievements you get from that. So easier to sign up to the next puck with those, because now you clearly have experience and you're getting raid leaded by the Team Liquid group leaders, which one of them is Max, I believe. The other one is Atlas, is it? So yeah, they'll tell you everything you need to know. You'll be primed and taught on the bosses. It's great.
Gosh. Oh, I'm okay.
Ooh, churros.
Chocolate churros?
See, that is what I was smelling.
Is Heidi churros? Oh, man.
You should take one.
I'll take them for dinner.
We
Oh,
are
yeah.
being
Thank you.
tempted
We're tempted.
here. Steven just walks by.
Man, just walk by with chocolate churros.
Hands us churros. Okay.
I want to point out, I said the wrong Discord. It's Discord GG Liquid Guild.
Liquid
There you
Guild.
go.
Liquid. Team Liquid's the
But you can join the Team Liquid
You can
one
join
too.
both.
There's fun stuff in there.
But yeah, this is a tough boss pretty early in the heroic raid, especially when you consider half the raid is helpers right now. It's not the main raiders.
Yeah.
So
And I don't think are they in comms?
They are
Wait,
in
they're in
comms.
comms. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're,
So
they're
you just
forced
said that.
to be in comms because for a while it was fine without, but now a lot of the bosses have mechanics where a random person can get targeted.
Yeah.
And then they need to do something. And so if you are listening into the raiders, you can hear them go like, oh, helper XYZ, you need to carry the bomb there.
Yeah.
Do it now.
it's important to mention as well that they come into the splits day, even day one, extremely well prepared. But you can do all the prep in the world. There are some types of players that really just need to see the content to understand it.
I'm that way.
Me too.
I am too.
I cannot. I can read a guide and be like, I don't know what I'm looking at, and then I see it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
Point being, these first splits are probably going to be the most difficult parts of the splits.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to be listening in to our raiders. We're going to be going to a Monster Energy listen, and we'll catch you back right after that, so stay tuned.
How many you have it again? Eva? Get over to the raid with it?
We're going over to the last start after.
Okay, use personals here, guys.
Going through the boss.
What's this poo-poo right in the middle?
We need to just press the first thing.
Going through that ad. Going through the ad.
Ooh, that's a good shot, Kingfly.
I'm out.
Oh, we're left side.
Going through the boss.
Okay, so it's gonna be really hard to
I'll
kill
fuck
these next
another one.
ads. Fucking hell yeah. This is gonna be really hard to do, but we have to kill Coin and Shock here, and then
Kingfly's having a good time.
we can get rid of that
Time of my life.
that tank thing if we do this correctly. Okay, Coin and Shock. It is the middle one and the right one. That's actually kind of ideal. Kill Coin first. Okay, Withering Flames. If you get Withering Flames, go to the star marker. It's in 3 seconds.
Going through the boss.
Watch your HP here. If you get the fire debuff, you go to star. Kill that ad. Who's gonna get that debuff? Guys,
I'm
kill
good
the
for
ad.
this.
Nice, dunk it if you can. Good, Coin and
Remember to
Shock.
stand somewhere, yeah. that's
So far, I've had to kick too far once. Can we please get more?
Okay, it's fine. As soon as it's available, I need you to
I'll
kick.
click it.
Yeah, click it. Good. Get debuffs now.
I
Nice.
taunted early Shark. Maybe get it back.
Yeah, I got you.
Going to the boss.
W.
I'll click this.
I don't know where the fucking other one is. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah, I would
Boss.
love to fucking help you kick, but my class is fucking
Ready
short
for the
arm.
ad tier, boys.
Yeah, I just have a pet walking at it, so not exactly ideal either.
Hey, this is Flame and Bomb. Flame and Bomb. We're gonna spawn bombs here, right, from the boss. Flame and Bomb. Kill far bomb ranged right now.
Going to the boss.
Watch the coin, boys. Everyone go kill the last ad. Kill the last ad. We die in 10 seconds if bomb doesn't die.
Going to the
I'm out.
boss.
Get me.
It's fine. Watch Flame here, guys.
Okay, not good.
Good job.
We got it. We got it. We're gonna kill
Kill
that
the one
middle
in
ad
the
when we can. Everyone go to AoE these ads. Kite them through the boss if they're on you, and just AoE on top of the boss. Just kite them through the boss if they're on you. And make sure you use Ring of Pieces when they get under right now.
Going to the boss.
This is exactly right. Great job. Don't let those ads touch you. Good. Okay, spin to win as well. Ready for the next. This is actually going really
To the
good.
boss. To the boss.
You have to place a good. I think this is Shock and Flame, top of my head. You have Shock and Flame. Make sure you place it well. Whoever has it as a tank. Shock and
Might be
Flame.
a mage
Middle and
Shock
left.
with this.
Middle and left.
Yeah,
If you
that's
get Withering Flames debuff, you go to the star marker on the ground.
It'd be easy to place.
We need a
'cause,
little throughput cooldown from any pucks here that have any.
Devo, it's like Rally
We
Cab
need
at 0.
a healer. Rally
Going
if
to
you
the
got it.
boss. To the boss.
Sang still has a debuff. Good.
No, wrong ad,
We should-
Check.
Isn't it?
Oh wait, oh no, it's
Isn't it
fine. It's
Flame?
fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Ravens get out.
To
Ravens
the
get out.
boss.
Make
To
sure you go to the right
boss.
spot. Shock and Flame. W. Everyone go to dodge fire here. We should res Eevee in 2 seconds. The evoker healer if they're doing any healing.
Yeah, there's
They
a
are.
big
They're
healing.
good,
Yeah, res Eevee. Good. Watch fire,
Dodge
guys. Watch
fire.
fire.
Yeah, dodge fire.
Big healing absorb.
Didn't get a big hit yet.
I got
Can
it.
someone else like red besides
Coming
me?
to the
Like,
boss. To the boss.
so bad.
I'm dead. Someone's gonna do the coins.
Oh, that's not good. Someone.
Gotta
in
be
our guild-
someone more.
figure it out.
I'm like the big ad killer. I can't.
Someone in our guild just has to do it.
Yeah, I will do it.
Okay, he's gonna do it. Just shoot it through the boss.
I have cooldowns here if you want PI me.
Okay, shock and bomb. Shock and bomb. It's far left and far right. Kill these ads, guys. Kill these ads. We have a lot of
On this
DPS.
heal absorb, if you have
Everything
any
else.
health stone or health pots. use
Any
them
health
now.
on health pot? Use it now. Health on health pot. Use it now.
Shooting through the boss.
Look for SLT here
Kicks,
too.
kicks,
Kill
maybe.
bomb.
kicks.
Yep, kicks and kill bomb now. Kill bomb. Kill bomb. We have
Nice.
8 seconds to kill it. We wipe in 5 seconds if it's not dead.
Yeah,
Get away
everyone's
from it
spam
when it dies. Get
extraction.
away from it when it dies. Extraction button. Spam it. Spam it. Spam it. Spam it.
We got it.
Nice. We got it. Now kill the one in the middle. Get a pay line reset. It pushes at 30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we ignore the next set of ads and just beat the fraud detected? I think we can. I think
Yeah,
we
I
have
mean, we'll
to.
probably die to the ads, but
Don't they go away?
don't think so.
Ring here.
Coins coming through.
I don't actually know how it works. So I guess we have to kill them then if they don't go away? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the last set of... It's coin and bomb, guys. Coin and bomb.
We have pots.
Coin and bomb and pot. Everyone pot here.
Kill the one in the middle first.
Guys, CC these ads.
Try to get
Do
a
not let them
damage
touch
on
you.
the-
Focus on
Everyone
the
go-
lads we need to kill.
Yep. Go kill
kill
coin.
the
guys. Go kill
SLT,
coin.
SLT here's good.
SLT in the middle of the raid. Do it.
I'll get next for kick.
Okay. Watch the lines. Do not touch the... Do not let the booty touch you.
Get out with the debuff. Sign
Kill the
when you're
assistant
ready.
under the boss. Everyone
I'm
get
good.
the
I'm good.
Spam it. Spam it. Spam it. Kill it and spam it. We got
Got
it.
it.
Nice.
Coming through.
Nice. Now we're gonna get uncc'able ads. Everyone AoE these ads. AoE these ads and do not let them touch you. Kite them in the same direction. Kite them towards
Make
the
sure you
entrance
kick
of the room.
far ad. Kick
Entrance of
far
the room.
ad.
Kite them in the same direction. Please do not kite them away. Kite them towards the entrance of the room. Everyone AoE. Do not let them touch you.
Need darkness shot.
Wind rush or roar them if you can. We're about to phase. It'll help to just see the last phase anyway. Just keep going. Just kill the premium dynamite.
also-
booty.
Yeah, I got it.
This is
Get for
fucking
kick.
hype.
Todd.
We need to beat
Yeah.
this.
You need to push him.
Okay, we'll get another set of ads if you don't mind.
I mean, we're gonna see
Another
if they.
sad.
Okay,
Oh, they
so-
didn't spawn.
Oh, we juiced it.
Kill this ad. Kill this ad.
yeah, kill the
real assist.
goods. Be on boss here. Okay, all those things go away.
We can cleave it down.
I plug it out the.
Okay, linked machines. Watch this. Do not be in between the boss and the shock thing on the ground. Okay, keep the boss like, kind of on top of it.
Yeah, it's like right there. Watch that
Sure,
line.
move.
You see it? Coming from that thing.
Pay line. Get a refresh. Okay. Hot heat. A little bit of raid damage coming in soon.
Vanilla pylon, okay.
Just don't be, just don't be in between the boss and those coils. This is perfectly fine.
Win.
Oh, those go on people, yeah. Okay, new one, new coil. Just keep the boss there.
Yeah, we're dead.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah, we're looking good.
Just darkness the atomic bomb, check.
Scattered payout, big raid damage here.
You have rally scuff we need here.
You want a personal if you have it right now.
Win coming in.
The end is coming.
And then he's just going to do the bomb cast, right?
I mean, this phase is meme. If we can somehow get here with the majority of the raid.
We need to save Lust, though, for sure.
I don't know.
I think we did, yeah.
I don't know.
Jackpot.
That means we have to do all 6. I mean, I don't know. I think we should. I think we should consider
darkness.
doing
Man.
this 15-15 is like insane and maybe not doable consistently.
Can we get a little advertisement? We've been
One
hard.
second. Oh, no, before anyone starts playing again, we should even discuss if this is even worth our time.
Let's have a meeting. Meet up.
Do you think this is worth our time? Like we could just do 2010.
Yeah, maybe another day we can do it. You know. When,
Yeah,
maybe next week.
I think
I'm pretty
pugs
sure-
need gear up. This is like the
this
the
is
silken
insane.
core problem for
I think I think we need to. I mean, I can talk to Bubba about it, but I think we need to like
Okay,
probably just do
other groups
1
TP is
6s, and then
38%,
like
by the way.
maybe we can wait for gear for tomorrow. But like
we're
playing insane.
I mean, do you remember Kaiveza the first day of Heroic? It was like pretty rough, and then like as soon as like pugs started gearing up, it was like not too bad.
I'm just saying, like right now, I'm pretty sure both of our groups are wasting our time 15-15. But we need to kind of talk about it as a group.
This group is a
You
pull
gotta
and a half
tell Bubba
away from
that.
killing it. Yeah, I don't.
Where is he?
Who knows?
He actually went back home. So we might be.
Are we still pulling it?
We
A
need
little
plus
bit?
one if we are.
Well, we're doing something for 20 minutes until we just meet for loot, right?
A sec, and I'll get back to you.
All right, yeah, no problem. Hang on.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo. Guessing, what do you think?
Thinking about this?
Yep.
Maybe they can just nerf it. Like, Actually, nah.
Atlas.
Yo, fired up. Anything to say?
I just got back. Well, Shaq and I were having a meeting, but what's up?
Well, we're blowing up the raid. Is there anything you'd like to say to the helpers before we never see them again until later?
We'll see them again later. It's fine.
One of the main things you guys could do to help us kill this boss would be to download Coinbase and then earn $20, and then you can put it into the slot machine.
Then also go do Delve.
And go do a
upgrade your
delve
gear.
and go craft a spark, and then go Twitch Prime.
Oh, okay, so we're shelling out.
Yeah, a little bit.
That last one was a little sus.
That was a little
That was
sus there.
insanely sus.
A little bit.
We're back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. Huge thank you to Monster Energy for that listening. And while the Raiders have watermeloned us, we are going to be going over a bunch of things now that we're back on camera here. I'm still joined by Zyro and Aya. My name is also still Makes for everybody that cannot read our lower thirds. And we want to talk a little bit about our charity, because with this entire event, we're once more supporting a charity. This time around, it's the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with a lot of the animals that have been displaced in the Eaton fires that were here in this region. And we think they're doing a great job, and we want them to continue to be able to do a great job. And you guys apparently seem to agree.
Was your name not Makes?
Yeah.
What happened? What is this? I don't get it.
No, it's just, it still Makes, because like before the show, before the break.
I thought someone mislabeled you or something.
No.
It was mixed before and then also after the break.
Oh!
My name is still Makes, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Nothing changed.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Back to the topic. You guys seem to agree because you've been donating for our charity goals. Of course, we are trying to entice you a little bit with our stretch goals as well. But Zyra, I believe we got another donation.
We do. We have $50 from Christy saying, "My girls Harley and Bella, fresh from a spa day." We'll get that picture up here in just a second.
Aww.
See the dogs.
That's great. Thank you so much for the $50. And as you can see, starting at $1,000, when we reach that, we're going to be starting our caster bingo. Each of us had to submit a 5x5, and that's a lot of spaces, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh, it took me forever.
5x5 bingo on things that are going to be happening here at the Race to World First, and we weren't allowed to take obvious ones. So it took me quite some thinking, but I think I came up with some great ones. I've been waiting to start playing because they said I'm not allowed to do it yet. I'm only allowed when we reached 1,000.
Is the $1,000 we're revealing our bingo cards so they can play along? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Okay.
We're getting it at I haven't gotten my bingo card yet. Have you?
Are they printing them?
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh.
Have Dratnos and Tuttles casted together yet?
Didn't they last shift?
Yeah.
Okay, then I already have some marks to
That's
So-
your bingo? You put Dratnos and Tel's casting
No,
together?
No, it was just that they're casting together. One of my bingo slots is Dratnos Flames Tettles.
Oh, yeah, fair. That
Which
happened.
is just that.
Oh, okay.
That happened, yeah.
Wait,
I
that's
have
funny because Kalamazoo has one for Jack Flames Kalamazoo.
Oh, I have one for Tettles being cringe.
Oh, ooh.
Is that in the middle? Is that the free spot?
No, the free spot. I think I have a dog as free spot, like dog on broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just put free spot.
We're about to get that one right now whenever they get the picture ready.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness.
Dogs on broadcast. Here's Harley and Bella. Thank you so much, Christy, for your donation. And if you want to send in your pets or your transmog, your UI, I won't be nice if you send in your UI and it's ugly, then you can donate $35 and up to the Pasadena Humane Society. Link is in chat. And it'll count towards our charity goals here. We'd love to make that happen. We'd love to support them with our charity donations over the Race to World First. So
I just want to crush you guys in bingo.
I'm going to win the bingo.
What are the other incentives? Can we look back at that? I want to discuss these.
There's an
There are some good ones.
NPC WoW stream, which
What
is
is
like
that?
like the TikTok NPC streams.
Oh.
We were saying you need to be on air for that.
Me?
Yeah,
that's fair.
You need to bring
Okay.
Peekaboo out.
I think
Oh.
Kalamazi and you would be fun.
Can he even do an NPC voice?
Kalamazi watches a lot of TikTok. So
Does he?
Yes.
That's so funny. I don't see him as a TikToker.
No,
Okay.
I think he's just a consumer, not a TikToker.
Right. Okay.
But like still, would be. I think he mostly watches like animal TikToks, but
That's fair. Okay.
he's like on the cute animal kind of talk.
You know what? That's kind of based. Okay.
It is. Then we have Twitch Plays Production at 5K, which
That's fun.
we did last year. It was great fun. We're bringing it back. 7,500 is we are going to be casting the Race to World First, but as sock puppets.
Question.
Yes.
Do we get to make the sock puppets?
I hope so. I don't know. It would be great fun to make them ourselves.
That means we're just going to be behind
Behind the
chair
yes.
and the couch
Oh my
and
gosh.
just- oh, that's
Yes.
gonna be great.
That's great.
You can do like the. So what do you think, Aya?
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then 10,000. We're actually making our casters PvP trail.
Who's the best PvPer amongst us?
I think we're all
It's not me.
utterly terrible.
I just watch it and talk about it. I'm not good at it myself. Trill could beat all of us at once.
Well,
easily.
Obviously, Trill's busy with the Race to World First.
Right. Okay.
We pre-recorded that.
Oh.
But I'm not going to spoil anything.
Oh, we did? Oh. Wait,
I hope
who
it's
was it?
Cams.
We
You
don't
don't
want to spoil
leaks.
anything.
No
Okay.
I guess we
okay,
know
sorry.
it wasn't you now.
No, it wasn't. My bad. Was it you?
I just spoiling.
I'm
Who
sorry.
No
knows?
spoils.
No
Okay.
spoilers.
Who knows?
All right.
At 15,000, we're making the Weak Horror sounds live on air.
Ooh.
That's
Like
be good.
we're gonna be seeing something and just like bomb.
It's actually great. If you again, we don't want to spoil.
Mhm.
Production had their little notes in there for the incentives, and they're like, we need to purchase some things for this.
Yes.
They said what
For-
the things were, but I don't
Oh.
want to chat
Yeah.
what they were.
Oh my God, we're gonna be like Foley artists.
We're gonna be
Amazing.
equipped basically. Then at 20,000, we're doing a World of Warcraft TCG unboxing, which I know Zyra, you're very excited about.
I love unboxing cards. Ripping packs it's such a good experience, and the smell of the cards is great too. You
Can't
don't
relate at
understand.
all. Zero, like
Anybody-
0, but I am living through you vicariously.
If you've opened fresh packs, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Aya, what about you? Are you on the unboxing trend?
No.
Okay.
I like Labubu's.
I don't think we have Labubu's to open.
Darn it. Can we get some? I'll
would be
open a
fun.
Labubu next to you.
That would be very fun. I would love to get you one. And then at 25,000, we're making our own Goblin music video because if you've been listening, the music in the raid this time is incredibly good. So we're actually gonna be making a music video for that, and it's gonna go hard.
I'm excited. Who's producing that?
The production.
Okay. That's a big task.
They do a small event. I don't know if you heard about it yet. It's called Race to World First. I think they'll do just fine.
Wait, that's why they're sitting
This is the
over
same
there.
group of people that produced Sandwich Love back in the
Oh
day.
my
That's
gosh.
right.
My
I'm
bad.
pretty sure they're fine.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Stop it. Just had
That'll
flashback.
be in my head for like 3 more weeks.
And then we also have the 50,000 secret incentive to re-release Sandwich Love Undermine Edition.
Of course.
But
What does that sound like?
I have no idea. I made that up on the spot.
It's pre-recorded. No spoilers.
I don't think it is. I think the PvP had to be pre-recorded because Trill doesn't have time, right? But yeah,
Busy boy.
we would appreciate all of your support for making that happen. Once again, it all goes to the Pasadena Humane Society. And for $35 and up, we are bringing whatever you sent us, whether it's transmogs, warbands, UIs, or your adorable pets on air.
Kalamazoo was very specific. It can't be a picture of him.
Why not?
I don't know.
For which
But
one?
What if I Photoshop it?
But I know. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. If you want to Photoshop Kalamazoo's face onto a dog and then
Yeah.
submit that, that's also okay.
He's got that dog in him.
Yeah.
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 Well, you talked about donations earlier. How much do people have to donate
35.
for a transmog?
35 and up.
35 and up. Okay.
You're always welcome to give more.
It can also be somebody else's transmog.
Yeah, if you have a friend and you're like, I just want this person to get like flamed by the casters and clip it and send it to them, great birthday gift.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want us to, you could totally do that.
Yeah.
You put a little note like,
we'll be mean.
Be mean to this guy. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. You could just do Cameo.
Well,
start doing that.
Important information from what we're seeing on the screen. They've decided we don't want to do one-armed bandit right now. We're going to wait for other guilds to kill that boss so we get a little more information. Maybe it's something that's just a little bit too difficult to do with only 15 raiders in the group.
Yeah.
So we're in another split. We're back on Vexy and the Gear Grinders. We're going to be probably doing 5 of 8 in this split, if I had to guess. So we'll move on from there.
We're also rating UIs.
Oh, we're doing UI ratings.
Yes.
But
we
I'm
do UIs.
mean on UIs.
Yeah, make it be mean.
Whether you want to or not, I'm picky about UIs.
I won't be mean. Mine's terrible. I
Really?
actually purposefully move my frames unevenly so that so I trigger people.
Yeah.
No way.
It's a good.
That
yeah.
would do
it
it.
doesn't trigger you?
No.
Oh wow.
No, I don't see it.
That is crazy.
My UI's so cursed.
I'm also really mean about UI ratings.
Are
should
are
submit
you
mine.
at least happy with your UI?
My personal UI I'm okay with.
Okay.
I think it could always be better.
What kind of UI are you running? I don't think I know top of my head what
I'm
yours
still on
looks like.
LVUI, and
say
then I
you're an LVUI
I
boy.
have my own custom weak auras that
But
I
like,
use.
is it colorful?
No, I'm opposite.
Monochrome.
I use inverse colors, so everything is black.
I hate that.
And then when somebody's health bar goes down, the background is colored.
Okay, but is it HP based colored or is it class colored?
Class color.
Okay. I really dislike the HP based colors.
Especially
I
the
have
default
beef with
LVUI
them.
colors.
Yes.
Like the Mavi UI that
You
is like snot colored.
You have a raid of like 20 people, and then one AoE comes in, and suddenly they're all druids. I don't vibe with that.
Not me either.
that triggers me. Yeah.
Aya?
What?
Can you confirm that?
Oh, we're getting.
What is that?
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Professor Labcoat, what is that?
What I can't see.
I don't know what it is, and I don't want to
Okay,
read it
don't
out loud
say it.
because I don't know what it is. We're figuring it out.
We're trying to figure
Does
out.
anybody
Okay,
know what
I
that
also
is?
don't know
Yeah.
what that is, but I nearly fell from my chair trying to look at it, so. Could feel one
Dangerous
of
work
the-
up here,
One of
casting.
the feet lifting. And I was like,
Oh.
oh
We haven't had any accidents in a while.
Don't jinx
like
it.
that. Oh, sorry. Here, let me.
Yeah, let me.
Okay, I knocked on some wood.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a few over the years, but nothing crazy.
The
Kinda.
Boba was one last race.
Yeah, that was bad.
What else happened? Do we have any other accidents? I don't remember any.
Tag stopped making the PC setup, so that's off the table. Nothing like that anymore. We've had a few people run into doors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
From players to production.
We've had Sang running into a glass door with a pickle. That's a fan favorite.
With a pickle?
Yeah, it's a fan favorite.
Wait, what?
That was crazy. But nobody got like hurt.
No.
It was just yeah.
Have Shakib's or Dryne's computers blown up yet?
No, but it's only day one.
It seems like almost every single race, one of those two in particular, will have their graphics card explode. And you can tell because everything in their game becomes super pixelated and impossible to see. I don't know what it is about those two in particular, what they do with their computers, but it's always those two.
Well, if you're in need of a new graphics card, you know what goes a long way in getting that?
What?
A little bit of extra money. You can get that from our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. So if you head on over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, They're giving you 20 USDC. So I would check that out if I was you. It goes really quick. You sign up, you verify that you are an actual person, and then it's all yours. And you take part in their giveaways.
I'm an actual person. Can I sign up?
You can sign up.
Wait, I'm an actual person. Can I sign up?
You can
What
sign up.
What do you get if you sign up? What do you have a chance of winning?
Well, we do have the Coinbase jersey giveaway every single time Team Liquid kills the boss. I'm saying it now so you don't miss out on any. They get a giveaway going for a jersey. I love the jersey this time, by the way. Super, super cool look. And you automatically take part in that. And then there is another giant grand prize that you can get if you have a Coinbase account that you need to fill the form out that's linked there on step number 2. And one lucky person will be flown out to the next Race to World First as like a VIP. You get to meet the Raiders. You know, you can see Max for yourself, decide that he's not actually a cardboard cutout. And you can look at the production and all the things that are going on here and like check it out. It's very cool.
What if the day they visited Max wasn't here and the only thing that was here was the cutout, and they just put it in his room?
That's actually the second prize. You get flown out and you get to meet the Max cutout.
I would love that. Is it actually here in the building with us?
I'm sure
It's
It's
around.
somewhere, no? We should,
It's around.
We should hide it in places.
Well, it's actually maybe I shouldn't ruin the immersion, but the one that we use is actually a cutout of Broxa.
And we put his face on it.
And we print every tier. We print out a picture of Max's face and put it on that one.
If it works, it works.
It works. Yeah.
I've noticed that the little things that we make for the race, Liquid tends to keep around. Like, for instance, last time we were here, production had a Hungry Box shrine that they put on the back of all their equipment.
Yep.
And they just moved that into the room that
It
the
has
casters
a permanent
use.
home.
Yeah.
Or the Monster Energy can trophy that Cam's made like many tiers ago is still there. I'm
That's
pretty
the
sure.
very first
Vault of
one.
the Incarnate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funniest part about that is, so for anybody that doesn't know, that was a trophy that was made out of monster cans for the WoW quiz night on the After Dark. And they have in their entranceway here, there's like a big wall with all of the trophy Team Liquid has won, like actual esports trophies, like big trophies. And the Monster Energy trophy from the After Dark Race to World First is also on that wall, just
Very
seamlessly
prestigious.
blending in there. It's great.
I don't know why you're laughing, Zyro. It's a very prestigious award.
It's just crazy. You've got all these like ESL 1 trophies. Some like, what was the other big one from like the early 10s?
Like the PUBG ones?
ESL Extreme Masters. Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah.
That was the other one. There's like those big trophies in there. There's just a trophy made out of monster cans.
Every tier it starts leaning a little bit more.
That's okay. It's part of the charm.
It is.
Get a little bit of a different one every year. And every time I walk in, I like check, is it still there? And it is.
It's always there.
I wonder who made the executive decision to be like, hey, that trophy, we're putting it on the trophy wall.
That is a good question. I'd also like to know.
Oh, we are getting word from our production that they put it there and no one
It
ever
just hasn't
removed it.
Dude, it reminds me of
even funnier.
In high school, I threw a gummy bear or something up on the ceiling and it stayed there and it was stuck there for all 4 years I was in high school.
Really?
It just got stuck there.
Who's going to get it down?
I just thought it would fall down eventually. It never did.
Crazy.
Might still be there to this day.
You have like a everlasting impact you made there.
I do, yeah.
It's crazy.
That's my legacy.
I don't think I have a legacy like that.
I don't think I do either.
I read recently about a person that put like on a chalkboard so and so many days until like March 3rd for no apparent reason. And then everybody started wondering like, what happens March 3rd? And then they made it a thing where everybody brought in a cake and they like paraded them into the cafeteria on March 3rd. And apparently that tradition was like continued for decades after
so
they
funny.
left the school. Like they actually made legacy.
Oh.
You see that thing that happened in New York with a guy he's like, watch me eat an entire canister of cheese balls.
There was another one that was
With, like,
watch me eat
rotisserie
this
chicken?
entire
Yeah.
rotisserie chicken.
Yes.
Oh my
That was
gosh.
Philadelphia, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, great content. Just sitting on a dock eating it, and so many people came to watch too.
Yeah.
I love when humans are quirky like that.
I liked the Timothy Chalamet meetup
Yep.
or lookalike contest.
And he actually pulled up
Yeah,
Yes.
that's crazy.
Cool, very cool. Too bad he lost.
I know.
Unfortunate.
Imagine.
So funny.
This is actually such a cool fight, like visual-wise. It's a little disappointing that it's the second boss of the raid, but like we were talking about earlier, maybe it can actually end up being quite a
Kinda tough.
difficult boss, even though it's so early in the raid. This whole clash of the dino and the gorilla at the same time.
Yeah.
Is
Honestly,
it like
Looks super cool.
a King Kong versus Godzilla reference?
Knowing,
Isn't that a movie?
Knowing the Blizzard employees that work on
Yeah.
raid design, yes, 100%.
That just dawned on me. I was like, wait, this looks familiar. Oh.
I love it. I think it's great. Any single time you can put like a dino into the game and it's cool and it's awesome, I'm so excited.
That's why we put it on one of our shirts.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Check out our apparel. Exclamation mark apparel.
I
Looks
don't know
a
how to
little
spell
bit-
that word. A-P-P-A-R-E-L? Oh,
You nailed it.
I didn't know which letter was double.
The P.
That's always
Okay.
the tough part.
Yeah. Difficult.
I like the merch this time. It looks like more skatery.
Yeah, you
The
were saying
years
that.
before that, it was. See, I saw it and I was like, Bart would wear it.
Yeah.
And then I saw Bart today and I was like, you are wearing a shirt that looks exactly like.
Yeah. Oh.
In the style off.
Oh, yeah, that's
very
funny.
similar.
Look, there it is on
Like
the
it's
bottom.
the type of shirt you would wear with a white undershirt and it goes hard.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Like
I
a
love
long
this.
sleeve.
I love the design of the jerseys too this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're different.
They have the name on the front too if you get a customized one.
Oh.
It's right in the mouth of the dino. Very cool.
Ooh.
So yeah, check it out. TLDGRWF is where you're going to want to be heading. We also have shorts this time. I'm not sure we'll be
Yeah, they are.
seeing them on the broadcast though.
Oh, there are shorts.
There are shorts, yeah. It's funny because I looked at them and I was like, these look like Atlas shorts. And surely enough, in the photos of it, it's Atlas
It was
wearing
Atlas
them.
modeling. He was doing a little like, ooh.
Yep,
like-
he did.
his finger.
I've already seen a Discord sticker of that post.
Oh, of
from
course.
him. Yeah.
It's probably in the week or also.
It took less than 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Seor is the king of that. Instantly
He's
adds
quick.
it to the database. I loved the mouse pads. Those are the first times I've seen the mouse pads.
Yeah, the mouse pads
we
are
all
cool.
got one of the mouse pads, but I think we all got the same one. I think it was the
Yeah,
black and white one.
Black and white, yeah.
The like cyber pop colors.
Yeah.
back the
Pink
mouse
and blue.
pads.
That one's awesome. I want that one.
On the next slide. If you all squint really hard at the lower third. Ah, there you
Yeah,
go.
the top right one I love,
Yeah, the
but all of
neon
them are
ones.
cool.
They're cool. Wow.
Well, maybe if we say it again, someone is listening that could bring you one.
Just exchange
Which
it.
one you like? Dyra likes the one in the top right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool.
You know where to find them.
I love that
Team Liquid
the-
employees.
I love that the dino took like centerpiece because of how cool it looks instead of like Galliwix.
That's a wait. That's a good point. Just becoming the center of all the graphics.
Yeah, he did.
He's a cute
Look
little guy.
at the bosses and they're like,
Yeah.
heck yeah, dinosaur.
I think a derp dino is a little better than a oh, there it is.
Yep.
There it is.
Thank you, production, for sharing the
He's
glory.
got the dino shirt on too.
That's amazing.
Yep. Those are the Atlas shorts presented by the man himself.
Is that what they're called?
I'm calling them the Atlas
The
shorts.
Atlas shorts. No, I think it's good.
They're like short shorts.
Yeah.
He always wears short shorts.
He does. Him and Nick. Always walking
slow
around
fade out.
with their little
Yeah, if you're just now joining us and you're wondering what happened to One Arm Bandit and Sprocket, Mungerlock, and Stock, it looked like they kind of were a little bit too worried about the difficulty of One Arm Bandit, especially when they're running splits. Only half the raid is the main raiders. The other half is helpers that are helping them with the boss, and it's kind of hard to find the right mix of helpers to help you get a boss that difficult down this early. So they're just going to take it easy, get the first 5 bosses down in a bunch of splits, and then they'll worry about what they're going to do for One Arm Bandit and what they have to do when they move on to Muggsy and Galliwix later on. They might need a little more gear for that. So we're going to work through some of our splits, get some of the earlier bosses done, and we'll probably see One Arm Bandit later today if I had to guess.
Yeah. How puggable do you feel like this raid is?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, it's going to be the hardest today, right? Because you have to remember, if you are a close to Biz geared raider from last year, you're going to be somewhere around 639, 638 item level.
Yep.
639 if you had perfect Biz. But if you're not a raider right now, you can go farm Mythic Plus gear. Everything unlocked at the same time, and if you can go farm 8s, 9s, 10s, you can easily get above 650 item level in the next few days, which is going to make these heroic raids that much easier to go and do. So, hugging today, probably extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Hugging on the weekend, I can see it being pretty easy.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think like normal should be puggable. Heroic, I think some people might still be under. Have you ventured into keys yet, Zyro?
I did a few starter keys today. There are definitely some dungeons that are harder than others. Cinderbrew Meadery is very difficult if you haven't done it before. There are a lot of things that do a ton of damage in that dungeon. Operation Floodgate, the new key dungeon that they just added in this patch, that one's sort of on the harder side as well. Something that I was surprised by, Darkflame Cleft, actually not that bad. The first few pulls before the first boss are pretty difficult, but if you can get past that, the rest of the dungeon is pretty simple. In that, the minecart part that we were kind of all dreading a little bit when we first saw that dungeon on beta, that one's not that bad. They sped it up a lot. So, I mean, all in all, I really like the dungeon pool. I think it's going to be cool, especially after they get, more into the tuning and sort of equalize the dungeons a little bit. But all in all, the first few keys I did today, pretty good.
You're playing Warlock, I assume, right? What spec are you running right now?
For keys, probably mostly Destro, some F.
Okay.
Oh, we do have a second Mythic kill.
Ooh.
Humble has joined the leaderboard. That's Dorky's guild.
Oh, congratulations. I love the early stages of the Race to World First when you have like, I would say non-Race to World First guild end up on the leaderboard. It always happens like in the first couple of days because obviously like the top guilds are doing so many splits and then other guilds are just kind of going in like, what if we one-shot one of these bosses? And then like you have the screenshots of guilds that normally aren't up there circulating. I still have one of my mods. He's in a German alliance guild. Not that that matters nowadays, but it used to matter back in the day. And the very first race we were in the Alienware training facility here, their guild ended up on the leaderboard for some reason in like 9th spot or something. And that screenshot is still like glorified, framed on a wall somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it's cool.
It is cool to see your name in lights.
Yeah.
Rick Reverb is another encounter that I think is pretty cool thematically. Like, let's be honest, every single boss in this raid is pretty cool thematically. There was a lot of love put into these bosses like we talked about earlier, but this is another one that stands out to me a lot. It's a very, very cool design for an encounter. A lot of the harder fights in this raid, this one included, tend to have very quick target swapping where you need to have a lot of classes in your raid that are good at killing off an ad quickly. That's why I think Warlock is actually going to be quite good this raid. But also, usually quick target swapping is good for melee classes. So we'll have to see them kind of figure out what the best balance is. Probably not so much for this fight, but definitely on fights like Mugsy and One-Armed Bandit later.
Balance in terms of what?
Balance in terms of the class comp.
Okay.
How many classes you need that can quick swap to those targets to make sure they die in time.
Yeah. I'm really curious on the comp. I've been seeing a lot of cooks on what does the Mythic Gallywix comps look like, which obviously is very far away for now.
I don't even think they know.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they have some good ideas on how that's going to be looking like, but of course, as per usual, there's always like, oh, this trinket suddenly scales really well with something that hadn't been found out previously, and suddenly you see them run into a dungeon and find that trinket, and suddenly this one class is really good. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were surprises.
I mean, there's still very weird things being found out about classes coming into the tier, whether it's something to do with their tier set or something to do with the way one of their new abilities works. Like we saw yesterday, Ret Paladins had one of their new talents get completely reworked because it wasn't working properly. Like there was some haste breakpoint that could hit that made it just function completely incorrectly and do a ton more damage than it was supposed to. There's another one with Warlock right now where their tier bonus, it says something along the lines of it makes your mastery more effective, because Destro Warlock Mastery, it's like you increase your damage by like 50 to 100% instead of just increasing it by a flat amount, and the jackpot makes it so that you always gain full benefit from that. But apparently that's like bugged whenever jackpot procs to just like raise the minimum and the maximum.
Oh.
Which is definitely not supposed to do, based off the wording. So it's like, that means mastery isn't going to be as good for you for some reason. The way the math works out, I don't know what it is, but the Warlock Theory Crafters have been going crazy about it for the past couple of days. I don't think they know just yet what the deal is.
That is one of my favorite things in WoW blank point. Whenever there's class tunings, I like rush to the discords of the class that I think is most impacted, and I watch them have breakdowns.
Oh,
and it's like
no.
everyone like scrambles in like the channel for that spec and waits for the theory crafters to like come out with the math, and it's just so fun because everybody like goes in there's like, are we back? Are we great? Are we like dead? Like what's going on? And like everybody assembles there, and there's like memes being crafted until like finally the theory crafter has like their grand entrance, and it's almost like the curtain falls, they step out, and they're like, I've run the numbers.
Oh
it's
my
so
God.
fun.
Wait.
If you haven't watched that, and like you need to, as soon as like the Wowhead notification pops up, go into the class Discord. It's a great
That's
blast.
so evil, but so funny.
No, it's great. Like sometimes they come out and they say like, we actually just got buffed like 6%, and then everybody loses their mind.
Oh my gosh.
And sometimes it's the other way around. But it's fun. It's
Love
always
to do
fun.
that.
I love that.
We do have a couple of extra donations that have come in the past few minutes here. We've got
Ooh.
$100.
Wow.
Over in Kenobi saying, hello there, Liquid Casters.
Hello there.
Hello there.
To bless the chat with my favorite couch goblin, Gizmo. He's very excited for the goblin raid. Thank you, over in Kenobi.
That is
Gizmo
great.
look like?
Great
I wanna
name
see, I
too.
want to see Gizmo.
Yeah, we'll try to bring the pictures up, but our charity marker moved like a whole bunch, so thank you so much for supporting our charity. Just a quick reminder, we are supporting the Pasadena Humane Society for $35 and up. We are showcasing your WoW things you want to show us, but here's Gizmo.
Oh my goodness.
So tiny.
Look at your little guy. Look at his little toe. What a little cute. Oh, so many dogs with bandanas.
Look stylish.
Last two had bandanas on too.
Your dog doesn't have a bandana.
When he goes to the groomer, they send him home with a little bandana.
That is so cute.
It's very cute. Yeah.
I love that. I love when they're like.
Yeah. He gets report cards too.
It's like Luna, who always wears a bow in her hair so she can see. Yeah, it's like, so cute. I love it.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have our first transmog of the raid as well, of the tier.
Okay.
Any notes with it, or is it just a transmog?
There's $35 from Lord Mess. It says,
Okay.
rate my mog. Lord
Is that
Mess.
Mez?
Is that actually Mez?
It's on Tyke. I don't think. Is his character named Beef Daddy?
Beef Daddy X.
Well, that name goes
Wait,
hard.
can you just pull it up and we'll see if it. I kind of doubt he's watching. Maybe he is.
What do you doubt he's watching?
I don't know. He's a PvPer. Does he care about this?
Some of them do.
That's true. Well, you know what? He does raid sometimes.
I'm actually curious. Is that him?
It's a red paladin. I don't think this is
Investigation.
him.
Might just be imposter. There's
A cool
somebody.
transmog though.
Well, we'll see it up here, and we'll get to rate it in a sec whenever it's ready. But
Do
thank
you
you guys
guys-
for the donations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep them coming. At 1,000 is our first stretch goal. But do you guys get like imposters? There's like somebody on EU servers that plays a Havoc Demon Hunter, and their name is MakesEDH. And apparently, it's like totally a coincidence. Like that person didn't know I existed.
Really?
But I always get screenshots of that character saying like, "Oh my god."
I hope they're not like toxic or something at least.
Yeah,
that would be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. My name gets stolen sometimes on like launches and stuff. That's never fun. Yeah.
Yours is a little more reasonable.
It's
to
short.
Because it's
Yeah.
short, 4 letters.
Yeah. So. But no.
What about you,
I
Zara?
usually don't have any issues with that.
No imposters.
It's like a shipping company in Mexico called Aya.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
There's
.mx. Like, who are you people?
There's a floral bridal company in Australia that's called Makes.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like the first time I like looked up my username to see what comes up.
Yeah.
They came up and I was like,
Oh.
yeah, funny.
Yeah, I wish I had picked a longer name for my alias, but here we
Really?
are. Yeah, because like I can never get it on social media.
Oh,
Like
fair.
nothing. I bet Zyronic is not taking that often.
It's not taken in most places, yeah.
Yeah.
I usually don't have too much of an issue.
Yeah. It's too
That's
short for
good.
Twitter. I can't even try.
Yeah. Well, you have Aya Wow.
I do. Yeah.
That's cute.
I don't
too.
love it, but That's what it is.
It's a good alternative. I always go with the good old underscore.
Yeah? No? Underscores are good? Yeah? You makes underscore?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Funny enough, the user that's called Makes on Twitter has gotten banned like 8 years ago, and they never freed up the username.
That's so weird.
I can't even get it. Yeah.
Oh.
Fun stuff.
That's annoying.
Twitter's the only place I don't have Zone.
What do you have? What is it?
I'm just limited.
Oh,
Never
back
changed-
in the
never
day,
changed
Right,
about that.
okay.
I wonder if somebody like took your name back then. Because Ironic is so like
It's
unusual.
from the guy's account is like 15 years
Oh,
old.
wow.
And the only thing he does is he posts like mobile game links.
At least he posts. Every now and then, I like try to get my username on other platforms, and it's like inactive accounts that haven't like.
Yeah.
Like, please.
I on Instagram has
react
been
to
dead
me.
for, not dead, like the account has been dead for like a decade.
Yeah. Makes on Instagram is being held hostage by a guy that keeps toying with me.
Really?
Yeah. I offered like money to buy it, and
Yeah.
he keeps saying like maybe one day.
Oh. I offered money too and I got ghosted.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, I think this moderator in chat named Elbereth has a suggestion for you.
Okay.
What's he saying?
She should get the username IFarts.
Oh my gosh.
No, not this again.
You guys are so funny.
Is this from Classic?
It is.
Classic streams? Okay.
Well, I'll explain it. So I was in a dungeon. I accidentally used an ability I wasn't supposed to, and I kind of went like, sorry. And it sounded like a fart. So now people...
I can't believe you're farting on our
I
sofa
wasn't! So now I'm fart girl. It's horrible.
I'm so sorry for you,
Yeah,
Aya.
that or Daya, because I... Honestly, I don't know which one's worse. Dude, I was doing a dungeon with another streamer, and we didn't know each other. People were going into his chat being like, you know this girl's known as Daya, right? Like, warning.
Oh no.
I was like, come on.
Is your current character your highest level character?
No, my highest level was 43, and then I died.
43, okay.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. I like moved my
How-
keybinds around that morning, so I forgot where everything was. So I started panicking,
No.
and I started clicking, and you know the comments were very civil.
Oh. How many times have you died?
A lot. Oh, like 7, maybe.
Oh, that.
But
didn't Gingy die
7,
more
8?
often than that?
Yeah, Gingy's
Gingy did die
Gingy's
a
died to some stupid stuff too.
Yes,
he's a world
he
first
keeps, like,
raider.
AoE farming,
At least I
and
have an
then he dies.
excuse. I don't
Okay.
have any accolades. I'm just a
Okay.
person. I'm just a girl. Like I'm just a person. You know, that dude's a world first. You know who else is pretty bad at hardcore? Actually, Nagura.
Yes.
She's pretty terrible too.
Yep.
So
yep.
I don't feel as bad.
Dude, Nagura, she was like playing classic hardcore, and
Yeah.
then she went paragliding, and in her stream title, she still had like exclamation mark death from. I'm like, we were like playing classic, it didn't get changed, so she was live on Twitch saying. Paragliding on the mountains! Exclamation mark death
on the front page too, right?
She's been branching out with her stream
crazy.
content.
I
Oh,
love her
man.
so much.
Her Valentine's Day stream before we did TGP,
Yeah,
she was just on the top of a mountain.
having a picnic,
Having a
Eating
picnic.
cheese.
and the cheese was frozen.
Yeah.
Frozen.
Man.
Yesterday, she messages me. Obviously, time difference. She is in Italy. She messages me here in like evening time LA, and I'm like, why is she awake? It's like 4 a.m. Surely enough, 20 minutes later, she goes live because she's mountain biking 50 kilometers, which is like, I don't know how many miles, like 25 miles or something, to an appointment that's at 9 a.m.
Why?
And she's streaming it. She is so crazy. I love her so much.
She's on a side quest
She's
over there.
She just decided, you know, I've been doing so many quests in WoW. I'll do some quests IRL too, and she's having a blast. I respect that so much.
Me too. Good for her.
The paragliding death just sends me. It's so bad.
It was funny.
Can you imagine what people thought that I had no idea what the correlation was?
Yeah.
And they see her like in the little thumbnail, like in the air. Crazy. It's crazy. But yeah,
It's good clickbait, at the very least.
fair enough. Yeah, maybe it was intentional. If so, even more power to her.
Yep. Gotta clickbait them, you know?
What should we clickbait our viewers with? Exclamation mark mythic.
Yeah, put Mythic in the title. Mythic Liberation of Undermine. That'll get him going.
That's a good idea.
And then exclamation mark mythic gives you the answer of Raiders are not doing mythic yet.
Or you
Going
could do
dark.
something like the actual tier list for the Liberation of Undermine.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Or limits or Liquid's actual raid comp. No clickbait.
No,
This is
not
what they're
clickbait.
running.
Real.
I think
First
that's good.
glimpse at mythic Gallywix.
Yeah, there you go.
When's the last time that we went into a final encounter knowing as little about the final boss on Mythic as we do now? Because if you look at the dungeon journal for Mythic Gallywix, there's almost nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a
I don't
while
know.
since we've had something like that.
It's exciting. I like it. I like it and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because you worry that, you know, it'll just be super cursed and we'll need nerfs and you
There
get
is a
into that.
potential for sure. But at the same time, I do like it. Because if you are asking, and it doesn't matter whether it's Liquid or Method or Echo, if you're asking them what their favorite part about the Race to World First is, it's figuring out bosses.
Yeah.
Like, even every time we talk to Max, he goes like, oh, I love it when there's like a puzzle to
Yeah.
solve.
Mhm.
And I think the less we know about bosses ahead of time, the more they get to do that. So I think it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also like one of the things where other guilds that maybe aren't as strong don't lose out, right? Because like once that puzzle is solved, they can rely on it. So they don't need to like be there first in order to do it. Aya, what are you doing?
Oh, the lights were bothering my eyes.
Oh, okay. She's like over there
I was-
having like a paper hat on.
And, it worked.
Like, oh, it's good if it works. But yeah, I think that's like one of the things. You know how sometimes we have like bosses that are tuned very hard, and then as soon as the Race World First is over, there's like a bunch of nerfs, and suddenly those are not the same bosses anymore. I don't love that per se, but with
neither.
stuff like we don't know the end boss, and then we do, like nobody loses out. It's still the same boss.
Yeah, it's a big information game, right? In a number of different ways. Obviously, you have a lot of information from the Mythic raid testing, but because Gallywix wasn't tested, part of the race is being that first guild to get to a new boss that you don't have information on, getting some pulls in, and then using that extra information during the next split to kind of gear a certain subset of characters that you think are going to be good for that boss, and having that information over the other guilds. It's usually what happens when we get into a a multi-week tier. That happened back in Nerebar Palace.
Yeah.
Where Liquid got some good secret pulls in on Queen Ensrek right before the second week on that Monday. So information game is incredibly important. And I mean, one of the other things as well that we've seen a lot of Mythic Raiders talking about is they think more than I've ever seen that there is almost certainly going to be a secret Mythic phase. this time around.
Whoa, non-ironically?
Tell me more about
Ooh.
that.
Which we haven't seen since the Jailer, which is 3 years ago now.
Do we have an inkling of what it might be?
Absolutely not.
I'll love that. Okay, cool. Maybe they drive or something.
Could you imagine getting
Somebody
on
said that, and I don't like it.
That was Calamar. Sammy!
hopping
Come
on
here.
your G99 and
Sammy.
drifting around in a boss encounter?
Come here.
We're trying to get a dock on the sofa. Hello, my love. Hello.
Come here.
She's like hiding. It's okay. We got a dog.
Light's a little bit too bright.
Yes. I'll help you.
Shy today.
Oh,
Maybe
she
it's the
sat
paper
down.
hat.
It
Yeah, Aya's still wearing
it
that.
does look really. It feels better on my eyeballs.
It's fine.
Thank
I
you.
get it. I get it.
You guys,
Wear a hat
chat,
tomorrow.
you guys wouldn't be able to see the dog. She's hiding behind the couch right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's still getting plenty of pets, trust
She's
me.
getting secret pets.
Sammy, come on the other side. Come here. My hat. My
Oh,
paper
no.
hat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Come here. I'm falling off the couch now.
Come here. Okay, I'm
We do have
unsuccessful.
A question from chat.
Oh, please
We
do.
want to talk about this because it's a good concept. It's a topic we've covered a little bit before, but I think it's something that we need to keep talking about as more people rotate.
Us having to
into the
repeat
stream.
ourselves during splits? No way.
No, never.
To fill time?
It's kind of a different twist on it. We've talked about splits, but
Mhm.
how do they choose the player/class comps for splits?
Uh-huh.
And that's an important topic to cover because there's a lot of different angles to that, right? There's how do they actually choose the helpers, or how do they choose what characters the actual raiders themselves are going to gear in splits?
Yeah, so before the patch opens, there is PTR testing on the raid. And while they're testing in the raid, they're testing the bosses, but they're also testing damage profiles and abilities, like what they can do as we are getting joined by the dog success. Hopefully we can get that on the camera soon. But they also do what we call basically like damage simming. So they all like test on dummies the sheer damage output that each individual class can do. And then they look at the bosses and they're like, what do we need in order to solve the puzzle of this boss? And which classes bring the most DPS? And out of that is where the rate comes. Like the suspected rate comes per boss. And then of course the most important one is the one for Galawix, because everything else you can kind of like slot in and out, but end boss is like the real big deal. And then based on that, you decide what kind of splits you want to run.
You gotta help me out. If I stop petting her, she gets upset at me.
Wait, does she?
Yeah.
She gonna paw you?
Do not stop. Continue. How dare you?
I can't even see. She's faced away from me, and I can tell that
She
she's just giving you
stopped
some attitude.
smiling the instant Zyra took his hand away, and now he started again, and she's like smiling again. Very good.
What a good girl. You look nice today, Sammy. Sammy says you guys should donate to the charity, teal.gg/RWF-donate.
That is right.
We are halfway to our first incentive.
Already? Not
Well,
even halfway through day one.
455. Almost halfway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would count that.
I want to
as
show off our
halfway.
bingo cards.
I know.
Me too.
I want to see it.
I want to smoke you guys in bingo. I'm very confident in my bingo card.
I'm worried I made mine too hard. I don't know though.
Yeah, me hearing like that Dratnos is mean to Tells as a bingo, I'm like,
That was like my free space.
I'm more
That is very
interested
free.
to see what you guys put in the bingo.
I'm also interested in what everybody else put.
Squares.
Let's do a little like preview. What are some of your favorite ones that you put in? Or maybe like some of the harder ones.
I put Riven's double kneed up.
Interesting.
I thought that was a good one.
Yeah, it is.
He's just like a weirdo.
I
Okay.
have Shakib finds a new vocal stem.
Oh. Does he
Ooh.
do vocals? I guess he
Oh,
does.
Yep. Yep. He does a lot of them.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sammy is like, huh?
Pretty good.
You stopped for.
She
I
is
stopped for
so
How dare
great.
you?
2
She's
seconds.
Is her breath hot? She's right up in your face.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right up in your face. I have an Atlas Screech. I have that.
I have the 2 minutes in there.
Oh, that's a good one. I haven't heard that in a while. I don't
See, me
think.
neither, but I thought maybe we're bringing it back. Sometimes
Okay.
production does it.
Yeah.
See, now Zyra did it.
Yeah.
Too bad we haven't started yet.
Are you ever in a situation where like nobody knows what that is and you hear 2 minutes and you're like
Yes.
2 minutes, like kind of to yourself because
It's
no
like
one's gonna know
a
what you're talking about.
Pavlovian response to it.
Yeah, I have to.
Well, we are finally ready to unveil Sammy. There she is. She's been getting
here.
pets. It's so great. Yeah.
You're in the camera. Okay, wait,
She's
stop
over
for a
there
sec to show
getting
chat.
loved. She's like, why?
She's like, "Why'd you
Why
stop?"
are you stopping, Sammy?
Sorry.
How dare you?
So yeah, if you love animals as much as we do, consider supporting our charity, the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with the pets that have been displaced after the big fires here in LA, the Eaton Fire. And, you know, a lot of homes were burnt down. A lot of pets needed a place to stay for a short time while owners are figuring out their life after all of this tragedy. So they're helping with doing that. They're helping with getting the pets back to their owners, with taking care of them. A big, big, big important part that often gets overlooked because of how hard it is logistically. So if you want to support that, you can head on over to our ! charity and donate there. We're trying to make it fun for you. We have some stretch goals. We have some fun rewards that we're doing, like showing your transmogs, showing your pets on air. But we would really love to raise some good amount for them for the work that they've been doing.
Speaking of our donations and our charity
Ooh.
incentives, we have another $100 donation from Daz.
Whoa.
Thank you very much.
Said, love the
That's
stream.
huge.
Love the charity. Sharing my shelter dogs.
Yes.
Oh.
Show us the dog.
Show us the dogs. We have Orla, Bert, Izzy, and Lenny.
I love the
ears.
names. Orla is a great
That
name.
was a good name.
Very unique name.
I also
it a
like
lot.
Bert because we have Bart here.
Bert also. Tells his cat name. It's a
True,
great,
yeah.
great pet.
It's a good name.
Very, very cool.
Cute.
Thank you so much for your very
Yes.
generous donation at us. We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody else that has been donating. We also have a transmog in here. I believe that was the one we were
Ooh.
talking
We
about.
do, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's show the transmog.
This was the Lord Mez transmog.
Ah.
Beef Daddy X.
Beef
Ah,
Daddy
yes.
X.
Andreas. So this actually is Mez's character.
That's horrible, Mez. Thank you for your donation, but what are you doing, bro?
That is a true PvP transmog.
Honestly, yeah.
This looks like he might have used the randomizer add-on.
No, this is intentionally bad, for sure.
This is intentionally bad. It's all of the colors that are misclashing, and then like the different shapes and illuminations, for lack of better words. I do love the name though, like Beef Daddy X. That name goes incredibly hard.
Yeah, I wonder. So he's on a team with CD, right? His name used to be Tenderloin. I wonder if that's some sort of thematic thing or what. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's good though. Good job, Mez.
Love the pink shirt.
Hate it. What are we rating it?
1 out of 10.
10 out of 10 on the terrible scale.
I'm gonna go with 1 out of 10 also. Sorry, buddy.
I think it's glorious. Gloriously terrible, but glorious.
Also, shout out to Mez. Shout out to our Team Liquid Arena team. Got Sidu, Mez. Trill is in the building, of course, and Sam I am. Great guys.
Sammy is going to bite you if you don't continue to pet her.
I cannot
She
stop.
is like
so upset.
What are you doing?
She's like, I don't have to be here, you know.
She doesn't. She's here out of her own goodwill. You show her some love. Thank you so much for your donations, chat. And if you want to donate, !charity in chat is where you're going to be finding that charity. We'll be fundraising all race along, so we'd love your support for this charity. All of the donations are going straight there, 100%. It's all set up through, what is it?
Tiltify?
Tiltify, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much. So everything is going to go straight there.
Well,
Corns are so ugly.
I do think that our transmoker fees are 35 now, right? Not 30?
35.
Yep.
35,
Yes.
yeah.
35.
Graphic is pranking us, checking if we're paying attention.
Wow.
I see you, production.
Tried to get us.
Okay. Looking at the elf
Still
flame
looking
here.
at Beef
There
Daddy.
we go.
Back onto Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. I love this. I could watch them do this boss all day.
Do you just like saying that the whole name?
Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock?
Yeah.
It's a great name.
Say it 3 times fast.
Sprocketmonger Lock. I can't do that.
Ooh.
I can only say it in German.
I can only say it. What's it in German?
I mean, I don't know the translation, but like to me, the name sounds so German because of the phonetics. So it's like Sprocketmonger Lockenstock.
It does kind of sound like that.
Yeah, like Lockenstock. That sounds so German to me. Lockenstock.
That's too hard. I would actually get tongue-tied doing that. It's a good tongue twister.
You guys can do any tongue twisters?
Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
Oh, I'm terrible at them.
Really? I love doing tongue twisters, both in English and in German.
Oh, that's right. You were doing them during our sound checks. Yeah.
Am 10.10. um 10:10 Uhr 10 zahmen Ziegen, 10 Zentner Zucker zum Zwergenzug. That's right.
Easy.
Yep.
Easy clap. Do an English one.
Give me an English one. I don't know English ones at the top
Red
of my
leather,
head.
yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just say it really fast.
Oh, red leather, yellow leather?
Yeah. See? So hard.
Say toy boat.
Toy boat?
Very fast.
Toy boat?
Keep going.
Toy boat, 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 toy boat. Yeah, there you go.
You do it.
Toy boat. You kind of get mixed up on that.
You just start saying Tobo.
Yeah, you do.
Tobo.
Tobo.
Toy boat. Oh yeah, that one's hard actually. Toy boat. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. It's like if you say it once, it's easy, but then you say it again. Oh my gosh, Sammy left us.
You know the
Rude.
Barbara's Barbarenbar?
Dude,
It
we
was
don't
a
speak
TikTok
German.
trend outside of Germany too. There's like a song for it.
Yep. I did it. I'm trying to think of some other ones.
It was the old seashell one. She sells seashells by the seashore.
She sells seashells by the seashore. By the seashore, she sells seashells.
Yeah.
She sells seashells. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Just how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Yep.
What a woodchuck.
I'm trying to find a German one that I thought was really hard when I did it. But it's hard to find.
If you had 2 witches and 2 watches, which witch would watch which watch?
Ah, here it is.
That's a good one, Chad.
So this is one that uses a lot of which is a sound you don't have in English. But it's 60 tschechische Chefchemiker scheuchen Keusche, chinesische Mönche in seichte Loschteiche.
3, 2, 1.
Do you want to try?
I don't even know what you just said.
That's, I don't, it's like nonsense, but yeah.
But I could tell that it was hard to say.
Yeah. It's a
You
lot
did
of
great. Kind of cool.
If you want us to do tongue twisters, I'm also down to do
You
that
can.
for 35.
Yeah. Send
them in. Yeah.
Yeah. What are we still, have we gotten any, what are we at for after that last donation?
I think
550?
we're at 555 after that last
Okay.
donation.
Very nice.
570.
570.
Okay.
We can get to 1,000 on our shift. I don't know how much time we have left.
I'm laughing because somebody in chat is saying, okay, now I'm floating and my furniture is too.
Set me down.
Very good, very good. I appreciate it. So yeah, we'd be down to do that.
Teal.gg/RWF-donate. Send in your tongue twisters.
That's right.
So it's interesting. We actually are kind of gaining a little information about the difficulty curve of the raid as they're working through Heroic here. It seems like the first 3 bosses, Vexy, then Cauldron of Carnage, then Rick Reaver. It seems like those bosses are pretty easy for them to one-shot on Heroic, but then you get to Sprocketmonger, and I mean, you can see most of the helpers are dead.
Yeah.
Even one of the raiders is dead at this point. You can see there's definitely a big ramp-up when they get to Sprocketmonger, and then obviously when they get to One-Armed Bandit.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's a lot that comes at you in this. Like, there's like those beams coming from the side in multiple areas. You can see they dug out.
Yeah.
I mean, right now you can't really
they're
avoid anything. But
I love what Jack was saying earlier for this boss fight, that they have figured out a great way to show you what mechanic is coming next.
Yes.
Which usually you rely on boss bars
Yeah,
for. But this
that's so
boss fight,
true.
if you just look at your conveyor belts, he's actually carrying in his mechanics. So you can always see like what is next, and you don't even need like a DBM. You can just see it. It's actually pretty good. I love that they figured this out.
I think it's cool. Yeah. The mechanics correlate to an invention that comes down that conveyor belt that you can see right there.
We have our
That's
other
right.
group here. First group that we were watching just wipe, but we swapped over to the second POV so we can have constant action here for us to run through. Yeah, it's kind of nice because it seems like it's pretty similar most of the time, and then it kind of resets the phase where you can see they have all 4 quadrants covered. Only the conveyor belts are safe right now. Of course, the boss knocks you right back right before doing this, and then it just keeps going here. You can do void turrets are coming in. There's a couple other things spawning on the other conveyor belts that we can't see from this POV because we're just a cat meleeing the boss. Gotoy, a new member of the guild, just joined this past farm.
What'd you call him?
Gotoy. That's the name of this feral druid. It's Shay.
Gotoy?
Gotoy. That's the name of his feral druid.
Why is it called Gotoy?
I think that's just his actual like name.
Nickname?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's nice. I bumped into him in the hallway.
Like actually bumped in, or like?
No, like
you were talking to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
saw him. Yeah.
Yeah. I think all of the raiders are nice. They're like all very chill, very happy to like be talked to, and I'm still always scared. I always feel like I am interrupting them and like
I know, right?
Their mental preparation, and then I talk to them and they're like just chilling, you know. Hanging out.
They're all super chill until they like get to the last boss. Then they,
Yes.
then they kind of enter like locked in.
Yeah.
Don't mess with me territory. But until then, they're usually all like super chill, just chill dudes.
Just some guys, you know.
Yep.
Playing some WoW.
Warcraft with the boys. In the pro lab vibes.
What do you guys no new memes have really emerged yet, I don't think, right?
Like today?
Just yeah. Or before today with the guild. I don't think I've seen any new ones yet.
There are some questionable ones.
There are a few questionable ones, yeah.
That's true. That's true. I don't think I've heard any big ones like the liquid up. I
Yeah.
haven't heard that yet.
Oh yeah. Wait,
You guys have
what's the
the liquid up? It's like the
there's like
liquid
a
up.
super specific way you have to do these 3 fingers with the L. Yeah.
The liquid up.
You have to talk to Shaq about it. It's his
You have to do it like this with like the pointed fingers.
yeah.
It's like
Does
the
he make
liquid
the L
up.
with these 2
Yeah.
fingers?
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The liquid up.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know there was like a motion that came with it.
You have to do the thumb too.
You gotta do the whole.
So this is the L, but this finger has to point outward.
This got more complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's
I don't like that.
None of us could really get it down last time.
No.
Shakib had a lot of problems with it.
It feels like me trying to do the zoomer heart. I don't know.
The zoomer heart?
What my fingers do. Yeah.
I'm very bad at this one too.
I don't get it.
And then there was also of course, from last raid, basically type shift.
Type
Togo.
Type shit.
Nothing on that level so far. It
Walmart,
seems.
yeah. They kind of like reset every tier.
Yeah.
With the memes, they don't like using old memes.
They do
Which I respect.
They do still use that young dip hit a skip. Sometimes.
Yeah, that one's Sometimes
that was
you hear
good.
the old ones.
That's just a classic moment.
It is. Yeah. Some stay around for a long time.
They actually included that in the
week
official
chorus.
Warcraft sort of race video that they put out today.
Yes.
Which the young dip.
Preach did a video with Warcraft. It's on the Warcraft YouTube channel.
When?
They did it today.
Oh.
They did like a preview for the race.
And young dip
And
hit the
there's a
skips in
clip
there.
of young dip hitting a skip in the video.
That is just a classic. You can't ignore how much of a classic it is. Thank you for recognizing that greatness.
Yeah. Thank you for respecting our big poppy.
Already had a Void Orb here, unfortunately. It's going to be a death for him.
I think my favorite Shakib moment is when they were like in the middle of Prague and he logs out and changes his name. It was like Donkey Gary or something.
Yep.
In the middle of Prague, which is so silly because you have to reset all your weak auras and stuff.
It was in the middle of Halandra's Prague.
just ripped a name change mid Prague. I respect it.
Like, guys, I can't log
Sometimes
in.
you have to do it.
Sometimes it calls on you. A name change calls on you.
Important for the vibes.
That is so true.
Shakib truly is a vibe crafter.
He is a vibe crafter.
I don't know if I don't use that word lightly, but he is quite good at crafting good vibes.
I like that crafter.
Yeah.
It's very true.
A vibe crafter.
Has anyone checked on Nick's M intake this raid so far?
Not yet. I could go run back there.
He's a notorious monster cracker. He loves to just crack those M's nonstop.
Yeah,
back
also
to back to
very
back.
late. And there's like a rule that they can't have them too late.
Oh, he does not.
Nick just never
Those
follows
rules
that
don't
rule.
apply.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just...
Have you guys cracked an M yet today?
I have cracked an M.
I
earlier.
haven't yet because I have late shift and I'm going to do it
you'll
then.
get in there for the late shift.
Smart.
Yeah. I've got my mean bean here.
Your mean bean?
Yeah, vanilla coffee flavor.
Oh, those are good ones. I hadn't tried one in a long time because I just wanted the juice ones. But the coffee ones are good. They're tasty.
They have like Monster Reserve flavors here.
Oh yeah, those are good too.
I had the peaches and cream one earlier. I usually don't like the carbonated ones, but that one's pretty good.
Wait, Bubba, show us your food.
What is it?
Show the food.
Oh, that looks phenomenal.
Wait, we got, oh my god, that
barbecue
actually looks
brisket.
insane.
You enjoy your food.
It smells so good.
Thank you for showing.
Thank you, Bubba. You're doing great.
Dinner is soon.
And to everybody that is now coming back from the ad break, we are unfortunately required to run those ads on the top of the hour.
Are they complaining?
Every single hour.
Is there something they can do to not see them?
I think so,
They
Zyro.
actually can. They can just sub, and here's what. It will count for the entire race to world first. So great investment strategy.
Or they could just watch the ad and shut up because it supports the race. You can do that too.
Just sub.
Or they could sub. Sub's good
Just
too.
sub.
Subbing's good.
Prime is free.
Sorry, that was a little aggressive. Apologize.
No, subscribe now.
Subscribe now!
You guys are so passionate about subs.
Yeah?
It's crazy.
Yeah, we are.
Doesn't matter who it is.
No.
I'm always going to try to get people to sub
Yeah,
to the stream.
Gotta get the homies doing the hype train.
Can you guys believe that I were trying to get people to sub to Mix's stream earlier today, and she didn't want us to do it?
Dude, we farmed for her, and and this is how she repays. She's not even grateful,
I did not
Zyro,
ask for
what we
this.
did to her.
Oh,
It was crazy.
my chat cannot behave. It is, and you guys are enablers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Well,
my job.
What about it?
If you don't want to spend money, then let us give money to you, because Coinbase is giving you $20 in USDC if you sign up to their account. Head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase RWF, and you're getting that deposited straight away, and you're participating in all of our giveaways that we're running for every single boss killed. So very, very quick sign up that is happening there. All you need to do is verify that you are indeed a human. And then you also have the chance to win the grand prize to get flown out to the next race duel first. You get to meet the casters probably and all of the raiders and just hang out and have fun. So yeah, use that promo code TeamLiquid20 or just go on over to that link. It gets auto-applied when you head on over to the link. And with that, yeah, I think everybody should be signed up now, no?
They're putting the camera on and I don't have my shoes on yet.
Oh.
Hold on.
It's okay. We're
thank
covering
you.
it
We're ready,
for
guys.
you.
Wait a
We're
minute.
ready.
It's all right. So yeah, big
I'm
shout
just-
out to Coinbase. They're our presenting sponsor here. And Aya's wiggling her legs, so she's ready.
I'm ready.
Do we wanted to show the difference between the two of you.
Yeah,
It's
like-
actually funny. It's just look at
chilling.
her. She can't even reach the floor. Why are you so short?
I mean, because if I sit, I mean,
Even
even
like
if I have
this,
my
you can
knees all the
barely-
way, like,
Why?
I'm still, but then I'm like, I don't fit.
That's crazy. That is actually crazy.
That's why I have to have my feet up, because otherwise, like, this is so awkward.
Well, we are going to give you some time to consider that and think about it because we are going to be going to a Monster Energy listen-in. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors, first and foremost, Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, but of course, also to Honda Secret Lab, Alienware, RaiderIO, MyBlue, Monster Energy, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, Santa Monica Animal Shelter. So do check them all out. Give them lots of love. They make this event possible. With that, we'll be back after a quick little break.
Now.
Right now.
Days are in 3, 2, 1, now. Getting beams, dodge, and inventions popping at the same time.
10.
Everybody's gonna pop on the wire transfer in 5 seconds.
7. 6.
We're going far.
5.
Go down the middle.
4,
Don't be in the electricity.
3,
This is gonna hit hard. Drills, get out. Towards the edge if you can, away from the boss. Getting one tank bomb. I'm gonna AMZ it. Again. And then we're getting rockets. Look at where the rockets are coming. They're coming from that side of the room. Dodge them. And then we're getting new mines as well. Chance people, put your AMZ down on top of the boss.
10. 9. 8. 7. 6.
Wolf, you're gonna pop
5,
insta in 3, 2, 1, pop.
2. 1.
Boom, you're gonna pop in 3, 2, 1, pop.
You can just leave it on me until the tank bomb.
Tobo, you're gonna pop in 3,
Okay.
2, 1, pop. Drills out. And then we're getting stuck towards the middle. Don't get sucked into the magnets or the electricity on the middle as well. Pop 1 defensive. Everybody in 3, 2, 1. Now, your biggest one. Good. And then the next one we're getting is drills. Drills are gonna go to the edge. Absolute edge.
7.
Everybody else who doesn't get the drill, you're gonna stack on skull.
4. 3. 2. 1.
Drills to the edge. Everybody else come to skull now. Then make it here for the knockback. Getting knocked back soon. And then we're running up the middle. Slow. Don't run into the electricity on the floor.
Watch me. I'm stunned in the lightning. Watch me.
Almost done. 5 more seconds. Watch your feet. And electricity spawning. We're gonna get big rake hit, and then mines. I'm gonna put my MZ down for it. Be in the MZ. Mines are spawning. Be away from the mines. Don't step in them by accident. I'm popping first. In 3, 2, 1, popping.
Careful.
Yips.
I'll go
3,
next.
2, 1, popping.
Popping now.
And splat. You're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, now.
Are you taunted?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, it's fine. I'm coming back. Yeah, I got it. It's fine. You can be bossing me for a bit.
I'll just come back and take it back. It'll be fine.
Getting big sonic boom and jumbo beams. Thought. This is getting electrified. We have to run.
5.
Be off the
Other side.
electricity.
3.
Drills.
2, 1.
Drills out.
I'll let you take the thing, I think.
Yep.
And take boss.
Yeah.
Kind of crammed in tight here. Just Wolf Rally this hit. And beams and rockets at the same time. Look at the rockets. They're coming from the other side of the room, from that side. Look at them. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. They're still coming. Don't get hit. Hands people, put your AMZ down on the boss. Watch out. Mines are spawning now. Don't step on the mines. Wolf, you're going in 3, 2, 1, pop. Yips, Boomy,
Not
3,
me.
2, 1, pop. And Tobo in 3, 2, 1, pop. There's a drill in melee. Watch out for it. Watch the melee. We're all getting fucking roasted. Beams and magnets. Everybody's biggest offensive in 2, 1, now. And don't get sucked into it. Don't get sucked into it. Don't get sucked into it. Use a health stone if you have to. Good. Okay, we're alive. Okay, now we're just getting a nice little fun drill. And then we're getting knocked.
4,
Skull marker if you are not picked for the drill.
Take boss if you can, Boomy.
Yeah.
Skull marker if you're not picked for the drill. And then be careful. This is a kind of weird angle. There's a drill that got dropped in the way. Just make sure you don't get electrified. Find your way to the middle quick. Good.
Oh, apparently I got knocked in the hole.
And res impact. We have an extra one as well, so
Yeah, I'll ping where I am.
good.
Good job, bro.
You can still kill with this many dead.
Yeah, we're good.
Just this is what I'm talking about before. So like after these first mines, you call the first 3 people doing mines, you call yourself, and then you want to have the boss near the middle of the room so you can quickly swap slides after the.
I'm going first. Dropping my AMZ.
Third.
Me first.
Second.
Popping. 2. Yips.
Going now.
You don't need to call the people doing it. They'll call themselves.
Going.
Tank bombs to go far side of the room, not close side. You'll do way too much damage. Good. Now we're gonna dodge lasers in like a couple seconds, or orbs, sorry, and then in 10 seconds we're all going to like the square and orange side of the room. Everyone dodge orbs. Tobo, you're gonna roar, dodge orbs, and everyone else go to the other side of the room. 3, 2, 1, go. Don't hit orbs. Stop that. That's insane. Don't do that. I haven't even seen someone get hit by an orb yet, and I just saw like 5 in a row. That's crazy. All right. We're about to get sucked.
Can you just take the boss, Yips?
We're gonna get
Yeah,
sucked
you can
before,
leave
okay?
the tank bomb.
Do not
I'll
have
run out
the
at the
boss-
end.
Yeah,
Do not
yeah.
have the boss near the middle. You're gonna kill them. They'll get sucked into the middle. Get the
Only got
big
one.
bar. Oh, big damn on the raid here. Do not get sucked into the middle. The bosses. Be really careful, melee.
Boomy rally.
Yeah.
Watch orbs. Watch orbs. Orbs will kill us.
I can take in one.
Last
Okay,
set of mines.
mines are falling right now.
You can leave it on me until the tank bomb.
Yeah, just take it back then. Take it back then.
I do mine.
It'll be Tonti. I'll leave it on you and
Good
just take it back and.
I'm doing second. I'm doing now.
And someone has to go far for
Yeah,
third.
I'm going.
W. Okay, tank bomb is going to go to the other side of the room, and then this is going to be the hardest thing. It's suck, laser, plus orb dodge, okay? You're getting sucked to the middle. Don't touch the middle. Dodge the lasers, and now just don't get hit by orbs, okay? Do not get hit by orbs. This is Hellstone personal right here if you got it. This is the end of the fight. Wirestone transfer should be safe. Get off the lightning. Get off the lightning. Blast boss, and I think you have time.
5, 4.
You have to just beat the Giga Death cast. Nothing else happens. Drills don't drill in melee. Healers
Take boss,
DPS.
Boomy.
You can take that
Healers
res.
DPS, by the way. Healers full
Take the
DPS.
res.
Yep.
Take the res. DH.
Take the res, please. Anyone take the res.
Take the res.
Hit the boss.
Wipe it.
Yep, good call.
What is killing them? What phase?
Anything and everything.
Yeah.
Hold on, Paul.
Did you guys prune before this boss?
No. They were fine before this boss.
Okay, boss, this one's a lot easier. Here, by the way. My offhand broke when I rest.
I'm
should
interested
bring
to
some
see
people
where,
out.
where are your all's knockbacks
Yeah.
happening? Are you guys all on one treadmill and it's the knockbacks in a straight line, so they're like not getting knocked in the middle or anything?
I'm stacking them on me, and we're just landing on the middle, and nobody's in the
Landing on the
electricity.
middle, what?
Like conveyor belt.
Middle conveyor.
Okay, so they're not dying to that, so it's just it's like missiles. Let me watch. I mean, you guys can just pull, but let's see.
Care for the holes.
Also,
I got knocked
was that the
behind the
pull where
boss.
someone fell down on the pole and was dead the entire
Yeah.
fight?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
2, 1.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because that would have killed it.
Hey, he's here now.
Hey.
Okay, don't touch these mines. Communicate which ones are being soaked. If you're not
Me
in our
first.
guild, don't stand on them.
Me.
I'll go next.
3.
Going.
Going.
Okay, tank bomb is happening. Tank bomb, other side of the room.
Nick is DC. Oh, Nick's not here.
Oh, make sure he lives this, the laser.
10.
Okay, wire transfer to the other side of the room. Who can grip him if he's not ready? Everyone go to the other side of the room. Go, 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 go. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
2.
Drills out.
Is Nick at his computer yet?
No, I don't know where he is.
Okay, well he's still alive. That's hype. Is he on
You
top
have
of
Barrel?
Guys, you should.
Yes. Used.
Mines are in 15.
I'll do first one.
Okay, now this is going to be mines in 5. He's doing number 1. Dodge missiles. Dodge missiles.
8.
Mines in 3, 2. They're spawning now.
5. 4.
Range be.
3.
Range, you're getting drills right now.
5 next, going. Just let me do this one, Yips.
Who's doing 3?
I'll do 3.
Okay. You're getting sucked into the middle here.
Your biggest defensive you have in 2 seconds. 2, 1, now.
Wire transfer's happening. Just make sure you're not on the lightning that's happening after this. So get on top of the boss. On top of the boss. Ranged.
10.
Good.
9. 8.
Okay. We're doing one more drill and then there's a knockback.
5. 4. 3.
Back on solo if you don't get picked with a drill. Make sure you bait at the edge first. Get on skull. Get on skull. Someone dropped it in the way. It's a little sketchy, but should be fine.
Nothing's in the way. Just get knocked
right?
in the middle of the room. W.
Welcome to the gate, gate.
Wait, what?
Just knock him to
Why are
the
you
big
getting knocked
spot
over
whenever
there?
I do that. I'd guide both the range and the melee.
Just get him. Yeah, there's an easy way to do it.
What's the easier way?
You just put the boss in the middle of the room and have them all just stand on the conveyor belt and get knocked in a straight line right next to where the boss is.
Yeah, that works too.
There's no gate involved. You're just fucking there. All right, don't be on the lightning.
I'll go first.
Communicate mines. 1, 2, 3. Say your name.
Advanced people, put your AMZ. I'm going first.
I'll go next. Going.
Who's doing 3? Okay, splats 3. Good. You can say that before they spawn, by the way. You don't need to communicate it in real time. Makes it harder. Other side of the room. Okay, raid damage soon. Get laser, big laser. I think there's a little boss movement here. Everyone just be ready. There's going to be a side of the room that gets covered in lightning in a few seconds. You need to move from it. It's on top of you. Move to the diamond and triangle. Diamond and triangle. Move there. Drills are spawning range. Range are getting drilled. Okay. And then we're getting a tank bomb.
5 seconds.
And we're about to get lasers plus rockets. So big laser, get safe. And then rockets are spawning. So rockets are coming at you. Watch out. They're right at the raid. Very danger. Do not get hit by that.
10.
Good. Okay, mines are in 3 seconds.
Second.
Communicate.
I got 3.
6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
Okay, there's 1. Do 2. Good. And 3 is now. You're getting drilled ranged. We're about to get a suck plus laser, I believe. Suck and laser. Suck and laser. Be careful here. Suck plus laser. You're getting sucked to the middle. Do not get sucked into the laser.
On defensive right now.
Okay, and then it's just drill into knockback.
Can you put the boss in the middle so we can all line up?
After the drills, yeah.
Just range. Don't be on the conveyor belt. Now pull the boss to the conveyor belt. Okay, pull the boss to the conveyor belt. Now everyone besides drills get on the conveyor belt, and you're literally just standing in front of the boss as a group. It's fucking piss.
Just watch the drills on the boss.
Okay.
You can take the first one. Boomy, I think it's easy on like the stacks.
Yeah, right now.
You can just take boss now.
Can people in our raid soak the things coming out, the fire traps for them, so they don't die? Okay, everyone keep dodging. Looking much better. All right, so this is the first part. Getting first mines, communicated within our group.
1.
3.
2.
Okay, same as last time. Good.
Second pup.
Be off of the things, guys. Beautiful. 2 is popping. Watch your HP. And 3 is popping. Tank bomb goes far side of the room. We're about to get the first invention, which is orbs. This is going to be orbs into moving other side of the room. Okay, so the boss should be like near the middle here, so it's closer. Like, yeah. So just dodge orbs, guys. Just watch the orbs and dodge. And when I call for it, you're going to move to the other side of the room that you're not on now. Do not get hit by orbs. Everyone run to the other side of the room. 3, 2, 1, go.
Actually, watch the orbs in the middle. We just have
Do not run through the orbs. Run to the other side of the room. Get there, get there. Go, 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 go.
Have rules.
Feeling amazing right now.
I'm fine, Demi. You can leave the boss on me.
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
rest.
We do have a res. Anyone in our guild? Okay, tank bomb will go far side, not close side. We are getting sucked into the middle plus orbs. Suck plus orbs. Do not get sucked
Your
into the
biggest
lightning
offensive.
and dodge orbs, guys.
2, 1, defensive, dodge.
Why are you calling defensive there?
Because there's always gonna pop, and the magnets hurt.
Super short attack orbs as well.
You use it for the raid damage earlier, though.
I'm second here.
I'm doing
like
first.
crazy.
Okay, do first, please. Whoever just said they would do first.
Wolf.
They're out.
Yeah.
Please do. Whoever just said they do first, please do it. Good. Now second, go now.
Yeah, going.
Okay, and everybody, we're
rally.
getting sucked plus orbs plus lasers. Hellstone, health pot, everything. Did we do all the mines?
Yeah, I got first. You should be fine.
Probably gonna die over here.
It's fine.
Okay,
Good luck.
we're turbo okay. Just don't get hit by orbs and you're chilling.
I'll miss you.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Drills out.
1.
Call for defensive there because we had 2 pops happening at the same time, plus the raid damage. And it hurt.
Great loot.
W.
Yippee!
Freedom.
Yeah, woohoo! Was very rare.
Ooh, here we're
I think we're meeting for loot.
You guys are meeting for loot and then taking dinner. Amen.
I'm sure you trade me first so I can boost a string.
Yippee.
Yay! And double check your bags, you don't have any items so you can trade.
Welcome back here at the Team Liquid Race World, first presented by Coinbase. And while our Raiders are taking their dinner break, we're still here for a little while longer, which is nice. We were just talking about how some of these bosses seem a little bit harder than the others already in the heroic split, so that tells us something about the mythic. Speaking of mythic, when do you think we're going to see it?
Probably at the earliest Thursday, but looking at how difficult the splits have been today and how much more we still have left to do, Thursday, Friday, probably more leaning towards Friday right now, in my opinion.
Really? What about you, Aya?
If you had asked me in the beginning of the day, I would have said Thursday, but I'm kind of with you now. It seems like it's ramping up also. You know, if you look at previous tiers, there wasn't ever really like a nice steady increase in difficulty, and it seems like we're really getting that this time, and we're really seeing that now that we're in heroic. So I agree. I said mid-Thursday. Can I change it? Am I allowed?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think Friday.
I don't think we did predictions for when we're getting in Mythic splits.
Yeah, no,
Or
we
Mythic
didn't. Not
raids.
officially, so I can do whatever I want. What about you, Makes?
Tettles, when are we going into Mythic? Move on.
No, even titles.
You can move on. I
That's
thought,
no
since
good.
he's coping about how easy the raid is, I
Yeah.
thought he would give us something
You'd be
earlier.
your copium?
I'll be the copium. I'm saying Thursday.
Okay.
We'll see Mythic on Thursday late night, but we'll see Mythic on Thursday.
Okay.
We did actually get some really interesting info
Did we?
out of the Mythic kills that we have on the first boss already. Apparently, you get heroic wooey items from the boss.
Heroic what?
So the bind on warband items, warband equipped items.
The wooey?
Yeah. Dratnos has, I think, coined the wooey
Oh,
term
wooey.
for those.
Oh,
But yeah,
that
no,
makes
those
sense.
drop heroic level now. Before, those were capped to like normal. So that could actually make. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm bringing this up. That could make Mythic splits be actually a thing.
Oh no, don't say that.
Because you could get heroic items that would fill slots that you were unlucky enough to get.
Do you remember?
I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Last year when we did Mythic BOE splits?
Yes.
I heard there were some changes to BOE to make that not possible anymore.
They said they changed the way that BOEs work. So last raid, you could farm all of the trash in the raid, have a chance to get mythic BOE drops. You could soft reset the instance. Some people were finding a way to actually just hard reset the instance. Normally a soft reset takes about 30 minutes to reset, and then go farm all the trash again. They say they changed it by making it a weekly lockout, only from very specific like boss trash mobs in the raid, which means you can't just infinitely farm BOEs anymore. So there's probably not going to be any of that this time around if that works properly.
All right. Hopefully no BOE splits, fingers crossed. There's no ways to circumvent that. And hopefully no Mythic splits in general. I would not like that very much. I don't know how
No.
you're feeling about that. I want Mythic to be go time.
I'm running out of things to talk about. It's only day one.
I mean, you'll get more stuff to talk about every single time we see a new boss. 'Cause
That's true.
We haven't really taken a look at Muxie Heroic. We haven't really taken a look at Gallywix Heroic. We know Instant Dollars have at least downed Muxie and one or Bandit on Heroic thus far. Team Liquid and their splits have not. So more stuff to come for sure.
Well, there's like interesting information from that as well. Like Instant Dollars, obviously they've been like a top 5 guild in the world for a few tiers now, right? When they do their splits, historically they've done like 5 or 6 splits, which is still a lot, but still nothing compared to, you know, Echo, a Liquid Method doing like 15 plus splits. They usually do a split of like 20 to 25 raiders and like 5 to 10 helpers per split. And the number for pull counts on the bosses, they were able to kill One Arm Bandit in 3 pulls. It took them almost 30 pulls to kill Mugsy on Heroic with that many raiders in the group. So even Mugsy can be another step up in difficulty from One Arm Bandit. And I don't think we have too much information on Gallywix still. I don't know if they pulled him at all. So still a lot of information, and we're still just in Heroic. We need a lot of information to figure out how to split these bosses.
I'm actually excited to see Heroic Gallywix. I love that they have started making Heroic end bosses harder. Like that's actually sometimes, or most of the times nowadays, an Heroic end boss will be harder than the first Mythic boss.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool. I think for those people who only raid Heroic, who don't venture into Mythic, to have like that big successful downing of a boss on that end boss, I think that's great. I want it to be that way.
Yeah, it also, I mean, makes maybe Mythic a little bit less intimidating, knowing that you downed a Heroic boss.
Yeah.
Say, oh, you know, maybe the first couple of them are doable.
Definitely. I mean, those guilds that have cleared Heroic final boss usually are well capable of killing the first, if not the first couple Mythic bosses too.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of
They
2
just
out of
need
8
20
guilds
raiders.
this time around, towards the end there.
I'm curious if it's going to be like, obviously we were talking about this already, but like with the first boss enabling 4 bosses to take as a path, I'm really curious on how that tuning is going to look like. And like, are they all the same difficulty? Is like one going to be way easier or one going to be way harder? We don't know. It looks like maybe one is harder.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing as well is when they do finally get to the Heroic Gallywix part of their splits, they have to rebalance everything, because that's probably the most valuable boss in terms of the pieces of gear you can get from the boss, right? Not only are the curios available, which help you round out your 4 pieces on any characters that were unlucky to get them, but there's very rare items like the Jaster Diamond, which is the very rare ring that's very powerful this raid. Eye of Kazan, even though it got nerfed, it's still one of the best stat stick trinkets for a ton of different characters in this raid. So they're going to be farming those not only on Heroic, but also on Normal if they're not lucky enough to get a Heroic one. So they have a lot of thinking to do. There's going to be a lot of rebalancing of splits. There's a lot of work left before we get into Mythic still.
Well, there's work left, and there's also play left, because we do have a preparation for a giveaway for you guys, because every single time Raiders are going to go to dinner, we'll have an Alienware Marbles giveaway for you guys, where you can win an Area 51 PC. Now, today, that PC is not up for grabs just yet.
Dang it.
But it will be tomorrow. Today, we're stress testing, so we kind of need your help to give you something. In order to participate, there should be a marbles opening up, and you should be able to participate with exclamation mark
I want to sign up. Don't open it yet.
We need you guys to hop on in there. Casters can do it now too, of course,
don't
because
show
there's
us.
no giveaway running for it just yet. We need you to hop in there to really make sure we can run all of the marbles. And we were even saying, Zyro, we might like play-by-play it.
Well, that would be fun.
Maybe we'll play-by-play the marbles just for funsies to see how it works out. And then once that stress test is successful, we're hoping to run the giveaways for that starting tomorrow. So please hop on in there. We're going to have marbles during dinner break every single day. Is it working? Are people exclamation
people are
mark
spamming
play?
exclamation point play.
Very good, very good.
Some people haven't maybe played marbles also. It's basically a game.
Great,
it's
yeah.
completely RNG. You get a little marble associated with your Twitch name, and it just puts you down a random track, and the first person that gets to the end wins.
No, it's not RNG. You can type exclamation point and boost to make your marble go super fast.
No. He's lying.
That's a lie, but
not a
please
thing?
do. If you think it helps, you know? That's how that works. It's like those little things people do for good luck.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like rub their little finger or whatever. Like, if you think it helps you, you're allowed to do !boost, and also you're pranking chat with that. But in reality, nothing changes. It's really RNG.
You can see him chuckling.
Yeah.
He's lying to you.
It's, he knows it.
He knows.
That's not vibe crafting, that's troll crafting. Anyway, we are also going to be going to dinner, and, you know, maybe one of the casters will find themselves here to play-by-play marbles. I don't know. We'll see. But with that, we are going to dinner break. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. First and foremost, to Coinbase, our presenting partner here at the Team Liquid Race to World First. But of course, also to Honda, to Secret Lab, to Monster Energy, Alienware, Hop. What are you doing?
What was happening?
Just Jack trying to walk through, but he's so tall, he still didn't manage it, despite crouching. MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. So please check them all out. They're making this event possible. And good luck and the marbles, everybody. Will be watching.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
What is this? Where's my secret lab?
This is your chair.
That's not my chair. It's in my contract, man. I only sit in secret lab chairs.
I use secret labs. This is some dog.
I guess he had it put in his contract to always be sitting in a secret lab chair. I mean, who does that? When did that happen?
Let's move my 2 to a 3 and my 5 to a 7. I'm gonna take a quick dinner around then. Actually, you know what? Instead of the 3, maybe move that to a 1. That way I don't have to come to the office until way later, hopefully. Hey. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
And welcome back from that Monster Energy listen-in. The gamers are fed. They're back into heroic splits, and we are back to seeing a lot more split action as you see Sprocket, Monger, Lock, and Stock being played on a lot of these characters' computers. Tobo glancing at the camera as well. And I am Tettles, joined by Cams and Zyronic. Cams, this is your first time on the desk today.
First time this race.
How have you been feeling so far about the race?
I like it. I wish more of it was inside the raid, or like I forget the name of the place.
The
Bellagio something?
Bellagio.
Oh, okay, yeah, the Bellagio, yeah.
But I love the aesthetic. I've been hearing that a lot. Everybody likes how it looks and likes the new zone. Yeah, I'm vibing.
I've seen a lot of people making comments about wanting to actually get back into raiding after seeing kind of what the raid looks like too, which is it's pretty crazy.
How do you feel about it? Because I know you haven't been raiding for a few tiers.
Well, Blizzard's giving me a dinar, so I don't need to raid anymore.
Dude, I'm loving it, though. This is such a cool raid. We've been talking about this all day, honestly. One of the coolest themes we've seen. But I think the bosses themselves individually really fit the aesthetic of the raid as well. And I mean, we were talking specifically a lot about the boss that they're currently on in their splits. The one that they're clearing up to in Sprocket, Monger, Lock, and Stock. Just pretty difficult encounter for really only being like halfway into the raid.
Yeah. And with the Race to World First, we also have to thank our great sponsors that allow us to be able to put on such a fantastic production. And those are Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. So thank you guys all so much for sponsoring this great event and allowing us to put it on. And we also have our presenting partner, Coinbase. If you go to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, you can get $20. You know what's better than $10, Cams?
20.
20, exactly. And yeah, if you use Team Liquid 20, you are going to be able to get that. There's also chances for other prizes, including a signed Team Liquid jersey. That jersey's fire that you see on screen right there. It's got Cauldron of Carnage, which a lot of the apparel for this season has Cauldron of Carnage on it. I think that this is a great pick. Again, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF.
It says you get a signed jersey when the kill kills a boss. I think we're doing it also every day as well.
Oh.
So a lot of jerseys up for grabs. So make sure you sign up.
You know what we also got? I've negotiated a trade offer with Coinbase just for you guys. A trade offer.
Oh, yeah?
There might be potential for one of you guys in chat, one of you.
One?
To potentially, hypothetically of course, come and visit the next Race to World First. Come to sunny Santa Monica, California and visit in person. And so yeah, Coinbase will fly you out and get a VIP look at the next race.
How long will they be here? Do we know?
It's a good question. I'm still in negotiating process, but I've gotten the terms in the sense of you will be flied out and you'll get a VIP look at the next race. If, again, tl.gg/Coinbase and use promo code TeamLiquid20, you also get $23 and a lot of opportunities for other free cool giveaways. So
exciting. White House Crypto Summit coming up on the 7th, I believe. So get in now.
That's right.
That's right.
All right, so we're going to get into the raid a little bit in just a couple seconds. We have been seeing some splits. I think it's kind of interesting. You guys were kind of talking about one-armed bandit. You know, Silken Court and Queen Anne-Cirque were actually very difficult to split last year as well. But whenever you saw the Wednesday, the Thursday come up, and more players were able to actually get into Mythic Plus and get a little bit more loot, then those difficult bosses, Nexus Princess Kaiveza was also really hard too to split. And as the helpers ended up getting more loot as well from Mythic Plus, that allowed these split runs to be a lot more smooth. I kind of suspect Bandit's going to be similar. You know, tomorrow, potentially even Thursday, the splits of one-armed Bandit are going to be better. But what do you guys think about Muggsy, Gallywix? Either of those really splittable with helpers?
I actually want to check something really quick, because before the dinner break, we had a little bit of information on specifically those two bosses, One-Armed Bandit and Muggsy. Only one guild had killed those bosses, and it was instant dollars.
Okay.
They still run splits, but their splits are a lot less severe when you comparing them to what Liquid's doing with their 15-15 split in heroics. Instant dollars is more on like a low 20s raiders, and then filling the other 7-8 slots with helpers. And their helpers are usually like very close friends of the guild that they're confident in their ability to play pretty well. So, little bit different from just taking pugs that have gear. So I'd say that the overall like average level of their split is going to be higher based off of that. They killed One-Armed Bandit in 3 pulls in their first split.
That's not bad.
Which is pretty quick. Took them 27 pulls to kill Muggsy.
Oh.
So there was a little bit of prog going on that heroic boss.
That's like a mythic boss.
So if Liquid was having issues in the 15-15 split on One-Armed Bandit, how much more difficult are the Muggsy splits going to be? Are they going to have to start to consolidate and maybe do like 20-10 split on those at some point? Who knows?
Okay, I'm a bit lost in the split sauce right now. They've done some heroic.
Yeah, so about 6 hours ago, they realized, okay, normal's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Let's go see what heroic is like. And they went for their first foray into heroic. They killed the first 4 bosses pretty easy. Little bit of difficulty on Locketmonger, right?
Rocketmonger, yeah.
Monger.
That's his name, yeah.
Lock and Stock.
Can't
say his name 3 times fast. There's no way.
Yeah.
A little bit of difficulty there, but they got it down pretty quickly. Then they had a couple. They had their 2 splits working on One Arm Bandit at the same time. Didn't get any super low pulls and decided to call it and just do 5 of 8. So they've been doing 5 of 8s for the past 3 hours or so now.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense on what I'd expect the difficulty curve to be.
It's one of those things that by far the most valuable bosses in this raid are One-Armed Bandit and Gallywix. So those are the bosses that you're looking for, the premium items. You have some very rare items with the best in slots. You also get the House of Cards off of One-Armed Bandit, and then there's like the Jaster Diamond, and there's Aya Kazan and a bunch of other good trinkets that are off Trade Prince Gallywix. And so those are the 2 bosses those bosses define what character is your main in Heroic almost exclusively, because the loot from there is such a premium, basically.
Okay. Yeah, Muggsy, I can see how that one's very chaotic. I'm so curious to see Gallywix on Heroic. There's probably some kill videos out there, actually. But on normal, it seemed pretty simple. So
I don't think Gallywix has been killed.
Gallywix hasn't been killed yet. It's the only
not on Heroic ever? Oh,
no.
Okay.
We are still
then.
only with instant dollars having killed Muggsy. XD has joined them as killing One-Armed Bandit, but those are the only 2 guilds in the world that have killed One-Armed Bandit on Heroic right now.
Yeah, and I took myself by surprise seeing that somebody had killed the first boss on Mythic, and I was like, wait, how did they do that? Oh, that's because Mythic's out this week. I got Heroic week brain switch back and forth.
Yeah.
So looking at the raid that we have on the main monitor right here, it looks like we might be back to normal splits here, because we are heading to One-Armed Bandit, and I believe I'm only seeing 5 or 6 Liquid Raiders in the group. Yeah, all of Group 1 plus Nick, if I'm not mistaken. So we might be back to doing normals now.
Yeah, I mean they've got so many splits to get through. Do you guys have predictions on when we exit splits and get into Mythic proper?
Friday?
Yeah, I'm thinking Friday also, unfortunately.
You know, maybe some of the easier bosses end up getting killed like somewhere at the later point of Thursday.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll ever go do some of those bosses and come back to splits. There might be a reason for it. I'm not the big brain spreadsheet Siori.
I don't know. I feel like once you start the splits for the day, it kind of turns your brain to mush, and then you just like commit to doing splits all day.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you gotta get in the flow state, you know.
I do think Gallywix and Muggsy are probably candidates for full Liquid Guild split runs, like where after you've identified probably what's going to be your main character, you know, then you do the splits like that, kind of similar to what we saw from Ansarek during Heroic Week last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that, especially because they've cut out so many of their little extra characters, and so they have way fewer options to try and go gear. Where now it's like Fired Up has 12 potential mages. I'm sure it's pared down from now, but they have to like get through. Or is it 12?
It's so Mix was told him the minimum amount that any of their raiders have characters prepared is 14. So everyone has at least 14 characters. They might not all be of the same type. I mean, we saw Fired Up playing Washed Up earlier, his Elemental Shaman. So they might have a few different off-spec classes.
Take a look at that top right-hand corner. Our production was actually so kind as to make it a little bit bigger there.
Oh.
And
yeah, we're in normal.
I think is that not the Heroic Skull?
Is the Heroic one scarier?
The Heroic one's a little scarier than this.
Okay, a little bit scarier? Okay.
Also, I did just check the Discord, and they're in 5 groups.
All right,
which means I'm pretty sure they're in normal. They went down to 2 for Heroic earlier.
Very good.
Yeah, they've got new group names this time. Also 5. Which I'm guessing, yeah, it's probably just the normal. We gone over their names?
I don't think we've talked about the group names, or we didn't last
Secret Tech.
Either.
We got the Jug Juicers. Gundin Mandins.
That's been Shakib's Discord name for the past couple of months, and I have no idea what it's referencing.
Okay, makes sense. Severed Splits, just a basic one there. Happy Hill. I'm gonna guess that one's got Fired Up. Maybe Lip in it. Hill Gang. And then 5 Big Booms.
That's the Tobo split for sure.
I wonder if maybe someone in chat knows who's winning. I think there was a bit of competition between them, but maybe with them switching between normal heroic, they've kind of evened out.
Well, they've just had to start over, yeah, after dinner, so the competition starts to run wild. I mean, we can kind of see here on our screen, we've got a few different other POVs on our side monitor. We can kind of update you guys on who's winning. We got a lot of people on one-arm bandit right now.
All right, you know who's winning? Trade Prince Tettles.
Oh!
I come with a deal. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been in contact with John Blizzard himself. And
John Blizzard?
Jonathan Blizzard, actually, his son.
Okay.
His father's name was John, so he has to go by Jonathan.
Okay.
He's given me some codes to give away to you guys. So with those codes, you can potentially win a Grizzly Hills Packmaster, an Auspicious Arborworm, or the Winter Witch Bundle. This is open to NA or EU. And the way you enter, a very simple hashtag Undermine in chat to be able to get a chance to win. Keep an eye on your DMs from the mod so they can give you out the code if you won. This is eligible for NA and EU servers. You're welcome, chat.
Fancy.
Very exciting.
Thank you, Tettles.
Yeah, Trade Prince Tettles, please.
Trade Prince Tettles. Sorry,
Right.
I forgot the title. I apologize.
Deal maker. It's just in theme with the raid.
Yeah.
As it should be.
I think I'm a gambler. I don't have a official title. Degenerate gambler cams.
I think we get a cane like Gallywix. I think I could rock one of those.
Oh yeah.
That'd be sick.
Should show up to your next date. Do you think you have a date this time?
Can we get Trade Prince Tettles a cane?
Come and twirl in it.
That's right.
Perhaps with a fancy
Maybe with a
gemstone
cane I
on
could
the
have gotten a
top?
second date.
Like flipping a coin.
Exactly. But instead, the only thing I got were these codes to give away. Again, hashtag Undermine in chat to be entered for a chance to win. Are they spamming it?
They are spamming it.
Very
the spam
good.
is happening.
Great work, chat.
Chat spam hashtag Undermine if you want free codes.
And then also
courtesy of John Blizzard.
And then also type TY Trade Prince Tettles.
You don't have to type that to win the giveaway, but we appreciate it if you do.
Yeah, exactly. It was a hard fought negotiation tactic.
You might get a multiplier on your entry. You type in Trade Prince Tettles.
Don't do that.
Very good.
Yeah, that's TY Trade Prince Tettles, all one word.
Yeah, sure, good enough. Yeah.
This is maybe this one-armed bandit. Maybe my favorite boss aesthetically. I like the room and everything.
This
and
guy's
that he's just a big old slot machine. I love it.
This guy's got freak show voice lines.
Oh, does he? I haven't heard them.
Yeah. He's just like yelling the entire time.
Mechanically, this is just a ridiculously difficult boss. And it's part of the reason why I think they decided to just relax on the heroic splits for now, because something we were talking about last caster segment was that today is going to by far be the hardest day to do these bosses and splits, because your helpers, the pool of people that can help you with is just going to keep getting higher and higher in item level from Mythic Plus farming.
100%. I think that you come back tomorrow, you come back the day after they've done Mythic Plus, and you bring your helpers back in, and this fight is 20% easier.
Yeah, true. This one, there's like 6 combos, right, of the coins. I forget what they all are. It's like shock, bomb, flame, coin.
Coin, yeah.
And then you do like shock coin, flame coin.
There are 6
shock
different
bomb,
combos.
6 combos,
Yep.
and then you do all 6 of them, and then he phases.
Yep.
Okay.
You can't do the same combo twice, otherwise you wipe, pretty much.
Yeah. Not only that, but there's a time limit on how fast you have to kill the 2 adds on. And if you don't, it's pretty much an instant wipe. He gains like 500% damage.
Yeah.
So you pretty much instantly die. So there's not only just the overall boss DPS check, you want to get him as low as possible before you hit phase 2 so you don't die to the the soft enrage in that phase. But also you need to make sure you have the proper damage allocation to kill off these adds before the time limit's gone. And then you also have to deal with all the different combinations as well.
The mythic mechanic makes those adds shielded until they get hit by one of the coins that spawn out of the boss, and it's not shielded in the sense of it spawns with a shield, but it can't drop below 75% HP.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That was a tough look.
I was gonna say, I believe, are we on shock flame? The little pylon came out and then some flames. Okay. And then I don't know if this was some misinformation, but on the sides of the room, if he's not looking, it's like right at the top of his screen. I think it shows the combos you need to do or have done. They're like on little machines back there floating above their heads.
Yeah,
I could be
believe
wrong,
they're
though.
there.
That is a good question and not something I've ever actually noticed, so you might be onto something.
I heard somebody bring it up, but I may be confused.
It seems like this raid and this tier, they've obviously spent a lot of time and attention on making sure the quality of life of the visuals of the gameplay is much higher, right? Making sure that if you need to know something about the encounter you're on, they can show it to you with the game interface or something on the screen that doesn't have that replaces what you would use a weak aura for, right? They want to make the game more accessible to people that don't use add-ons. So I would not be surprised at all if that's the case. I haven't actually seen it myself, but I've seen some icons on the edge, but I'm not sure if that's just the combinations you've been using.
Cams, what did you think of the redone swirlies?
I love them.
They're so good, man.
They're so nice. I was just about to bring that up. The soak one, I'm not used to it. But maybe no, they still did a little big swirl in the air, right?
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, I loved it. It's just defined, about time.
Generated. Oh, there's a house of cards. Love to see that.
Oh, there's the miniature roulette wheel, the ring that's got random stats on it. It's like a 5,000, 2,000 budgeted ring that can roll random stats.
Oh, that's fun.
It's like the old Conclave of the Four Winds rings.
Or roulette.
From way back in the day.
Everything on black.
Four Winds.
First boss in the Alakir raid.
Oh, okay.
It literally only dropped like jewelry with random stats.
Okay, I forget.
First
but I'll
raid
believe you.
Cataclysm.
No, I remember the boss now that you bring it up, but I don't remember the rings. Onto the Mugsy. This boss, he looks so plain for the penultimate boss, but the mechanics come out so fast. It's pretty ridiculous, and I don't even understand how it can be done on Mythic, because you have to like use one side's mechanics to deal with the other side's.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's a very elaborate dance. Basically, during testing, especially Mythic testing, if you're YOLOing it and you don't really have a good strat implemented beforehand, it is a very difficult fight to YOLO. It's kind of similar to how Silken Court was, in my opinion, during a bunch of the raid testing, where the moment that you actually see what the full strat is for the fight, where people are moving, when you're actually walking over that middle line, what you're using when you're using it to blow up those mines, dealing with the goon cages as well, how you're actually dealing with all of that appropriately, it makes the fight substantially easier. And I think that that's something that like Race World First Guilds are going to pave the way a lot, and that's something that they've probably put 20, 30, 40 hours in just devising the exact perfect strategy for what that fight's going to look like on Mythic.
That's a good point.
I feel like it's very similar to Silken Court in that regard.
And also, I kind of get the sense that Blizzard probably would have watched what they did last raid, with Silken Court specifically, where they went in with just 10 people to get all of the timers on the fight.
Yeah.
And be able to time out the whole fight. I hope Blizzard was watching and made this fight so that you couldn't really do that. 'Cause that would be a lot more fun to watch. Imagine Silken Court with them actually learning each phase.
Well,
one at a time.
This fight, this phase is like whenever you push the boss, I want to say it's like 40%, and it goes into phase 2, and then the boss is supposed to mechanic spam a bunch. Right now, he kind of does this thing where he's just like Gatling gunning for like 45 seconds, which feels a little bit weird. But he's supposed to like spam mechanics from both sides at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done some changes this raid, kind of back to the normal, where a lot of bosses push at percentages now, where like everything, like Ansarek was just timer based, and like Silken Court, like you said, you could just take in less people and just kind of watch the whole fight play out.
Yeah.
I like that the DPS checks are back. I think it makes some bosses easier in some ways, because like Ansarek, all the P1 damage mattered to the Enrage because all the health carried over.
Yeah.
And so just having back that like kind of I assume a chill phase 1 on Gallywix, at least relative to like P2 or P3, if there even are P2 and P3 in Mythic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it says in the Dungeon Journal it's only one phase, which
yeah,
a little bit weird. There's a bunch of stuff that they're willing to do with Mythic end bosses in terms of hiding stuff out of the Dungeon Journal.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be normal phases, and they just don't want to let anyone know anything.
Could be like Gul'dan, though.
It could be like Gul'dan, yeah. Gul'dan was really interesting, not only because of the secret phase, because the Mythic mechanics on that fight, having the soft cap of range targets for certain mechanics, and then also just the fact that the final phase was just, well, not the final phase, the third phase before the Mythic phase was literally just the heroic phase, but like ramped up 100%.
Okay, I figured it out.
What's it?
So you see Mugsy on screen right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know who he looks like?
Cho'Gall.
Cho'Gall. So after you defeat Trade Prince Gallywix, he summons Cho'Gall.
I think they've done that before.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. You know, classic.
They've done Nefarian a couple times. No, you're onto something. They've done Ragnaros a couple times.
Hardcore's been done like 3 times too.
We've had like 3 classic freshes.
Yeah, Ragnaros could come out of the middle. There's like a little hole for him on Gallywix.
The even better one is, what if you have to drive your new cars around the boss?
You have to drift around the donut?
I get motion sick with drive.
Kalamazi's interested. What do you think about that? What if the secret phase on Gallywix is you have to get in your brand new go-karts that you got from the Undermine? You have to drift. You have to hit perfect drifts around the boss. If anyone runs into a wall, you instantly wipe.
Cams, what do you think about the? I mean, you're talking about the damage checks and percentage-based phase pushing, but that creates execute as probably some of the most valuable damage profile that you can have in this raid. Do you like the? I wouldn't say overemphasis, but the emphasis on execute being back?
I think it's good for some. Not every fight, but yeah, for some, I like having that as like a thing you need to think about rather than just a bonus.
Yeah,
I guess. But yeah, that's a good point. This boss is 40%, right? That he pushes.
I think it's 40. It might be 50.
5,
okay.
4, 3,
so
we're
yeah,
past 50 now.
1.
Decent execute then range.
Yeah, so he starts like spinning around and like shooting a Gatling gun kind of thing whenever he pushes.
Yeah, and he's like, he like charges around.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think as a player, anyways, I would trade that any day, even if I didn't have an execute, just to make like the phases leading up to the end more chill. 'Cause it started, I think, in Sepulchre they started doing that, where they were more timer based than percent based. I remember that was really difficult on the jailers because P1 on the jailer was so hard, and you had to do like crazy damage the whole way through the fight. So I would take that. I think like Ansarek would have been so much easier if they didn't have to like completely min-max like every little step of the fight, and couldn't. Because normally, P1's DPS check would be pretty easy.
Yeah.
P2 would be probably kind of the hardest part of the fights, and then P3 would be, I wouldn't say the easier parts, maybe hectic, but you just didn't get there so often, like on the typical 3-phase fight. And yeah, just with the Ansarek and Jailer and some of those bosses, you just had to be like perfect the entire way through. Yeah, so I would take that trade any day.
I wonder what the thought process behind going back into normals was as well. It might just boil down to the thing we were talking about earlier, where they just want to wait for helpers to get more gear, so it's a little easier to do the splits.
Absolutely. I think it's probably mostly that.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to. I don't say waste. I don't think you want to spend time pulling one-armed bandit if it's going to potentially take your split 5 to 10 pulls to be able to kill it on day 1, when it would only take you 2 to 3 pulls on day 2. After you get some more
gear. That makes sense, especially when you have the context of they need to kill these bosses like 15 times.
Exactly. And I would even be okay with. Okay, I don't know. Maybe not. I was gonna say maybe I'd even be okay if they did it on Thursday. But I think that on Thursday we're gonna need to start doing Mugsies and Gallywix kills.
Yeah. Obviously, faster is better, right? Because every day spent doing heroic and normal splits is another day that you're not in Mythic, and of course, getting the bosses down on Mythic is the race.
And if you see on the left side on our Coinbase leaderboard, there are 3 guilds who have actually killed 1 out of 8 on Mythic. So it seems like 1 out of 8 is quite easy.
Okay. Now, only one of the guilds, of course, the most recent one that has killed Vexy, has actually gone and even pulled a second boss yet. So we've got Diva, who has pulled one of the bosses and gotten it to 88%.
So you can go to Rick Reverb, Sprocket Monger, or Cauldrons of Carnage.
You can go to. You can also go to Styx Bunkchucker as well.
Oh, and Styx Bunkchucker.
Sure,
Sorry,
go to all 4.
And Styx Bunkchucker. Yeah, you're right. You're right. My mistake. And Styx Bunkchucker. So you can actually go to 4 of those bosses there. It's probably Cauldrons of Carnage that they went to second. That was the second easiest fight during testing. In theory, they could have gone to Richard Reverberations, but
we love Rick Reverb.
I believe Cauldron of Carnage drops the first boss eye level, right? I think the first boss and Cauldron of Carnage drop the same eye level, and then Bunkchucker and Rick Reverb drop the same.
Okay.
It's tiered up every time.
Yeah. So based on that, maybe that's how you can tell which one's supposed to be easier. Yeah, I can't wait for Mythic. Another thing to take into consideration is they want to, they want to get the splits done as quick as possible, but they also don't want to get into Mythic before they're ready, because then they're just giving away info to the Europeans.
That's a really good point. I do think the Europeans are gonna have enough info, though. You could go see the kills of the first boss.
That's true.
If you really cared.
I think the big thing, the focus for them is to make sure they are absolutely maximizing the splits. Liquid as a guild has sometimes run into the problems in the past where they have sort of rushed splits a little bit, and Echo or Method took a little extra time on splits, maybe got like half an eye level to an eye level extra gear, and were able to more easily kill a DPS check boss because of it. So the last thing Liquid wants to do is just rush it and not absolutely perfect these splits. They will make sure they get every last upgrade they can possibly get out of these splits before they worry about Mythic.
Yeah, I remember Sylvanas, that was a big thing. I don't remember the exact splits breakdown of both the guilds, but Liquid had so close wipes on that fight.
Oh yeah.
It was so bad that tier 2 because of how Shards of Domination worked, where there was multiple layers of RNG. It was looting the shards, it was looting the Chaos shards because you needed the Chaos bonus, and then it was looting the pieces of gear, because we were also on personal loot at the time. It was looting the pieces of gear that were able to actually obtain those Shards of Domination inside of them. And so Echo at the time ended up having basically one item level over complexity limit at that point, and that was cursed. I mean, that was literally raid losing. But now they're doing... What's the situation with 5 simultaneous splits?
They're just trying to make their normal splits go as quickly as possible.
How is it? Who is tanking?
Everyone. They have a lot of people tanking. Anybody that can tank is tanking.
Atlas usually tanks.
Yep.
Boomy's tanking.
Yips and
Shakib is tanking.
Scott.
Some of these splits.
Shakib, yeah.
They've got Scott tanking splits. They've got Yips tanking splits.
Shay's tanking as well, I think.
Shay, one of the new guys. I haven't met him yet.
Where's he from?
No clue.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say UK.
Oh, really? Okay.
I want to say UK.
England is my city, so that's a good point.
It's your city?
That's a country.
If it weren't for Team 10, then the US would be bad.
Explain.
I don't know what he's saying.
Don't worry about it.
There's a bit I'm missing here.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, even on normal, this is getting pretty hectic. They have like half the raid dead.
It's just a lot of mechanics. Again, this fight is heavy coordination check. Again, once you see other guilds do it, the fight becomes a lot easier because you're moving the boss in the correct spots. Everybody's going to be positioned in an appropriate manner, and then it just becomes a lot easier again. But there are a lot of mechanics on this boss. It feels very Silken Court-esque.
I have a very important question from chat, and this is a good point. Rude Dinosaur, I agree with you completely. This is Shay's first raid at Liquid HQ, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, as someone from the UK, do you think he's adjusting to the amount of seasoning Chef Heidi uses in her food?
Ooh. It is pretty seasoned. How does he look? Is he looking pleased, or is he looking discomfort?
He's looking like he's standing in front of Gallywix right now.
Yeah, we can see Shay on another monitor. See secret Shay cam.
We'll
Do you happen to know what he's playing? I've seen him on Demon Hunter. I don't know the other.
I think he's got a lot of druids.
I've seen him on a lot of druids.
I think he might be feral.
I think he is a cat.
Yeah, I might have to go sneak a look at the spreadsheet.
Ooh,
but no leaky.
Looks like this split's actually wiping a Mug Z.
No.
Yeah, Mug Z.
What's the name of this split? Hold on. Let's see what group's saying it.
Oh yeah, call him out. Another thing, a few of these bosses have like boss hits 100% energy, wipe, over. I believe Mugsy's like that, and I think One Arm Bandit also.
Oh no, that's Happy Hill that's wiping. Oh
Happy
no.
Hill gang, no.
Is that like a Shakib split?
I think that's the Fired Up split.
Oh.
Part of Hill Gang?
Well, Shaq is also part of Hill Gang.
Well, in spirit. He's not actually from the hills.
No, he's from up north.
The actual Hill Gang is Fired Up Lip and Cam's
yeah,
here.
it was me.
Oh,
they're part of the hills.
Are Utah, Idaho, all part of the hills?
We're all in Utah.
Oh, you're all in Utah? Okay.
Yeah, the Hill Gang.
I don't know why I thought one of them was in Idaho.
I don't know why they're downgrading our beautiful mountains, but
What do you mean downgrading?
To hill.
Oh, to hill.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Should be mountain men.
Did we get a Jaster Diamond? Very important. That ring.
We do. They have one, yeah.
Oh, they
It's
do.
huge. They got one. That's great.
That's elite. That is by far the best item that can drop off here. Eye of Kazan is also a very, very valuable trinket. I think pretty much everybody in the raid's gonna want it.
Okay.
See Lip hovering over there for us. Thank you, Lip.
But the Jaster Diamond is a very rare item that drops off of Gallywix, and so that's big.
A nice white ring you see there.
This is gonna be very reminiscent of Rashanan and Sikran whenever you guys were watching those splits last year.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how they've made 2 end bosses in a row that have a very rare ring on them.
True.
The Queen Answer ring was also quite valuable.
The Jaster Diamond, I think, is a cooler one.
I think it is better, too.
It's also got better stats.
Yeah, it's high haste, low mastery, which is good for a ton of classes. Almost every class, to be honest.
They gotta stop putting crit and versatility on things.
Yeah, man. Crit verse specs should not be played.
Only fake specs want crit or verse.
Yeah, exactly.
Real specs are haste or mastery. Probably both, though.
Oh, this is Jug Juicers. We got a nice little... Did I miss that on the other one?
Let's go, Jug Juicers.
Yeah, Lip. Sent from the hills to the jugs.
Chat, why are you calling me a rat? What did I do?
Right, we see Lip here. He's got paladins and DKs. Oh, there's a couple shamans. Preferred enhance is not too great.
I think he's got triple enhance. I think he's got triple ret, and I think he's got triple DK. He is a Swiss Army knife of a DPS player.
Yeah, melee man. Oh, here's not quite as much as Swiss Army knife.
What is this?
on his
THDK? What am I watching?
Death.
That's TH Death. That's a classic
Why
THD ult.
Why does he have a DK?
He just likes playing DK,
I don't know.
man.
Is he good at it?
He's good, yeah.
He's just always had this DK.
He has always played that character.
So we got
outside of
17
his
Warlocks and 1 Death Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't really know if I ever see him on anything but this or all the Warlocks.
I see him on Lost Ark.
Yeah. I see him playing Gunslinger and Sorceress.
Is that Lost Ark?
Those are Lost Ark classes.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 I can think of right now.
5, 4.
Doing a bit of Gallywix here. Excited that we get to see him. Never tested. We get to see all those mechanics for the first time today.
Oh, you haven't seen him yet? It's actually funny. I was watching this for the first time.
Yeah.
And I saw that group soak that they do, and I instantly was like, that's Remornia's Slash.
I didn't think this was
from Sire Denathrius.
The first time I saw it, I didn't recognize that it was a group soak. You guys were talking about the changes to visuals earlier, but it doesn't look like a group. Something about it. It looks like you should be dodging this. This looks like the Sire Denathrius P3 ground effect thing that's attached to the ground effect, and if you get hit by it, you die.
Is it the same visual as the Bloodbound Horror soak? Is that maybe why they did it?
It's very similar.
Maybe. It just doesn't... Something about it just doesn't look... Like a pie slice to me just never looks like something we're soaking.
Yeah, it is definitely massive. Yeah, I want to see a visual of those two side by side. Yeah, just like Sire also.
There's also...
That one you didn't want to soak.
There's also some 3-pronged blaze lines on this fight as well, which are crazy. There's also bombs on this fight that I think the bomb mechanic is probably one of the most interesting mechanics, and it's probably the most important, especially during these splits. Making sure that you have people that are running the bombs and dropping them off into those... There's like grates that are on the side of the wall to disarm a cannon that's going to put a permanent ground effect on the ground, and so you have to drop 2 bombs, and you have to like prime the bombs to make sure that they don't clutter your ground effectively for the remainder of the fight. But in the last phase, there's always going to be one that's going off, and so you kind of have to pick and choose where we're going to have our clean room and whatnot.
Yeah, I think you need like 2 bombs to destroy the pylon thing,
Exactly.
and then the rest you just throw into a hole.
You can throw it in the hole, or you can throw it off the ledge.
Yeah, in the hole or off the side, yeah.
Yep.
Or they explode.
I think there's some bonus bombs as well during normal, so you have an overabundance of them. But if you leave them on the platform and they explode, you're wiping.
Yeah.
Get the bombs away. Classic WoW mechanic.
I'm kind of interested in seeing if there is... Because they have too many bombs in normal. I wonder if they're going to have extra bombs on Heroic and Mythic, or if they're going to have just the correct amount and they don't have to run them off the edge at all. This is kind of interesting, because I think that on one hand, having extra bombs is a challenge, but at the same time, having only the correct amount of bombs is also a challenge in its own way.
So these are the bombs right here, obviously, right?
Yes, exactly. And you walk over, you click them, and you get an extra action button to be able to throw them. So you see TH Death right there running it. Now he's got, I think that cannon is primed, and so it needs 1 more bomb in it to be able to completely deactivate it. Oh, no, it's okay. So now it's finished. You see that grate dropping back, and then THD throwing the final bomb into the hole. Oh, he's actually going to... He's running the entire time. Third. Oh, my God. Selfless. Oh, my God.
He did a fourth bomb.
Selfless. Wow. That is unreal. Unprecedented DK gameplay right there.
Do not tell me a DK can't do mechanics. Masterclass of mechanic doing from THD there.
And you can still see him on the meters, too.
Well, he always shows himself. It's a little cheating, but...
Yeah, okay, we're in 14th place.
I believe every set of ads you want to destroy one of the pylons. Are they pop pylons? The coils? The things on the edge?
You can tell that
laser beams?
That Chrome Keem Gallywix is European because they're called Giga Coils.
Oh, the Giga Coils.
Yeah.
The Giga Coils, or?
Or?
Oh yeah, there, he's destroyed it. It's made the pie slice. Locked off for the rest of the room, or the fight.
Yeah, and so there's a soft enrage on the fight, basically kind of similar to Sire Denathrius-esque, where you can only clear so many of those coils like you were talking about, and so then eventually you're going to be fighting the boss just in that final slice. Now, if you do mess up the bomb running in some capacity, you can, especially on normal, be able to get like 2 of the slices that are consuming the room at once. The boss is definitely still killable, especially with the amount of DPS that they have, if they do mess it up. But of course, on Heroic and Mythic, they're not gonna have the opportunity to be able to mess it up and still kill the boss.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious, this big circle in the tank, it also looks like it has a cone. I wonder if that hits people or just in the circle.
I think it's just in the circle. It's but it does stack a vulnerability on the tank, so that's part of the taunt swap of the fight, is making sure that the tank that doesn't have the debuff isn't getting that large bomb a second time.
More ads spawning, another coil phase coming out here.
All right, I heard something. Maybe it's only on Heroic or Mythic or something, but that these bombs can't get hit by like any mechanic. Maybe that was taken out. This was just in like a video people made off the Dungeon Journal, and I read that and I was like, oh no, please no more.
I believe you.
Seeds. Please no more Halandris bombs. But I saw them get hit earlier, so it seems fine on normal.
The mechanics, I mean, if that is true, I haven't read the Dungeon Journal just too much about this fight. I read it to try cursory understand the mechanics. I didn't read it. I'm really bad at reading the Dungeon Journal.
Oh, me too.
So that's why I do all the raid testing, because I can't read the Dungeon Journal very well. If that is a mechanic, though, I do think that the abilities come out a lot slower than something like Halandris or Fyrakk, where, you know, it's going to be a lot easier to run those bombs.
I'm a very visual learner, so like I can read it and kind of understand it, but I'll get like 10 times more understanding out of seeing it in action than just reading it.
Reading the Dungeon Journal, I'm a 0 out of 10 on. I'm the absolute worst.
Even reading the Dungeon Journal, even though it gives you an idea of what the individual mechanics do, it never tells you, you know, what the order of them is or whether or not they happen at the same time. So it's never quite the same experience.
All right, I think I figured out the visual of the cone in P1. Mm-hmm. So those canisters there, they're kind of that purplish color. Mm-hmm. They do a healing absorb, and so does the frontal in P1. So maybe this is just Blizzard visual language.
Well,
kind of purple is healing absorb.
They all use the sort of Black Blood of Yasharj mechanic that they're implementing in this encounter, right? That's what they're all fighting over.
Look at these bombs. They actually spawn out in the dead coil zone from that new coil that Gallywix has done. This is crazy to see THD playing a DK literally just running the entire fight. I thought that people claim that DK had no mobility. Like, well, THD is clearly doing all the mechanics. Why do you guys lie?
Well, like, see, here's the thing, right? When you look at the raid group that they have set up, they have like 5 or 6 liquid raiders.
Yeah.
Which probably means they have the 2 tanks, the 2 healers, or maybe even just 1 healer, and like 2 or 3 DPS. Look at the damage meters. Impex's topping the meters. Dazer's right there in 3rd. So who's going to do the mechanics? Not one of the ones pumping. It's going to be TH Death.
Ouch. I believe THD was also doing the bombs in other groups, so probably another reason. Just consistency. You just do it.
Yeah.
He's a good lad.
I think Kingfly was doing them on his Hunter as well.
That does sound like a Hunter job. Hunter or Mage
What do we got? So again, we're looking for Jaster, Diamonds, and Eye Kazans. It looks like we don't have either of those.
It would be all the way at the bottom.
Well,
of the loot at the top.
It looks like neither of them here.
Neither.
Which is a little bit unfortunate.
Unlucky.
I wonder how hunters are going to feel about some of these bosses' P1 damage not really mattering. Because that's their raid buff.
There are some, I don't want to call them very rare, but there are some cantrip weapons that can drop off this fight as well, that have like a secondary effect on them. I don't know what actually drops off this boss, though. It doesn't look like they got any
Like
of those.
90% of the loot is going to be what you mentioned. It's going to be Jaster Diamond, it's going to be Eye of Kazan, and then the Curios, right? Those are
The
big
Curios
things.
are...
To fill out the heroic tier is always extremely useful.
I think that the Curios are going to be less important because I think that you are going to decide somebody's main off of those very important items like the Jaster Diamond and the Eye of Kazan. I don't think that you're going to be able to... I think that you're going to always have full heroic tier on those players regardless because you can guarantee it basically with the Curios from heroic Gallywix.
The big things they're worried about overall is sticks and trinkets.
Yeah.
Big weapons, big trinkets. Those are going to be the majority of their damage, and then they can fill in the tier. Yeah, the difference between a heroic and a normal piece of tier is not that big of a deal.
The thing is too, on heroic you can get 3 Curios, and so if somebody only has 2 or 3 pieces of tier potentially, you know, they can get fed the Curios. I mean, say they only have 1 piece of tier, they can get fed all 3 Curios for all we care, right? If they also have, you know, a really good Eye of Kazan, if they have the House of Cards, if they have the best in slots, like you would be willing to feed all 3 Curios to that kind of character.
Let's see. So there is the two-handed strength mace. The high chance to contaminate your targets with industrial runoff up to 25 times, dealing shadow damage every 3 seconds until
That's the
their
Gallywix
demise.
stuff?
Yeah, this is Gallywix.
Yeah, there's some cantrip items that are off. It's a, what is it?
Oh, there's also the bomb suit. Fantastic tank trinket.
That's a Mythic Plus trinket. I don't think you would wear it in Raid, but it's really good in Mythic Plus. It's OP in Mythic Plus even.
Let's see what else we got.
What is this word? Cantrip? What is this word?
It's like a secondary damage proc effect.
Oh, okay. Where does that originate? I've never heard that before.
World of Warcraft?
Oh.
I actually don't know where it's from, but I know that's the word that they use for it.
The new word.
If it comes from anything, like 90% of RPG terms probably come from D&D.
I really didn't understand what kick and blink were whenever I first started this game either, and I had to have somebody explain it to me.
I've just never heard cantrip before.
There's a one-handed Agi mace that does the same thing. Just stacks up a debuff.
Okay, so it's Agi mace and a two-handed mace?
Yeah, two-handed strength mace, one-hand Agi.
Okay, so and then I think it's like a gun and a dagger or something like that. That's off Mugsy. That also has cantrip effects.
There's an offhand shield also off of Gallywix that does the same thing.
Again, the same thing. Okay, it's offhand shield. Okay, so
and it's int and strength, so it can be caster or it's like Ellie Shaman or
Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior. Okay.
Yeah, just those 3 from this.
Yeah, but then Mugsy has similar cantrip effect weapons, and I think it's like a gun and a couple of other random items that are like that.
I'm sure there's a caster one somewhere too.
Yeah, I think it's like a one-handed dagger. Or, but the best in slots is, I think, also one of the best items for a lot of the casters that can wear two-handed int mace.
How many are there that can do that?
It's two-handed int mace or it's two-handed strength mace. That's kind of the bit.
It's got both on
It's
it?
the best in slots. You see, that's the RP. Blizzard loves RP.
I remember seeing a tweet from Scarazard, one of the guys who comes up with the names of items, saying
RPer.
He put one of his favorite items ever into this raid. I wonder if it's the best in slots, because that is an extremely good name for an item.
I think it seems like there's a lot of whimsy back in WoW. I don't know how else to describe it. Something in the last few, like maybe started in like Dragonflight or something. Just something came back that was missing.
People were kind of haters on War Within Season 1, but everybody that I played with on the PTR, everybody that I played with during raid testing, everybody that's been looking at the new patch extensively has all been super hyped for this patch. And I think that this raid, like theme-wise, raid boss-wise, is delivering as well. And I think that this Mythic Plus season is also going to rock. I'm stoked.
Yeah, that's for me came out of left field. I thought it was going to be like more Void themed, you know, sticking with like Xalatath, but it's just like, oh, we're going to Undermine and it's all goblins, and I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
Another item I think we need to put a little more focus on as well. We've been talking a lot about Eye of Kazan.
Yep.
It's definitely it got a little bit of a nerf. It's still BIS, but it's not like turbo BIS like it was before. But another trinket did catch a little bit of a buff, and I think it's going to be extremely good for a lot of the caster classes. Mug's Moxie Jug.
That's a good trinket
got a
too.
large buff recently.
The thing with Eye of Kazan is that it takes 4 minutes to completely stack up to 20 stacks.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're only looking at like 5-minute sims for your spec or something like that, you might think it's a little bit worse than it is. And if you end up fighting a boss for 6, 7, 8 potential minutes, then it starts to become much better. And I think that especially for like the later fights, that's a huge deal for raid DPS.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but I think that it's kind of weird because I think that a lot of melee DPS also want some trinkets from Mythic Plus, where all of the Intwares want the trinkets from the raid.
How does Eye of Kazan work if you die? Do you lose all of your stacks?
Yeah.
That's brutal.
It's also Simbait.
Just like Spy Masters.
It's also Simbait in Mythic Plus, where
you're out of combat all the time.
If you're out of combat, you lose a stack every 1 second, and you know, it only stacks up to 20 times, and so yeah, we could lose all of our stacks.
Definitely don't run it in Mythic Plus.
In between one pull, yeah, that's very cool.
So it's basically just Spy Master's Web, but you don't use it. It just stacks and decays, I guess.
But it's very overstated when you're at max stacks.
Okay.
And it decays instantly.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any use of a Spy Master's Web in this raid? Or is it just getting out item level, like outscaled?
So I think it was going to be used by some classes potentially, probably like something like an Arcane Mage because of how their evocation works, especially with Spy Master's Web. I think that second 10% nerf that it caught Monday ended up putting it in the dirt. But I think before then, it was way more likely that we were going to see that being used by mages. Potentially a couple other specializations like Shadow Priest and Moonkins like it as well.
It's so crazy that trinket caught 2 10% nerfs.
Well, the first 10% nerf, all the casters looked at that and they go, huh, that's all?
Yeah, and then they actually hit Transmitter with it too.
That's kind of a random nerf. I didn't know that trinket was still going to be insane.
There were classes it was still BIS for.
Nice. Love that. Cersei Circlet's still BIS for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I want that. I want to get that thing away from me.
I think so too.
Do you like that they're nerfing them, or do you kind of wish they kept the item powerful? Because they used to do that, where trinkets from old tiers would be best like near the end game, and yeah, now they're kind of just like new season, wipe it clean.
Here's the thing: I need the dopamine of getting an upgrade. I can't get dopamine if I don't upgrade my gear.
You know how else you can get some dopamine?
Do tell me it's ironic.
By signing up for Coinbase with our link at tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, get 20 free bucks. That's some dopamine.
But you were required to use the code TeamLiquid20.
Good shout.
But again, chat, if you want free dopamine, you could go see a therapist. However, you don't need to. Instead, you can go to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF and get free dopamine there. Good plug.
Feels good. $20 feels, it's free. Why
They're
not?
just giving away money.
Yeah. And if you don't want it, you can send it to somebody.
You can send it to me, please.
Pretty quickly.
If you don't want it, please send it to me. I need it.
Paste your wallet address and
Happy Hill have made their way into Galliwix. This is the group that we saw wipe on one-armed bandit earlier. Actually, no, it was Muggsy that they wiped on.
Scott's getting after that gum.
They gotta play catch up, dude.
Oh, he's already on the gum.
Dude, I forgot he gets after gum every day.
That guy goes through like a pack of gum a day, man. It's crazy.
I get it. He's dark. Is he in the lunar one? I forget the names of the room.
Yeah. For those of you who have never tuned into a Liquid Race to World First before, we have like 4 different rooms that our raiders raid from, and they all have their own, like, they're segmented off into groups based off of their preference for the room. So like, some of them like to raid in a dark, cold room. Some of them like to have it a little hotter. Maybe have the lights on. Then you got the Pro Lab, which is just all
what's
vibes.
Max's room?
Max's room is just the Max room.
The penthouse?
Yeah, it's the penthouse.
Yeah. Guess that makes sense.
And then they have a couple pods as well, just for individual players. I think Tax is in one of those right now. They've had Trill in there before.
Oh, Tax is in a pod?
He's in a pod.
Not in the analyst room?
The analyst room is full, man.
Yeah.
They're in there.
Yeah, they keep procking more analysts.
Away,
I don't even know where they're...
Yeah, what are they even doing?
Analyzing or something.
I wonder what the thought process is on like the end of a tier, and they go, "We need another analyst." I wonder what like the problem is that they're trying to fix.
I think it's probably one person saying, "I have too many hats here. I need someone to help with this." Like I know Telegon kind of played a couple of different roles last race, where he was doing a lot of the split stuff, and then he also worked on some side stuff. Like he had a really cool program that he built for Brew Twister.
Okay.
To show egg locations and where people need to break on. I'm not sure if that was one of the people that they needed to split up to get another analyst for, but they kind of all have their own little jobs, and I think if any of them feels overwhelmed, they would rather just get someone else to help with that job rather than have them be overwhelmed.
I think most of the analysts are probably working on split stuff, trying to figure out whose loot's going to where, simming characters, trying to figure out that kind of thing. I think there's some of the analysts like Bart who's looking at Gallywix on normal and trying to design and curate the best possible weak auras, telling the tanks when to taunt, telling the DPS when to press defensives, and that kind of thing, and trying to make sure that that's going to be perfect. And then I think, you know, the other analysts might be doing various tasks such as, you know, getting Sprocketmonger polarity mechanic dealt with, making sure that Rick Reverb's going to be perfect, just a bunch of other small things. That because changes happen from PTR testing to live, and if something happened with like different spell queuing than what you saw during PTR testing, that might be an analyst's job to kind of research that and try to figure out what's going on. One of the analysts as well also might be looking at the first couple of boss kills or the first couple of boss pulls that were on Mythic and try to see if was there anything that we could do differently. Is there anything that we need to know about these fights here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be. Like it can be hard, like if you win a tier, to try and like figure out what you need to add, or like if you need to replace anybody or all those kind of things. Like you win and you're just like, whatever, we're perfect. But yeah, you don't want to become complacent. But yeah, that's a good point on just like maybe the analysts were like, I'm really stressed in this area. Can we please get somebody else? Because other than that, I don't know how you would decide if you need a new guy.
I think that you need a bunch. I don't even know how many people I would assign to do loot for this kind of stuff. This is crazy. Getting people in and out of splits, getting the loot assigned. You know, they are simming the characters for these people and trying to assign out who's getting what upgrade and try to figure out, you know, where is this loot realistically supposed to go? Who is this supposed to go to at any single point? And that is also, I don't think, an insignificant task in the slightest. You also have people who are like data mining stuff on the back end to check spell diffs to see if there's any changes to bosses, mechanics, anything related to the raid, just at all. Basically every single mob and every single spell ability is going to be spell diffed at any point as well.
I know Siori's eyes are glued to WoW tools to see if there's ever any spell data being updated.
I think they got
He's so quick.
I think they got Dorvan as well helping them.
Yep, Dorvan's also one of the new mines.
He's one of the
last year.
He's one of the main mage TCers, and that guy is nuts.
Any diamonds? Any diamonds? Show us the diamonds fired up.
I need an Ikazan as well.
No.
I don't see a diamond.
It could be at the bottom.
Could be at the bottom below those
there's
curios.
like another item down there. Oh.
No diamond. Unlucky.
Roll need on the curios, I guess. All right. Okay.
Do you happen to know the number of players in the guild now?
Not
Analysts and
exactly
raiders?
sure. Oh, that's a fancy little zoom. Thank you for that. Yeah, no
ring.
No Giga Rare items, unfortunately.
What's what are the cantrip items attached to? I think it's attached to something that you can turn in, kind of similar to a curio.
Oh, really?
Are they?
I think so.
I thought they could just drop as is.
Maybe you're right. Because I thought it was the same cantrip effects on all of the items, I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was attached to like a thing like the curio.
It's also really curious. There's all of the cantrip items that have the same effect, which is like the stacking shadow damage debuff.
Yeah.
But there's randomly a fist weapon that does like fire damage AoE off of Muggsy, which is completely different for I don't know what reason.
Reaching out to tags to get the official number on players in the guild.
I want to say it's around 30 raiders. That's usually the number they hover around. It could be a couple more, couple less.
Looks like no House of Cards.
That's rough.
No Best in Slots. Very rare item, unfortunate.
I think on this list we got earlier of people who've come and gone, or left and are new.
Yeah, Wolf Disco back.
Yeah, Wolf Disco's back. The new ones are Cinny, Shay, Wolf Disco, Yuri, who's an analyst, and Maybe is now an analyst.
Yeah, maybe went from raider to full-time analyst. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I think that there's one extra person from last tier.
Is Maybe just doing 100% healer stuff?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is he here?
I would assume so.
I got here so late yesterday. I didn't really get to see everybody. They were kind of busy, and
They've all, dude. I got here in the middle of the day yesterday. They were permanently busy as well.
Yeah, they were doing like damage testing all day yesterday.
They're doing. Dude, they're killing Queen and Soraka over and over again. I was like that.
what are they? What could they be getting for that?
Damage testing.
Oh, they're just okay. They're just damage testing on the bosses. I see.
All right. It sounds like we are prepared to go to a Monster Energy listen in. Cam, Zyronic, and myself will be back right after this break.
If you die, don't release.
It's the
glowing potions. There's a ton of them. Just while you're running through all the trash.
We still got Bonsai and a Warlock up there.
I'm up here. Bonsai's getting cocktailed. He's getting cocktailed.
He's on his way. He's on his way.
He's getting cocktailed again.
Yeah, run into the boss room. It's just straight ahead.
Fuck, I gripped him backwards. I gripped him backwards. I apologize, Bonsai.
Okay. Do not release if you die. If you are dead, just stay at the start.
He's almost there. He's getting cocktailed.
Bop him.
He's getting fucking. He's pennied. He's cocktailed again. Oh my god.
Okay. Everyone can die. You're around, just die.
Everyone perish. Hold on, Bonsai, hold on, there's a fucking security guard right there. Don't turn around, don't turn around.
Double your shit.
Okay, you're good, you're good.
Alright, we're gonna get Mastras.
I guess they'll never learn to never put this many trash mobs in a raid.
Alright, if you didn't get the res release, we'll summon you. Just type in the chat.
Oh shit, I think I can get Shadow Crash.
Yeah, I'm playing Totemic as well for this boss for sure. Coming out as well from the last boss.
Put down a summoning stone, okay?
Cancel.
Malix, you can release. Got a summon.
Hit the boss reset as well, perhaps.
Yo, Dace, you got bounties?
One of the hunters, can you shoot the boss and feign death? Or one of the mages?
Oh, fucking Weeds got this. Oh,
Weeds
got this. Weeds got this.
Professional in action? Boom.
What a beast.
Yeah, that was a professional play.
Part of this boss, we just have to attack it and hit adds occasionally. When the adds dies, just make sure you're not standing on top of them. We're gonna switch to them when they come out.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No steam here, just smoke. Big money, big prizes.
Okay, switch to the adds, just don't be on top of them. When they're dying, move away. If the fire one's dying, just move away from them. Kill the other ones, and when they're dying, just move away. If they're all dead, just go back and hit the boss. Gonna do that again. A couple more times.
Yo, Weed, I got an important fucking job for you. You're gonna be sending these coins back to us when they come out. This thing right here, when it lands, you send it back to us. Go get that shit. Go get that shit.
That's light work for him, by the way.
Yeah, that's light work. Right,
Light
get that shit
work
back.
for Weed.
Oh,
You have to give him a few seconds to
taking
get
your
stuff.
job. Someone's taking your job. Here it comes.
Oh shit. Hit them off again. W. Down the circle.
Oh shit.
Guess it doesn't do any damage. No.
No steam here,
Kill the ads when they're dying, get off of them.
Come on.
No steam here, just smoke. No steam here, just smoke. Error, offline, rebooting. Let up the ante. Aggregate living read. No steam here, just smoke. Bonus round. Your luck run out. All bears are.
Hey, Gallywix! Looks like the house don't always win.
Do you have any idea how much that thing costs? I'm gonna take it out of your sorry green hide, Gaslow.
Dude, the DungeonDojo bottle service. This trinket's how you fucking disorient people.
The icon on that trinket looks so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a fucking suit.
They were just running up to the top of the stairs.
DungeonDojo goes so hard. Good dips.
Who's logging this run?
I have text logs, but I'm...
Yeah, they will be uploaded, I suppose. I have them as well, worst case, I think.
Oh, no one's like live logging?
Nope.
Okay, you see the thing in the loot holder discussion?
Looks like the house don't always win.
Do you have any idea how much that thing costs?
Yeah.
That was another Scott Brexit in my raid moment.
I was in the split announcements thing. Is that part of it?
Scott Brexit in my group moment.
Alright, let's fucking blacklist him.
How does it always happen, man?
Put his name on Twitty.
Was that Scott's group?
Yeah.
It's always
That's insane.
Okay, no, we're talking about it.
Boss. Far side.
Yo, Weed, you gotta reset this shit. Let's go.
Collect or stand in circle.
The speed difference with a... It's crazy. I'll just throw it out there.
Yeah, it's a little faster.
Also warrior buff, kind of big.
Well, don't play yet. Just cancel this. We got a guy that missing the weak aura. Wait to see if it resolves.
Open the weak auras. Give the weak auras open. Yes, we also have 2+2. Nice, perfect.
It didn't resolve for me. Did it resolve for you?
Yeah, it's just Electric's best.
Oh yeah, I'm good now.
Okay, we're just gonna start on the start side and attack the boss. The ground, just walk into them.
No idea what you're saying.
Putting this on the boss. Yep.
Oh shit.
What's going on?
Hello, yips.
What a fucking hype mechanic right now. Boom. Alright, move over to the fire. Don't stand in this line. If you have the line, just stay still. After the spray and pray, we're gonna move across the boss room. Alright, once this goes off, we're gonna be moving.
2, 1.
Everyone run across, go to the other side.
Collect or
Move
stand
with
in
the
circle.
boss. There's gonna be 2 circles, put them on star and circle marker.
Well, it's one use again, keep playing, that's good.
What'd you do?
Just spread these out on the
Oh, that
on those
was
2
nothing
markers.
my opener.
You get a circle, put them on the markers. Everyone go in the circles, get in the circles.
Whoa,
That's fine. That is
that
fine.
works. That works.
It
Minimal
works.
damage.
Does it though? Doesn't really. Because you gotta pull the boss through it so it rage and then walks through, else the boss will have a shield forever. It'll stop
Okay,
after
he'll
this.
come out eventually. He'll come out eventually.
Alright,
the
I'm gonna
problem
go
is it's
beat
gonna
some
take-
people up. Fine. Oh my.
Trez
Not really
chunky.
fine, but
There you go, you're back good, we're good, we're good. Oh, he's flipped.
That's okay, you just come to this side.
Do you want to go back over? Sure, no.
Nah.
Don't let me know what happens if you do that, but...
Standing in the bombs. There's a group soak, just put it under the boss while standing in it. It's gonna be a line, don't stand in it. If you have it, just stand still.
Dude, you could spin that line fucking crazy, I think.
Just move out with that circle if you can, Creamy.
Fuck yeah. Fuck it.
Alright, fuck it. Okay, we're gonna be phasing after this.
Scared to pain.
Yo, come on.
Just follow the boss, follow the boss.
Oh, it's last phase. Nice. Yep. Dude, I don't think that beam could kill you if you like tried.
Collect or stand in
I mean,
circle.
Where's the pricing, man? I mean,
I was
Follow the
standing
boss,
it.
follow the boss.
I was standing it for a while.
I was following it and I was definitely putting my health down.
One more charge.
So keep putting them over there.
Those circles are gonna happen again that we had on the other side. We need to soak them as a group. So if you get that circle, just move it a little bit away from the boss and then stand still.
I sitting there for the entire time, they didn't kill me.
You see these bombs, you can just run into them.
Big mechanic. Oh my god. Tried Goblin Jump cancelling the knockback, but it didn't work. The bomb.
Run into these circles, just spread them out slightly. Don't have them
This is good,
overlapping.
this is
And then, this is good, be in the circles. You can stand in that if you're in that Plagio green place.
Boom.
Kill the boss.
Collect or stand in circle.
Good work. Nice job, Pop.
It's not over. It's not over.
It's over. All right, don't release. Let's get a res out. A jug.
Two again.
Moxie jug is
Tiny
good.
pals.
They got a jug though, so.
Wuggy wuggy.
All right.
The capo weapon.
Why did I just pop this? Oops.
Welcome back, everybody, from that Monster Energy listen-in. I am joined by Camson's Ironic. Shout out the sponsors. For today's sponsor read, I would like you guys to tell me your favorite thing about some of our sponsors. Cams, what is your favorite thing about Coinbase?
That I can get free $20 by signing up.
Ironic, what is your favorite thing about Honda?
I love my CRV.
Cams, what is your favorite thing about Secret Lab?
The chairs.
The chairs, okay, very good. What is your favorite thing about Monster Energy's Ironic?
Cracking an M with the boys.
Popping in with the boys, indeed. What is your favorite thing about Alienware, Cams?
The computers.
The computers, great comms. What is your favorite thing about MyBlue's Ironic?
Completing quests.
What is your favorite thing about RaiderIO, Cams? The score,
The
maybe?
stats.
Oh, the stats. Oh, even rarer. What is your favorite thing about Wowhead?
The fact that I don't have to look at the code on the guides anymore.
I'm very very in tune with this one. What is your favorite thing about Warcraft Logs, Cams?
Can it also be the stats?
It can now. What is your favorite thing about DungeonDojo? It's ironic.
Crafting routes for Mythic Plus.
That's right. All right. Thank you guys so much. Shout out the sponsors.
Please enjoy these sponsors equally.
I will.
I'm doing like a Severance bit here.
Who are you?
What?
Anyways.
Have you not watched Severance?
I have. I don't know. You're an Audi. I'm an innie. I don't know.
So we're back from break. We were watching some splits. Basically, the same thing is going to be happening for the next couple of days. There's going to be splits. We're basically trying to supercharge our characters. Explain what splits exactly are for those who are new to the Race World First, Cams.
Okay, so splits, they get a bunch of their characters. Everybody has like 12 to 14 guys, and they split them all up and get some helpers in, people from outside the guild, and then they just run the raid over and over and over and funnel all the gear to their main characters as best as they can.
Okay.
And I think they've got spreadsheets to help them with this, but it's mainly just to consolidate as much loot as possible onto as few characters as possible.
How long does the loot consolidation take? Why are they having to consolidate all the loot? Like, for what reasons? Is it just to supercharge the characters?
Yeah, supercharge them because Mythic difficulty, the hardest one, is very difficult, and they want to be able to see as far in all the bosses on Mythic and waste as little time as possible. The Race to World First is so much about how you use your time, along with skill, but time management is a huge thing. And so, yeah, it's just to squeeze as much juice out of the normal and heroic raids, which are the easier ones, before you get into Mythic.
What item level were we looking for, Zyro?
Oh, man.
Like,
what are the item levels this tier or something I didn't even think about yet?
664 maybe?
660, something in the 660s probably.
I think I'm thinking like somewhere between 662 and 664. Right.
So in my mind, I kind of just think of item levels like pertaining to the raid difficulty. Like you have like a normal level gear and a heroic level gear. I didn't even think about what the numbers would be this time.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those things. 678 is the cap.
Okay. That's the Mythic cap? Okay.
The Mythic cap, yeah.
That makes sense.
So we're thinking somewhere deep into heroic.
Right above heroic level.
Yeah.
Right above or below max
cap heroic. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember back to last raid. It was pretty close to heroic eye level, I believe. Like every character went in with like every very rare item and pretty much full heroic gear.
Guys, breaking news. It seems as if somebody's used tl.gg/rwf-donate and has donated. Hold on. Getting word.
Listening.
A dog.
They donated a dog?
I don't think they donated a dog, but That's what production said. They donated a dog. What do they mean? Donated a dog?
We have plenty of dogs here. I don't think we need an extra dog.
Yeah, there's a couple extra dogs this time, so
Yeah, even
we're
more
overloaded.
than just Sammy and Luna.
But I believe a dog for the donations is $35 or more.
Oh.
Oh, Bo.
This is Bo from Stacy.
Oh my
They say this is Bo. He's an old man.
What kind of dog is this, Ironic?
I don't know dog breeds, so I have no idea, and they didn't tell us either.
Kind of a little Shih Tzu, maybe.
It's kind of what I was thinking, but it doesn't look exactly like a Shih Tzu.
Could be all nice and groomed, looking so pretty. Sweet little Bo.
Cute little guy.
Yes, he is.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, $35 or more, you can send your dog. I believe it transmog.
There's also transmog rating again this tier, which you get an auto 10 if you submit panda. So you'll get an auto 10 for me at least if you submit any character that's a
Ooh.
panda.
I didn't know that was a thing. Not many
We're
pandas.
doing UI ratings too.
Male panda, sorry, male panda. Amend that. Love male panda. You said UI rating?
UI ratings, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, chat. If you guys submit a bad UI, I'm gonna tell you it's like a 3. Or
Yeah,
2.
no, I think the reason we're adding the UI ratings is because we tend to be too nice for the transmog ratings, but a lot of us are like brutal when it comes to UIs.
I will be harsh but fair. I'm gonna tell you in advance. You better, if you're gonna submit a UI, you better not be using Elv either. Elv UI is cursed.
What?
I'm telling you.
You can make good Elv UIs.
Yeah, except you lose 50 FPS, so we have to make a UI with better add-ons. Yep.
All these Alienware PCs.
Yes, you do.
I didn't know
Listen,
the UI ratings are back.
I
That's
was
exciting.
doing Mythic Plus in there on my Alienware R16 that they provided for us for the race. I was getting like 300 FPS in Mythic Plus.
I can't argue with that actually. That's
You
a
don't
good
need more
point.
than that.
You've stumped the trade prince right there.
Oh, we're getting close to the $100 or $1,000 goal. Bingo! I can't wait for this one.
What is the bingo reward? I know we submitted bingo sheets.
I think that's when they unlock and we can start checking
Yeah,
them off.
I think we reveal the bingo sheets.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then we
But
got
also knowing the production team, they could just do something to troll us.
And then we got a WoW NPC stream at $2,500. I watch his Ironic stream occasionally. Similar vibes, honestly. $5,000. We got Twitch Plays Production. Again, there were some shenanigans last time. I don't know if we should have brought this one back, but for some reason we have. At $7,500, we have sock puppet casting. I want to be involved in that. I feel like I could cook.
I think Socket Puppet's one of the
Socket
bosses.
puppet, that's yes. Will you do sock puppet casting with me? I feel like you would be good at it too.
I would love to do Sock Puppet.
That sounds fun, actually.
We could cook on that a little bit. At $10,000, it's Trill versus Casters in PvP. Apparently, it's naked 1v1 in Duratar, as the game should be.
I mean, it's just over for me. There's no way.
Where did you hear that?
Bro, I play a chicken. Like it's been over. That guy plays a Windwalker monk. There's no winning. $15,000. It's live Weekora sounds. What does that entail?
I think we're just gonna make our own Weekora pack. Like we'll make the bongs on our own. That was
that was good.
Really good. Holy.
Oh, what's the big kiss?
That's also
good
really
too.
good. All right, well, he needs to be on that team.
At
now, I guess,
$20,000,
guys.
it's WoW TCG unboxing.
Yep, that's gonna be fun.
You
Live
degenerate,
rips.
you degenerate gamblers in chat, you're gonna love that one.
It fits the raid vibe.
How much are the WoW TCG boxes?
I have no idea.
20K?
A lot. a lot. And at $25,000, it's Goblin music video. And what are we goblin?
I don't know.
A music video.
So those are the donation goals for this season's charity incentive. So again, if you want, you can donate at tl.gg/rwf-donate. If you submit $35 or more, you can get your UI rated. Submit pet pictures as well for review and showing off to the fans. Apparently there's also UI review, and if you do that, we're going to be harsh but fair.
Likely very harsh.
Mostly very fair. And if you have something that's covering your character, such as some old tank UIs did, you're gonna get a 1.
If there is one pixel out of place, I will be tilted.
I'm not mad about I'm not pixel counting you. Like I'm not like that. If we're touching the character with anything Weekora related, it's over though.
What about the plus? I know Shay's got the little plus on his guy.
That's different because that just means you're old.
The boomer cross on your character, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a crosshair. It just means you're old.
Yeah, can we maybe take a look at Shay? Got the plus sign on his guy. I think someone else might have it too. I can't remember though.
I feel like a lot of healers do that too.
Yeah, he had it on his Demon Hunter, which makes sense because you're flipping all over the place. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there it is.
Never lose your character.
Did you guys hear about, I think it happened since the previous race.
Okay.
There was an ultimate raid in Final Fantasy, which is like their most difficult form of raid content.
Yeah, I heard that there was an not fighting, or standing on top of a Kill Jaden was the difficulty of that fight.
Yes, that is about the equivalent of an ultimate raid, unironically. But Final Fantasy is notoriously known for not allowing any third-party add-ons in their game. And there is an add-on that people will use called Pixel Perfect, whose main purpose is to do exactly what we see on screen right now. To put a little dot in the middle of your screen so you know exactly where your character hitbox is.
Okay.
In the world first kill, someone had a little red dot in their screenshot.
Caught.
Caught, exactly.
Proud to say, when I played Final Fantasy, no add-ons. Not even that lag Alexander one or whatever it's called.
XIV Alexander?
Didn't do it.
It's crazy that they don't allow add-ons. They force you to play for player housing. There truly is a reason that I play World of Warcraft instead.
Because you need the add-ons.
You don't want to join the Mythic Plus neighborhood?
I don't know.
When
Square
housing comes out?
Enix is like a landlord.
Player housing on WoW is actually pretty interesting. I think it's going to be cool.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it this late.
Who are your neighbors going to be?
Neighbors.
Yeah.
It depends on who I'm pushing with in that Mythic Plus season. If they start making me mad, then I might evict them.
Is there going to be an HOA in your neighborhood?
There's also, yes, there's going to be an HOA fee as well, and I'm going to collect on it.
Ooh.
And if somebody starts, it doesn't like upkeep their lawn well, I'm going to have to start sending them letters.
Oh, no.
I wonder how much of my house will be unlocked from like previous achievements, or if it's all going to be new stuff.
I hope it's so cool. Oh my gosh, I hope the player housing is sick. All right, chat. I'm proposing something right now. If you have any question, Race World First or just World of Warcraft related, ask it in chat right now, and Zyronic is going to read it out, and we're just going to have some discussion. If you have any question about anything related to splits, anything related to the raid, anything related to just the game in general, I think now is a great time to answer your Race to World First questions that you might have.
Or just any burning questions you have for us at all.
I don't know about burning questions about us. Hold on, we're opening up a can of worms that we might not want to answer.
Those could be the fun conversation.
Spicy questions, hot topics.
Please, not that. Hold on, let's relax.
Yeah, there's always a lot of pieces with the Race to World First. I can see if you haven't watched it or aren't familiar with WoW, I don't even know how you can understand what's going on.
Everybody who's played World of Warcraft has played this game for 20 years, and I think it's really easy to kind of go over players' heads who are potentially new or watching the Race World First pretty often. Sometimes it's nice to kind of scale it back a little bit.
I do have a question here for Tettles here from the Magician.
Okay.
I'm not going to say their full name. What do you think of Tombs of a Mascot?
I like Toa. I mean, I like Toa, yeah.
You think the Shadow of Timikin drop rate is too low?
No, but I need more pets.
Okay.
I need more
Sounds
pets from Toa. That's my final thoughts.
Makes sense. Love that.
Also like Inferno. I think Inferno's sick.
Inferno is sick. Wait, do you actually play OSRS?
Yeah.
I was trying to throw you for a loop with that question completely. Someone did ask about it, though, in chat.
That's right.
Never played it.
I've been on a little bit of a hiatus.
Love that. Oh,
I've been a little bit busy with WoW.
Speaking of OSRS, this made me think of a pillar of the WoW community that has been MIA for about a year.
The Wooks of WoW. Oh, wait, hold on.
Did you guys hear that the man might be making a return to WoW?
James' personal computer?
Yep. PVC the man. PVC the guy.
I think it was the dude, but yeah.
He messaged people in Discord. He added everyone on his Discord and said, guys, I might be getting a new PC on the 10th or 11th. There it is. He might be back.
Who is this?
JPC.
Oh, JPC. Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't know he had computer problems.
Yeah, his old PC was dying, and he just threw it away.
Oh.
I'm not kidding. He's been playing on an old beat-up laptop. He's been playing RuneScape with the boys for like the past 2 years. In his case, he's a grandmaster in RuneScape. He's maxed. He's got his Zuck helm.
Sounds impressive.
The guy's been grinding.
He's definitely not GM in DFT right now. I saw him
not right now.
A little bit ago, and he was not a GM.
He had Challenger this set.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude's been grinding.
Okay, maybe he was in GM.
I don't know how long he was there for.
I saw him in Masters for like a couple weeks ago.
He might have run it back down to 0. That tends to happen.
That was the best of us. All right, what questions are there in chat for us, Ironic?
People want to know what trinkets are good this tier for casters and tanks. Let's start with casters.
So casters, House of Cards is excellent. The Eye of Kazan is also excellent. Those are probably the two best. The Reverb Radio off Rick Reverb is great. The Priory on use trinket is pretty good. I suspect that we're not going to see too many of those Priory on use trinkets this tier because there's a lot of int caster trinkets that are from this raid that are actually fairly solid. The Muggsy's Jar as well can also be potentially good, depending on what specialization you're playing. There's kind of a couple of off trinkets. I do think that the House of Cards and the Eye of Kazan are probably going to be the most popular.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the Muggsy's Jug and the Rick Reverb trinket, the radio, those are good passive trinkets that just give decent stats.
The problem is Kazan is like really OP if you start to get to 6, 7, 8 minutes on a fight. Like that is by far your we are gigabiss. That is like gigabiss right there.
What about Ruby from Theater of Pain?
The thing is beans.
It's really bad now?
Really bad.
That's crazy because it used to be super overstated.
That thing is beans now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not very many dungeon trinkets are good. I think for Intwares, I think it's just like the Candle King trinket and the Priory's Sacred Flame on use.
Okay.
There's a Delve trinket that's really good. The Energy Drink Delve trinket. That could potentially be.
The energy. What does that one do?
It's Mastery proc.
Okay.
It's a Mastery non-on-use trinket. It's really overstated. The problem is you can't get Delve trinkets at Hero Track anymore unless you get it from your Great Vault.
Interesting.
So.
And what do we know about tank trinkets? None of us are tank players, but do our best.
I'm going to admit, not a ton. I know what they were playing in Mythic Plus. I know that they still also want Eye of Kazan, so it's...
Yeah, that makes sense.
That trinket is just generically very good. I know that Bomb Suit was Gigabyss for Mythic Plus, but I don't know what they're looking for. Some high damage trinkets probably, but I don't know exactly what they're looking for.
Any cheat death trinkets this time around?
Nope. They should make a cheat death trinket every tier, though.
You think so?
Yes.
I feel like every tank should just have a cheat death built into them.
Okay, I don't know about that, but I do think that like cheat death trinkets are some of the coolest. It's hard to make like a really cool tank trinket in my opinion, but I do think that cheat death trinkets are excellent.
Yeah, that was one of the first seasons I tanked. It was first one of Shadowlands on a Demon Hunter, a double cheat death, invincible. It was very nice and cozy.
That was good. That was a good cheat death tank trinket season for sure.
Yeah.
I've heard that it's actually a lot easier to get the map from Delves this tier. They made it a lot more deterministic to get just the one map. It's like a lot easier to get it, but you can only get one.
You can only get one is the thing, and
but that is a free piece of Hero Track gear.
Is that Hero Track?
Yeah, it's 1 of 6 Hero Track. I'm pretty sure. From the max level Delve.
Oh, maybe. Oh God, dude, I thought that Hero Track Delve map.
Okay, I think so. See where Atlas is running here? Those little floaty icons over there.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hell
and
yeah, that's
the
cool.
middle one is gone, so they've done whatever combo was there.
And there's 6
I
combinations.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and the other 3 on the left over there.
So the combinations that you can see from those projectors are the ones that they can do still.
Yeah, those are the ones they have left to do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is very nice visual design because, yeah, without that, you just have to rely on like a raid leader with memory.
Dude, every single time whenever we were testing this boss, you can see this like blue line with a coin that comes out of it. It's basically just gonna like shoot the coin into the wall, and you have to like shoot the coin into the ad. Oh my gosh, Atlas going down there and immediately.
Oh, he still gets the.
That was weird. But the coin just ran over every single one of your melee, one-shotting them 100-0 during testing on this fight.
When you were trying to get the coin into the ad?
Well, no. But whenever it was, whenever it came out of the boss, just because it was actually very difficult to see. It's a very narrow blue line. Let's see if we can see it potentially. It's just very. It's honestly just like really hard to see. And if
it's called the pay line, right?
Yeah, the pay line. If the coin hits you, especially on like Mythic, it one-shots you 100-0, and that makes it super punishing. We were also not super geared during some of these testings. They had us really low item level during the testing.
Yeah, well, I like those coins. If you stand next to them, they give you a buff, and I love when there's just like a new thing like that added to the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like such a little cute, little fun mechanic.
It's going to be really interesting how they tune this boss.
There it is, right there.
Mythic.
That blue line.
That tiny little double blue line that you can see.
You see, it's so difficult to actually see in the clutter that is melee. Somebody's got their death and decay down. Who's got this healing rain here? Oh my God, there's an efflorescence that I gotta stand in. Some DKs in remorseless winter. My Ret Paladin's mashing divine storm even on single target. There's just like
you have to stand really close to it as well. It's like only a couple yards to get the buff.
Well, the thing is, the pay line isn't attached to it looks like it's attached to the boss. It's not attached to the boss. It's where the boss was, but then you can move the boss off the pay line.
Oh.
And the coin still comes out like
of the boss or the line still.
It's of the line.
Yeah.
It comes out of the boss, but like it's onto the line.
Okay.
Like you see right there, there's that blue line.
Yep.
Nice Atlas getting a buff.
I feel like it's just easy to like overlook, and it comes out very quickly, and then it just runs over your melee and somebody dies.
I'm curious how much they're gonna min-max that buff on Mythic.
I mean, they're surely going to tune the boss to where you have to get like at least 95% of the buffs possible. Like they can't tune it for anything less than that.
You think they're gonna like line it or like shoot it in a certain spot? Everybody kind of stands like stacked.
We were during testing. We were standing like top right of that wall. All the ranged players were standing top right of that wall and baiting the puddles and the pay line over there.
Oh, okay.
2 House of Cards.
Ooh, it's Biss.
That's a jackpot.
Wait, we got the best in slots and double House of Cards. It is. Look at Atlas, big smile on his face. He knows it's Biss. So this is.
That is a.
I don't think you could get a better set of loot from this boss. That is nuts.
Oh, he also got some Dreadful too for free. Not, you don't hate it. It's just normal tier, but you may as well.
That is
with a nice zoom.
Oh my God, big money. So the best in slots, it's an int and strength two-handed mace. That's the gimmick with the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not a lot of int two-handers, but unfortunately for them, the strength will
What
take
do you
it.
think the chances are at some point during the race, somebody uses the on use and accidentally changes it to the other one and like, can't equip it or it de-equips it? Because the way you swap it, it has an on-use effect, right? I mean, you can swap it right back. It's not that big of a deal.
I think on-use is something different, isn't it? Than swapping the stat, or maybe you're right.
It swaps the stats on the on-use? That's weird.
It changes the weapon to the other weapon because it swaps between the int mace and the strength mace.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just like grayed out intellect with strength.
It's got a cantrip effect on it too. OP.
Cantrip. Yes, for people who don't know that word, I've learned that. That is one of the little procs on an item. Did the extra like equip proc damage thing. A cantrip. I need to look up the origin of that.
I started to say proc spawn and despawn in my day-to-day life. I think I'm been corrupted.
That's the Dratnos. Corruption. He does that a lot.
Well, that guy's back in the cast room and he's like, it's 5 big booms. I'm just like, what are we talking about, Dratnos? Like, what are you doing back there? Also, chat, he's actually, he talks to his raid like he's making a YouTube video.
No, he just talks like that all the time.
He doesn't talk like that all the time. That's not true. But he does talk to his raid like he's making a YouTube video, which is crazy to me.
Apparently, it's cantrips from Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, I was right. Yeah, anything RPG related almost always just comes from something with Dungeons and Dragons. Like, have you seen the rulebook for D&D?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Well, there's like a million books, aren't there? But they always come out with new rule books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never played D&D. I've had people try and get me to play, but I mean, WoW is just D&D, but you don't have to use your imagination, you know?
They don't need new rules for chess. Why do they need new rules for D&D?
True. Because I think, well, D&D is a little more, they'll patch it. Expansions.
They could patch chess, but they chose not to.
Yeah, what would they add?
I don't know. Nerf the queen, probably.
Nerf the queen. Queen's too OP.
Queen's kind of OP. Castling's a little bit strong, too.
Yeah, buff the pawns, probably, too.
Yeah, is en passant really necessary? I don't know. I guess it's kind of a gimmick.
Yeah.
A third color.
Ooh.
That's a player 3.
Ching.
Okay, apparently the best in slots has 2 different on-use.
Yeah, so it's like
one's in combat, one's out of combat for the swap.
Okay, there we go.
Fair enough.
I thought it had like a damage on use, and I was like, I don't. But then I couldn't prove it because I don't have like my phone on me. So like, oh, I don't know what that is.
That's a mistake. What if you need to enter a giveaway during the broadcast? How could you do it then?
Well, I'm the trade prince. I bring the deals.
You broker the giveaways.
Exactly. I am the god of giveaway.
I see.
Also, Scott, why does he have loot roll window still open while we're looking at the boss?
That's off to the side. He doesn't need to see over there.
It's like somebody leaving their bags open mid-fight, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just drives me crazy.
He's got a good spot though. Yeah, I always hate that too when stuff's open.
The bag being
Drives
open.
me nuts.
The bag being open drives me absolutely off the walls.
Even if it's not like in the way of my guy, that I can kind of see it and I know I need to like deal with it. I hate it. But you know, bags easy to get rid of. That little loot window, not as much.
Why do we keep seeing Dryne's chat and then no longer seeing Dryne's chat? What's
I was
going on?
going to ask the same question. Why is his? Oh, that must be production covering it, and like trying to find the right size for it.
Oh, gotcha.
I doubt that's him actually covering it.
Well, no, of course it's not him. But why is his chat there also?
Yeah, what's in the bottom left?
Him? Well,
but like on his screen, I mean, his health bar is going over there. Maybe some more blessings and such.
Could be defensive stuff. Raid cooldowns maybe.
How do you rate this UI?
I like this UI. The raid grid in the middle of the screen is very much a healer thing. I think that that's an optimal placement though for healer frames just in general is right where he has them currently. Any healer that has them, you know, based like default where they are in game, or on the left side of the screen, I feel like it's harder to be able to maintain focus on your character in your periphery relative to where the frames are. I like his UI. I think his UI is good.
I have one personal nitpick with the UI from watching this POV.
Okay.
If you are attacking something in front of you, there's a ground effect or maybe like a missile that spawns from behind your character. With how the raid frames are positioned on 30 men, you cannot see anything.
Well, that's why he doesn't have anything in the bottom left, so we can actually get more info on.
But on 20 men, I think it'd be fine. So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't know what his raid frames are. 20 men is a good point.
I've tried healing with the bottom frames, and I can't do it.
Because you have to assume, right, that the groups 5 and 6 aren't going to be there. Those bottom 10 players.
I guess.
So you would be able to see like missiles coming in from behind. I'm thinking like the end of like the transition from the shield phase to the start of phase 2 on Queen Ansarek, right? You know where those things spawn and explode around.
Yeah.
There were so many people that just like died because they didn't know there was a missile coming from behind them.
That's fair. I would probably give this like a 9, 8.5 maybe.
I'm probably in the 8 to 9 range.
Yeah. I also know that you don't use them. I love class colored raid frames just in general. I think
me too.
I don't mind them.
I think the Atlas style completely dark with the class color as the name. For some reason, I just much prefer the class colored raid frames with the like the black whenever players lose health. I think that looks the best in my opinion. It's just a personal preference thing.
Yeah, the class color is the important thing, right? If you can know what they are, it's important.
Yeah.
What we can all agree on is we don't like the raid frames that like change color based on their health value.
Oh no way!
Like, they go from black to yellow to like orange or something.
Those are the woke frames for sure.
Oh, they're zooming in on another annoyance.
The PvP, dude, I'm bad about that one. That's a me thing too. I'm with Johnny on this one.
I think I remember Nick in like on Tindril the whole time had that over in the corner.
Okay.
Maybe the whole raid.
How do we feel about the fact that Gallywix has an extra action button press that is required to drop the bombs off?
Ooh. At least you don't have to be too quick about it. A little more planned. It's not. Well, yeah, maybe you can't get hit by certain mechanics with it. You do have to be quick and do a little sidestep. But for this one, I think the extra action button shouldn't cause issues.
I've never seen people backseat somebody more than that, by the way. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate moment.
Well, hopefully after Farak, people have bound their extra action buttons, so that won't be an issue on this boss.
There's that bomb. See where? Oh, is Dryny gonna grab it? Oh, he's teasing it.
I just gotta get after the boss. He's gotta go tank, bro.
What is? Oh, Scott's throwing me off. He's Drakthir. I guess they can be other classes
He's
now.
mocked as a Drakthir.
No, I think.
Is he actually a Drakthir?
He might actually be a Drakthir, bro. Let's see if we can see his racial.
I'm trying to see if he has like a little buff.
I'm getting close to the screen.
I would be very unsurprised if there is a meta where.
No, he's got Wing Buffet. No, he's Drakthir, bro.
If there's a meta where people who play immobile classes just swap Drakthir.
A lot of deep or warrior tanks that I know actually swapped Drakthir for Ansurek. There was also a bug for Visage form where you could actually be permanently in Visage form and you were getting the out of combat healing in combat. That people were also Drakthir for. But I think that this is not uncommon. I think for Prot Warrior, I've actually seen a few Prot Warriors that are Drakthir.
I think getting access to double jump is insanely powerful. The amount of mobility you gain and like just character maneuverability you gain from being a Drakthir is incredible. Like I swapped Drakthir on my Warlock for Ansurek because there's so many knockbacks on that fight that you can just double jump. No coins, no diamonds, unfortunately.
Triple bracers?
Yeah, this is about the worst loot you could get off this boss, unfortunately.
They look like they're cloth, but I guess I'm not 100%.
They're cloth bracers, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. You don't want bracers to be the high item level.
You in general don't want triple of anything, but it's definitely not triple bracer.
It's for sure not triple bracer.
We're like, if you get triple of anything, you're praying it's triple wep or triple trinket or something like that.
Yeah.
Especially since everybody wants a trinket. There's got to be 3 people in here that could use it.
Triple any off piece, just unusable loot.
Yeah, it goes to a helper.
It literally is going to. It probably is. Like
they might actually do that. But going back to the Drakthir conversation, I was looking at Sims going into this here because I'm still Drakthir on my Warlock right now, and I'm thinking, okay, do I want to race change back to a DPS racial for progress? And I was looking at the difference; it's like less than 1%.
Racials are fake unless you're doing
so
Mythic
low.
Plus.
Yeah.
Maghar probably matters for a couple specs. Maghar is very good, very strong on use damage.
Yep.
There's a couple specializations that work really well with Maghar Orc. I think it's like Enhancement Shaman is excellent Maghar. I don't know too many more that are great, but that
You need 2-minute burst class that does their damage in like 15 seconds.
like a Frosty K. I think Maghar was one of their top damage racials as well. But it was also doubly true whenever they were wearing like Skarden's Grace and stuff like that.
Have you gotten used to being the Drakthir on the Warlock?
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna like get killed trying to game something.
So
yeah.
What are you maining?
Warlock.
What are you maining?
Mage.
Okay.
Just with the old mage again.
I'm so glad the dog's dead.
Yeah, me too, actually. Do you think we'll... I've heard they're okay in raids?
No.
No, they're dead. They're dirt
brutal.
now? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
They are in the ground.
All right.
I was talking about this earlier at the very end of last shift, but this could very realistically be the first prog Race to World first since Evoker was added to the game where we just don't see an Evoker.
I think Dev is okay.
It's okay. But is okay good enough for the Race to World first?
It's okay to bring one of them.
I mean, Blessing of the Bronze is nice and all, but it's not.
I think Dev is individually very strong. I think the raid buff is Time Spiral, not Blessing of the Bronze. I don't think there's anything that Time Spiral or Spatial Paradox are actually required for this raid. It doesn't look like, at least. But I think that, probably somewhere in the order of around 15 slots of yours are locked, just in terms of raid buffs and power. So 15, sometimes even upwards of like 18 slots are locked, and those players are going to be in on every single boss. And so that leaves you with somewhere between 5 to 3 slots that aren't that are available potentially for something like a Dev Evoker, or potential second or third copies of really OP specs.
Yeah, it would be a Warlock or a Mage or a Shadow Priest.
A Windwalker Monk, a Shadow Priest.
Yep. Or whatever melee spec happens to be the highest simming one that they like running. Whatever it could end up being.
I don't know if it's like the highest actual damage, but I do know it's the highest simming. So maybe.
Well, I think there was also something written in the sim, like Google Doc, that's been listed around that, like the Windwalker sim is like over simming by 4 or 5%.
Oh, that's a lot actually. Hold on. You want to see something funny? Chat, tab in real quick. Type 1 if you're glad that Og Evoker's dead.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to read chat anymore.
What if they don't think it's good?
Oh, they hate
Yeah,
Og.
yeah, chat's gone.
I see it too.
Dude,
It's gone.
They hate Og. They didn't want it balanced. They wanted it deleted.
Yeah, I feel that.
I mean, it's 4 consecutive seasons of it being OP. Like you're.
All right, chat. Type 1 if you want free $20. Because you too can get a free $20. You sign up Coinbase, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, and use the code TeamLiquid20.
That's a lot of ones in chat, Zyronic.
That's a lot of ones. That's great.
Yeah, hold on. Type Team Liquid 20 so you remember.
There's also some other rewards that you can get. Not only are you going to be able to get the free $20 in Coinbase, but there's we're also doing giveaways if you have a Coinbase account, including things such as a signed Team Liquid jersey, and Trade Prince Tettles has negotiated the ultimate deal. I'm talking to you in chat, have the opportunity to potentially win a trip to the Race to World First to visit next race. You'll be able to come from NA or EU. You'll get a VIP look at the next race. Again, that is tl.gg/Coinbase with code TeamLiquid20 there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you.
You'll be able to come to
whoever you
sunny
are.
Santa Monica, California, or yeah, it's kind of always sunny here.
The
Actually,
weather here is so nice, man. It's like between 50, 60 degrees Fahrenheit, of course.
I brought clothes like
of
I'm
course.
still in Chicago, and I think that was a mistake.
What was the weather like in Chicago when you left?
Cold.
Cold.
It's finally starting to get nice in the hills, but it is not as nice as here. I love when the raids are in the winter. Get a nice break.
Are you a skier?
No, not at
No?
all. I hate it.
You have some of the best skiing in the world near you, man. You gotta get into it.
The best skiing is still the worst.
Oh.
I hate the cold. I hate wet cold. I hate being sweaty and cold.
How do you live where you live?
You gotta get out more, bro.
But I hate it out there.
You gotta come down to Texas, man.
No, you do
If
not.
You hate that weather.
No, you do not.
I did like, yeah, when the races were in Texas during the winter, I also like that. Any break, especially February, get me out.
Will you get to pet the dog if you win the VIP experience? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I guarantee you,
Sammy?
Sammy and Luna will be here, and Sammy loves pets from anyone.
Luna might bark at you.
Luna might hide, but she does that for most people.
Yeah.
I also talked to Jack in the cast room, and he said that if you win the VIP trip, you can also make a cameo in an automatic Jack exclusive YouTube video. So even more things to sweeten the deal.
You had a lot of people doing a cameo.
Yeah, exactly. But you could be one of those people as well. You might be able to make a cameo in a Race World First recap video that Dratnos and I record also.
If you want to be here at 2 in the morning.
And if you do that, you might get some Taco Bell from Kalamazoo too.
Oh, a Best in Slots and a House of Cards.
What a wow!
Biss. It's Biss.
Bro,
Look at
THD
THD.
has been serving it up.
Rare smile from him. His eyes not open, but rare smile.
He gets he greeted.
Unfortunately, I don't think the VIP winner will get a date with Zalatath. We're still working on the second date for Tettles, which you said you were going to get one, right? It went well the first time.
Yeah. You know, the long distance relationship thing didn't really work.
What? Okay.
You know,
we'll cover that later.
What happened?
I'll tell you later. Okay. Absence makes the heart grow fonder or something, but it didn't really work
I heard
like
you
that.
didn't call.
Huh?
I heard you didn't call. Which is pretty rude.
Heard wrong.
She was waiting and waiting.
I called, but she didn't call back. She kept going to voicemail.
Wrong. You never called.
Real talk, does THD have the SpongeBob necklace on always? That thing doesn't come off.
He keeps that thing on him.
Yeah, ever since I've known him, he's had that SpongeBob necklace on.
Can we get a production zoom on the THD cam? I'll bet he has it on right now.
It's hard to see through that fire jersey.
He's attached himself to this necklace. I don't think it'd ever come off, and that may be a problem.
It's part of the whole visage, right? You've got the necklace, you've got the gunner glasses.
The warlock.
Yep.
The jeans.
He has replaced the headphones. He used to use the same pair of headphones for a while. I forgot what they were.
Dude, I was talking to him the other day, and he was like, he had a video pulled up of, I don't remember what boss it was. I think it was like Kill Jaden or something ridiculous.
Is it there?
Oh yeah, we got the
Oh,
yeah, you see it right there.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Dude, he had
Showering.
he had one of his kill videos. I think it was Kill Jaden, and he had the exact same UI. And I go, bro, nothing's changed. He goes, yes, it's different. It's different. Look at the font. It's different. I go,
it's not.
The font is the only thing that's changed in 7 years with this UI. There's no difference, bro. He goes, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. No,
It's
not.
the exact same UI.
Yeah, he's very base LVY.
Yep.
I told him he could get 50 more FPS if he swapped from LVY to Cell, but he didn't want to. LVY's great.
I feel like he could just use default.
He calls the computers here the big rigs.
They are the big rigs.
I think they're like...
They have like 14900Ks in them and stuff.
Yeah, 14900K CPU and 4090.
Crazy.
I've asked him before, like, how he tracks things that are on his buttons down there that, like, anywhere else on the screen, and he just says, "Oh, I just look at the buttons."
He
just looks.
That's
at them
why he always looks like he's sleeping.
Yeah, he's
'cause
just looking down.
This UI,
2 out of 10.
I was thinking 2.5. Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't just updated it out of
I feel like
need.
Okay, I don't think that you need like. I think that people tend to do spaceshipy stuff where they put too much information. But I feel like with him, I don't have enough, and I'm gonna say if you have to look at the bottom of your screen to be able to tell that your abilities are off CD, I think there's something majorly wrong with your UI.
Yeah, but he's found a way to make it work all
Not
these
that-
years.
Oh, okay, it's not saying that he's bad or it's impossible to do. I think it's just like a flaw in the UI.
Yeah, you just wonder if he could be better. You know.
You can be like Yips played with literally default UI, no weak auras until BFA.
And he's tracking like so many extra things over there above the target.
Bro, Yips was playing like empowered life tap, AF, no dot tracking, no weak auras, no.
My God.
No, he didn't. No big waves, no DBM, no weak auras, in BFA. People can do it.
Yeah.
That was the ELT maintenance 20-second maintenance buff Warlock. That was crazy.
Cool. Yeah, that was a tough spec to play.
He was just the best at it. No weak auras. And I go, how did you do that? And he goes, vibes.
Well, Yips has the PvP pedigree, right? He was the rank 1 Feral Druid, Precious Yips, for a long time. Yeah.
He was in Limit and then he left and he joined back, right?
Mm-hmm. Even before that, he was a PvPer.
Oh, gotcha.
You have to go back to like Kata for that. That's old.
I think it was a mop thing, a mop Feral.
Might be mop.
Dude,
Yeah.
sometimes people come back in his chat and they're like, "When are you busting out the Feral again?" They just laugh.
Just like, nope.
He's a god tier tank now.
That was a different person. People do that with Boomy too. Because he was like the best player in
Brawl Stars.
Brawlhalla, yeah.
Oh,
Brawl
Brawlhalla,
Stars.
yeah.
Brawl Stars?
One of those.
Brawlhalla,
One of those. He's like their goat, and he still gets people in the chat that are like, "Man, when are you coming back?" He just kind of laughs it off.
He's a goat
Like,
and WoW
I'm
too.
a warrior now.
That guy's sick at everything. Didn't he help your guild randomly kill Queen Ansaruk as a tank?
Well, he was just raiding in our guild at the same time as raiding in Liquid.
What?
Wait, he's a
As a tank?
Yeah.
he's a raider in your guild?
He was.
Wait, is he tanking? Oh, is he not?
Not anymore.
Oh.
He was raiding in Velocity at the same time he was raiding in Liquid. But then after Liquid started doing splits, he realized that he just did not have the time to raid with us anymore.
Is he gonna do prog with you guys again?
No.
Oh, okay, dude, that would be. How did he do the early bosses of prog? He just did it?
He didn't do the first 4 with us.
Who tanked?
I don't remember.
Oh, they had to sit. So sad. Like, thank you, Boomy's back. Get out of here.
I think we just had one of our DPS players.
Is Tell raid, by the way, or is he just 21st manning you guys?
He did last tier. I think he's 21st manning this tier.
I got you.
It's always subject to change, though.
If the vibes are right, he'll show back up.
Yep.
I could not be the 21st man. I would lose my mind. I remember in Eternal Palace, it felt like Padre was losing his mind, pulling out all the different soaks.
On what? On Ashara?
Ashara, yeah.
Eagle.
It was one of the first ventures into the outside the raid leader.
Eternal Palace was legendary, man.
I remember when Nyalotha started and people didn't realize that Max was going to 21st man the entire thing.
Yeah.
We kept it secret.
That was weird.
Yeah.
It was exciting. It's crazy it took so long for it to happen, actually. There's a lot of stuff that has come along in the Race to World First that once it's happened, it's like, wait, why were we doing it like that? Why were we having somebody in the raid make the weak auras and bigwig timers?
That was so
instead
bad.
of somebody outside the raid. Like, what are we doing?
What are some of the bigger things, like bigger evolutions of the Race World First that you guys have seen?
Probably the 21st man's probably the biggest one.
Okay.
A good raid leader. I remember when I was just in casual guilds and then going to vodka, which was pretty good at the time. Like the raid leading was insane. I was like, I can't believe they're calling so much stuff out. You don't even have to think. But then as the fights got more complicated, and how it started was Max was tanking on Ashara, and he just realized, like, I can't call everything out and do this. The boss is too hard for me to keep calling all this stuff out. And so that led into the next tier of him doing it.
I think he 21st man Zakul with
he did
Ben
Zakul.
solo tanking or
So
something.
we had to solo tank it.
Yeah, he did that, and then we had Padra calling out the soaks for Ashara because that was really complicated. So that was huge. And then, the time saved from having people outside the raid make the add-ons.
What about analysts? What about splits? How important do you think the analysts and splits are?
Analysts was an addition after I left, and it was really more of a... We had Bubba for a couple of tiers, just being an extra, one of the big brain squad that kind of came up with strats and talked to players about their thoughts about the raid. And then they realized, well, if we have one person do that, why don't we have more people do that? And then they added in a weak aura creator to the analyst, they added in splits helpers, and it just kind of kept adding on top of that.
In splits? Big, obviously, I remember, dude, I don't know if you guys remember this. I remember thinking, like, Exorcist in some of the Legion tiers, oh my god, they're doing 7 and 8 characters. This is the craziest thing ever. And now it's like 17 and 18 characters.
Now it's disgusting.
Well, even as recently as Shadowlands, right? Less than 4 years ago, Castle Nathria, Liquid only did like
It was
5
like
splits.
6.
It was like
yeah.
5 or 6 splits. And even though it was 5 or 6 splits, they weren't all of the same character. I remember my characters for that tier. 2 Warlocks, 2 Mages, a Hunter, and an LA Shaman.
So we were playing for fun.
We were playing for fun alts. And you were just hoping that your main character, like one of your 2 main characters, got lucky.
Yeah, the mirror characters, I honestly don't know how they do this.
Yeah.
My brain would melt. But they'll probably get, like... I mean, think of how... I mean, Fired Up's already insane at Mage. But just the fact that that's all you're doing is Mage, you have to just sharpen that edge. But the splits thing was like gradual, where the analysts came in and it kind of like opened it up, where it was like, oh, we can do this. We can have all these like helpers on the side doing all this like annoying chore stuff. We can just keep pulling the boss. I'm trying to think if the analysts, I mean, the raid leader is probably the most important thing outside.
What do you guys think about having everybody at home and then moving to some people in person and then more people in person, now pretty much everybody in person?
I remember the first time as a guild that we were together, or some of us were together in the same place, was Eternal Palace, the London Race to World First. And I believe we only had, I want to say about 14 people there, 13, 14 people there. And we realized the fact that you could go on break and spend all 30 minutes of your dinner break talking to other people instead of just kind of sitting there in silence was awesome. And we just needed to have everyone there, or as many people as possible there. That was huge. But also the other thing as well with 21st Menning is you have to realize that 21st Menning wasn't really a possibility until very recently. You need to have pretty low latency telecommunications to be able to actually pull it off.
People were using Discord streams and now they're using direct NDI feeds. Yeah.
Discord was the first time that you could actually have a low latency enough stream to do 21st Manning. I remember it was actually a little known guild on Illidan called Encore that was one of the first guilds that did 21st Manning over Discord. And some of the players in Liquid that were there at the start of 21st Manning when Max did it in Iolotha kind of brought that tech over so that we could do it as well. And then, of course, we also introduced the NDI feeds as well from people being on location, just adding more fuel to the fire, making it easier for us to make on-the-fly calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved
it was huge.
Coming and seeing everybody in person, but I probably would play better at home, honestly, just because I'm such a little comfort gremlin.
That makes sense.
No. But like Eternal Palace, I was sitting next to the door with Lip, and people kept bringing like DoorDashes and stuff in, and they'd be like tapping me on the shoulders. And I'm like, I was losing my mind. Yeah.
You order this?
That wall kept falling on us.
I'm pretty sure if Lip was still using the same keyboard that he used in Eternal Palace, that there would still be dust from the ceiling in that keyboard.
Wait, I'm sorry.
They were doing construction on the floor above us.
I know what room you're talking about. I still remember that, but like I didn't know that was happening. Because they had us out in the middle of like the common area, just like sitting at some desk.
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably so much happier that we're secluded over here.
If you
in
remember,
the same room with the Raiders.
Lippin cams, when you come down the stairs, they were like the first PCs when you exited the door to the basement. They were right there.
Dude, this is I didn't see I wasn't there for Sepulcher, but the Sepulcher venue that you guys were at, I'm so glad that we're here.
Yeah. We were a little close to everybody.
I'm really loud, and I don't know if it would have been that good.
There were some glares, for sure.
Yeah.
Some bright lights in people's eyes that had to be turned down and things, but it was a bonding. I think that tier was probably bonding for every guild. I don't think anyone had an easy time on that tier.
I feel like that month is just like gone. Like, I don't even know how to explain it better. That month is just like completely gone from my existence.
Listen, I don't want to say it, but you know what month it is, right?
March.
It's March.
March Madness.
When was the last time we had a raid in March?
Oh my God, first one.
We're the first one.
Halandris is back.
I couldn't, like when Halandris I can't even remember how many days Halandris lasted, but you know, like day 2 or 3 on Halandris, it was like, what is happening?
So I think it was 4 days. And it was one of those things that it was Sunday, and then you're like, man, they're killing the boss the first reset. And then Monday starts, and you're just like, dude, this boss isn't dying the first reset. And you're like, we haven't even hit the hardest boss of the raid. Like, how long is this about to be? That was the moment. You see the Monday, and you're like,
yeah, like what's going on? And you know that Anduin is basically an end boss.
Well, Anduin was so hard during testing too, and you're just like, and Raglan and Lords of Dread were never tested on Heroic or Mythic, and then Jailer was like unkilled on Heroic until like 12 days after the raid came out or something.
Yeah, that was the first tier with Liquid, and so I remember the events coordinator, Chris, he kept coming up to me and just being like, so, do you think this is going to be done in the next couple days? And I was just like, no way. There's no way.
I think collectively, as an entire like group of people, we had our flights rebooked like 5 times.
That raid was insane.
You think that, well, Mirabel Palace was pretty close in the poll count.
Mirabel Palace was getting up there.
I think that's the hardest raid of all time, but I also think that's the greatest race to world first of all time. That was so sick. Like, even though it was so difficult, just the trajectory of what the raid was really cool to, I think, watch and just like be a part of.
Yeah, I loved Kai'Veza. I don't know if there's going to be a fight like this tier. I haven't actually thought like...
I think that this tier's going to be easier than Nerebar.
Yeah, I would expect that too. Unless Galliwix has something.
I've heard opinions all over the spectrum.
Blizzard loves Whiplash, though.
They do.
Yeah, and this would put it with Vaulted Incarnates was pretty hard, and then Aberrus was pretty easy.
Bro, Brew Twister killed so many guilds. Like, I don't think that they're gonna. I think that they need to have something that's more Aberrus-ish difficulty.
I saw Nagura did an interview with one of the devs. Was it Ian? She
did one with Ian. Yes.
At the London get-together that
and that's when they
for
were
the 20th anniversary.
That's also when they announced the 11.15 dinars. Yeah, it was in that interview.
Yeah, and there was a question asked specifically about raid difficulty ramp between bosses. And their answer to that question was interesting.
What did he say?
They said they didn't like the ramp up in difficulty from the 4th to the 5th boss, but they said that they thought the problem lied specifically in the 3rd and 4th boss being too easy, not necessarily the 5th and 6th boss being too hard.
I
see
like
the loot
that.
for this Galliwix. There's an Eye of Kazan. Okay.
Let's go.
I don't know about
Show us a diamond.
Jester diamond.
Show
Big
us a
ring.
diamond. No diamond.
Oh
Diamond.
my.
They got those bracers again.
Okay, Eye of Kazan is still a good one.
Yep, I think so.
Really? So they're saying the kind of mid bosses are too easy?
Well, the 3rd and 4th boss were too easy.
I think that.
I would agree, but
I don't only think that the 3rd and 4th boss were too easy.
Yeah.
I don't know if they said this, and I don't think they said this, but I also think if they also think the 5th and 6th boss were too hard, then we could see a good difficulty curve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
yeah.
3rd and 4th too easy, I agree with. Yeah, but Brew Twister and Kai'Veza were like... I mean, it made the fights awesome, but
it's kind of
I don't know if they can keep cranking things out like that, they're going to kill all the players.
Well, it's kind of one of those things that the Shredded Strands buff, you know, if you actually were trying to kill Nexus Princess, Brood Twister, Queen Anserek, those fights, like very late into the patch, whenever you were like max stacked on your Shredded Strands, you did 1 billion damage. You just did so much damage in that raid because of that constant stacking buff. What was the cap on it? 18%? Is that right?
18%.
Yeah, that is nuts. And you have like full bisc gear. You are just crushing every single fight. You're killing Queen Anserek before she even does a ring. Like that's how fast we were killing these bosses. The problem is every guild died before they even made it there, right? There was no chance that they were even getting the 18% Shredded Strands buff. They barely made it to 3, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of endings to those bosses.
Interestingly, like in chat, like how many people had their guild die to Brood Twister Ovanax? Because I feel like the answer is going to be a lot. And I think that that's the biggest issue. It's not that boss, you know, if Roshanon and Sikran are harder, you know, maybe it's going to allow them to get more of those Silken Strands buffs to where they're able to actually kill off Brood Twister and Nexus Princess. But I still think that those fights were
one thing that I did like
hard,
about Erebar Palace, though, was that there were extreme chase items off of the first few bosses. The Sikran neck and the Roshanon cloak being on bosses 3 and 4 was awesome.
As a Mythic Plus frog, I was in there like swimwear. We were killing 4 bosses and getting out in 1 hour. It was so nice.
That was really nice.
This time the stacking buff comes from the new Renown.
It's the Renown track. It's the Galagio reward or loyalty club. Yeah.
How long until you can get the first stack?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? Okay.
You have to get Renown 4 with them.
Yeah, it's Renown 4, but I think you start at 1.
3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get another buff every 3 weeks, I'm pretty sure. So you get one at 7 and 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. There's also cool raid quality of life that's attached to it. I think like Soulstone Rezzing was kind of alluded to. We don't know exactly how some of these things work.
50% faster food buffing.
Yeah, there's also augment runes that are attached to it in some capacity as well. Not like, I don't think they're like for free, but there's it's like a roulette wheel or like a slot machine that I think you can spin like once a day, and it can reward things, including augment runes. So hopefully making those cheaper, because $2,000 or 2,000 gold in augment rune is not a thing.
Yeah, that's another thing that's ramped. I remember we wouldn't use augment runes until we were like, okay, this is a good pull, everybody rune. Now they just ripping them.
Dude,
they spend so much
able
gold.
To not use them until like phase 3 on some bosses.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the gold spent on a per raid tier basis from paying helpers, purchasing BOEs, just a bunch of stuff that's like that? Because in the past, you guys didn't really spend that much gold. And then I want to say Nyalotha hit and corruption was just like $1 billion, and every guild had 300 million gold spent. And then even after that, it wasn't even on corruption; it was on paying people to help you out in the raid.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think it's fallen off. It's not like continuing to ramp how much is paid each tier because it just was unsustainable. But I think there was like $1 billion or $1 billion gold tier.
I think SK Pieces hit $1 billion one tier.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely not as bad now because you don't have to spend gold cap on certain BOEs. It's like you did in Nyalotha. But you still do spend a ton of gold on splits. I mean, if you think about it, they're probably doing how many full heroic runs? You saw they had 2 splits running. Each person has 15 characters. You're going to be doing at least 30 splits where you bring in 15 people that you're paying 350k each to. That's 15 times 30 times 350k. 450 times 350k.
Bro, I went to college for World of Warcraft, not for.
That's like 160 million gold right there.
Yeah, not for math.
160 mil. Okay. Is that and then all the consumables?
I think they've mathed it out. I think I saw like 350 last year, something like that.
I wonder how much. I mean, it must be self-sustaining. I don't know how much they sell them out for and how many they do.
Dude, the sales at the very beginning of Nerebar were insane. Like I think that they were like 30 and 40 million.
Early mount sales went for 40 to 50 mil.
Yeah, like we were talking like big money. And if you want a mount, if you check in the Team Liquid Guild Discord as well, if you sign up to be a helper, you can be potentially entered in a draw, a giveaway for a mount run.
Yeah, we're talking about splits all the time and how they're bringing all these helpers in. We need helpers. They need helpers.
We need helpers.
Can be
I need help.
If you have a geared character that is not that you don't plan on raiding on, and you want to get a little extra gold for your efforts, join the guild Discord. It's discord.gg/liquid guild. There's a few roles you have to get, raid helper roles.
5,
you can sign up and they'll let you know if they need your services.
1.
Get in there and help them out.
Yeah, maybe you can flex on them too. I've seen some helpers pop up on the meters. It happens.
I've seen a helper from Dratnus's main team actually show up and sell his loot lock out.
Something actually really funny happened in my guild. We had some people help out one of the heroic splits, one of the heroic Queen Answer splits last time around.
Kind of weird, okay.
And we have the same like the sales guy for Liquid also does sales for our guild.
Yeah, okay.
And when they sent the splits, like the gold splits from the heroic splits at the start of Nerbar Palace to our guild, they just evenly split the gold amongst all of our raiders. So I got like a little 150k gold, and I didn't even show up to the raid.
Nice.
It was great.
I wonder if these raiders are getting any gold. That was the nice thing about doing sales is you got gold, but maybe it doesn't even matter for these guys.
After they pay off the debt, yeah, they do.
Okay, but I mean, I guess they've all got all these characters and they're also geared. They're probably doing so many
Shakib and Fired
sales
Up
a week.
Shakib and Fired Up do the most Mythic Plus sales I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah.
Shaq was telling me he's got like 60 million gold.
Shaq, yeah, he's got a ton.
He told me that he spent 50 million last year, though.
What?
On what?
I think he bought a. There was like a boost for some of his like alt characters that he wanted, and so he paid for. I don't know. He just paid for some crazy stuff. Is what it was sounding like.
Find like Spectral Tigers somehow.
Maybe, but I don't think it was actually any. I don't think he's buying anything specific. I think he's buying like boosts for characters.
Huh. Well, to each his own.
I mean, once you have 50 million, or you have 60 million gold, like where we spend it on?
Let's it's been a while though, so let's remind the chat what's going on right now. Obviously, the Mythic raid is out, but very few guilds have made their foray into the raid right now. You can see on the left side of our screen, a few guilds have killed the first boss. Only one of them has even attempted the second boss so far. Liquid is doing splits, and Echo and Method are likely to start their first few days in splits as well. They're just trying to get as much gear as possible to cap out their characters on heroic level gear before they go into Mythic.
How long are we thinking for splits conservatively?
Probably no longer than Friday, I'll say.
Okay.
If they're in there on Saturday, then I think there's a problem. Or not a problem, but a problem on my end.
They'll have bosses killed on Friday.
Yeah.
Yo, Jack, I have a question. Well, actually, I have something to tell you. So as part of the Coinbase Race to World First VIP package, whenever they come to LA for the next Race to World First, so there might have been a cameo offered in an Automatic Jack YouTube video. I'm just telling you in advance. Okay. I didn't offer. Your mic's also. I don't know if it's turned on, but I don't know. It's not offered. It's voluntold, I guess, would be the best term for it.
Holding you to do though.
Well, I'm the trade prince. I make all the deals.
He brokers the deals.
Exactly.
Only if they're a healer main.
That's fine.
Oh.
Is that
okay.
if you're a healer main?
We have standards here.
Come through.
50-50.
But yeah, if you want, you can sign up on tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, and if you can get $20 for free, Jack.
Sounds like a steal.
Wait, don't you have to use a code for that?
Yes, and the code is TeamLiquid20.
Ooh.
There it is.
I did it on Monday.
So you get $20 for free, and you get to sign up for all the giveaways?
Exactly, which also includes things. There's the VIP package, which...
Is there something every day?
But exactly, there's signed jersey giveaways and other potential rewards as well.
I think we're giving away a
today.
Jersey for. We're giving away a signed jersey every day, and then also for every Mythic boss kill.
Woo.
That's probably going to be like 30
cool
jerseys
stuff.
by the end of the race.
We're going to be giving away a lot of jerseys on Friday.
But I can guarantee you $20 at least if you get. Again, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use code TeamLiquid20. Bang.
Guaranteed 20. Not bad. If you already have Coinbase, can you do it? Or do you have to sign up?
I think you have
I think it's a sign-up reward.
Okay.
But you can still be entered in all of the giveaways. So
that's huge.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
5 big booms.
5 big booms. Bingo.
I'm not a TikTok kind of guy. I'm old.
Can you guys believe that the Costco guys are a year old now?
No, I think I saw you
since
say that
bit.
maybe. But no, that does feel longer for some reason.
And the Rizzler wasn't even there in the first one.
Oh, when did the Rizzler come in?
Only a couple months later.
Okay. Is he still around?
Yeah.
I found out he's not part of the family, which is weird.
No, he's just some random dude.
He's just some kid. Someone else's
just some
kid.
kid.
I think he's part of THD's family.
They are from Florida.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Exactly. The Florida men.
Yeah, what were we saying? Splits, Saturday would be bad. Probably be done by Friday. We'll see Mythic by Friday, I'm pretty sure. The raid's not too long, and we'll have to see how long some of the heroic, like Mugsy and Gallywix takes.
The thing is, like, heroic, Mugsy, and Gallywix, I think, are going to be pretty long.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily even start the one-armed bandit heroics until more helpers have better gear. You know, they're not coming in on like some 639 rat. They have to actually have done some Mythic Plus and actually have a little bit better gear, doing a little bit better damage. You know, if you're like 645 and you have at least a couple of additional pieces, that goes a long way from one-armed bandit. But then I think they're going to do full liquid runs of Mugsy and Gallywix is my prediction there.
Yeah, if they get helpers for those, maybe it's like some of the analysts or something that
Bart was speculating potentially Thursday we start to see some of the early Mythic boss kills. Some of the easier things that you can just kind of, you know, one shot, take some loot, one shot, and then kind of assess where you're at loot-wise and see how you feel with some of the mains. Finish up maybe some of the really niche splits that you would have to finish up. And then from Friday onwards, he was projecting that it was going to be like full Mythic from like somewhere in the middle of Friday onwards.
Yeah, the basic like thought process is you get all your heroics done. You see which of your main characters are like the most geared. You figure out your comps for Mythic.
Yeah.
You do the first few Mythic bosses so you can see if there's any normal mode gear that you can just completely not have to worry about splitting for.
Yeah.
And then you do the normals you need before you get to the super hard bosses. So we got an eye though.
Here's the chase items. Like the thing is that you need all 4 pieces of heroic tier, as many heroic off pieces as reasonably possible, the Jaster Diamond minimum, the best in slots if you can wear that at a minimum. You really want the House of Cards as well. You know, you really want the Eye Kazan if you're not even if you can't wear the House of Cards. The House of Cards might be just like an int only thing, but it's not only an int only trinket, but it might be an int wear type of trinket. But you're also going to want the Eye Kazan pretty much straight across your entire raid. So you have to have 3 to 4 pieces of chase loot with the full 4 set from heroic. Now the full 4 set from heroic is really easy to hard assign to characters with curios from Gallywix. Gallywix drops 3 curios. You can just, if somebody only has 1 or 2 pieces of tier, you can just auto assign that loot to them. In addition to that, whenever you kill a boss for AOTC, instead of being able to go get that AOTC token piece of tier, instead it gives you a catalyst charge, and so there's something there as well. Also crafting. I don't know when people are going to start crafting gear, but what they're crafting is could also make a big difference. I kind of expect like one-handed weapons to be probably the most popular thing that they're crafting this tier, but again, it depends on best in slots. It depends on a lot of other variables that we're going to see at play here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy loot-wise there. Just a couple staffs, normal staffs, which will be nice for like alt characters, I guess, to make splits easier, but you're not too worried about giving those to mains right now.
Yeah, something else they did last time is on the early Mythic bosses, they slotted in people just to get their box. Like,
well, that paid dividends. That was crazy, actually.
Yeah. Because they got like a Spymaster's Web on people that weren't there for some other bosses. And
oh, Dazer, you don't want to drift into the pond there, buddy.
You're going for a
revoke that's a point on that guy's license.
But I think...
Sure, have you been drinking tonight?
I'm trying to think of a reason that they would go into Mythic before just doing all the chores. Other than... Because like while they're in Mythic, they can at least cut down. It's only 20 people. Then other people can Mythic Plus, so there is some min-maxing there.
They went into Mythic last year before they had finished all of their splits.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember why.
I think it's just because those were like kind of niche splits, and they were nice to have on some random characters that you didn't know, like a Lip's Death Knight or something like that. Like you're like, do I really need this? And then you see Brute Twister in action, like I really need this, and you start doing it again.
There were certain crafting things that you wanted to figure out. So like for example, there was a bow off of Sikran, which would have been nice to know as like a hunter player if you needed to craft a bow or not. If you got that bow to drop, you needed to craft a weapon. Very rare items. Nice to see if anyone's going to get a mythic one of those. There's a lot of questions there.
Crafting was really weird last year as well because it took all 90 of your gilded crests, whereas this tier it's only going to take 60. So, chat, you should be looking to craft on CD. This tier, crafting is buffed, giga buffed.
You also had 2 sparks last year. You only have the 1 this time.
That's true, yeah. So you were crafting just like a 2-handed weapon straight up, but now you can no longer do that, which is, again, why I was saying most of these people are going to craft 1-handed weapons. Pretty much all their alts are probably going to craft 1-handed weapons that they're going to be doing the Mugsies and the Gallywixes on. So.
And when is the second spark? 2 weeks from now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's far. That the race, if it goes that far, this is an all-timer. I doubt it will.
I got a one-handed weapon from Mythic. At some point, Mythic Plus is also going to have to be done. I just don't know when. I'm thinking like Thursday as well. There's a lot of melee trinkets from Mythic Plus that are good.
They'll probably try and, like, if you need stuff from Mythic Plus, they'll sit them from some splits, get more helpers in maybe.
You want the Gilded Crests too, and obviously the most optimal way of getting Gilded Crests is timing a 10.
There's a world where they can hold their crafts until they think they need to use them for a hard Mythic boss too. Because if you think about it, right, if there is a chance that the raid goes to a second reset, which is pretty likely depending, you know, based off of the history of the past couple of raids we've had, if you open your box and you see a solid one-hander or a staff in there, and you've already crafted a weapon, you're going to feel terrible.
I don't know. I think it's one of those situations where it's really hard to mess up your craft. I do think, you know, there's always going to be somebody who can probably take that piece of loot and put it to good use. While this might have been the biggest upgrade for you, you crafted a weapon maybe before you saw it. It's not that there won't be. I think the biggest thing is that you have somebody in the raid that's going to get a sizable upgrade from that piece of gear.
Yeah. I'm just worried about the weekly boxes.
Yeah,
what if you open your box and the weapon is the only takeable thing there, and you end up taking a coin?
I mean, this might be a 1 week tier.
It might be. It always could be.
I can believe that this is a 1 reset tier. Again, the Whiplash Blizzard might overreact to Narrowbar being just so hard and kind of cut back on some of the difficulty. And we saw a 1 week tier even with a heroic week in Avarice. It's definitely possible. It just kind of depends. We're not going to really know until we start seeing the difficulty of the raid. Once we see into Sprocketmonger, Lock and Stock, once we see into Muggsy, once we see into this fight on Mythic, One Arm Bandit on Mythic, then we'll kind of know roughly how long the raid's probably going to be.
So let's say Galliux is probably going to at least a day. You can agree.
I think that they even Sarkareth was like one of the easier end bosses, and that boss still took a day and a half or something like that, right?
Yeah, it was very early in the morning. I can't remember how much was done the day before.
How many pulls were that?
They did like a half day. Then they did a full day on Sunday.
And they did some of it off stream.
And then at the end of the day, like the last 3 hours, they did off stream. And they pretty much said, we're coming in early tomorrow morning. Because they had it like 7%.
And they should have been 5 a.m.
And they just came in early morning.
Who casted that, by the way?
I think it was like 150 pulls, I want to say. Sorry. I don't remember who it was. I think Kalamazi was there.
You guys started like 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah,
I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, they had to have the people who were here late at night do it because everyone else was asleep.
Yeah, they just
so they stayed late, so they're like, you guys have to come in at like 5.
Yeah.
So it was me, Kalamazi, I can't remember who else.
So that would be me, you, and Dratnos.
Yeah. And then it was the shift after that one that they killed it. I was asleep in that chair.
Dratnos, Cams, and I think, are consistently the last people who leave here every single day.
I gotta catch the recap. Live.
Live, yeah.
Yeah.
You and Dratnos are crazy for doing that recap every night after the cast, by the way.
Dude, just lock in. All right. You know, it's also locked in. Apparently, we were somehow. This is the end of our casting block
already.
So yeah, I'm also just as surprised as you are. But you know what I'm not surprised about? How great our sponsors are, which are Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. That is Cam's. That is Ironic. I'm Tettles here, and we are done with this casting section. We're gonna throw it to a little bit of a Monster Energy listen. We're gonna go to a break, and then we're gonna have a talent swap here momentarily. Be right back.
Getting ads. Get stops, get kicks.
No theme here, just move.
Stopping it. Watch the funnel. Walk away, walk away, walk away. One big defensive right now from all the boys. W. Good work, fellas. Excellent job. All right, we do loot. Who's holder? It's lip.
Me.
Oh, it's exile. All right, trade exile. Boom, boom, boom. One more curio waiting on Phil. Good. All right, and log out. Thanks for helping, guys. You guys owned.
No theme here, just smoke. Error offline, rebooting. Let's up the ante.
Look at this guy's big stick. This guy's stick is so stupid.
Yeah. Pod down, holy shit. I'm a bit late.
Alright.
Knockback number 1. Expect 10 more.
It's hype. It's hype when you get knockback. Payline, stand in this. Damage.
Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it?
Big damage.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Oh,
Good try, bro.
You should have shot his mech in as a drop.
Alright, sending him back through in a moment.
Alright, get ready.
Waiting for the coil, waiting for the coil.
We're getting knocked. Little boop here. Boop. Alright.
Alright, payline.
Point coming through. Get your damage. Look at it. Get your damage. Nice.
I got it this time. GG.
Okay, and then that's the fight, everybody. Thank you.
Well played.
Maybe one more payline for fun? For fun?
Why does he payline so often in lost phase, but like he won, he just forgets to do it? Well, because the boss is stunned for 30 seconds every time he on that.
Nice work, everybody. Great loot.
Oh, there, right them.
Very happy that we were all here together to do that.
Wait, did I pass on all of it? Like off server? No. Get you, bro. Get you, guy.
That's okay. I got the bottom
they have the
dollar
helper
blouse.
weak aura on? What? They have the helper weak aura on? Huh? Somehow, I don't know.
Alright, we're running up to the top.
You like being stunned for just 10 seconds there, yep.
Yeah, that's good. It's good vibes. Did you guys feel the heat on that fight? Like, were you sweating the whole time? I was a little bit.
Dripping right now, man.
You're what?
Dripping with sweat.
Oh, okay. You said something else.
Dripping. I looked over and he's covered in fucking chains and stuff. But he's out.
Yeah, I'm just stripped out, man. Fuck yeah.
Hammers up.
And big
bubble in this, bubble in this.
This next boss is equally as crazy as that one. So, like, you felt intensity there. Like, just fucking buckle in.
It's 10 PM already? This is crazy.
Already?
Yeah.
We're going into Mythic tomorrow morning, by the way.
He told me this last night when he was going to bed.
Yeah, like
Wednesday.
Wednesdays. I'm sorry, Wednesday's Mythic. If anyone was wondering, like, tune in tomorrow.
Yo, Poxy, gonna need you to reset the boss. Once he's active.
All right, everybody. So this boss, we're just gonna do the same thing we did on the last one.
What would that be? Attack him?
You're gonna attack him. That's right. All right, Dazer, what's your favorite stim right now?
My favorite stim?
That's right.
The Potty C. I got the Potty C going.
Oh, shit.
Right below Subway Surfers.
Run out of the boss room.
Oh, my
No,
bad.
Poxy, no.
No, that's on me.
No.
Distracted everyone.
Wait, did you just go straight in or something?
Alright, it's time to attack. Doing a pull timer, everyone. That's the pull timer's not real. This pull timer is though. Okay, we're gonna be on star side. Ads are gonna come down. We're gonna soak a group soak. It's gonna happen. Sorry, there could have been more.
If I had haste, you'd be squished, by the way. How much haste you got? How much haste you got?
25%.
17. Yeah, that's it.
All right, everyone ready? We're gonna attack the boss. Wait, no, get in here, Zila. Come here. We gotta attack stuff. There's ads from the sky. We hit them and then we attack the boss. Okay, now there will be crawler mines. You're gonna have to walk into them. So if you see a bomb, just walk into the bomb. Step on the bombs. Nice work. Okay, now there's gonna be a group soak. We're gonna soak it on the star marker. There's gonna be a big swirly. Swirly! We're soaking it. And then we're gonna move out after. 2 seconds left. Alright. Nice double darkness and aura mastery and spirit. Holy shit.
Guys done it that hard. Don't worry about that.
It was scary. All right, whoever has that frontal, okay, perfect. Do exactly that.
The hammers, man. Okay, they just fall.
Okay, get ready to move away. We're moving to the other side after this, everybody. Get ready to run. All right, go. Cross the line. Cross the line. Cross the line.
My timing's off.
Nice. All right, there's gonna be 2 circles. If you get a circle, you're just gonna stand still with it close to the boss, okay? You're spreading them out just a little bit, little baby spread. Stand still close to the boss, not on the boss, close to the boss. Circle's coming. Just stay still. You guys are perfect. You guys are perfect.
You need to spread more.
Little more. Spread a little more.
It works. Yeah, they're both 3 a bit mad.
Okay, we're good. I have them.
My bubble on this guy. Don't worry. Bubble on him. It's a man fan. Man fan play.
Yep, so bubble on it. It's choking.
Stand in the circle. It hurts.
You guys, let me out.
Probably rest me as well.
Oh right, fuck.
I fucked something up, Days, by the way. That second hammer fell off like real fast.
Alright, I'm gonna say it. Galagio goons were better earlier today.
That's true, that's true. They were. Sorry, instructions were a little bit unclear. We're gonna face the other side after the finger.
L Blizzard. Blizzard L.
That's right. Okay, we're going across. Run across. Nice work.
Hammer's up now.
Okay, same phase as the first one we did. We kill the ads and do a group soak. Okay, now we're going across.
Took the bomb.
Okay, there's going to be a group soak happening here. We can probably just ignore it.
Dazer, why can I see your hammers?
Follow the boss. Follow the boss.
I can see your hammer.
Try and bait
Mine are
towards the side, maybe.
Mine are gone. So
Get back. Hit the wall.
Okay, we keep following the boss. He's going to charge 2 more times. Nice. Incredible.
I'm just walking in this.
The guy was in range.
All right, one more charge.
Oh, there's a circle in there. I'm gonna
Yeah, couldn't see that at all.
W Mugsy, man.
I'll be in front of you. Nice, I got PI.
Oh my god. Another stone in the circle you can see.
Let's finish this scene. I'm with you, Mug. This joint is rigged to explode.
You can run into the mines. We're gonna get the same Galagio goon circles as before. You need to spread them out slightly more so they don't overlap. So you need to stand still so people can get in and help you. Two circles coming out now. Spread them out a little bit and stand still. Spread them out. That's good. Kill the ads, and then you're gonna stand in the soak. There's gonna be a soak. Try to stay in it.
Alright, so it's not someone that's fucking outside, that's crazy.
cash at least, but I think we're good.
Bro, the boss is just chasing you because you bubbled some for some reason.
Yeah, why is he just running around the car?
Thanks.
Wood guy.
Because Yep's bubbled, even though I thought of them, he still kept running nothing.
That's good.
This one's just for you.
You know, start pumping.
Say hello to my tiny pal.
Getting ham dandruff up, I don't know.
Okay, perfect.
Need to start the pump. 6%. Rage soon.
Yeah. Press someone else's damage, maybe?
Second pots.
Press someone. Fucking like get up and fuck them.
Just bull pop all these fucking things.
Yeah. Big damn, come on.
Big damn.
We're good, we're good. Hammers up, that's fine, that's why we're good.
Nice.
Hammer stuff, man. Oh my god, what a dog shit loot.
Well, we got 2 thug hotlines, what do you mean?
Yeah, right there.
That trinket is insanely good.
Success.
Alright, res if we can. It sucks, bro. You don't want to dude, during less, you get a free spawn, man.
Alright, I'm auto passing. Yips, did you hit yes to do you want to use RC Loot Council?
That might have happened.
I don't know. I'm not passing then.
I can roll on everything still.
You're bloodless, you summon all the
You have
bugs.
RC on?
I'll
Maybe
turn it
not,
off
I'm
if
not
it's
sure.
on.
I'm not sure if I have it on actually.
Alright, I turned it off.
What is killing me? Why am I dead?
Lead. This is also not in this trash. The healers are FK on trash.
Alright, if you die, just don't release. Do not release.
Okay, Poxy, you got it this time. Shoot and feign. This is your moment. Nice! No!
Everyone else will move off of you. Stay still, stay still. Good. Perfect. Now everyone will go to the other side of the room. You guys can move now. Everyone just cross over. We're gonna change mechanics. Hit him if you can, just stay on this side though. Nice, okay, remember, 2 and 3 go to orange now, 5 and 6 on diamond, and then 2 people will get picked with the circle. If you get one, go to one of them. Go to cinnamon on orange, cinnamon orange. Good, perfect. And now you guys kill the ad in there, you can kick it when it casts. And then look at the orange marker if you're out of the...
Not enough people in here. He's mad.
Okay, try to...
Oh, I think it wasn't people, it was the boss. I overlapped a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, it's positioning, yeah.
Still fine though, I think. No?
Yeah.
Well, we're trapped here forever, so.
Oh, that's actually kind of chill.
Oh, that is kind of chill.
Can you guys use the gate?
Nope, doesn't work anymore.
Okay.
We
Alright,
need
just
to
wipe
wipe.
it up. Yep. Okay, next time we'll just you can put the markers a little further apart. It's the first time that happened. Just
Orange was not quite on orange, but yeah, further apart for safety is probably good.
I'm gonna move them for sure. But that's basically you guys did it right. It's just it overlapped a slight amount, which is bad. I'm gonna just put the markers further. Bang bang. Okay. Red. Together up. Doing a long timer, we're pulling when that's good. So the rock part can't, yeah, if the like edges of the circle touch, it like enrages the ads. That or if the boss is in it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So many toys. Don't die too quick, okay?
Group soak is up next. Stay in. Okay, next thing is going to be the tank soak. Just if you get the long line, stay still, don't move. Okay, now you can move out with that. Whoever gets picked here, don't move. Everyone else will move off of you. Nice, good. And then we're going to cross over. Okay, you guys can go now. Alright, get ready for orange and diamond. 2 and 3 on orange, 5 and 6 on diamond. If you get picked with a circle, one of you go to orange, one to diamond. Go, Baldy on diamond, other one on orange, perfect. And then fill your ad in there. If you're out of the jail, look at where orange circle is. You don't want to be in front, you're going to do a frontal. Don't be in front of the boss right now. Frontal's about to happen. There we go, perfect. And now the boss is going to kite you for a couple seconds and then we'll be back to normal. Alright, we're good. Everyone spread out a little bit if you get this blue debuff. It's going to be little blue circles. Don't be stacked, good. Next thing that'll happen is just the same thing as at the end of P1. He's going to do he's going to pick someone and everyone else will run away from him. There, stay still.
Welcome back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase, and we are still in splits, everybody. I know. I've seen the questions in chat asking about when does Mythic. It'll be a while. But if you're on the copium end, then maybe Thursday. Dratnos Cams, what are you guys thinking? Thursday or Friday for Mythic?
For Mythic?
Yes.
Yeah, Friday.
Friday?
Yeah.
I think there's a chance we'll see Mythic Vexy tomorrow so that they can BOE farm
I heard
using the lockout.
Zyro said something about that being changed, but then
so it's possible, but I dropped a BOE on Heroic from that trash today, so unless it works differently on Mythic, which maybe it does.
Because I was challenging it. I was like, was there an article or something? Because I hadn't found anything.
Yeah, so, I mean, what changed last year was they hotfixed it so that the trash before the first boss last year doesn't drop any BOEs. But we're talking about trash after the first boss this time, which is a ton of trash. So
yes.
I don't know if maybe it does work differently on Mythic. It's possible, right? Mythic does have slightly different BOE rules than the lower difficulties, so it wouldn't be unprecedented, but I do think it probably does drop BOEs, in which case, yeah, Mythic Vexy, and then you could do a BOE farm, a split, a BOE farm, a split. You know, that sounds like an action-packed day that we could have tomorrow.
And let's not paint that on the walls. Let's talk about something else because we do have our charity that we are supporting this time around. We are supporting the Pasadena Humane Society, and I've been reading a little bit on what they've been doing because people in chat were asking about it, and it's actually hugely impressive. So after the Eaten Fire, in the very first night, they took in over 100 animals, and then within the first 48 hours or so, they took in over 300 animals. That is so many pets from people's homes that were like dislocated basically, and then they're also treating all of the injuries. They're treating all of the burns that the pets are coming in with. They stopped their regular like adoption program. They even stopped taking in volunteers because they have so many. But obviously, every dollar does help them run their program and does help finance a lot of the stuff. So that is what we're raising money here for, this Race to World First for Team Liquid. And I just think it's such a great cause.
Yeah, me too. I feel bad for all those animals. I would die if I had to leave my animal behind. There's no way I'd go in.
Yeah, they're
after
also
them.
They're also helping the owners get back with their pets, right?
Okay,
so every single pet that they find, they try to like locate the owners. Owners go there to say like, hey, we're looking for this pet. So if it comes in, they're doing a lot of very, very important work in like the face of a tragedy.
Yeah, it's nice that we've got our kind of usual thing, which is an animal-based charity, plus, fire relief, the recent thing there. So good little overlap for us to be supporting. Yeah, that's TL.gg/RWF-donate.
Thank
if
you
you'd
very
like to
much,
make a contribution.
And we're, of course, trying to entice you a little bit. If you are sending in $35 or above, you can send in your transmog, your UI, your warband, or your pet and show it off. We'll be rating the WoW-related things. All of the pets are obviously a 12 out of 10, so no rating for pets, but please do show us your pets. I'd love to see them.
Yeah, we saw a dog earlier. Very beautiful.
A couple of them, actually.
Yeah, I also want to unlock the bingo cards. I'm so curious what everybody wrote down.
Yeah, me too. What's your favorite? We were sharing like some of ours earlier, Zyro, Aya, and I. What's your favorite bingo you have?
My free, we didn't get a free space.
No.
But my free space, if it stays there, is Kalamazi stomach ache.
Oh, that's already happened.
Yeah, I feel free.
He's been talking about Taco Bell already today, so
yeah,
we'll see if that ends up procking.
What about you, Dratnos?
I have a caster is brought low by a mysterious plague, so we'll see if I can end up cursing one of us to something a mysterious illness of some kind.
What?
Hitting one of the casters.
What?
Could it come from Taco Bell?
It could. In fact, many times it does.
That is so cooked.
I've got some. Look, it's really hard to come up with 25 bingo slots. You got. It sounds easy, but it took like an hour. I was just sitting there trying to think of stuff that wasn't just all boring.
That is like the most cooked. Wow, Dratnos.
Yeah, I was getting kind of delirious by the end, so put some ones in there that I don't know. We'll see if we get to that $1,000 threshold. You guys will get to see.
Okay, no, yeah, I would love to see that. So yeah, if we are getting to $1,000 for the charity, each of the casters sent in a bingo ahead of time, and we'll be playing bingo. What does the winner get?
I'm not sure. Yeah, see, I would have put different ones if I knew there was a good prize. So
yeah, fair.
I may regret my decision because I've definitely got some pretty low percentage chance ones on there.
I even put some in for like mythic bosses.
Oh yeah, I have some mythic stuff. You know, even like mythic Galliwick stuff.
I time-gate it myself. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if everybody was doing that because you could probably like find 25 things.
Yeah, just do a bunch of split ones and then we're out of here in the first few days.
Do anything about splits? I was trying to avoid their existence.
I think I may have had one for like splits continuing into Friday or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think I have mythic start one as well.
Yeah, I remember every single race we sort of get reminded of the existence of splits, right? We come in and are excited for the start of the race, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's splits. Oh yeah, they're going to last a couple of days, so we'll see. I mean, it's possible that we'll get into Mythic sometime soon, but splits are just so valuable. It's so efficient to run as many as you can, and they have so many characters that are prepped for it this time, so much access to great helpers in the community.
Every single raider prepped at least 14 characters. That is at least 14 splits that you're going to be seeing across these accounts, probably more.
14 characters, 2 raid difficulties.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah, although the normals we may see less of, as you know, that's a little bit more niche, whether you need them or not. But definitely, I mean, I think there's a good chance we'll see a lot of normal, at least the last 4 bosses, until all the mains get saved to it. You don't really need to run a bunch of extra normals, because I think what's going to happen is, we're seeing some of the normal last stuff happening now, but once we do a bunch of heroics, then you don't necessarily need to do that many more normals, because you maybe have a couple of very rares that you're fishing for on different characters. But obviously, if you already have a heroic of a certain item, you don't need that on normal anymore.
Ideally, you have it on heroic. So we're hoping for a bunch of good drops. There's once again some funny loot rules this time around with some spicy items.
And heroic's pretty tough this time as well, which does hinder our efficiency, right? That we're seeing them in normal last few bosses right now. The last few seem really tough on heroic, and they're not splitting that tonight. So that means that we're going to maybe spend more time in splits because we need to spend some more time in normal before we can go to heroic in those later bosses. So yeah, I would buckle in. You know, we might be here till Friday in the land of splits.
You know, hopefully the quality of helpers goes up as the week goes on.
Yeah, it will, right? Because everybody's gearing up with M+. Everybody's even the liquid alts that are in the splits may also pick up an item or two here or there from a previous normal split that character was in or something. You get, a Warbound piece or something like that. You get your Spark, and you just send your Spark craft with the Ruined Crest from the Kill Galliwick's quest that you finished on normal. So item level will go up. The heroic's going to get easier, but I don't know how much easier it's going to get. I don't know if we're going to be able to say do those double-barreled Galliwickses anytime soon, or if we're going to have to cut back. And I mean, it would be a serious item level loss if they had to consolidate down to something like 1 split on that last boss or those last 2 bosses. So I think they're going to do everything in their power to avoid having to do that.
Yeah, I think 1 split would be really bad. They're probably hoping to do more than 2 as of right now. But just
at least
to,
for like
allocate
Mugsy
items, yeah.
It's I mean, hopefully. I think on Fire Act we saw them. A lot of guilds did have to cut down to just mains on Fire Act. So we'll see this time around. I think Anserac was a little bit easier on Heroic, but that was, of course, they had the whole Heroic week, so there was no time pressure there.
Yeah, I kind of miss it. I'm not going to lie. I've always been a great fan of Heroic Week. I think there's still some stuff that could have been changed with the last Heroic Week this time around to maybe make it a little bit more fun for M+ers as well.
Yeah, it does. It did kind of suck. There was that capped M+ that week, and that felt kind of, you spend all week grinding +6s in a certain dungeon, and then you have to come back and grind the +10s. And of course, last season those +10s were super hard. Those early on as well. So this time around it's a little bit less bad.
It is.
Yeah.
Maybe one day Heroic Week will come back. I'm always a great fan of that. But do you know what else I'm also a great fan of?
What?
Just free money.
Ooh.
I mean,
me too.
Ones in chat, if you guys agree, I think free money is always great. So we're partnering up with Coinbase to give you guys free money, 20 free money actually. If you're signing up on tl.gg/Coinbase with the promo code TeamLiquid20, you're getting just exactly that, and you're also participating in our giveaways. And I've been informed that it's not only when the guild kills a boss, because there's no mythic bosses that are being killed today, for example. So there's one at the end of the day where we're raffling out one of these jerseys. So every single day you will get a jersey, as far as I understood. So I would hop in there because the day is about to end very, very soon. So here's your chance. Sign on up, get your 20 monies, and then you can also participate in the big giveaway, which is the chance to win a grand prize and get flown out to the next Team Liquid Race to World First, whenever that may be. I guess we're expecting like late summer.
Yeah, I think like August, September would kind of make sense. If there's another raid this expansion, which there probably will be. When's Midnight coming out? I think that they're announcing they're on the
in summer. They're announcing
it. That was on the
Midnight,
roadmap.
yeah.
So I guess we are getting at least one more this expansion. So yeah, August, September, something like that.
So yeah, if you're in NA or EU, please sign up for Coinbase. Then use the promo code TeamLiquid20, and then you're going to be filling out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS with your email attached to your Coinbase account, and then one lucky winner will get flown out. You get like a VIP look at the race. You get to hang out with like the Raiders, Max, I don't know, the production crew, see everything behind the scenes. Honestly, a big sell. Eat Heidi's food. So
is that part of the VIP package? Wow, that is a good deal. Yeah,
they're really like it's all out. So I would hop in there if I was you. Link is in chat !Coinbase, and it's all free for you. It takes like a couple of minutes. You need to sign up, prove that you are actually a human, and that's about it.
Yeah, and Tettles, he volunteered Jack to let the person flown out appear in one of Jack's videos.
Ooh.
Good deal.
Added that. I think we probably add more.
I heard Dratnos say we're putting Tettles away for the day.
Yep,
so
that's right. We'll hide him from your site. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. Maybe like a Taco Bell date with Kalamazis. Keep adding on all sort.
We'll
so
find some good stuff.
Yeah.
There will be dogs to be pet. You know.
Oh yeah.
There are a lot of dogs at the
always
Alienware
dogs.
Performance
I love
Center.
it. It's the best thing ever. Every single time I'm here, there's like a new dog. They just spawn.
Yeah, there's a Ham is his name.
Yes.
Very sweet boy.
I posted a picture of Ham on my Twitter, actually. I have Sammy, Luna, and Ham.
Was Ham that golden retriever that was around earlier?
Yeah, Chris's new dog. A very sweet golden retriever that if you pet him and you stop, he will start licking your hand and like softly nibbling at it, just to remind you that that hand is for petting. And you may continue.
He's very sweet.
He is.
Yeah, there's rooms in this building that you haven't seen. You go see.
True. Many rooms, actually.
It's bathrooms.
True, we generally don't put the cameras in there.
No.
There's also a shower.
That is true, yeah, that's crazy.
There's the nap room, as it's been coined by some people.
Which one's the nap room?
It's like over there. There's like a couch.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, the nap room. It's like very silent because you can close the door, so.
Yeah, they got like soundproofing.
Yeah, sometimes if you walk in there, somebody will be napping there.
So looks like we do have one normal Gallywix underway on the screen right now. A lot of the raid dead, but hopefully they can still get over the finish line. And some of the other player POVs that I've been monitoring, there's been some trading of the items from previous splits, but it doesn't look like there's another split currently going. A couple of characters that are kind of just standing around. So after this Gallywix dies, maybe we'll see what they'll all decide to do. Maybe they're gonna combine or reformulate the splits. Maybe an M+ or two to end the day. I'm not sure. We'll see exactly how they decide to end the day here. But yeah, it's getting a little bit late now. Of course, the servers did only come up like 11 hours ago, so they haven't had an awfully long day of playing.
That's true, but also like splits are very draining.
They are draining, but they're also, depending on what you do, they can be pretty autopilotable. So particularly if you save some easy, stuff till the end of splits, you can do like an extra couple hours that you wouldn't be able to do Mythic Prog, tired. But there is some value in not griefing your sleep schedule, because you do want to be able to wake up nice and early on the Tuesday of the second reset. So anything you do to stay up too late, you're kind of borrowing against that each time you do go later than, say, midnight.
Yeah, that's true. Need to be a bit aware of that.
Yeah. Although, definitely given that we had a late start today, there are going to be some people that will want to get more done today. We'll see what they decide to do. The last time they were very disciplined about just calling it early, going to bed, so I think that is probably what they'll do this time. But maybe there will be some keys or something.
What are the odds this is a 1 week tier?
Definitely not 0. I mean, we don't know enough yet, but the important variables are like the mythic tuning of the last 4 bosses, right? And if that is not super high, then yeah, absolutely, it could go down. I mean, Sarkrat's a good example of this, right? Where splits were happening all the way up through Friday, and then the entire raid on Mythic just got cut through like a hot knife through butter.
But looking at normal and heroic and the difficulty curve right now, it doesn't look like it's intended that it's like only 2 bosses at the very end that are hard, right? A lot of the discussion around will the raid be easy or not, I feel like hinges on the raid layout.
True.
Which is you kill the first boss and then you have 4 options. So the discussion is kind of around all of these bosses could be a second boss, so are they all second boss difficulty? Or is there like different staggers of difficulty throughout them? And I'm part of the latter group.
I think there will, I think that Sprocketmonger, for instance, is going to be way harder than Cauldron of Carnage, would be my guess.
How funny would it be if it was the other way
It could be. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, tuning is a very important variable here. Ooh, boss goes down. I see a lot of purple. The Jaster Diamond's in there. There it is, the very rare ring.
Ooh,
excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, glad to see that. That's nice.
Yeah, last raid, like almost everybody had like all the very rare items. It's pretty
Nice.
impressive.
Yeah, it's always good. Although it is kind of bittersweet when they drop on normal.
Yeah. You're like, this
You
could have
don't
been
want
a
it.
heroic drop.
Yeah, exactly. And when it gets assigned to you, you kind of know that you're now not going to get the same item assigned to you on heroic, and
Yeah.
a little bit of it feels bad, but not feeling bad enough to be sad about it, of course.
That's right. More and more guilds are killing that first boss on Mythic.
Yeah.
So we know for sure that at least the first boss is in the wall. Now, that is not a big surprise to anybody that has been following the race. But yeah, we're going to be seeing, I think by the time that Liquid gets up tomorrow, maybe the top 10 guilds will probably have the first boss down, and then the questions ensue of like, OMG, Liquid, Race to World First Guild, why are they not on the leaderboard?
Well, what's going to happen sometime soon is ID is going to finish their 5 splits. And then once that happens, they're going to cut through like 6 mythic bosses or something, 4 mythic bosses, something like that. That's going to happen.
About 6,
I bet that'll happen
couple,
tomorrow tomorrow night. So that'll be when, the chat starts to get fun with Liquid's going to lose before they go into Mythic.
Guild?
Yeah.
Do you think they're only doing the first boss just for that trash farming?
Maybe. I think it's also just the boss that is possible to kill without any gear from this tier. So if you're a guild that kind of wants to get on the board, especially if you don't run very many splits as well, it is in theory efficient to kill the boss on the hardest difficulty first, so that you then give out that loot, and the heroic versions of that loot you don't give to the same people. So potentially it can be efficient as well, especially if you are a 1 or 0 split guild.
Yeah, I'm just imagining Cauldron of Carnage is pretty easy. That's
yeah,
just my,
I bet it's a
my
big
gut.
step up from Vexy, though. I think Vexy is uniquely, like, doable without any gear or strat optimization.
All right.
Like straightforward.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think you could go in there and it'll probably be easier than like the last 2 on heroic, something like that.
I like that though. I was saying
I think
earlier,
there's good to have overlap.
I love when the heroic end boss is harder than the first boss in Mythic. Because first of all, there are a bunch of guilds that only raid heroic for like lack of players or whatever. And I feel like an end boss should always feel like a challenge, but also a reward once you down it. And if it's like a pushover, it's like, okay. And then at the same time, I think it lowers people's, I guess, fears of going into Mythic. Because if you know that the first Mythic boss is easy or easier than the end boss in Heroic, you're like, oh yeah, now we can try Mythic. Like, we know we can do it, which I think is great.
Yeah, that was something that I really liked about last year, was just the first 4 on Mythic were all pretty approachable. There were people will cite problems with the difficulty curve of last year, but I actually think that it was a really nice thing that you could kind of get to 4 out of 8 Mythic in a guild group that wasn't super experienced with Mythic, and you're maybe normally a heroic guild, and this tier you could do 4 of 8 Mythic. I suspect that that's not going to be the case this time, and I'm kind of sad about that. I sort of wish there was like 10 bosses and the first 4 were pretty easy, and then there were kind of 2 medium difficulty ones, which is what last raid was missing, and then 4 hard ones.
Yeah. I would agree with that if there were 10 bosses. I do think like a lot of the conversation around, oh, these mid-tier bosses are too hard, is also the fact that the early tier bosses are too easy. So like it goes in both directions, and therefore the like cliff between the two of them seems much bigger.
Yeah, Zyro was saying that he heard in an interview with Nagura, I think, that they want the like 3rd and 4th bosses to be a little harder.
And this tier,
looking back,
at least from PTR testing, I mean, outside of maybe Cauldron of Carnage, all of the bosses after Vexy seem pretty tough, right? Like, Rick Reverb has a lot of tough mechanics. It does a lot of damage to your tanks, and if you get hit by 2 of those swirlies, you get MC'd. So that's a lot. That's a lot of. That's going to require a lot of individual skill. Sprocketmonger, of course, extremely mythic-looking boss with the polarity mechanic, where half the raid gets red, half the raid gets blue, and if you run into somebody of the other color, you both like get a nasty dot and knock each other back. That's going to be a very hard fight, and then. The other one, Styx on Mythic, you got to like run over the medium-sized ads pretty quick, or else they'll one-shot somebody at random in your raid. So all of those bosses, I think, are going to be harder than Sikron and Rashanan were.
Yeah, I did 1 poll for the first 4, and I wish I could take it back. I think it's going to maybe... I would do 4 and 8 for 3 and 4.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have some, some 5s, some 2s, because I do think those bosses are still going to be easy for Liquid, for the Race to World First guilds, right? Because they have like pre-prepped for that based on PTR testing, and they practice during normal PTR testing weekend. I'm sure they were practicing Mythic strats on those encounters, and every single person in your raid is hyper aware of every mechanic, and that's just not the case in most guilds. In most guilds, you're going to go in there and people aren't going to know what to look for yet, let alone be good at looking for it yet. So I think those bosses are going to be 20, 30 pulls for a lot of kind of mid-range cutting edge guilds.
Yeah, honestly, I think that sounds about right. Let's take a look at our poll predictions here. Honestly, the one that shocked me the most was Tettle saying 15 pulls for Lock and Stock.
And for the one-armed bandit as well. Wow.
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm second lowest at 77 there, which I picked 77 because 7s are lucky.
Yeah,
it's like
I
a slot
that.
machine. So, and then I picked 222 for Muggsy because there's 2. Oh wow, Kalamazoo did the same thing. Wow.
Yeah. I did 333 for Gallywix, just for fun.
3. What am I? 300.
Wow. The highest pull count prediction is Max. Oh no, it's Jack at 370, and then Max at 350 on that boss.
Oh, Max is okay.
Max has 15 for Styx as well, so yeah, that boss definitely where the difficulty is starting to ramp up.
Yeah, that one. It seems like
according
you could
to our
just
guesses
have
at least.
Chaos Unleash on Bunk Junker.
Yeah.
Like it could. Just everybody gets the balls, they're bouncing around, and things go awry.
Yeah, again, you need to, on Mythic, you need to get medium-sized quickly and then roll over the ranged ads before they finish a cast.
Yeah.
Or else it one-shots somebody. So
you need to be big garbage, which I love. I'm so looking forward to hear raid comms of like raid leaders saying like, you guys are all big garbage now. Like, it's great voice lines, but very, very, very much looking forward to Lock and Stock. I went a little bit low on Lock and Stock just because of like where it is in the raid, but I could easily see this be like, without jinxing it, like a Halandras type boss, like a Painsmith type boss, where you have like a mid-tier wall, even though it's just a 9-boss raid.
Yeah, I think that boss for sure will get a taste. It'll be like a Brood Twister. We'll see how real the raid actually is.
Yeah, although sometimes you got to be careful because sometimes there's a boss like Painsmith in the middle of the raid where you're like, oh my god, this is going to be the hardest raid ever, and then like the 3 bosses after it are free.
Yeah.
So that was although that, they usually don't
Fate
miss
Scribe
like
would
that,
like a
but
word.
it does happen. So
I was so sad about that boss.
Yeah.
They're a little accidentally free.
Yeah, Guardian of the First One's another one. I was so excited for that
yeah.
boss after testing, and then I was so deflated.
Yeah.
When actually fighting it.
I mean, KT as well. Like you went in and you were really excited, and then there was this really stupid tech, and you're like, oh, okay, I guess. But yeah, Fate Scribe to me, that was one of the bosses I was really looking forward to, and then it wasn't actually like any problem whatsoever, and sad. But yeah, Painsmith would be nice. Painsmith level, I could see that.
Man, Tettles has this whole raid going down in like 350 total.
He
rolls.
said that he thinks it's gonna.
He thinks we're gonna be out of here on Saturday.
This reset, which is crazy to me.
I mean, I'd be down. Get a nice flight back.
So, talking about it, if you look at Lock and Stock and the way the boss is set up, it's not a boss where you need like necessarily a lot of DPS per se, but you need to coordinate. And usually those bosses, like Recall a Tindril, those bosses need a lot of tries in order to get it right, especially because of the mechanic you were lining out on Mythic, where you cannot touch other people, and it's like a bullet hell type of boss. There is something flying at you every second of this boss fight, and more of the times, more than one thing, like 2 things, 3 things. At the very end, like everything goes at the very same time, and then you also can't touch anyone else. So to me, this is a boss fight that it is going to need a couple of tries for sure.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get all the reps in, like most hard bosses. But I think last year the biggest thing that ramped the difficulty up was the tuning was just like out of this world.
Yes.
The bosses had so much health, did so much damage. So if it's even like 5-10% less ramped up than Nerebar Palace, I think like just that the extra health on everything adds so much difficulty.
I love the little elf frame here with the Wowhead info.
Yeah.
That's for heroic, just for info. But yeah, very, very nice.
Yeah, if people don't know, on Sprockermonger, the mythic mechanic is a little red-blue split.
Yeah, and it repolarizes throughout the fight every so often randomly. And you just, if you get red and you run into blue, you both knock each other back. Also, the mines that the boss puts out, 2 of them will be red only and 2 of them will be blue only. You have to hit the one of your same color. Or else it wipes the raid too.
And that room's already kind of small. And a lot of area denial also.
So basically you're going to have like 2 safe spots, 1 for each color. Whereas right now when you do it on Heroic, you can kind of all just be in the same quadrant and be fine.
Yeah. It's already a boss that has very little space as is. Like it's a space denial type of boss. So I'm really curious on how that's going to work out. I could see it go high. Very fun boss, though. It reminds me of like a love child between Hans and Franz and Painsmith.
It does have mechanics reminiscent of both.
Yeah. Little siege crafter.
Little siege crafter, yeah. Although you can't actually interact with the inventions.
Yeah.
In any way like that boss had, which that was such a cool idea.
Yeah, I like the choose your own adventure bosses. I don't know if that's their name. The one-armed bandit's kind of that, but you do have to go through all of them. But you can choose the order, I guess.
Although it doesn't feel like there's that impactful of a difference from the different intermission. I mean, they are different, but it's not like fight-changingly different.
Yeah.
All right, it does look like we are inside what's probably a heroic split here. I don't know. They're in front of Vexy.
Production has new tech where they can zoom in on the skull.
Oh.
Maybe we can see what the skull is in the corner.
That would be nice.
Are you good at knowing the difference between the normal skull and the heroic skull?
Maybe if I see it right now, because I just saw the normal one earlier.
Okay.
I think it's a little scarier.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit more intimidating of a skull.
So just for the people at home, we're a little far from those screens, and the skull is very tiny. So we're trying to see it, but maybe chat sees it better than us. Let me take a look.
Yeah, we can also see once they target the Vexy, what health is on that boss.
You'd be able to tell just by the health?
Yeah.
Ish. Professional.
Potentially.
It looks like there's still only 2 groups. I don't think they would do Vexy on just 2 splits on normal ever.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably a heroic.
Ooh.
Yeah, pretty much all of last shift was the last 3 over and over and over on normal.
Okay, guys, I have the solution. Someone in chat is saying, I can see it. There is a skull. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, chat. That is exactly the answer we were looking for. All questions asked. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, but really, if you can tell whether it's heroic or normal, please do let us know. Yeah, there we go. It's heroic. It's got the teeth. All right.
Nice.
I don't see any teeth from here, but I'll believe your words.
Trill doing some drifting around.
Gaming.
Yeah. Looks like we're waiting for 2 more people to get this one underway.
When I was leveling in the Undermine, like right after it came out, my chat was like, oh, you're not using the indicators. And for a second, I was like, haha, funny joke. And then everybody started saying it. And I was like, really doubting myself if there was something there that I was missing.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Thank you,
wow.
production. Appreciate it.
So it's the fangs we're looking for
yeah,
heroic?
the teethers.
And the eyebrows, a little angrier.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Very, very nice tech production. We appreciate it.
There's
Thank
the
you.
item upgrader if you're ever in this raid needing to see some item upgrading.
He's doing a little tour for us.
Okay, I have a question. In the hotel up here where we, so this is in the raid, but like there's the hotel that looks the same.
Yeah.
There's an upper level. Have you ever seen turtles on that upper level?
I haven't, no.
Cams?
No, like little critters?
Like not actually like critters, but like just like NPC turtles walking around there. The very first time I went to the hotel in the Undermine and I went into the upper level, everything was crawling with turtles. And I was like, is this like a pun on like cockroaches or something? Like, why are there turtles everywhere? And then I went back later to show it to my chat, and there were no turtles anymore. And ever since, I haven't seen turtles over there. No. So I'm not sure if I saw like a bug, a glitch, or if there actually is something up there that changes turtle spawns. I feel like I'm dreaming or something.
Yeah, I'll keep my eye out. I've not seen any turtles. Is anyone in chat talking about the turtles?
Yeah, chat, have you guys seen the turtles? Somebody was saying it might be like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle reference, Easter egg that happens there.
Could be, or somebody used a toy up there or something.
But like, it were so many. Is there a toy that spawns like dozens of turtles?
No, not that I know of.
I don't know. Somebody says it might be a world quest.
Could be.
They weren't like interactable. Because I was so confused as to why there would be turtles there, like crawling on the walls and everything. I don't know.
Were they critter size? Or
no. They were like
they were
just like goblin size, basically,
Okay.
like with like NPCs.
crawling up the walls.
Yeah, everywhere on the floor, on the walls, just like they looked like bugs basically, but they were turtles. That's why I was so confused by them, because I was like, "What is this?"
Yeah, I can help you.
It was on my stream. I have a clip. Okay, I'm gonna find the clip of the turtles. People are not believing me.
Someone in Blizzard might know. They put those turtles there.
It would be pretty funny to just put them there with like a 0.1% spawn rate or something like that.
Right? Like an Easter egg type of deal.
And then somebody,
somebody
nobody
goes like, "Have you
believes
seen the turtles?" And then everybody else is like, "What are you talking about?" And it just hit me. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Easter eggs are coming back into WoW. Maybe it's just I got old and jaded, but for a while, it didn't seem like it had as much like packed in.
This is definitely
really,
like a very flavorful patch as well. There's a lot of references and memes. You tell they had a lot of fun making all the goblin stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised when they announced this patch. I thought we were just going to be voids and caves and stuff, and I did not expect goblins at all, let alone like a casino.
Yeah, every single boss this tier. They're all so cool. Like even this one, right? It's a car that has bikers that you slam into the car. That's great.
Yeah. Like you see the little things up there like hammering away.
Everything is so like on theme, right? Not just that there's cars, but like you have to fuel them. Are you kidding me? Like that is so funny. They like make an oil spill. You have to soak it up and then go to the bike and fuel it. Crazy.
You know, I always like a boss that you kill and then they like pop out and they have no health. Like the boss pops out of the tank there. You just kill it off.
Yeah, those are funny ones. Okay, looks like we're heading to Cauldron of Carnage next. Nice straight line. A bunch of people on their regular mounts here, because as soon as you get in combat, you get dismounted from your car mount, but not from a regular mount, so a little bit easier depending on which one you want to, you know, the pros and cons to using both in here.
Are you big fans of the new mount?
I like the car. I like drifting
car?
around, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun.
I know
like
there are some people that don't like how fast it goes.
I get motion sickness.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like fast cars IRL, but in the game I get motion sickness.
Do you drive on those no speed limit freeways you've got?
Of course, yeah.
Ah, that's cool.
I have a car that drifts too.
Wow.
But not on the public streets. That would be bad.
So I guess we might be seeing a lot of this trash in the coming days.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're, you know, if they do drop BOEs. Again, there's rumors that something changed about BOEs on Mythic, in which case you wouldn't, but there are a lot of good BOEs, especially because you get 2 catalyst charges this tier from that, if you get the AOTC or Keystone Master achievement. Getting a Mythic catalyzable piece from BOE farming would be huge, so we'll see if that is a possibility, and then if they decide that's worth the time as well, because you know, as good as it sounds, it does cost time to do something like that.
That's true, yeah. I'm really curious whether or not something changed, because I feel like surely Blizzard does not intend for raiders to like go into raid, farm trash for BOEs, hard reset, do something else, go into raid. Like I don't think that is something they want to enable, so I wouldn't be surprised if something changed. But also, I cannot find a verifiable source that says that, which to me is always like, are we making it up or is it really like that?
Yeah, I mean, they've tried in the past. You remember at the start of Vault of the Incarnates, they had this change where they were going to make it so that BOEs only dropped from lieutenants, and you got saved to each lieutenant when you killed it. They actually
Zyra
pulled
was
that
saying
change.
something like
they
that.
pulled that change before the patch came out because there was some abuse that you could do with that, where you could bring in alts, get them saved to your lockout, and then do 19 alts in one main, kill a mini boss. Any BOEs that drop get traded to that main, right?
No.
And you just repeat that for each mini boss, resetting the raid, 20 times for each one, which would have been pretty cringe. But maybe they've got a different way of. I mean, you could just make Mythic BOEs not drop for the first couple of weeks, for instance.
Yeah. I was gonna bring that, like when they ripped the Band-Aid off and said like, okay, they're not gonna be BOE for a while, that they could just do that too. Like,
yeah, they're just
you
not
guys
gonna
are
drop
getting
for a
too
couple
annoying
weeks.
with this. We're just
But I
gonna
feel
not
like
make them drop.
If that was the case, we would know, right? Because
yeah, that would be a weird thing to do as a stealth change.
right,
Yeah.
like there is a ton of groups every single time a new raid comes out in the tool finder of just like, oh, let's farm trash for BOEs, and those people would be wasting their time big time if that was a stealth change, right? So I feel like it should be a public change if there is something like that, but I wouldn't be opposed to a change. So we'll see whether or not it holds true.
Haven't seen much of this Cauldron of Carnage today. Just a lot of the end ones. At least it's heroic, but it's something new. Newer. You're gonna soak this bomb. Some waves will come out.
Yeah, so there's actually a nasty overlap that does exist on this boss if you're not careful with that bomb. The second bomb lines up with one of the lasers, such that if you get knocked, you can get knocked into the laser. So right now, it's very important that they either put the laser far away, or if they do aim it near the bomb, they all get knocked in the other direction than the laser, because you can't just get knocked into that laser here and get killed.
Yeah, it's like right at the same time there.
It's the same time, and then all the other ones are a little bit staggered from it.
I love the giant dinosaur. It makes me so happy.
Yeah.
Something about it just triggers dopamine in my brain.
Yeah, this is one of those fights where, again, it's like you could tell they were just having so much fun making this raid.
Right?
When
Yeah.
the two go and clash in the middle of the room as well, like, here it comes. This graphic that you're going to see here, like...
So cool!
Yeah, I mean...
It's so ridiculous.
You showed this to somebody from, like, 20 years ago, and you're like, yeah, this is what a WoW raid boss looks like after they were busy fighting a Nixia or whatever. They would not believe you.
Is that the end boss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, nope, it's a second boss.
It's a Godzilla versus King Kong reference, right? Like these two bosses?
I have to imagine.
Yeah.
Legally distinct, of course. But
Of course.
I think it might be.
It is so cool. So you can't tank them together, for anybody that's wondering. If they're too close to each other, they just don't take any damage whatsoever. So the big part of this fight is basically to split your raid into 2 groups and then try to like DPS them down somewhat simultaneously. Sometimes you have to have people switching over. You can see that both of them have like a little bit different mechanics all throughout. On the Dino side, we have a lot of area takeover, as you can see, like all of the patches on the floor there. So need to make sure that you are placing that somewhat smartly, because otherwise you are running out of space.
Could have the incident here. Watch out.
Yeah, don't get knocked.
People getting knocked.
Oh,
Gamers down. There was that overlap I was talking about.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a couple players dying from getting knocked into the laser. Yeah, the merciful thing about this is that the fire doesn't do much damage. You can stand in it, you know, if you need to, on one of the spreads or one of the bombs or whatever, and it's fine.
On Mythic, it might.
It might, yeah. It didn't during testing, but it might. It's one of those things where, you know, it is a second boss potentially, so the mechanics, even on Mythic, might not be that bad, but it might. There is a lot of other damage happening on Mythic as well, as you get that Mythic mechanic, putting a nasty dot on everybody.
What is the punishment for killing one before the other?
The surviving one will start to stack up a damage increase on itself. So, you know, you can do like 15 seconds, something like that, without any trouble, but if you do one with still 20% of its health when the other dies, I think you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mythic mechanics, like these little toys that come down. You have to kick them together.
You get a mini gorillas on the one side, mini dinos on the other, and
so cool.
You run into them and you kick them, and once one gets close to one of the other kind, they run into each other and explode. Put a dot on your raid. So you can't do too many at once, but you do have to do all of them before the crash, because if there's any still out there during the clash, then they'll run into each other from any range, and you can't really live dots during that phase. So
I mean, you could like save
one or two.
Or two, yeah, exactly, for that overlap, so you don't need to deal with it too early. But I just love it so much. I was saying earlier, this entire raid feels like a love child of people who are just nerding out and saying, "What if? Like, what if we did that? What if we like made everything incredibly flavorful and on theme?" And to me, it's just so much fun to watch people like nerd out in their thing. Generally, not like wow, like generally, if you're excited about something and you're telling me about it, I am getting excited for you because I can feel that it's something you care about. And looking at this raid feels like that. Every single boss feels so like meticulously crafted with like love to the details. Is great.
Was kicking the ads finicky at all, or is it?
It was during testing, but apparently they made it better. We'll see though. It's something that could be a problem, and of course, even if it's not like buggy feeling, it may still be very difficult, especially on that gorilla side, because of course, as you move, you build up that static charge. So that doing the kicks with that static charge bar might be really difficult. The way that we handled it during testing was we just did all the kicking right at the start on that side before we got our static charges, because you do have like a 5-second grace period before you actually get that charge bar.
Okay, and then the dinos side just...
Yeah, then the dino side like did the actual triggering by kicking theirs in towards the middle.
So cool. We do have a transmog that has been sent in for our great charity. We are collecting money for the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with pets that have been hit by the Eaton fire. And this has been sent in by Corn Doggy LOL. And the name is Santas, and it looks like the transmog is on point as well.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for sending that our way.
Yeah, we rarely get a raid. I guess we've had a few that have been at Christmas time, right? It was Vaultly Incarnates was the last one that almost went to Christmas, right?
It did went to European Christmas.
Yeah, died on Christmas Eve, which that's the one that you guys celebrate more, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I love the glasses.
Yeah.
Hello, those are cool.
Yeah, a little late or early in the year for Christmas, but definitely on point with the name.
Dratnos, what says you?
Yeah, it's great.
Any ratings you want to give?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10?
Yeah, I'll do 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10? I'll do 10 out of 10 too. I'm always in the spirit for a little bit of Christmas. If you want to send in your transmogs, you can. It's $35 to tl.gg/rwf-donate. It's all going straight to the charity. And we'll rate them. We'll rate your transmogs. We'll rate your UIs. We'll rate... Well, we won't rate your pets, but please show your pets. I'd love to see them. I was saying earlier we should make like a deal where people send in like the UI of their friends and we just roast it. Like we just roast it like hell and they can clip it and send it to their friends and be like hee hee funny. I think that's a good business idea.
Yeah, I like the UI ratings. I think it's kind of a pain. Oh, UI roastings?
Yeah. Like roast it. Like actually be like mean and then you can like troll your friends with it.
What if it's a good UI though?
I'll find something.
A pixel out of place or...
We'll roast it for being too meticulous. Surely.
Oh.
There's a way.
Class colors are off. The wrong bar.
It's the wrong hex code.
Uh-huh.
Dummy.
Yeah, I've seen some great UIs over the years.
Yes.
Some of the ones where it's like, okay, there's bigwigs timers and DVM timers and weak auras timers, all for the same mechanic on the screen.
I don't actually know if they're still raiding, but there used to be a German raider that was known for the UI. He had like a tracker for the same spell on mage like 6 times on his screen. It was crazy. It looked like he was playing on an 11-inch laptop, but he wasn't. It was a crazy UI. Max even reacted to it one time.
Well, at some point, if you like keep missing your combustion coming off cooldown or whatever,
like
it is,
another weak
add another one.
Add an extra weak aura for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if that doesn't work, what are you gonna do?
Add another one.
Right. Because your eyes aren't always looking at the same spot, so you might want, up kind of near the nameplates is a good spot. Maybe down by your health.
One anchored to your cursor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's the one thing you guys have in your UI that other people would roast? I'm sure there's something.
I don't know, my UI's perfect. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to think.
I've seen your UI. Don't lie.
I did during PTR testing. I had my damage meters way too big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you wanted them so big?
Well, they're in previous PTR testings, people had like asked for more and more details to be visible. But I think I went a little overboard.
Okay.
Had it like the bar's too big, and so it was filling up like half the screen.
Fair. What about you, Cams?
Maybe just some inconsistencies with what buttons are weak auras and what are just like buttons on the bars, something like
That's
that.
very common. Even here, like here, we can see that on this UI, you've got the redundancy of the action bars at the bottom and then the weak auras in the middle. And then, I guess there's no duplicated abilities near the middle of the screen at least, which is good.
Yeah, I'm a button looker. I don't have like weak auras in the middle. It's buttons.
That's
I have
fine.
as few as I can,
That's nice.
and then I have some weak auras to the side with the stuff that's like on my Naga
like
or like
that.
cooldowns, things that are hidden. And yeah, in some characters it gets weird because not everybody can fit everything in the way that
It's tough because there's some stuff you do want like weak aura functionality for. Like for instance on Feral Druid here, Rip and Rake, you don't want to just see whether you can cast them, right? You want to see the duration of the dot on your target. So a weak aura can be really nice because it can show you, cooldowns and durations in the same spot.
Yeah.
Which I always do really like.
I like when my weak auras can show me not only the spell, but also like give me a glow for how long like a buff or whatever is up that the spell does.
Spot.
Yeah. So I really like that. But my UI crux, I guess, like my UI failure that a lot of people hate but I like, is that I have my buffs and debuffs at my action bars at the bottom. Because that's where my eyes are. But people always, without fail, flame me for it because they're like, you are not tracking your debuffs. It's like, yes, they're just somewhere else.
Oh, they're not saying like that's way too many buffs.
No, they're just like, they can't see it, I guess. Because like they're automatically looking
just
towards
don't
the
look down
top.
there,
yeah, but like my eyes are never up there.
Oh yeah, I think top right, looking top right or full bottom of your screen, like either of those, I think is. If there's anything important, you should put it near the middle if you can.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I do have like weak auras for important debuffs, but sometimes you're like
you just
looking
want the full list. Yeah.
Sometimes you're like looking for what's debuffing me here, and you need to like check the actual list. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like. I think I could go full default if they just added like buff and debuff, whitelist and blacklist kind of a thing. And you could just say like, okay, whitelist these buffs here and like blacklist these debuffs. I only want to see, like I don't want to see sated or any of that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
I guess that you wouldn't get the sounds that way.
I'm actually a no sound gamer. When I can avoid it, I avoid it. I dislike sounds a lot.
I think sounds are really powerful.
Weak aura
extra
sounds are
way
insane.
cue yourself on something.
I will use sounds to like Pavlo myself.
Yeah.
To like train it, and then I'll take them off once I'm like in the rhythm of it. Like if I have an ability that needs to be pressed on cooldown, I'll like give a sound for whenever it's up cooldown, and then my brain automatically like falls into the rhythm of like, oh, I need to press this.
That's good.
And then I take the away, but my brain still does it. So I like Pavlo myself, but
I like it for boss mechanics as well, right? Like I like it, if I'm targeted by something, I like getting air horned.
Yeah.
I think I use it like as sparingly as possible, but if there is something that's like really, you can absolutely not ignore this or the entire raid will die, then I do use it, but I prefer visual ones.
Yeah, my prep going into a tier would be like removing everything that I thought like I didn't need to know and just do the important ones, and then if I ever die to something, I was like, okay, this needs to be done, like never again.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of handling it, because by default, like if you just download one of the big popular WeakOr packs, you're gonna get like, you're gonna get like a big thing near the center of your screen for a bunch of irrelevant stuff that is never gonna change how you play, and you definitely don't want to be clogging up, because what happens if you do that is you just start ignoring that part of your screen, and then it's not actually helping you at all, and you just can't see your feet as well.
Yeah, I would always like put the group to the side, like somewhat closer to where the raid grid is here on the left. And then the important spells, I like drag out and like resize and change colors and whatever, so like I actually see them then.
I like just setting everything to load never, except for stuff that I already know I'm going to want, and then toggling anything, again, like Cam said, if it kills me, I'm untoggling it so that I can actually see it.
And then if it kills you again, you put the air horn on.
Yep, then we put the air horn on, start making it bounce and glow,
I like that.
That's the progression ladder.
Here's that overlap again.
Yeah, this one is aimed pretty nicely, although there's still some danger here that some people are going to get knocked towards it. I think it's far enough away. Oh, no, it's not even the overlap
it's actually not.
Okay, yeah, it's the third one, which is not one of the overlaps. It's right before the charge.
Ooh, I like the clash bar up there. They made it blue and
the
red.
gradient in the bar there. That's nice.
Right here, new guy on the Feral Druid.
Yeah, it's interesting. What is what's the main character? Are we watching a Feral Druid main?
I'm not sure.
I think
keep me
so.
away from
this
the
is the
spreadsheets.
second feral I'm seeing him on.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
I think
exciting.
the tag is Gatoy.
Okay.
Gatoy. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. So this is Gatosaurus or something. But I've seen
Gatoy. Oh wait, Go Toys R Us.
I've seen the main, and that's like just Gatoy.
Okay.
So I think that's a tag. I'll need to ask him how to pronounce that properly.
I think it's Go Toys R Us. Like do you remember Toys R Us used to be a place you could go to get toys?
Yeah.
Then Go Toys R. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Could also be, but like the main is a different.
It's
handle.
Go Toy.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. I think Toy, but I'm not sure. I'll need
Gato.
to ask.
Yeah, Gato could be. That means cat.
Oh,
Gato and then Y.
In various languages. Spanish mostly. Maybe some others though.
Yeah.
There are a lot of languages in the world.
That's true. But like Gato would fit because it's a feral.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a feral tier. There's actually quite an open question of where do you get your Mark of the Wild, because the Druid specs all, I think, could be the answer, but they also... None of them are, like, obviously going to be the best way to get Mark of the Wild.
So
Resto is, like, good, but Disc and Mistweaver and Holy Priest all look so good that maybe you just want to be only on those. Moonkin looks pretty bad on pure single target. And then Guardian Druid actually does a lot of damage if you're, cat weaving, but if you actually want to be tanking stuff, not as much, potentially. So it might be a Feral Druid tier.
So I've been hearing from a lot of people, and that might just be complaints as per usual, but I've been hearing from a lot of people that this raid is very melee unfriendly. And therefore, if you can avoid putting this precious spot of a melee on a class that also can be ranged, I'm a little bit sus of Feral being a thing this tier. But maybe if their damage is just so much better and that is your Heart of the Wild buff, then okay, maybe, yeah.
You do have to be careful, though, because everybody says every tier is melee unfriendly after PTR testing.
You think so?
I remember during Aberrus, which was not a melee unfriendly tier, and everybody was spamming it after Zaskarn testing.
Okay.
Because, when you do PTR testing strats on these bosses, you don't have it ever optimized for melee, so your melee just have such bad uptime always. I'm not sure. Like, looking at the later bosses, Galliwick seems like a boss where you need a couple of range to do the jobs, but I don't see why you couldn't just have a bunch of melee on a fight like that. So I don't know. I'm not. And also, even if you if it is pretty melee unfriendly, a lot of the stuff that looks super OP, you know, stuff like Shadow Priest maybe this tier,
yep,
is ranged already. So, could be though. It is always, that is the big problem that Feral has, is that all of the other Mark of the Wilds aren't melee, and usually you're limited to some amount of melee, but you could have as many range as you want.
So is it basically least worst druid spec?
Maybe, yeah. That might be the case for it, yeah.
Least worst.
Yeah,
oh,
like a case of you don't really want to play any of them, and then Feral is the one that's, you know, closest to the non-druids.
Like pick your poison.
Yeah, I think it's weird because I do think Wrestle Druid is good.
Yes.
It's just maybe in a world where Mistweaver and Priest are OP, so you just really want to cut all the non-Mistweaver and Priest healers.
And that's interesting because both Disc and Mistweaver were hit with nerfs, but they're still like strong.
Yeah, there's a misconception. People look at specs that get nerfed and they're thinking, okay, well, we're not going to see a lot of this because it got nerfed, but historically, if you're going into a new tier and your spec just got nerfed, your spec is probably going to be good. Whereas, and you're going into a new tier, your spec just got buffed, like, your spec's probably still bad.
Yep.
That's often how it works, although sometimes they buff specs and you're like, oh, why'd they just buff Warlock? That thing was already good. That's happened, like, there have been a lot of tiers where that's happened.
Yeah, Mage and Warlock mostly known for doing that.
Couple aura buffs.
Yeah.
Destro.
Oh man, Destro, it's been twice where Destro has gotten buffed in the past like 2 years, when they've already been, you know, very good.
Warlocks, man.
Yeah, I hate
they
them.
just got a huge buff. Like
what are you guys
Chaos Bolt.
maining this season?
Looking like Blood Decay for me.
In the raid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's not locked in yet or anything, but it's
looking very likely. Yeah.
I think
there are
it's gonna be
grippable
safe,
ads on Gallowix. I do think like
as
a
soon
Blood
as you
Decay
see
makes a
grippable
lot
ads
of sense.
on an end boss, you start thinking about Death Knights for sure.
Yeah.
Before I knew that those ads were important and grippable, I was maybe going to play something else. But
what would you have played?
I'm looking at maybe Warrior, DPS, or Prot Warrior is doing a lot of dam.
Okay.
That looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm doing Mage.
Well.
You're a Mage?
Yeah.
How's that going?
I remember watching you last Race to World first delving as like Frostfire Mage before it was good. That looked fun.
Yeah.
Now Frostfire is like good as well.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Frostfire.
Oh yeah, Frostfire Frost. I think that's an underrated spec actually.
Yeah, I like how it looks.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good in Delves just to survive when they were insane.
Yeah. I love delving on Mage actually. It's a zen experience. And you also do big damage. Like obviously it's easy to delve on, you know, say Blood Decay, something like that. I'm not gonna have any trouble.
You know the
but
pain phoning
it's also
gift?
slow, right? Whereas with Mage, you can like, you know, you're in your CDs. If you're playing Frostfire Fire, for instance, you just nuke the boss at the end of the run. That feels good.
Yeah, I can't relate.
I'm still getting used to the frost changes.
Yeah.
It was already proc
Frostfire changes.
overloaded. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's like, because your Fingers of Frost don't take away your Winter's Chill, your Fingers of Frost are like crazy. And I keep like accidentally using up the Winter's Chill and things I don't mean to because I expect them not to be there.
Right.
But it's fun. It just feels very chaotic. Like you've always got like 5 things you want to hit and you can't get them all out.
Yeah, it's like how Unholy used to feel back in last expansion, the expansion before, where you just kind of have 5 different things and you only get to do 3 of them before you run out of time.
Okay. You felt like that on Unholy?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
At least that was, I guess, maybe just during cooldowns where it's just like, man.
There's a lot of buttons to be pressed.
Yeah.
To be honest, do you know which class I feel like has an Unholy opener now?
Which one?
Demon Hunter. Havoc Demon Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
The new Havoc Demon Hunter opener rotate is crazy.
It's like
an Unholy.
Now, right?
Yeah.
So you got to do like hunt, you know, and then you have to your Reaper's Mark, so you have to do like a Chaos Strike and a Blade Dance or whatever, and every time you get your, you know, you have to do the Reaper's Glaive combo every so often. Yeah.
That's right. So yeah, if you are used to playing like Unholy back in, I don't know, like Nathria type of deal.
Yeah.
Where it was like a lot of buttons that needed to be fit in.
It was like a rocket launch sequence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
that is Havoc Demon Hunter right now, and it's very funny to me that Havoc is still being called like, oh, this is the easiest class in WoW, when this is our rotational opener. But yeah.
I thought the opener was already kind of hard.
See, a lot of people disagree, apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
it took me a lot of practice to get that out, like the little combo.
When you had the backflip, you know,
Yeah.
and having to
Inertia is
figure
very
that
hard
out.
now.
Yeah.
I think it has been hard for a while, even for the people that are used to it. Just, but now, good news for anybody that doesn't want to play Inertia. The no mover builds are somewhat viable, so you can play that without losing too much DPS. But we are going to be going to Monster Energy Listening and see what the Raiders have to say. We'll catch you right after that.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Little ball of trash. When that happens, you want to roll over small trash, then you get a little bigger, then you want to roll over medium trash, and then you either want to roll into the bomb or the boss. Almost all of you will be assigned to roll into the boss once you are large. But when you roll into the boss, you cannot run into the territorial bombshell ads or you'll fucking kill all of us.
I got it back. Did anyone pay attention to what that guy just said?
One second. Scott and Shay, you guys are doing one of you do the bomb if possible.
You go, Scott? Or you want me to go?
You gotta,
Granako's getting hit with hyenas. Make sure you root those out next time, guys. We don't actually kill the hyenas right away.
Ribbons.
Run into the boss. Run into the boss if you have a ball right now. Hell's right and Nick roll.
Fucking two dumbasses.
Okay, get kicks on the scrap masters when necessary. Fire circles in a few seconds. Do not burn trash. Do not be on top of trash. You're gonna have to spread out in like 2 seconds. Do not spread on top of trash. It would be so bad if you did that.
This shit's fucking cursed in Melee.
Alright, moving. We're moving.
Welcome.
This needs a shout out, Max.
New garbage.
I'm moving.
All right, so it's gonna be Shaq and Exile. One of you just get the bomb. Everyone else will start rolling over smalls. Once you get a little bigger, you can roll over the medium ones. Everyone else kill bombshells. Kill the scrap masters as well.
Got that fire bombshell.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'll go get it. Fuck it.
Dude, it is so funny. One of these dudes is literally just doing circles around one thing of trash. Okay, he stopped.
James. He's Jamesing.
Okay, Bomb Somdi and Exile hit the boss. W.
Want something.
Boom Sandy. By the way, Max, Alice needs some help.
What does that mean?
He needs your assistance filling the group.
Okay.
Fill him up.
I saw it in your Twitch chat. I read.
I understand. Raid lead them for a second so I can handle that. Please.
Okay, yo, dodge this blue shit, bro.
Dodge.
Nice, bro.
Good fucking goal.
Boom. All right, fucking put him up on the wall.
Okay, get the boss to the wall, and then we're gonna spawn some fire circles, and we're gonna move hard to the left, away from all this trash. Move the boss to the left now. Move it the fuck away before garbage spawns.
I just burned that. Wait, that wasn't me.
We didn't burn anything. We did well there.
Good, so
okay. New garbage is spawning. New garbage is spawning. This is Scott and Dranako, Trill, and Kingfly. You guys are all trash, by the way.
Dude, all the bombs are on top.
Wow. Okay, Scott and Dranako go for the bombs. Trill and Kingfly just be a backup and roll into the boss at the end. Everyone else get kicks on the scrap master. Good roots on the hyenas. They're gonna come in late. It's fine.
Oh my god! I hit a fucking bomb.
We hit a bomb. Okay, that's bad.
There's no bombs. We're good.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Hit the boss though. Okay. We burned extra trash though. Okay, we're gonna do one more fire circle in a few seconds, and then we're hard moving left. We're like full moving left.
Like he played both my cast there, bro. What a beast.
Okay, and big boss movement to the left now. Do not stop moving until it casts new garbage.
Just fixing the guy in the back.
Keep moving. W.
Fucking hyena.
Right. New garbage is out. Shaq and it's all pugs. Okay, so listen, guys. We need of Alex, Kairu, Flying Mute. We need you guys to get large and then run into one of the big red bombs, okay? Jack, you're gonna run into the big red bomb they don't run into.
Sorry,
Hyenas are in melee. Okay, Alex, Kairu, and Flying Mute.
Got the other one. Boom! Too easy, bro.
We got 2 bombs. Nice. Now Kairu and Flying Mute, you can just run into the boss.
These guys got this shit downloaded.
Bombshells over here.
That's the beasts.
Yeah, we're getting owned right now.
Fine, I killed them both.
We burned so much trash there.
That was not you, by the way.
Okay, guys, there's
evacuate.
We're about to become on fire now. Do not light trash on fire. That would be so bad if you did that. Some of it's gonna happen natty, but we don't want you guys. Oh, there's so much right now. We during this new garbage, we need to use like Ore Mastery or Rally or something. I see no cooldowns. Just figure it out. Okay, Scott, Sang, and KSP, you guys are all trash.
We fucked.
I'll get my thing.
And Money B has it as well. Money B just roll over the hyenas.
Also trash.
Togang's gonna die to the hyenas. Oh, he didn't.
He's one of our MVPs.
So Sang and Scott, there's one more, I think.
Yeah, I'm going boss.
We spawned hyenas kind of far, but it's fine. Money B hit the boss. Money B run to the boss. Oh, he's nowhere near the boss. It's fine. He's also medium.
Look at him. Oh, so close, Money B. That was almost good, bro.
Okay, we're on fire circles here. Do not spread on top of trash. And then we're moving hard left.
I started to move a little early. Right,
we're gonna move hard left here. Hard left, hard. Moving hard. It's gonna be crazy.
Why are we moving him? I can't hit him.
All right. I fucking love this shit right now. New garbage. Fucking love garbage. Shaq, Zevi, Lip, THD, you're all trash with Togang. Togang.
Almost dead the ball, so I'm moving the ball.
Yeah.
I got the mega far bomb stud.
Near the bombshell near the other bomb. There's like one close.
We'll push there's hyenas really far as well.
I got him.
THD can get the bomb. Nice. Watch your HP here, guys. Watch your HP. Did we blow up a bomb?
Yeah, there's a bomb that blew up.
There's another one too. Use healing cooldowns here.
I mean, it's not moving. Health ain't moving, bro. Health ain't moving.
Fire circles, and then we're moving big. Okay, Scott, Suri, KSP, and Rivens are all picked to get the two things. Everyone else kill the territorial bombshells. And watch the hyenas. Watch the hyenas.
I already got him. We're fucking set.
KSP just ran into a bombshell. Guys, watch HP here. Do not fucking die. You live. Fucking live. Res a healer if we have to. We have two reses. Res Money B and Res Shay and Res Kingfly. Res Shay and Kingfly.
Bombshell at high health. Probably gonna get another dot.
Money B took it. Only Kingfly or Shay can happen.
Another dot coming in.
Kill the bombshell. It's gonna die. Fuck it. We are no longer running into bombs. What you guys are gonna do is get large and just slam it into the boss. That sounds insane. Okay. Spread out.
Get large and slam.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, sir. Hashtag
it's on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's all chill, right? We got one of the fastest taunts in the West.
I'm going straight into the boss with this. Fuck it.
I'm going between two territorials and a bomb.
Small ball in the boss.
Nope. Fuck out, Dre, that's mine.
I think it does damage still.
No, bro! Go. I'm winning the Hearthstone here. Congrats to me.
Go. Oh, the scrap field 9,001.
Said this.
Get in.
Yeah.
Where are you, Fly? Where are you?
Normally mounts, regular mounts.
Normal
I'm near
mounts.
the boss. I'm near the boss.
Get in your fucking mounts, I guess.
I believe in you,
The
bro.
loot goes in your bag. Don't let us sit on the boss.
Dude, drifting as a passenger is so crazy.
Alright, we're moving. Yo, guys, I just got a Warband Zenith if anybody needs.
And combat.
Shaq, I'm giving you 3 nickels.
Thank you, bro. Fucking nice.
You better invest.
How much is a Neko worth?
Guys, do not follow Diamond. He's dying.
Like 3 stone.
Follow Orange. Orange.
Dude, what just like zapped us?
I don't know, but it hurts bad.
On the res me on the way.
Bang! Holy shit!
Yo, who's our guy we gotta protect right now? Boom.
Oh shit, I got run over.
The Drying is the guy.
Lip did.
I have
What did I do?
Can get inside.
I'm going to
Never mind, not
take a soul
ready.
stone and just run and bubble and res someone that's there.
I didn't make it. I'll need a summon.
Alright, Lip, I'm holding
I'm
strong.
trying, brother.
Hold the boss and then I can put a soul stone on you, Devi.
I'm dead in a couple seconds here, Loki. Yeah, dead.
I guess Devi has it.
Easy. Too easy.
Rising Cinder Thrush.
Cinder Thrush.
Do not release yet. No, no, no. Wait for the res. Okay, if you did not get the res, you can release.
Keeping Undermine clean, yes, and
I'm doing group 6.
I've got the rogue in group 1.
They're in group 4.
Who's got Wooks?
I'll just click summons. Fuck it.
Actually, don't summon us. We got some crazy drifts going on.
Okay, moving on to group 5.
Really, Shaq? Really?
I'm looking for it, bro. You want the fucking Hearthstone? I can't. It actually isn't tradable.
The hell?
I'm not even joking.
Yeah, sure.
I'll send you a screenshot. You're pissing me off, bro. Look at this.
Yo, press summons. Come on.
Sorry.
Chop.
Getting distracted by someone.
Shaq over it. I'm tuned in. Oh, it's not tradable.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I would have given it to you, Sang, for like a.
Yo, kill bank. I need good bank.
Going down.
Okay, guys, we have to pull. My weapon rolls are about to fall in. I don't want to reuse. Everyone's looking like they're here, so we're probably good. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. The goal here is to one-shot it.
Wait, should we put markers down?
Yeah, okay.
boss.
Yeah, okay. Let's do a pull 0. Back up.
All right.
Might want some
I'll put them down. Play 1, me 2.
Oh, you transmitted exile?
Yeah, I need a quick 3.
Wait, Fly, are you melee? Oh shit, okay.
I can still do this, fine.
But it's far. I'll do one because I want to do the range one. You know, like on the other set.
Okay, I'll do 2.
I'll do one. It's a bit awkward if not.
Shit, so good.
Alright,
Sure.
timer.
If you are not in our guild, do not touch the mines on the ground. They will spawn
the
on the
mines will
markers.
spawn on one of the markers, so just don't be on the markers.
Care for these holes right here in the middle.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was doing some mugsy
Okay,
stuff.
bro. We explained the entire fight.
Our raiders will call who is doing which mines. You guys will never stand on mines when they spawn. Mines are coming out. Do not
You're
stand
about
on
to
these
see
circles.
some technology, Max. If
I am
it works.
popping 1. Do not stand on mines. Popping 1.
Never mind, doesn't work. Bart L.
Oh, okay.
2 or 3. I'll go 3.
Jesus.
You call it before, every time. Okay, the bomb goes on far side of the room. Oh, this is gonna be a hit a little harder. Just be aware. We're good. All right, beams here.
Perfect dodges on these. Don't stand in that. Count to 5.
Okay, and then we're going to the other side of the room in 3, 2, 1, run. Other side of the room, go.
5, 4, 3.
Now, range, you're about to get drilled. You're getting fucking drilled right now. Just make sure you put that shit away from people. Don't run it on top of them.
So we put the fucking transmission right in the middle.
There's a drill in melee. So, okay, so we're getting rockets here. Everyone dodge rockets.
I will be getting the first
Dodge
mine
rocket,
here.
boys. Dodge rockets.
I will do second.
Okay, and mines are spawning.
5, 4.
Popping first. No.
2, 1.
Tank bomb, go to the far side of the room.
We need a third.
Okay, raid dam here, and then we're
We
getting
need to pop mine. Anyone?
I'll pop third.
Whoa!
Okay, how did that
Bang!
happen?
That was a magnet. So
No one grabbed third. That was too late.
Wipe it up, guys.
Sorry, what happened? We didn't call 3, or like 3 just called and didn't happen?
3, 2.
No one did there.
I'll do 3 for the next ball. We did 3 in the first set.
Me? But you can't.
You
I
can't
go
do.
2 sets in a row.
Yeah, I'll get 3 in that set, the second set.
All right.
All right, let's go again. All right, good shot. Great pull. That was promising.
All right.
Mine shoot.
You guys didn't do anything wrong. That was us. Pulling in 5.
5, 4, 3.
It's mostly Shaq's fault though.
1.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
After the first couple mines get soaked during the lasers, try to tank the boss as close to the middle of this room as possible. Like the boss should be like middle of the room after this, like before the lasers. 3. Good. Good. So now like you should be in the laser spot that's closest to the middle of the room, like the safe spot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it'll be.
Because then it's like super easy to change sides. Like 1 over from that is even better. Okay, we're changing sides of the room in 3, 2, 1, now. Go.
5, 4, 3.
Okay. Ranged, you guys are getting drills on you soon. Don't get screwed. Can you Texas 2-step it? No, you can't. It's like really close.
You can.
It's not
It's
worth
very
doing
tight
it,
though, but it's. You
I
can
got
just
aggro
kinda
again,
do it.
Shaq. Okay, I'll just let you deal with it. So you have fun.
Okay, mine's here.
I have the
5
first mine.
seconds. Who's second?
Me, I'm second.
Who's third? Dryny?
Yep. You
Okay.
leave Shaq on all.
Popping first
Yeah,
now.
I'm good. Leave it on me. I'm good.
Pop second. Pop third. Good. Leave the last one. We're about to get sucked into the middle, guys. You cannot touch that middle conveyor belt. It will It will kill you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Getting sucked now. Guys, get away from the lightning. Get away from the lightning or you die. Get off the lightning, guys. Guys, all of you are in the lightning. Get the fuck off there. What are you doing?
5.
Okay, now pull the boss to the middle.
2.
Careful drills.
Or on the belt. And then, guys, you want to just be on the conveyor belt here. You can ping where you guys want to stack for the knockback.
Don't put these screws on the
Fat chicken power.
Okay, oh shit, I called it early. I called it early. Fuck.
of them are
Hold on to
dead.
the side of it. Oh my god, that's literally all over. Just knock back, get knocked back, and then make it to the middle conveyor belt. Try to keep everyone alive. Zevi, maybe? We can res Zevi. It's fine.
Pretty good for how bad that was.
Yeah, actually, honestly, that is insane. Yeah. Keep dodging, guys. Big dodge here. Big dodge.
I'm second.
Popping 1.
I'm third.
Granny?
Oh, bro.
Okay, mines are spawning now.
Just say your name.
Okay, popping
Mines are
1.
spawning here.
Waiting a second. Okay, popping.
Three. Good. Good. And everyone get ready to dodge the big lasers. Big lasers now. Get in a safe spot. Then after this, I think you're staying on the same side of the room, but you're just moving to the triangle and diamond markers. 3, 2, 1, move over there. Triangle, diamond markers. Good job. Okay, range, get away from melee. You're about to get screwed.
This one's got some crazy calls.
The mechanics are big beams plus rockets. So the same big beams you guys just got, you're going to get them again. Except this time, there's also going to be rockets coming from the far side of the room that we're going to dodge. Then after
I'll be getting the first mine here.
One late
I'm
rocket
stuck
straight
in.
at us, care. Okay, someone soaked it. We're good.
5. 4.
Okay, mines are spawning.
Yeah, I'm
Be off
grabbing
of them.
first.
2.
First now.
1.
Okay, we'll get third.
Okay, 2. Grab third. Perfect. Okay, we're getting sucked into the middle plus beams. Get in the safe spot for beams, and then don't get pulled into the middle of the room. And then there's also gonna be a new electric shit after this. Be ready to get safe here. Watch your HP. Get ready to get safe. Wire transfer. Don't be on a spot that's gonna be lightning. W. Okay, and then it's gonna be intermission. Range. Don't be on the range. Don't be on the conveyor belts. Melee, you can be.
1.
Range. Do not be on the conveyor belts. Drop
Not
the.
towards
Yep, the screws need to stay off. Holy shit, THD. Alright, W. Everyone get knocked back here. 3, knock back 3, 2, 1. Now, get on the conveyor belt. And dodge the purple shit on the ground. Togang can onk after this phase.
I'm going same speed as a conveyor, Scott.
Yeah, it's so fucking cringe, bro. The fucking tank back slowing is so funny.
Bear's really good here. Dude, this is where Fat Joe can work. Goes hard. Doing one.
Watch the... So it's far side of the room. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Doing X first.
Do not touch mines here, guys. Make sure you're not on a mine when it spawns.
Welcome back here at Team Liquid Race to World First. Thank you to Monster Energy for providing that listening while our Raiders are still working away on their splits, trying to gear up those characters. As you know, no heroic week, so all of that will need to be done this week in the same time that Mythic is open. I'm still joined by Dratnos and Cams.
Yeah, happy Wednesday, everybody. It's we've crossed over the midnight threshold for the first time this race. Something that I was wondering when we were first going to see a day go past midnight. Surprised to see it be the first one, but I guess it makes sense because of the later start today with the maintenance being extended.
Yeah, do we know what time they start tomorrow, or is that still to be
unknown
announced when this raid ends?
My guess is it'll probably end up being something like 9?
Yeah, I would say
maybe
that's it.
9:30 if we're... Because they usually like to give everybody the 8 hours of sleep plus an hour to walk there and back or whatever and get to sleep, right? Especially this early in the race, they don't usually like eating into that sleep time because it's very tempting, right, to do that. Right now, you've got all that energy and you're like, oh yeah, we don't need that long, but you want to make sure that you're staying fresh for the hard parts of the race. So saving the ability to do a 1 hour or a 4 hour night, for the kill like they did on Sarkarath.
Yeah.
We did get information on how the BOEs work. So it is a little bit complicated, but let me try to explain it. So in the raid, only the lieutenants can drop BOE loot, and these lieutenants have a weekly lockout per character. The drops are pushed personal loot, which means you can't trade them. And in Mythic, the drops will be bound on pickup at the beginning of the season until whenever Blizzard says they're not anymore. If they say that, we don't know that. So any like BOE farming, BOE split farming on Mythic with those rules technically should not be possible, right?
Yeah, it sounds like that would kill BOE farming, which is good. I think
yes.
Nobody was really, hyped for the prospects of that. So if that's indeed the way they work now, I would love to see a post that explained it from Blizzard because
I would also like to see an official post.
But we do, of course, have some guilds at 1 out of 8 that are starting to be able to gather that information. So that would make sense. I mean, that is a change that would work. That's pretty close to the change they had in Vault of the Incarnates, except the making stuff not tradable is an important part of making it so that you don't run, a bunch of splits of it. Yeah.
Do you think there's any kind of clever solution they could ever come up with for eliminating splits?
Like in the general?
Yeah, we've probably thought about every single race, but...
I mean, there are a lot of ways that you could kill splits.
But it would affect the rest of the player base.
Can you kill splits without making the game worse even a little bit for everybody else? Or worse for the race by a lot, right? Because, if something gets rid of splits but makes the non-Race to World First players experience 0.5% worse, like that's a bad trade, right? You're making tens of thousands of players' game worse, even if it's only by a small amount, in order to make the race better. And that, it's tough. Yeah, I haven't heard of a solution for that yet, unless you're willing to, if there are parts of the race, the fundamental way the race works that you don't like, then there are a lot of ways, right? Like you could just run the race on a tournament realm and give everybody all the gear they want. And for some people, that would be an exciting and fun race, but it would be a different thing than what we have right now, and it would take some of what we have right now and be like, okay, this is not a part of the race anymore. And that might be the part of the race you don't like, the gearing up side of things, the grind, that kind of stuff, deciding which characters to invest into and to gear, and, loot mattering, those sorts of things might be something that you don't care for, in which case, that would be a win-win, right? You'd get rid of splits and also make that part of the game less annoying. But for, I think, with
the majority.
With the things that, that make the race, you can't get rid of splits without griefing, average players.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah,
it's an interesting point of, like, part of the skill is the efficiency in the splits and the...
Yeah, knowing which characters to gear as well, right? Like, or if you come in and you're like, hey, we think that Fury Warrior's OP this tier, and the other guild is like, we think Served Hunter's OP this tier, and you gear Warriors, they gear Hunters, and then you see who's right, and whoever's right has a leg up. That's an important part of it.
Honestly, I am really excited for the race this time around because I feel we might actually have a 3-way race on our hands, especially with how smart Method were last race on their class choices. They really felt like they had a little bit of a hand up in which classes they were gearing last time around. If they can replicate that this tier, I am actually so curious for what it is going to come down to.
Yeah, always. I think every tier now for the past maybe 4, we've had this sort of debate of, is this going to be the tier, right?
I do think it has consistently been moving closer.
They have gotten closer and closer, although I think you can make an argument that last year, like you said, they had a lot of really good reads last year. They, I think it was stuff like the Ovanax tank comp.
Yes, the tank.
So decisions like that, they were ahead of the curve on. And also, I think last year, Echo had a pretty rough tier, all things considered.
And Liquid had an amazing tier.
Liquid had an amazing tier last year.
Yes.
So all of that, which of those things will still be true, which of those things will continue along the trajectory they were
will
on.
have an amazing tier once more.
Of course.
Of course.
Definitely going to be something to watch. I think my money is still on it's another tier or two before Method are entering that top 2, but I don't think it would be ridiculous to bet the other side of that one, as we are watching what might be a wipe here. Boss is kind of low. We still do have half the raid alive, but this is looking pretty sketchy here on Heroic. Sprocketmonger Lockenstock. And this is one of the toughest parts mentally about the Race to World First is wiping on your 5th Heroic Sprocketmonger of the day. Let me tell you, this is the hard part. This is the part of the race that's difficult and not the fun part, right? Like this is the tax that you pay to get into the Race to World First. And these players, it's getting late here. Gotta focus up, get this boss killed, potentially get the one-armed bandit killed, and then get out of here.
Yeah, it's something back to what you're saying about like Method climbing the ranks. That would make it hard is that if you're in Europe, you want to apply to Race for World First Guild, you're going to Echo first. Or you're applying first.
We have seen that, a little bit. Like there have been players like Thanner, for instance, who've swapped in the other direction, which has been a new and promising development for the side of Method.
Yeah, some of their new trials apparently had offers from both. And went to Method.
Okay, interesting.
So
yeah, I mean, you could see the trajectory is looking really good for them. Think, okay, maybe this isn't the higher rated of these 2 guilds now, but maybe you think it's got the higher chance in the future.
I mean, it's also if you are gambling on maybe this is the first tier where Method overtake Echo, then you kind of want to be there, right?
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of a game of chicken. Like, do you dare to bet on that horse? Do you see yourself there? And then, of course, I also think, like, in terms of, I think every single guild has, like, their own vibe. Not even in the Race World First, but also just generally. Like, every single guild I've raided in has had a very different vibe, a very distinct vibe. So sometimes it might just be also personal, like, preference, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I always see Liquid as the big example of a different vibe than a lot of the other Race to World First guilds, where it's just so, lighthearted so much of the time here.
Yeah, the meme guild.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to say there aren't. I think there's a lot of excellent comedic characters in the other guilds, but the percentage of the time that comms are serious versus jokes is one of the things that I think is most different about Liquid than the other guilds. It can be very good as well for when you're playing these long days. Comedy, it's not just making it more fun. It can also keep people a little bit more engaged and awake.
Yeah.
Which
away from tilting too. Like if you're having fun, splits are nowhere near as taxing than if you're just sitting there listening to music, trying to burn through it on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anything annoying and unfun that you do with your friends while you're laughing, it can never be that bad. The problem is when you get to these hard bosses where you actually need to focus and you're wiping, that's when that's the real test of morale. That's where it becomes really important to have people like Shaq in your split, because the things he say,
vibe crafter.
Yeah, he'll just defuse all the tension, with one joke and get you right back in there.
Yeah, they'll wipe and you'll just hear him say one thing and you're just like, okay, we're back in it. Yeah, I just remember especially back in the day when the US guilds were pushing more and more for let's get world first, not just US first. That seemed such a pipe dream back in the day. It was like as soon as you dropped out of first to second, you were like dead. Like, or from first to second US. It was like anyone would just go to the next first, and it just kept consolidating up.
That was the curse of pieces for the longest time, right? Is like you make this progress, you getting better, and then your best 5 players get poached every tier. And you're just like, how can we ever, turn this into something? And I think Method, to their credit, haven't had that happen nearly as much. They have had players, great players have gone from Method to Echo, but
also
not at the rate that they went.
Yeah,
and there has been a little bit of it in the other direction. It's still been more, the best player from Method getting yoinked rather than Method yoinking, in particular, like the best players from other guilds.
Sure.
It hasn't been something that has happened
I do
a lot.
think they've been getting some pretty great
they've
trials,
done. It hasn't been the pieces story of like we can't keep a consistent roster and our best players, multiple of our best players get consistently poached every tier. That's something that, to their credit, has gone really well. Although there is an element of a clock on things for Method, right? If they go multiple expansions from here, and each expansion that continues to be locked in that third spot, there is more, and I think more danger of that starting to happen, because I think a lot of their strength in that not happening is because everybody believes they can get first, right? And that if that ever stops being true, I think they'll run the risk of turning into that pieces of getting your best players yoinked every tier.
I do think the progression they've made in the past years, where they have come consistently closer, is a big part in why that dream is still well and alive for now. And we'll see how it's going to go in the long run. But I like to dream. I like to have a little bit copium. I'd love for it to be a 3-way tier.
Absolutely. I mean, the more competitive guilds, the better. Because even with just 2, like we've had for the past 4 expansions, 3 expansions, it's been great to watch. If it was ever only 1, I think it would be so much less exciting. But yeah, every guild you get past 3 or past 2 on it, it would be even more of a spectacle.
Yeah, it would. It just takes so many players.
Yeah.
Every guild you add is so many more players that have to dedicate all this time.
I do think the equilibrium is 2 guilds, because as soon as you start getting more, I think there's a serious risk of whichever guild is in that number 3 spot then has a couple of their best players jump ship, and then it's sort of a negative feedback loop.
Also,
do you think that would happen if, let's say, Liquid ends up on top and then Method second, Echo third? A lot of Echo players going to Method?
Maybe if it happened, especially if it happened multiple tiers.
Yeah.
I think that there would be a very serious risk of that, right? Because
I do think so too, but I think looking at the history of WoW, it is not that likely in a 3-way tier or a 3-way race for the same outcome to reproduce many times in a row.
A lot of it is that vibe, right?
Yeah.
Like you need to make sure that your guild's vibe is still we're gonna win this thing, right?
Yes.
And if that ever stops being true, and you ever start getting in that spot where half of your raid doesn't think you're fighting for first anymore, then you run the risk of losing a bunch of good players, and that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, that's true.
what was the last big guild disaster we had? I feel like there was a while where
are we going, Cam?
every couple expansions a guild would explode or merge.
Yeah, there was I guess there was the Serenity.
Yeah, Serenity.
I guess obviously there was the Method. Method turning into Echo. And then if you look past the 1 and 2 spots, of course there was pieces. Ending, disbanding.
Yeah, a version went boom too.
Yeah.
The German guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, BDG.
Oh yeah, BDG.
BDG was a big one too.
I think there hasn't. So the top one is probably Method into Echo or.
Yeah, and then before that,
Paragon.
Serenity. Yeah.
Yeah, there used to be so much more drama. It felt like. Now it's.
Are you missing it?
There's
Cam?
still a lot of drama. We got drama every tier.
I was gonna say.
Did you see there was going to be some renowned drama again yesterday, but it turned out to just be an innocent bug.
Yeah, there's that kind of drama. I mean, guild imploding.
Guilds, imploding.
Drama.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it probably just someone would need to lose so badly.
Yeah.
We wouldn't wish it on anybody, but that usually does it.
Yeah, the thing is, it would be bad for everybody, I think, if that were to happen as well.
Yeah.
Even if they're your competitors, you're not hoping for anybody to have their guild go away. Okay, so it looks like we have had a couple people leave this raid now. We're seeing Atlas, he got traded something and is now logging out. The other split also does look like it's done. Now, they have been doing heroic. Have they been killing heroic one-armed bandit in these splits, or have they been stopping?
No,
they have not.
They've not been. Okay, so this is the end of that split. Looks like players are starting to log out.
I'm
trying to look to see if I can see people standing up.
analysts leaving, so
Okay.
I thought it might just be that this is the last split, but we haven't had confirmation just yet. When we see them all get up, then we will know for sure.
THD has been here in the Intercontinental Hotel AFKing for a little while. There with Shay on that, another one of the druids. And it looks like, both splits are now done.
Could be that we're seeing some keys still,
Yeah,
like
it's a little
voluntary
late
keys.
to start keys, and they don't usually allow people to do.
That's true, yeah.
Right, like if it's bedtime called, you're not allowed to stay and do an extra key because it's bedtime is called for a reason, is so that you can sleep.
I think they might just do like one more potentially until it's like 1 a.m. and then go to bed and then start at 10. Like I could see that.
Could be, although I think if that was going to happen, players would already have started.
Yeah, probably.
In the other split, and it doesn't look like anybody's in a key.
Yeah,
so I think probably what's happening is they're just talking about stuff, and then it'll be a bedtime call. But yeah, I am seeing some players starting to get up and move around. Looks like they're all returning to their computers though. When nobody's like leaving the building yet.
Not yet.
But if I had to guess, I think we're probably done seeing gameplay for today. Maybe not, though. I can see Atlas is in a 5-player group. Oh, no, he's just in a group with a bunch of offlines
remaining
and 6 players.
in the group
yeah,
that
he's still
used
in
to be
the,
a raid group before that, or he was doing a key earlier or something.
Still in the split. Yeah, here's Yips also still in a split.
They're definitely doing some allocation of loot still.
Could be, yeah.
We're seeing some loot tables being open there on Impact.
I've seen some players logging on the other perspectives that we have access to. I've seen players logging and getting loot traded.
I love this text so much. Thank you, production. This is very cool.
Absolutely.
I wish I could do that on my game, actually. Just like boop.
I love the tier tokens this tier being the chips, the polished galley bucks, and all the different types of galley bucks.
Very cool.
Yeah, everything on theme.
We also have the Sash of the Fierce Diva. Great item name. The remixed Ignition Saber as well is it's like a gun, but it's a sword.
Killer
it's like
Queen.
It's a sword with a bayonet on it.
Yeah.
And then
that's
it's just a sword, yeah.
Final Fantasy 8.
Yeah.
Killer Queen's wrist flickers.
Yep. Those are, I think, leather bracers. And then we have the Pyrotechnic Needle Dropper, which is maybe a int dagger or something.
They went wild with the names this time.
They did.
Sprocketmonger.
Yeah, that's a
that
good name.
To me sounds so German. I said this earlier.
Yeah, because
Sprocketmonger Lockenstock is like that.
The only difference
like
is in German that would be one word, not two, right?
That's true, yeah. Actually, Lockenstock in German would mean curly stick.
Huh.
Which is like, that's not a real thing, but like.
A curly
yeah, because here it's like they're locking the, the magazine in or something.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like all the bosses' names. It's hard to get down at first.
Yeah, Six-Punk Junker, Sprocketmonger, Lock and Stock. All right, we've got Trill.
Just cruising.
Near Narrowar Palace. Could be time to go do a quick answer act for fun.
Another DPS check.
Like any buyers?
What actually are we? Maybe he's just flying around as they're
yeah,
having
just
things.
keep him busy.
He doesn't like to drift. He wants to go dragon ride.
Yeah. Yip's still in the raid.
Focus. Which monitor is he looking at? THD?
THD looking at his items. He's got a bunch
he's vendoring.
Traded to him on this character.
All right, guys. We are getting a raid from Max, so that to me says it's probably sleepy time. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, I think the writing is on the wall here. We are seeing players starting to get up and move around. And yeah, it's. I think we are done with splits for today. So it's been a pretty short day, actually. First day of the raid, only 11 hours of raiding here. I think that's... the call was made to preserve the sleep schedule rather than to get... a full 16-hour raid day and end at 4 a.m., something like that.
I think it does make sense. You can never, decide when servers are going to come up, and you would rather preserve that sleep schedule than start early the next day, even though you are losing a little bit of hours in that first day. I think that's better.
Yeah, they could possibly be caught up, to one-armed bandit on everything, and then they're just going, okay, this is a good time to call it also.
Yeah, a lot of splits are at the same spot now.
Yeah.
I don't know how many heroic splits got done today, but... it was definitely a sizable number. Also, a lot of normal last fours got done. So there's been some good stuff happening here for sure.
Well, we also have good stuff for you guys. Everybody that's just joining now, Coinbase is actually partnering with us and presenting this Race to World First. And because that is a special occasion and they like the race very much, they're giving all of you 20 monies when you sign up on tl.gg/Coinbase Use the promo code TEAMLIQUID20, and you also get entered into our jersey giveaway. It's happening every night or whenever the guild kills a mythic boss. So very, very exciting. You can get that very cool jersey. It has a nickname on the front and on the back. And there's a grand prize as well.
Yeah, the grand prize being to get flown out to the next race to World First here. So we will fly you out, get a look in at the race, get to hang out here.
Look at Max, decide that he's actually real and not a cardboard cutout.
That's true, yeah. It's only ever possible to perceive in 3D in person. Anywhere else, he'll revert to being 2D, yeah.
That's true. So a very unique speciality. You can also eat Chef Heidi's food here at the Race World First. Maybe meet or don't meet some of the casters. We've heard...
Yeah, your choice. You give us the list of which people you like, which people you don't, and we'll make sure
we'll
you can meet the ones you want, and we'll lob the people you don't for the day.
If you want all of that, you can sign up at !Coinbase or head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase and sign up. All you need to do is put your data in, confirm you are indeed a human and not somebody impostoring for one, and then you're all set.
Yeah, Coinbase they've been with us for I think 6 races now, all 6 of the Liquid Race to World First. So
that's right.
We absolutely love them, and we hope you will as well.
Yeah. Also, it's free money, so
that's true.
Go
free
sign
money.
up.
Best kind of money. Yeah.
We love money.
Yeah. I do believe if you come, you can't look at Max in the eyes.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's in his contract. Nobody's allowed to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not?
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
Oh, why?
It's one of the rules. You didn't
get
the sheet with the rules?
Not those rules,
okay,
apparently. I haven't talked to Max normally.
Okay, well, I mean...
we might be coming
What
out
does
here.
that mean?
That's true. We are. Do we have the interviews with Max again every?
We do. We are waiting for Max to join us,
All
which
right.
hopefully is going to happen soon. I don't see him just yet, so we're chilling a little bit over here.
Tons of
Do you
questions.
have good
That's
questions? Cam's always stresses out with questions.
I got one.
Yeah, I've got one too.
Okay, I hope we don't have the same one because I feel like there's kind of an obvious one.
Okay, it might not be that. I hope not.
Okay.
It's about analysts.
Okay, good. Then mine is different. Do you have one?
I have a ton.
You have a ton?
No, I'll make them up on the go.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can make them up on
I'm
the
a
go as
host.
well, but I'm not sure they'll be good.
Well, see, the thing is, Max loves talking to you,
Chat,
so
you guys got
we
any
already
questions?
tightened forged.
Any burning questions you want to ask Max?
That's
Put them
right.
in chat and I'll
Maybe we'll
steal
read
them.
one out. Just
Yeah.
figure that one.
Yeah, I
Chat
always
was
wanna-
fangirling some people last race, saying every single time Max goes "Oh, that's a great question," Chat goes "Oh my god, a great question." So it's okay.
Will you
Pressure's
win?
on.
That's-
Will you win? Yeah,
I
should
would
have
hope
asked.
yes.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, that's great. Always ask that.
How do you rate this tier?
How do you rate this tier? Yeah.
What comp?
What comp are you
know?
going to play? Yeah, I'll answer that one for sure. You should ask that one. Yeah.
Well, while we are waiting, we do want to make one more call out here because we are collecting money for charity once more. Every single race we've been doing that. We've been raising huge amounts of money for these charities. And this time around, we're supporting the Pasadena Humane Society. And if you don't know what they do, let me just fill you in real quick because here in LA, of course, we had big fires, a huge tragedy that struck, and many people have lost their homes. In the course of that, also many pets have been displaced. They were in the homes that have burned down or in the rubble, people not being able to get to their pets as everything was locked off for a while. And the Pasadena Humane Society has been taking all of the pets in and helping in bringing them back to their owners and helping treating their injuries, treating the burns. In the first 48 hours, they took in over 300 pets, and we, of course, want to support them in kind of a very important aftercare and also immediate care that they have been doing for such a great cause. So if you want to support it, head on over to tl.gg/RWF-donate, and you can also make us fulfill our stretch goals, which you can see on the stream here.
Yeah, we got some good ones there. We've all prepared 25 slot bingo cards, 5x5 bingo cards with a bunch of events we think might happen. So once we get $2,000, we'll reveal those. It was a lot of work, chat, so I'm hoping we at least get to that $1,000 mark because
we spent many minutes making
I spent
these.
a long time. It's really hard to come up with 25 things for a bingo card, turns out.
Yeah. No free space.
No free space as well, yeah.
25 full.
I I put as my free space a dog on the broadcast.
Ah, nice.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, like it can't be like a pet picture, but like it has to be a
one of the
dog
ones.
here somewhere.
I think that's happened at pretty much every
Yeah,
liquid race, right? One of the dogs
exactly,
has had a cameo at least.
We'll get them on there. I also have on one of them Sammy or Luna on the sofa, which happened today already. So I'm waiting.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they count until it's unlocked. That's what I've heard.
See, I
Oh, I
heard
see.
that
We'll
too,
start
but
counting
I
them.
dislike
Yeah.
that greatly because I also had Chef Heidi makes mac and cheese.
Well,
And that
mac
was
and cheese is
today.
on 2 of the 7 days of dinner, so as long as we unlock it kind of soon, I think you're going to be safe on that one.
It's a Raider favorite. I
Oh,
can
yeah?
see why. I overate on the mac and cheese too.
Oh yeah, hard not to.
Yeah, I've had some of mine checked off. I don't know if I want to reveal them though.
Mm.
I think they will happen again.
That's good.
I'm confident.
I'm
They've
not
already happened.
saying the ones that can be influenced. I'm just
Oh,
saying
I
ones
see.
that are like, whatever. You don't want to share any?
One of them's just day 12.
Ooh, day 12.
Oh wow, that is fun.
Yeah.
I like that.
But I'd probably put it off in a corner, or not a corner.
I didn't strategize at all with like putting ones. I just put them all down and I figured
I
they would
think
just
that's
randomize
it.
them, but yeah, I think they're just going to be in the order we put them in, so.
Yep.
What do we
I
do?
asked that.
Yeah.
I was like, are you going to randomize these or do I have strategy? They said they're just going to print what they give them.
All right. Yeah, we'll see.
Pretty good.
What do we win for that? I forget.
I don't know if there
I
has
don't
Or
think
is there
there is a
been
prize.
told.
Yeah.
Just a
I
winner?
think it's just like caster bragging rights. I'm
Okay.
not sure. But yeah, you can see we have more very exciting stretch goals on the menu here once we actually do hit the 1,000 for the bingo. So if you want to see us do silly things, we would be happy to do so in support of the charity here. So we're trying to make that happen with all of you. Huge shout out to the Pasadena Humane Society. Once more, if you do want to donate, it's tl.gg/rwf-donate as we are supporting this charity this time around. And I believe if you can hear me all right over there, Max, hello, how are you doing? Oh, I can't hear Max. Can you hear Max?
No, not yet.
Okay, maybe production
there we
will
go.
lock us
Now I
in.
can.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, now we can hear you. Perfect. Hello, Max. Welcome to the Secret Lab hot seat.
Yep.
How are you doing? How have you been enjoying day one? Splits, yippee.
I mean, splits are boring, but yeah, it's fun.
That's kind of what I was hinting at, but we are very excited about this raid this time around. I believe you said on Twitter, like, you think people always rate very highly that has like a consistent theme. Where would you put the Undermined rate if you had to rate it right now in terms of like a 1 to 10 score?
Wait, like based on the boss quality?
Based on what you've seen thus far.
Well, I haven't seen like well, I mean, I guess I've seen them, but I haven't seen the last couple. I would say I'd rate the theme like high, super high, but the bosses seem okay. I don't know. We're not even in Mythic. I have no clue.
Yeah.
How has the heroic difficulty lined up with what you were expecting? Like, were you expecting to get the heroic stopping where it has today and harder, easier than you were expecting?
I mean, so it's the same huge eye level jump as a Mirdrasil and like Nairbar Palace kinda, because it's like the beginning of expansion, so no one has any gear. And something that's been true in the last 2 raids is like the helpers are so much stronger on day 2 because like you can get so much eye level from the season. So usually the later bosses end up being like pretty hard, and then they get like way easier because you're trying to do it with 15 helpers. So we pulled One Arm Bandit a few times in each of the groups, and that was fine. Like we would have killed the boss. We just thought it wasn't going to be time efficient with today's helpers to do. Like I know we could probably kill like maybe like 5 to 7 pulls in a good group, like with helpers, but like that's like a while. So like tomorrow can be faster, and it doesn't really affect our gearing at all to just focus on the earlier bosses and then remake the groups and split it for the people who need gear.
Yeah. So I was wondering, when you get a new analyst, what is the thought process of like, we need someone new to come in? Is it someone has too much load and you think you need to get another person in to like free them up, or like how do you decide to get a new analyst? I
So
guess?
this is a better question for Bubba than me, but in general, like the analysts don't do like all the same things, right? Like, so I think sometimes there are things that need to get done, and you might hire someone to do those things. But a lot of times when you're hiring an analyst, you actually are bringing in someone that can do something that you otherwise would not have, right? Like I think a really valuable analyst to us is like someone you can bring in that is like bringing something to the table that you do not already have, and their job had not existed before. It's being created, right? I would say it's about half and half.
Okay. So any of the new guys, what's their new job?
So who's new this tier? So Yuri, I think, is a new analyst. He's primarily working with me on strategy stuff, and like raid plans and stuff like that. Like normally all the people I want to talk with about strat and stuff are just like doing splits for days, and I can't like really talk with them about that. So it's kind of nice to have that. I don't know who. Oh, maybe he's like a new analyst.
Yeah.
And he's no longer playing, and that was something he wanted to do. He was like, I want to do this, and it's pretty rare to actually find a raider that would be effective outside the raid. Much harder to find someone to be effective outside the raid than in, even though it's obviously really hard to find people that are effective in as well. And that's he's like the officer, so he does like if you were to play AUG, you would have him like know the right timings to buff people and stuff like that, which is very involved on its own. But other than that, he's just really smart. Helps you figure out bosses. He's done this for a really long time, and that's something that a lot of our analysts don't have race world first experience in that way. So it's really, really helpful.
Okay.
That's awesome. You were saying the helpers for tomorrow, you believe it's going to be a little bit easier because they have gear. Are you still looking for helpers? Should people still sign up to the Discord?
Yeah, holy moly, yeah. If you're able to, like, we will, like, hundreds and thousands of people that we will use tomorrow and Thursday in normal and heroic, and especially in heroic, if you guys are geared, you know, like, especially, you could easily be 640 tomorrow after you've done some Mythic Plus today. If you're like 640 plus, yeah, it's huge. We need you guys for sure.
So to everybody that's watching, do your homework, do your keys, and then join the Discord and help out, you know? Liquid up. We want them to win, so do your thing and support them.
Spend all your crests, yeah. Make
That's
your
right.
guy as
Send
good
it.
as possible for helping. Absolutely. Okay, we saw Gallywix for the first time. It was only a Dungeon Journal boss, and I think this is probably the boss that I understood the least from just reading the dungeon. Like, it seemed like there was a lot of stuff that could work in a bunch of different ways.
Yes.
How was that? Like, how did it feel? Obviously, it was only on normal, but like, were you surprised by how it actually worked? Or
yes. Yeah, it was. I looked at that Dungeon Journal a million times. I was like, had an idea of how the boss works. Most of it did work. Everything about the boss works how you expected it to work, and how it flowed. The only thing is like the coil mechanic and why you should break coils and exactly when and exactly how you stop that like ramping damage thing. Like that was super confusing to figure out. We had like, because we weren't all like one guild doing it and we're like, oh, this is this. If it was that, we would have figured it out in one poll. But because like everyone was split up in 5 different groups at once and only 5 people are in each run and you're just trying to one-shot it, right? So you're kind of YOLOing it as you see it. And it was definitely like, I'm pretty sure after the first run, all 5 groups had a different idea of how actually they solved it. A couple brute force killed it. But our group actually, luckily for me, like had a low wipe. So I was able to look and see why and then like actually figure out why you're able to do it. Because if you brute force it, you can kind of just be like, well, it worked, whatever. We don't need to think about it again. Let's start the next run, right? But because we failed at one time, we were able to see like exactly how it worked. But yeah, it was strange. I've actually never experienced that before, ever. I've never looked at a like normal end boss that we haven't tested and had it like not unable, but like it's basically the way it worked. There, you could have interpreted it so many different ways, and it worked the way it did, which makes sense. And it's a fine boss. It's just like super. It's so confusing. Yeah.
So I have one more question because I've been seeing a lot of conspiracy theories around that. It's been quite some time since we had a secret phase
Yeah, there's going to
on
be
the
a secret
very last
phase,
boss.
obviously. Yeah.
You're very convinced on that, obviously.
Yeah. I think even Blizzard, like as much as it. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, of course.
Do you want to explain to people in chat that are watching why?
Explain
Why you're so
they're making a
convinced?
secret phase?
No, why you're so convinced.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it has like a... So every secret phase that's ever been a secret phase, it hasn't been a secret to the guilds because all of their abilities were data mined. That's true this time as well. You don't really know exactly how the phase is going to work, but anytime you're looking at a bunch of data mined old boss spells that aren't in the Dungeon Journal, you're like, why are those there? And usually on most bosses, it's something they worked on a couple months ago and stopped working on, and those abilities are just there, whatever. But then there's some raids like this one and like other secret phases where they continue updating those spells, and it's like, why are they doing that? Well, obviously, because it's in the fight, it's just not in the journal. And then you learn how to like piece together what the phase could look like, how many different interpretations there could be. And then also, in the Dungeon Journal, it literally, like, you look at most bosses, right? Normal and heroic. There's P1, P2, an intermission, and P3. That's like a full raid fight, right? You've seen that a million times. In heroic, it is intermission, and then the P3 you see in heroic and normal, and that is the entire fight. With no phase changes, nothing. That makes 0 sense, right? So you wouldn't have even need to data mine anything to look at that and obviously be like, something's weird here, right? So, and that's been consistent with every other boss that's had a secret phase. So yeah.
Appreciate the answer. One more thing. Mythic, Thursday, Friday, what are we thinking?
I don't know. I'm the worst person to ask. I'm consistently wrong. Like I'm pretty sure every time we've done raids like this, I tell people we're going in at a certain time because like if it was up to me, we'd be in Mythic right now. I hate this.
Fair.
I don't like splits. I am on purpose not allowed to like determine when we go into whatever like it is being done. We're getting as much eye level as possible. But I don't know.
Okay.
I think so latter half of Thursday, so our third day in Amir Drasil, which is like the most recent thing to this, we were able to go in. We also have multiple more characters than we had in Amir Drasil. I don't know the exact number. It's either 3 or 5. So 30% more characters or like 15 to 20% more characters. So that could be equated to 15 to 20% more time. That's not exactly how it works. That raid had more bosses. As far as how hard bosses are, who knows, right? In Amir Drasil on the second and third day, the raids were way easier because people were way more geared. That could happen this raid. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it slows it down. I would say the earliest we'd be in there is halfway through Thursday. And then even then, let's say we can go. Let's say we're 3/4 through Thursday. Okay, we can do Mythic. Is it smart to do that? There's been a lot of times we've done Mythic bosses after doing like 10 hours of splits and your brains are absolutely fried. It's not because you've done anything hard. It's because you've been doing something mind-numbingly boring for
Like
so
splits.
long and like it's really hard to refocus and like you end up spending like more pulls. So if there's some Mythic Plus to be done in the week, maybe it's better to just like do some mindless Mythic Plus, right? It's really easy to just repetitively do the thing that gives you the best gear in Mythic Plus. So like way easier than like really hard Mythic bosses. So why not just do that, right? So that's usually the thought. So I would say like halfway through Thursday, and then if it's not there, and that's what I would like it to be, I think it's probably unlikely, and then it would just be Friday. Because like there is something nice about waking up on like a fresh day and just like starting, you know? But who knows? I have no idea. I like genuinely don't know when it'll happen.
I appreciate your theory crafting as much as I appreciate anything else. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to leave you go and rest for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm tired.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good night.
Good night. That was our Secret Lab Hot Seat presented by Secret Lab, of course. So thank you so much for them for making it possible for us to talk to Max. It's always great fun. How did you guys feel about your questions?
Pretty good.
Happy with your questions?
Yeah.
Good.
I was happier. The gallery one kind of came to me. I was like, okay, that seems like an interesting one to ask.
That was a great question.
Max gave a great answer, so yeah.
I'm very excited. I'm curious on how these interviews are going to progress, because sometimes, you know, Max comes here and you can tell he's like, oh, he's tired.
Yeah. Sometimes you get the answers where it's like, okay.
You like ask a question, he's like, yeah.
It's going to be tough because tomorrow, what are we going to get tomorrow to actually ask about if you think about it? Because tomorrow is just going to be more splits, right? So
That's right.
More today.
I don't know. I think I'm on tomorrow night shift again as well, so gonna need to think about questions starting now to
if you
get
have a
anything.
good question, just DM Dratnos. He loves it when you
Please.
DM him.
Yeah. That's right.
With that, I believe that's everything for us here. We do want to thank our sponsors one more time. A huge shout out to all of them for making this event possible. We couldn't possibly do it without them, so huge shout out, especially to Coinbase, our presenting partner here. Keep in mind that Coinbase giveaway, very juicy. And then, of course, a huge shout out to all of our other sponsors as well. Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity, the Pasadena Humane Society. And we're, of course, not ending our show just yet. Cams, what's on the After Dark?
We're doing a boss overview. If you haven't seen these bosses enough or don't know what's going on. Are you joining me, Travis?
I think so, yeah. So
yeah, we're going to go over them.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
So that's going to be great fun. Cam's Dratnos After Dark proc has never been normal, so I would recommend you guys stay tuned and check it out. We're going to be here right back once the break is over, and we have everything set for that. Thank you for watching. We'll see you with more Race Hold First action tomorrow, of course, so make sure you tune in. And you guys have a good night and enjoy the After Dark.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid.
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive. The ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plushie we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want. What is this? Where's my secret lab?
This is your chair.
That's not my chair. It's in my contract, man. I only sit in secret lab chairs.
Look, I'm gonna have permanent back damage because of this.
What's going on with them? P ever got his secret lab?
Look at my back. Look at the back of the chair. Look at my back.
Max is gone. Oh, diva.
Sorry.
Look, it is what it is. There's either a secret lab there or I'm not going.
By Dratnos, and we're just going to be doing a little quick overview of the bosses tonight. You can see there on the right side of the screen. But first, a new segment in the After Dark world. We're going to do a quick recap. I believe we'll have a timer or something. We just recap the day. And I've heard something bad happens if I get something wrong. So I don't know if I'm waiting for a timer or if I should just go. Holding on for the timer. Well, how did you like today?
Oh, I love splits. Nothing more fun than waking up at the crack of noon, the server's coming up, ambling in, watching those bosses go down over and over again. It's a good time.
Yeah, getting lost. What split are we on?
Yeah.
Where are we?
Is this normal or heroic? When are they going to mythic?
And please drop the ring. Oh, I'm here. A timer's coming.
Okay.
Getting ready. Okay, breakfast. There was eggs, hash browns, and maybe some fruit or something. The Raiders did splits until lunch when there was burrito bowls, and then Raiders did more splits, and then it was dinner, which was chicken and brisket.
And mac and cheese.
And mac and cheese. Is there anything else? Did I get any?
I thought it was ambitious to budget 6 seconds at the start for what was on breakfast, and then as we got through, I was like, okay, hang on, nope, that's good.
Are we good? Was that buzz bad or good?
I think it just means your time's up.
Time's up?
Yeah.
Did I win? Production. Okay, we won. We don't get to find out what happens if I lose till next time, maybe. But yeah, I guess, should we jump in here? Vexy and the Gear Grinders.
Let's do it. Yeah, what difficulty are we doing this for?
Kind of just a quick overview, and then we'll talk about the mythic
TLDR.
mechanic. Yeah.
Perfect.
So, I have a question. It says Gear Grinders, but isn't the Tanxian is just the Gear Grinder?
Yeah, but the Gear Grinders is also like the biker gang, I think, that helps her. Yeah.
All right. I noticed that the name on the boss was Gear Grinder. So, Vexy here, she's in a big tank, And the biggest mechanic of it is these ads come out, they charge the boss, or charge towards players anyways, and you kill them, and you hop in their bikes, charge them into the boss, like break off plating. She takes a damage amp, kill her. And other than that, there's some like circles and some fire that you can use to get rid of the puddles. And then on Mythic, sorry, I'm in like recap mode now. I feel like I'm in kind of timer on me. And on Mythic, when you kill the bikers, you soak some canisters to refill the bikes before you charge them. And when she goes into the intermission phase after you've charged enough bikes into her, there's ads that come out. And on Mythic, there's this big ad with a circle that like CC immunes everything around it. And can you CC that ad or?
Yeah, at least some CC worked on it. So displacement effect, I think, worked during PR testing, which would be pretty nice for making this a lot easier. Yeah, not too hard of a Mythic first boss. A lot of guilds, in fact, killed that today. Not a lot, but several guilds killed this boss today. It's the only boss so far dead on Mythic.
Yeah. Looks, I mean, pretty good first boss.
Yeah, a cool Mythic mechanic as well. You know, that you kill a bike, you need to soak the canisters, and you need to have basically most of your raid has to be involved in that process because you can only do it once per minute. So a nice start to the raid, nice low difficulty start.
Yeah, and good showcase of the new visuals.
Yeah.
You got the circles, the soaks. Yeah, all that stuff. All right, we move on. Oh, to Cauldron of Carnage. A very cool-looking boss, everyone's pointed out. You got the gorilla and the dinosaur. Torque here is a gorilla. So you split your raid up into two groups. Gorilla and dinosaur, kind of fire and lightning. And Torque is lightning. And anyone on his side, when you move, a bar fills up. And if it gets full, you get stunned. And then there's lots of like swirls and things like that to move from. And so you don't want to move too much, kind of stagger step. And then on the dinosaur side, I'm forgetting his name.
Florendo.
Florendo, yes. He does bombs you have to soak, which knock you, and then also does a beam, which on Mythic is like a big cone rather than
Mythic,
just like a line.
A 3-beam cone,
Yeah. And you were pointing out earlier, a difficulty there is getting knocked from the soak into the beam.
Yeah, the second bomb lines up with a beam such that you can get knocked into it if you're not careful.
Yeah. And then the bombs also spawn some fire waves, like Rush-Shock looking fire waves in a puddle. And I think maybe a Tank Slam also does some fire waves.
Yep. Eruption Slam.
And then at some point, the bosses charge in towards each other, this colossal clash. And it's a really cool looking Godzilla type visual where they fight in the middle. And this is the time where your raid will switch sides. Because if you're on one side, you get like a stacking debuff, and you need to switch sides every once in a while. So perfect time when they come together. And the Mythic mechanic is these little toy versions come out, and you have to kind of like kick them towards the middle, I guess. If you touch them, do they just head to the middle, or is it like
it's like
angled?
kicking a soccer ball, so it'll be from where you are.
Okay.
So you do need to aim them towards the middle. And basically, you need to make the little toy gorillas run into the little toy dinosaurs. Each time you do, you get a stacking dot, so you need to let that fall off. But you do need to make sure that all of them collide with one of their counterparts before the clash. You maybe leave one or two alive, but any that are still alive in the clash will run into each other from any range. And you can't really live a bunch of stacks of that dot during the clash.
Okay. Yeah, this is a common thing from Blizzard now, I feel like, is this staggering dots, staggering debuffs.
Yeah.
Is it just like 5 seconds or something?
Yeah, it's a pretty short one, but it is pretty high damage if you got more than a stack or two. So
Okay.
definitely something that you're going to need to be a little bit more careful of, especially for a second boss in the raid. The damage number is pretty high.
Okay, I think most of us are expecting this one to be the easiest.
Yes, I think most people have it projected as boss 2, although we haven't seen anybody kill any of these bosses, because the way this raid is set up is after Vexy goes down, you can do the next 4 in any order, and then the last 3 are a straight line.
Yeah. All right, so next we're going to go to Rick Reverb.
Yes, this is just Dungeon Journal order. This may or may not actually be the third boss, but I think it probably will be, because Styx and Sprocketmonger look pretty nasty.
Yeah, this one, it feels like it get pretty chaotic.
Yeah, so you have these amplifiers that spawn. The boss will spawn them periodically either on itself and also on a ranged player. And each of them need to get drained, and draining them causes damage to you, but if they ever get to full energy, they do huge raid damage. They also will shoot out these resonant echoes, and on the higher difficulties, I think it's just on Mythic now. It was on Heroic during testing, but I think it's just Mythic now. If you get hit by 2 of these projectiles, you get MC'd. And
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty part of the fight because the amount of amplifiers goes up over time. Every single time the boss reaches this intermission where it does sound cloud and shields itself and then does this beat drop circle thing, there will be an extra amplifier in the next main phase for the rest of the fight. So you'll end up having to play around maybe 6 or 7 of these out at the same time towards the end of the fight.
In the intermission, how it works is the boss kind of starts slamming and does like Ansarek type waves that come out, and then you run into the different amplifiers that are they're big lightning puddle around them.
Yeah.
And then does someone click that or it just sends
It
you
just
up?
automatically
Okay, that's
bounces
nice.
when the wave gets close.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, then you just pop up. Boss doesn't take damage. So you're just kind of doing a little dance, running around.
Yeah.
And there are the little swirly thingies to dodge.
Yeah.
There as well. And then on Mythic, I am blanking.
So there are a couple Mythic mechanics that we have here. Yeah. There's Sound Cannon turns from something that just you dodge to something that needs to get soaked. And anybody who gets hit by it below 75% gets MC'd. Also on Mythic is where the MC gets added, I think, as well. It used to be on Heroic, but I think it's now on Mythic. And amplifiers get shielded, and you can't take them down in energy until you have 2 people with a faulty zap kind of collide with each other on top of it. So run into each other and sort of high five on top of each amplifier.
And the faulty zap, that's just blue circles?
Yeah, it's just a blue circle spread on the lower difficulties. And then on Mythic, you have to clear it with colliding instead and colliding on amplifiers.
All right, yeah, that's Rick Reverb.
Yeah.
Pretty cool looking boss.
Nasty tank frontal as well that the rest of your raid, of course, wants to avoid too if you're in front of the boss. Don't be in front of the boss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all the time, right?
Yeah, every time the boss autos, it's a frontal, basically. And it stacks damage on the tank.
Okay, I put this boss at a 1 polar.
Yeah, it's definitely possible it'll be a 1. I think this is going to be one of those bosses where, like, it might be a 1 polar for Liquid. It's going to be like a 25 or a 30 polar for a lot of guilds.
Yeah, it seems... I mean, they'll have the coordination down, who's getting every single shield break, and... Well, I guess that'll be somewhat random, but then who's clicking each thing? And
yeah, and more importantly, everybody will know the mechanic going in and have a plan for it. Whereas I think in a lot of guilds, as you reach it and you sort of start by trying to do the heroic strat against it, you're going to have to adjust. And a lot of people are going to be getting hit by 2 of those Resonant Echoes getting MC'd.
Yeah, that seems like the hardest part is like running over to to go do your click or something and just having chaos all over the place.
Especially, again, every single intermission, an extra amplifier will stay into the next phase. So it ramps up in difficulty because you have extra swirlies coming from the extra amplifiers, and each one is an extra person that's going to need to drain it, which means more of that damage on your raid from the draining and more kind of brain power required to track that many and keep them from getting to full energy. So it can get pretty hectic, especially if it ends up lasting a long time on Mythic. Could be pretty hard.
Is this a boss that does a stacking damage amp between phases?
I don't think so. I don't think I think it's just the extra amplifier.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think Styx Bunk Junker has one of those, though.
I think, yeah, Styx Bunk Junker does sort of a phase 2 cast, and then it does more damage for the rest of the fight. Yeah. It's an interesting one because it's actually, I think, a really clever design because it basically does like an easy mode version for the first 2 casts on Heroic. I think it's only the first 1 cast on Mythic, and then after that it goes straight into the hard mode version where you get a bunch of extra ads. But the main mechanic is just this electromagnetic sorting where that's one tank and a bunch of other people start rolling these garbage balls, and you start off small, and then there are a couple of small things you can roll over. Then you turn into medium size, and there are a couple more medium-sized things you can roll over. And then eventually you'll turn big, and you can collide with these bombs, which there'll either be 1 or 2 on Heroic, depending on whether you're before or after that phase push. And you have to blow up those bombs by running into them with a big garbage pile, or else it's a wipe.
Yeah, like Katamari, if anybody's played that game, rolling over the balls.
Absolutely.
This fight seems pretty hectic. Yeah, and there's these ads that come out also, and they can also be picked up by the balls.
Yeah.
I think there's little hyenas. Are they counted as small?
And the Scrapmasters are medium, yeah.
And the Scrapmasters medium. Are Scrapmasters only on Mythic? Or
Scrapmasters
they only
are
cast...
on the lower difficulties, but on Mythic, they will cast a one-shot after a couple of seconds of being alive on somebody, so you need to pick them up before they finish that cast on Mythic, which is one of the very hard parts of this fight.
Okay.
Probably the hardest Mythic mechanic.
And then on Heroic, there's like a crab kind of bomb ad that you have to DPS out of the trash pile, I believe. And then...
if you leave a couple of them alive, it'll be lethal damage when they explode. The big hard part as well is if you roll into a bombshell at any size, it will explode it immediately, and also you'll lose your garbage pile, and also it'll cause that raid damage. So very important ad to manage. Have your range swap to these, get them grouped up under the boss, and make sure your garbage rollers don't roll into them. A great thing to make a different nameplate color in your plater if you can.
Yeah, good tip. All right, and you see that overdrive there. That's what we came into this talking about is after it does a couple of the rolly ball cycles, he just takes less damage, flies in the air, does a bunch of lightning, then comes down and does more damage for the rest of the encounter.
And more adds, more bombs, which I think on Mythic it's after just one cycle as well. It'll go straight into that.
Yeah, this fight, I have no idea where... It's kind of somewhat gimmicky, and sometimes those are easy, but also it's so chaotic that it feels like it could be... like. It could take some time to learn.
The garbage rolling is a very important job, and you don't get targeted by it every pull. So if you need a couple of pulls to learn it, and everybody in your raid needs a couple of pulls to learn it, it's going to be like 25 or 30 pulls before everybody's gotten enough practice time on this thing.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you like knock into each other and go knocking around, so easy domino, negative domino effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I put 1 pull on this boss, but I think I would up it to more 8 to 10 if I could now.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is in that 10 pull range for World First, and maybe like 50 for a lot of other guilds.
Excited to see it, though.
Absolutely.
Maybe Friday.
Maybe.
Right. One of the best boss names ever, I think. Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock. We got here. He's the conveyor belt boss.
Yep.
Yeah, he's there's like, what are there, belts on left and right side of the room, in the middle, and then on like the top and bottom.
I don't think there's one of those at the top and bottom. I think it's just like an H shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got conveyor belts, and periodically these weapons come out. There's ones that are like laser beams, ones that are magnets in the middle, and then ones that are rockets. And as you progress through the fight, they get stronger and stronger. I think the beams get bigger, the rockets turn to void orbs, and I'm not sure what the magnets do.
Yeah, the magnets grip you towards them, and then I think they stun you if you touch them. So those are in the middle. There's 3 vertical belts, and then also some horizontal ones in the middle of the room. Yeah, and there's also some holes near the middle of the room.
Oh yeah, the holes.
So,
what do the magnets do when they're upgraded?
The magnets don't get upgraded.
Oh, they don't.
So
okay.
the lasers will get upgraded to big void lasers instead of small fire lasers, and the rockets will get upgraded into void orbs that need to get not hit. If they hit somebody, they do raid damage instead of just damage to whoever they hit.
Okay.
But the magnets just are nasty, and without getting upgraded even.
Yeah, and then every once in a while, part of the arena gets like covered in lightning.
Yeah, basically for most of the fight, 2/4, right? 2 of the 4 segments will be lightninged.
Okay. And then there's also mines the boss puts out, another stagger, pop them. I think you have to rotate. You have to stagger pop them and also rotate the players.
Yeah, you need like 12 poppers on Heroic to get through, or you could have tanks with defensives substitute for somebody else.
Okay.
Because they could potentially take a second.
And then there's the intermission. He just blasts everybody back and makes like everything lightning. It gets all dark, and there's a bunch of purple swirls that I think do a healing absorb. They've done a good job. Like anything purple is a healing absorb now.
Yeah, I think the boss will also just put healing absorbs on everybody during this intermission too.
Okay. All right, maybe that's what I was
purple swirls, they like to disorient you if you hit them, and the middle conveyor belt has like traps coming on it, and the side conveyor belts have they have like inventions, but I don't think it actually matters. So the side ones are like a little bit safer, but yeah, it's hard to get knocked to them safely.
Yeah, most players are just kind of like on the edge of the conveyor belt.
Yeah,
but then there's swirls and it gets cluttered.
Absolutely, yeah. And then the boss basically just repeats the same phase, except with inventions empowered and with slightly different, sequences of which zones are dangerous and which are safe.
Yeah, and then the mythic mechanic, they brought back the good old classic
the old
polarization.
Polarizer.
Yeah, the red and the blue. The raid gets split, and you were saying earlier it changes periodically throughout the fight.
Yeah, the boss will do it at the start of the fight, and then like a minute in and 2 minutes in, basically. So pretty often you're going to get repolarized.
Yeah, and if you're blue and you touch a red person, you just kind of knock each other back.
You do also get a pretty nasty dot, too.
Okay. It's at least not a one-shot or a raid wipe.
Yeah, but it's not good.
It's not good,
you
especially with all the holes.
On your raid and people are going to be dying,
Yeah, and there's not a lot of room anyways. And then the mines are also red and blue, and you need to soak the corresponding color.
Yeah, and if you detonate a mine either with the wrong color or with an invention, it will wipe the raid. On Heroic, you can have the 4th one get detonated by an invention, and it's fine. On Mythic, it's not fine, so you will need to soak all of them.
Oh, wait, so like the beams will detonate the mines?
Yeah, the beams blow up the mine, and on Heroic, that's fine to have your 4th one get hit by a beam, save you a player soaking it. I think that's what Liquid actually were doing today on a lot of them, but on Mythic, that's not acceptable. You need to soak all 4 of them, and you can't have just the exact same list, because what if all your assigned people get red, right? You have to be able to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, this one, I'm excited for this. It seems like a cluster
Yeah.
of a fight.
The cool part is that it's very scripted. So, you know, the exact same. It's not like random quadrants every time.
Okay.
The only like RNG thing is who's polarized red and blue, and I guess also who's targeted by the screw-ups, which you do want to take out and run away, and could be kind of annoying if you were trying to detonate a mine while also you have those drills chasing you.
Okay. All right. One of my favorite looking bosses. Oh wait, we've got a
Yeah, this
notable
is where the
item.
Varrior starts. So the last 4 on this list have Varriors. This one has a cloak. They can do a little sprint. So
Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah.
minor, you have 1 second sprint, but
Is the eye level anything special?
it drops at max eye level for its tier. I think like all the Varriors do. So
Okay.
that can be it's safe
Yeah,
to
that's
max
nice.
level. And of course, you get it on mythic, you know, max mythic cloak.
Yeah. Why not get a sprint?
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful one-armed bandit. This is where I fell in love with the raid. I think, for some reason, Sprocket Monger looked cool, but something about the slot machine boss, it just felt so new. And the theme of the casino, I liked it. He's got the big main mechanic is a spin to win, and these 4 ads pop out. There are, I have them written down. There's flame, coin, shock, and bomb.
Yep.
And there's different combos. I can read them all. Flame coin, which is raid damage. Coin bomb, 5 small ads that fixate people. Flame bomb, 3 ads that fixate. And I think some of them can be, the 3 can't be CC'd.
Yeah, one of the ad sets can't be CC'd and one can.
And then shock flame. This is pylons that summon some fire tornadoes. Shock bomb, which is pylons that summon ads. And shock coin, which is pylon that sucks you in. And so how you get these different combos is you kill the ads that come in, they drop their different coins, and then you take them into the boss, and you have to do a different combo every time. And then once all those combos are done, he'll go to phase 2. But phase 1 also, he'll shoot out like tokens, and they go towards the wall, and if you stand next to them, you get a damage buff. And a player can go pick them up kind of off the wall and shoot them back. And I like that mechanic a lot. Seems fun to be risky getting next to him.
Yeah, you have to stand like next to it as it's rolling, not just as it hits the wall. So
Yeah.
definitely an important mechanic.
Sneaking by. I want to see what they come up with to try and maximize that. That's been
Yeah,
cool.
at least with the tuning today, it seemed like something they would have to min-max to kill this boss on Heroic, although, like Max was saying earlier, on tomorrow, everybody's going to have a lot more item level that comes to help.
And he does like a lightning slam on the tank.
Yep.
Which leaves a puddle.
Yep.
And I believe you can use a pylon to get rid of those, correct? Like
yeah,
the
you
tank
can use
click
the
'em?
pylons to re-trigger their effects, but then it will clear the zappy zones on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, now Mythic, it does 1 on the tank and 1 on another player. Yeah, and then after you do all combos...
It's 30% health, actually, so it'll often be well before you've finished all the combos.
Okay.
But yeah, 30% health is when P2 starts.
Okay, but will it also do it if you do all the combos? Is that
I
just
think
like a
so,
weird...
yeah, but I think if that happens, you're you're
behind?
not hitting that DPS check.
Okay, just a little learner's thing. Yeah, so 30% goes to P2. It's a hard enrage at 1:40 seconds. It's like every time the boss fills its energy bar up, it does a different thing. And so when it fills it up the first time, it does pylons with like a cutter on the boss. You can't touch between the boss and the pylon. And then there's beams at players that just kind of shoot out at different people at the second energy. The third one is raid damage. And the final one is you're dead.
Yep. It's and it doesn't just do each of these once. It'll add the mechanics, so there'll be more and more pylons. The beams will keep happening. So, yeah, it's a very hectic last 100 seconds of this fight, and also you just need to kill it by the end of it, or else it will wipe you. So, could be in for a very exciting like sludge fist style finish, killing it while that explosive jackpot cast is going on.
Yeah, and I have to imagine the room's probably filled with a lot of lightning puddles.
Yeah.
At that point, also.
Then on Mythic, you have to actually hit the assistants with one of those chips that the boss shoots out. You shoot it back at the assistants in order to actually kill them. And then, like you said, the tank thing drops an additional shocking field on somebody else. So they can still get to the wall fast enough. I think the strat there might be to gateway if you're targeted and then drop it on the wall. Because activating the pylons to clean up that shocking field seems pretty nasty, getting an extra re-trigger of the pylon effect. I'm not sure you'll want to do that.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm excited for this. I think everyone can agree, like, Sprocket Monger is going to be hard, but One Arm Bandit's probably where it really ramps.
I think people are expecting this one to be pretty tough, yeah, because it does seem like it's going to have potentially quite a numbers check associated with it. You will be rewarded, though, very handsomely. Best in slots is if you can wear two-handed maces, this item is BIS for you. Almost for sure. It's actually, it's Agi Strength, and you can use it out of combat to turn it into an int as well. So whether you're an int user, an Agi user, or a Strength user, if you can put on two-handed maces, you're going to want to put on Best in slots.
Yeah, it's also got a nice effect.
Yeah.
Rock on there, some secondary stats. Or that's an on-use also.
Yeah.
Or am I? Oh no, the
has,
on-use
so
is the
it'll
secondary
proc
stat.
random
Okay.
stats pretty often. It doesn't have secondaries on it by default, though, but that makes up for that, and then a little bit. And you can on-use to get 15 seconds of the highest number of your best stat. So not just a random number of a random stat, but the highest number of your best stat in your CDs. And then out of combat, you instead on-use will turn it into the int version.
Okay, interesting. That's a
Which is pretty
complicated
similar.
item.
Yeah, it is complicated, but
Yeah.
you know, it's a good thing. It's a lot of reading to have to do, but it's a very rare item, so you won't have to do it very often.
The BIS, for sure. All right, now onto the penultimate boss, Mugsy. This
Heads
guy-
of security.
Yeah, I think, is one of them Mug and one of them Z?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so the big thing on this fight is the room is split into two. There's kind of like a blue side and a red side, and the boss is in different phases depending on, like, if all your players are on the blue side, he goes blue. Red, he goes red. And it takes everybody, right? It's not just a
On
majority.
Mythic, it takes everybody. On the lower difficulties, it's majority side.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so on the blue side, there's 2 ads that spawn immediately, and then there's some bombs that fixate people, and you need a touch to kill them. They'll spawn some soaks, do some raid damage, you stagger them. Also want to stagger because there's like 4 soaks that come out. It's kind of a lot.
Yeah.
And then I have here written Healing Absorb. Do they do that to everybody when they explode? Is that...
No, good question. I didn't know there was healing absorb there. Healer mechanic.
Maybe that's just something on on blue side. Oh, they'll also leave a puddle. There's a... Sorry, I'm getting lost in my notes here. Players get some circles. There's some tank soaks. And you kill the bombs. And there's constant frontals. Both sides have them.
Yep.
And then on the red side, this is probably the crazier looking side, is 2 group soaks will come out. And you go inside of them, split them with your friends. And then an ad spawns in the middle, and on the outer ring of the group soak is a wall, like Echo Notharian.
Yep.
And you need to kill the ad. On normal, you can just kill the ad. He kind of launches you. You get knocked out of the wall. But on heroic, you need to use these little slippery feet that people get, and then you get like a blue circle on you, and you're kind of slippery around. And then there's an arrow, and you have to aim the arrow at the wall. And I think the problem with that comes with if your arrow hits a wall, it doesn't consume the little icicle for everybody else.
Yeah, so if 2 people are trying to hide behind the same wall, one of them is going to get shot, at least is how it worked on PTR testing.
Yeah.
I kind of hope they change that for live, because it was pretty unsatisfying to die that way, but
Yeah,
maybe not. I mean, it's the second last boss. It could be hard.
Yeah, it seems very hard to coordinate that, actually.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of it for the blue side. It's pretty much just those rock walls and the slippery feet.
Yeah.
And then once you get to 40%, it's intermission. He just starts charging around, doing frontals all over the place. Then P2 is both the mechanics, and when he gets to full energy, he just wipes the raid.
Yeah,
a
so
lot
again,
of those.
The second boss in a row, right, of these last few bosses, we see this mechanic a lot. It's going to mean that execute damage is very valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're for sure going to want to lust the last phase on One Arm Bandit and Mugsy.
Yeah.
And the mythic mechanic is
boy.
you need to use like the blue side mechanics to deal with the red side mechanics,
Yeah.
and the red side to deal with the blue side.
I think that is the best TLDR, yeah. And then the other big thing is the last phase, you have to split your raid in half, 1 on each side, or 10 on each side, and there will be a laser in the middle of the room.
Oh, really?
That'll kill you if you go on the other side. So you're dealing with both sides' mechanics, but half of your raid is isolated from each other, dealing with them on the opposite side as each other.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to look, but it sounds terrifying.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Yeah, I think this boss is going to be very hard. It just seems so hectic.
Yeah.
But exciting. I mean, who knows how much damage they'll be able to do with Lust and everything just like ready to go once they get to the 40%, but it seems very chaotic, and I don't know how you could really keep that going for like 2 or 3 minutes.
You can't anyway, yeah, because it'll wipe you after it finishes the cast sequence too. So it's also a damage check. It's crazy.
Yeah, what's the timer on the bar?
I think it's another 100-second one.
100 seconds. Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's the usual like 1 energy per second, so 140.
40%
or 1 minute 40 seconds. Yeah. Also does have a very rare. This one's the most niche of them. It's a fist weapon. Unlike a lot of fist weapons, it also has strength on it, so Prot Warriors can use this thing too, but mostly it's the, DHs, Outlaw Rogues, Enhanced Shaman type thing, and it's a nice big single target DPS fist weapon with a little bit of AoE splash on it, but a lot of just single target damage in exchange for not having secondary stats on it.
And where's the caster weapon?
Yeah, there are some caster weapons this tier, but none of them are very rares.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
Absolutely.
All right, on to the last guy here.
Old Gallywix.
Gallywix. Guy in the lore for a long time, finally showing up for a boss. And this guy's got a big bad bunch of bombs.
Yeah.
Pretty much every mechanic is a lot of different bombs. I don't have notes for this one because we just saw him today, and I didn't know what to write down because from looking at it, it seemed pretty simple. P1, he does a big cone.
Yeah,
you have to split the raid like
group 1,
Bloodbound
group 2,
Horror.
yep.
Yeah, and it does a healing absorb. And there's some like big boxes that come down that do a big explosion.
So that's the big bunch of bombs. Yeah, it'll be a big circle that you need to get out of before the bomb explodes, and then it shoots out some little bombs that you need to dodge. It puts satchels on some people, sappers satchels, and they need to be soaked on the higher difficulties. But on the lower difficulties, you just get out with it. And then there's also on heroic and higher the dud bomb, which is a tank bomb, sort of like the Zaskarn bombs, I guess, where it's like the tank needs to go and hit these. But yeah, you click on it to defuse it, and then it does a bunch of damage. It's like physical up front, fire dot, and it knocks you away, and potentially you need to use that to get knocked to the next one to defuse it in time.
Okay. Potentially crazy. Yes, and in P1, he's like stuck in the middle.
Yep.
And then is P2 when he gets the legs? Or
I think that might be P3.
They're intermission. Like at some point he flies over to the side.
At some point he gets his whole mech suit thing, and you can start moving him around.
Yeah, but P2, we get the Giga Coils, and they're just like all around the room. There's 4 of them. And each one of them has like 2 sides. And at some point, these ads come down. You kill them, they drop bombs.
Yeah.
And then you take the bombs over to the coils to defuse them. But you only want to defuse 1 coil per wave of ads, I believe. And then just toss the other bombs off the edge, because if you don't, they explode and hurt the raid.
Yeah.
So you want to get rid of them, but also get rid of the Giga Coil. And then like after a minute, the Giga Coil that's destroyed kind of turns that pie slice into lightning.
Yeah. So yeah, you do. This is when sort of the area denial soft and rage starts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think also this is when the blaze lines come out. Where
I think that might be a P3 mechanic.
Is that P3? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time. Like this fight, other than when he transforms, it just feels kind of samey.
It is a little bit of a tough. Yeah, like some of the stuff carries over from P1 to P2, some of it from P2 to P3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's weird because on Mythic it basically just starts in P3. It seems.
Yeah. From what Max was saying, this is definitely a secret phase fight. Maybe a full secret fight. I mean, I guess the DungeonDojo doesn't show much.
That would be incredible. Yeah, I mean, we do know that at least it seems like it's going to still have some of the, but yeah, maybe most of it will be entirely new. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, P3 does start getting pretty nasty because that's when it'll enter the the mech suit.
Here comes phase 3.
Yeah, it does that intermission. You have some lightning to dodge on the higher difficulties as well, but mostly it just turns into this mech suit. You want to not be standing there.
Yeah, and then the players, they get what we're calling blaze lines now. They're like on Kaiveza, just a line shooting out. This one, it looks like they pick 3 random directions. Doesn't seem as like scripted.
Yeah, or like a little cone, like 1 forward and then 2, 1 to the left, 1 to the right.
Yeah, so you can't have the little easy rule of just moving in your line.
Yeah.
Because the 3rd one's going to throw it off.
Yeah, probably a get out type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes out, and also when those go out a bunch of swirlies, it just becomes kind of a visual chaos. But at least we have the upgraded visuals for that.
Yeah, and then we still get some of the mechanics from the other phases. We get the big bad bunch of bombs is now also a tank buster at first on your tank, and then does all the same effects as P1. You still get the fused canisters as well, but now they're like on the ground instead of on players, and you need to soak them. So yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, the bigger, badder bomb blast.
And you get the ego check. So tank defensives are going to be heavily taxed on this fight because you're going to have multiple tank mechanics that all probably will ask for defensives.
You excited for this? What's your top fight this tier for tanking?
I mean, it's probably this one. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff for tanks to do on this particular fight, and there might be a lot of, especially like defusing the bombs on Heroic and higher.
Mm-hmm.
It's skill, and also you need to do the mechanic, pathing intelligently, and also have your character survive heavy incoming damage. Should be a lot of fun. Although some specs are going to have an easier time than others, handling sort of being tanky while not being in melee with the boss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, how's DK gonna do with that?
Yeah, I think maybe not too bad.
Not
You
too
build
bad?
up, do it with a nice Vamp Blood. The nice thing about DK
Okay.
is you can have Vamp Blood very often, so that should be pretty good.
All right, nice. Maybe a little AMS.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think that does it for Galix. I guess other than you just have to destroy all the pylons and then you fill up the room, that seems like the soft enrage. Potential hard enrage on that fight, too, because why not? And then here's the Jaster Diamond, a very rare ring.
Everybody wants this thing.
Yes.
Unless you hate Mastery, you want this ring. It gives you a stat proc, and it reads sort of like the Sarkareth Cloak, where you're stealing stats, but you're not. You just gain stats based on what your friend's highest secondary is. But it does have a chance to have you get caught, and then it gives them the stacks instead. So it seems like it should be stealing it, but it's not. It's just giving it to you. It's pure upside.
Yeah, and I'm blanking on the full name of the eye trinket.
Yeah, the Eye of Kazan is a great
yes.
trinket from this boss. There's also the Heart of the Cards from the One-Armed Bandit.
Mhm.
Both of those are like any stat can use them, and most specs want one or both of those.
Yeah, the Eye of Kazan is kind of like a Spy Master's Web, just as a stacking buff. But you don't use it, it's just as stacking stats.
And then once it's fully stacked, it procs damage or healing instead.
Yeah, I've heard it is quite insane.
Very good as long as the fight is, at least a couple minutes.
All right, so we know nothing about the Mythic on that fight. That's all we've got for that one. But thank you for running through all these bosses with me. And I'm sure we'll see many of them tomorrow. But do you have any final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing a lot more of a lot of these bosses on whatever difficulties we're blessed with tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I don't, there's no hopefully. We're not seeing anything fun. But make sure to tune in. And also make sure to check out our charity partner, the Pasadena Animal Society, tl.gg/rwf-donate. We're raising money for them. They took in a lot of animals from the fires. Some good work. We're raising some stretch goals. 640 raised so far. Thank you so much. Also, thank you to our sponsors, Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. And again, Coinbase for sponsoring the show. They're doing some good giveaways. You can see here. Sign up for Coinbase account at tl.gg/Coinbase using promo code TEAMLIQUID20. You can fill out the form, and you can earn a chance to win flying out here for next race, which could be exciting. You also get $20 if you sign up, some free money. So make sure to do that. And I'm excited to see whoever it is that wins that.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Exciting prize for sure. So definitely make sure that you sign up. All the information you need is on the screen right now. Yeah, we are hearing that the raid start time tomorrow is going to be 10:15 a.m.
10:15 a.m. Okay.
But we do have Rise and Race presented by Honda that will start at 9 a.m. So we've got a little bit of extra time. The sort of the light mode version of our dark mode evening show. They've got the morning show with the Rise and Race presented by Honda while I'm still asleep.
Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely asleep.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me, Dratnos, and thank you, everybody, for watching. Yeah, make sure to tune in bright and early tomorrow, Rise and Race.
Good night.
Good night.
That was my problem. This is my future.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? But you can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Ever since Max renewed his contract, he's been like weirdly obsessed with Secret Lab chairs.
There we go, right there.
He does everything in them. Like everything. Like, I get it. They're great chairs. But it's just like a bit much.